Greetings, ladies and middlegents, and welcome to this latest narration in the web series The Nature of Predators Book 2. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 30. Memory transcription, subject, Tassie, Bison, alien liaison. Date, standardized human time, June 10th, 2160. Hanzo had delivered with a ticket into the Sapient Coalition's doors, earning us a trial period of 6 months, though it could be cut short at any time by a majority vote. The technocracy granting us that long of a leash might have been to ensure that we'd slip up, but despite our differences, we knew better than to show them in front of the aliens. The Salmor and the Britala nations sent their own representatives, along with Zulk and myself representing Tassia and Lastman respectively. Zulk could play the diplomat without Nalto present at these meetings to egg him on. When I first entered the station, a few hours outside of Earth, by a Dustin and Heliska shuttle, I was expecting to give a pitch about bisons. Instead, the Coalition pretended that we didn't exist, aside from the nations closest to the United Nations, who did send the delegations to welcome us. Dustin suggested that we wouldn't make our case until the time slot was up, and Bisons had to convince the forum to let us stay on. I looked for any opportunity to prove ourselves or jump in with useful insight, but we were out of place up here. Long political meetings and discussions took up the days, with occasional new legislation and guest speakers. I tried to learn as much information about the aliens as possible, even when it was tedious. The most compelling items were running through natural disasters and other crises on the SC worlds, and sending aid from multiple planets. Can you imagine what that's like? A tsunami hits tropical Leyland, and dozens of planets chip in and aid to rebuild it. That alone is a good argument for why we should join the SC. More helping flippers to fall back on. General Nalto was in regular contact with me, eager to chime in if any military-related decisions ever did arise. They had also been recording each of our proceedings for last-minute intelligence to comb through each bit and notate any useful information for diplomatic profiles. The Vendel ambassador was on the floor presently, requesting outside funding for more research on the physical lifespans and socio-economic outcomes of the uncrippled Skulgans. From what Dustin had said, the Vendel felt very strongly. While fiercely loyal, they weren't to be messed with under any circumstances. My personal opinion was that they were a candidate for Ivrana to open trade with. We're getting close to a time where the Skulgans will be the largest cohort. I venture that within a decade there will be more restored adults than those still bearing knock knees and noseless faces. Governor Lysa was herself one of those bearing Federation-given afflictions, with how her legs were twisted inward and her snout was deformed. This could have a large impact on healthcare system, safety regulations, and mortality expectations. These are things that we'll need to know as the generation ages. Mazik President Quipper spoke up. Her kind was much larger than the other delegates. Why can't you get this information from Project Chronicle, rather than making us open up our pocketbooks? Wouldn't the fossil have records of the changes? I'm sure they were more concerned about taking kids away from their parents, giving them genetic deformities, than waiting for us to die out. They obviously weren't concerned with our long-term health. I concede their point. What exactly are the concerns about healthcare? It'd be positive if you live longer, if you're less sick. The entire School of Medicine needs an overhaul. That includes courses taught outside our borders, like those life-saving regimens at the Zerillian's Galactic Institute of Medicine. If someone breaks their leg, how do we know if the healing time is different or surgical outcomes? How do we handle rhinoscopies when we're not used to the Vendel having noses? We have to throw out everything that we know. Secretary General Keimpfer mounted the stage, having to abandon the human partition. She herded a confused Lysa away from the microphone. As soon as the governor finished a response to Quipper, the UN leader whispered a few words in the Vendel's ear, which only made her side-facing eyes widen with additional confusion. The Skulgar natives wore their emotions on their features, so it bodes well that her creamy fur wasn't puffed out with fear, and her bushy tail wasn't drooping. I stayed vigilant for any manner of horrendous news. The question is what would be out of the ordinary that would flummox her, but not alarm her. It piqued my curiosity, to say the least, and might be the sort of thing Naltor would want detailed notes on. It's not like the humans to cut off their oldest, most steadfast allies in the middle of requesting aid. They wouldn't without good reason. Something worthy of bumping health studies to a later slot. Apologies for interrupting Governor Lysa. The SC will always stand behind the Villanil, or any other species, as they seek to move past the Federation. We'll continue this conversation soon, with the reverence it deserves. The Secretary-General wore a blue velvet jacket, while the UN logo emblazoned on it matched her white hair. She had a kind, matronly face, at least in my estimation. I'd spoken with her once, but her own scientific fervor was familiar and disarming. One of our outposts in Polton space was approached by a Sifkit diplomat shuttle, which clearly hadn't been used for decades. They were hailing us on a distress frequency. The human went silent, anticipating the wave of chatter that swept across the delegation. I wondered what was so evocative about the Sifkits to generate such a stir at a diplomatic ship, one that apparently had fallen into disuse. Was there bad blood towards the coalition from the war? Perhaps they were a part of the Federation remnants, who I knew couldn't stand us, or some kind of enemy to predators. It hadn't taken long before I was warned about the religions tailored to abhorring our kind. The gears began to turn in my head. Now, whatever the case, the Sifkits didn't want to approach the SC, but unless it was a mere equipment failure, something had forced them to.
Sifkits? Zolk whispered to Dustin. I don't know those ones. How do you remember all these fracking names?
The human leaned closer from the row behind us.
Practice makes perfect. The Sifkit Grand Herd are an isolationist faction. They're a migratory like you, but on a planetary scale. They've been known to devour an entire world's vegetation like locusts. They swore off contact with all aliens when they found out what the Federation did to them, and generally want nothing to do with their space neighbors. For them to approach us.
I'm sure I'll regret asking, but what did the Federation inflict on them? I murmured, pressing a flipper to my beak.
In short, the fossil modified their spines so that they couldn't walk bipedally, and purposely tanked their education system to give them perception that Sifkits were dumb. This is all to hide that the Federation destroyed their homeworld, since they were new to sending exterminators as a first contact party. Why admit that you ruined an entire world when you can pretend these idiots lost their planet?
But that doesn't even make sense. You don't lose planets. You write them down on detailed star maps. Wouldn't the Federation, by their own story, have marked the Sifkits' locations when they made first contact?
Tassie, your mistake was expecting logic from Federation brain rot. At any rate, we don't know how the Sifkits are doing. They haven't answered any of our communiques, until now. For what it's worth, I hope they've fixed their spines and reclaimed their old curriculum. They deserve to make it one of their own.
Zolk slapped his head feathers in irritation.
It's never. Oh, the Federation landed and elevated a species out of the love of their hearts, always maiming, crippling, and burning everything in sight. Pretty much. You can see with the Vendel and the Sifkits that they wouldn't even spare you if you were herbivorous. The Doser are the only species I can think of that the Feds genuinely helped, and that's probably because they welcomed them with song and worship.
Textbook narcissism. I don't blame the Sifkits for fecking off. The Ritala representative, Chiladai, leaned closer. I know that Seer's not a diplomat, but we had a conversation about not being so vulgar. We're supposed to be making a good impression, and Zolk is the wrong candidate to be here. I think we can stomach a little cursing amongst ourselves. He's not wrong about how lovely it'd be to run away from this whole mess, I answered. Why don't we settle down and listen to what Kainfa has to say? If these Sifkits want to join the SC at last, we can learn something from how it's handled. For what it's worth, I hope the Sifkits have managed to turn their lives around, too. Knowledge is one of the few things that give us power and independence, and the Federation tried to take their very intelligence, their minds. The initial buzz at the news of the Sifkits was dying down, and Secretary-General raised a hand to quell the lost chatter. I'm told by my generals that a lot of what the diplomat said, while shaking in his metaphorical boots, was nonsensical. However, All we know is that Loxel, that's his name, was begging for an audience with the Sapien Coalition. He said it was urgent, kept repeating that there were monsters out there.
Do you think they found another predator race?
The elderly Zerillian ambassador, Chowson, piped up. I always enjoyed seeing him bubble with excitement over his own areas of interest.
The Sivkits tend to hide in terror at binocular-eyed creatures. I can't imagine if they saw something like your World Wars live. If that's how they're talking about a new species, we need to intervene.
Ambassador Chowson, I don't see why they'd come to us if that was the case. As you mentioned, they didn't enjoy their brief dealings with us. Their ambassador famously hid in a trash can. Has our government been notified about the Sivkits entering our space? There are our neighbors. The Polton representative, Clev, raised an amber paw and widened his already massive eyes. In my sole interaction with him, he claimed to have been born centuries ago. I wasn't sure if he was right in the head, but I went along with it to avoid creating new enemies for Bisoms. Any threats or activities along our borders would affect us disproportionately. Earth and most of this forum are a long way from our home. I assure you, with the amount of war refugees that fled to your space, it's in all of our interest to protect Pelton territory. We've been keeping your government in the loop, Clev, and will continue to do so. With your reputation, this could be an attempt to seek refuge if there is a threat, though it'd be strange to put you on the spot before the whole SC. It'd be forcing our paw, Madam Secretary General. The Sivkits didn't pull their weight when refugees were overwhelming our system, and refused to take any. They care only for themselves. It'd be bold to expect us to open our doors. The Nevok representative cleared her throat. We could negotiate terms for taking them instead. Migrant workers, who are happy to move from job to job, could have a wonderful economic impact. Let's see what Loxel asks of us, and what kind of aid or favors, if any, are requested before we decide anything. Humanity, for one, would be delighted if the Sivkits are ready to open diplomatic relations with us, Kaifa said. It'd be wonderful to leave the past and its grievances behind us. I'm going to transfer Loxel to the big screen and see if he'll tell us more. Before anyone could give voice to exploitative plans, a mammalian with fluffy white fur blinked onto the screen. Loxel was seated on all four paws, refuting the notion that they'd switch back to bipedal mannerisms. His tail was visibly swaying behind him, with a large plume at the end, and twitched in his evident anxiety. The Sivkit's floppy ears were pinned back against his head, while his side-facing eyes watered as if he wanted to cry. This gave me a glimpse of what humanity experienced trying to make nice with aliens who melted at the thought of conversation. Was Loxel really that afraid of Terran still, or was his manic energy about something else? The Secretary General cleared her throat. Greetings, Ambassador Loxel. It's an honor to have you speaking with us. Loxel's triangular nose twitched, moisture coating the black skin. Hello, human. I need to tell you something. We're under attack. All of us. We need you. And your viciousness. A few snickers passed through the auditorium, as the assemblage was clearly unimpressed with the so-called human viciousness. Zolk gestured with a flipper at Dustin, as if to say, him? I could imagine Naltor doing the same, if he were present, especially since the Salmor loved to call the primate a harmless nerd. The Terran xenobiologist scrunched his nose, huffing with indignation, and I thought I heard a near inaudible wonderbird slip from his lips. I personally couldn't be less afraid of a kindred spirit like my earthling friend, but I was concerned that teasing him too much might draw attention. It was laughable that the Sivkits considered the docile, peaceable humans to be vicious, out of old prejudices. Why come to beseech the help of a party you believe is some savage predator basking in violence? What did Loxel mean by his claim that we were under attack? That should have perked Zolk's ears up, if our Tasia liaison wasn't too busy laughing at the fluffball. Secretary General Kaifa raised a weathered hand for silence once more. Why don't you start from the beginning, Loxel? Who attacked you?
Outer space, from out there. We tried to go as far away from you as from everyone in this sector.
The stutter in Knoxville's voice was becoming a bit grating, as his plumed tail rose higher into the air for emphasis, dramatizing his points inadvertently.
Civilian ships gone, thousands, hundreds of thousands dead in total, dozens of expedition craft. We just wanted to graze. What a calamity of aliens, cruel and feeding predators of the Oxal's kind.
Zolk leaned closer to me.
Is this guy for real? What's next? Swooning and pressing a paw to his head.
Listen to what he's saying. Hundreds of thousands dead. If that's true, that's a massacre, I whispered back. Whoever would do that to civilians threatens all peaceful spacefarers. Hold on, Knoxville. You're saying that aliens beyond our borders attacked your expedition, getting the herds on your ships. Kuiper paced the stage, eyes narrowing in thought. What did you do to provoke them? Did you ignore their request to leave?
There was a habitable planet to stop off for a week or two, a little to nibble on. We hailed them. No answer, none. Woe is me. I can't do this. It's too much. All the bodies for no reason at all. We would have left. We would certainly, unquestionably. You can't talk to them. Go do the predator thing. Kill them all.
Kuiper flinched as Knoxville's eyes went manic.
You do know that the United Nations is anti-genocide, right? Yes, human. They genocided innocent travelers. That's why we come to you to burn them like Nishtal.
The Crow-Cattle ambassador squawked in frustration. Hey, that's not an acceptable comparison. Nishtal was rebuilt
after it was destroyed. Exactly. They must pay for what they've done. But we cannot. I know you can take them down. You wouldn't leave another vicious rival out there. The ships broadcasted their own slaughter over FTL comms, so we have video. Look at them fire without warning. They wanted to kill us because we were there. The predators, foam from the mouth, the bloodlust, the hunter's hunt, the flames.
We get it. We'd like to see the video, Loxel. Secretary General sighed, biting her lower lip. Could you please show us that?
If I must. Sharing screen and sending the exact location so you can go after them. Behold! Sapient Coalition. Predators worse than the masters you serve. We throw ourselves at your overlord's feet. Cement your place at the top of the food chain and dominate for us.
The Sivkid hardly seemed like a reliable narrator, so having visual proof would be helpful to validate his tale. Footage from the viewport of the spaceship bridge replaced Loxel's jittery face, displaying an open stretch of stars. Under the proper magnification setting, I could see craft approaching in the background. A hail ping was faintly heard from the comm station, suggesting it had gone unanswered. The data stream you had proclaimed that shields were raised and at 100% capacity, before a flash in the screen's periphery showed an adjacent ship erupting in flames. Mere milliseconds later, the feed went dead, proclaiming that contact had been lost with the vessel. The easy inference was that it experienced the same swift demise. Whoever's territory the Sivkids encroached on, they were shooting first and asking questions later. A lot like Tasia with Alsh. I wonder if aliens did something to them too.
See the unfamiliar ships, murderers striking in an instant, no warning. Our shields are like paper, ripped apart with one claw. We give you what we saw from their contacts, so that you know what must be done. This cruelty, this injustice was not your own. So I trust you humans to avenge my sweet grazes, avenge the wasted cutlets, and rage forth against these fiends.
Knoxville shrieked, switching back to his own camera. Secretary General Kuiper blinked in evident frustration. This happened outside of SE borders, and you are not an SE member state, which makes it not our jurisdiction. Why are you coming to us?
For help! Help! Please! We'll walk ourselves to the cattle pen. Just do this for us. You do not kill us in our sleep, so we'd rather you reign supreme. I see. I'm sorry that you were attacked, but we'll need to discuss this. Why don't you stay in the UN base as a guest until this is resolved? We don't have any other diplomatic contacts to get in touch with, and we would like to open channels with the Grand Herd. If I must be sacrificed for my people's salvation, then here I stay, right here, willing, knowingly ensnared, a subject sent to never return, yet holding the fallen in my heart. Thank you, wrathful predator. The Sifkits await your progress, staking your claim to father of thrones. Typha hurriedly disconnected the call before rolling her eyes in open fashion. This was an interesting fellow, but I suppose it's a positive that the Sifkits are taking baby steps towards diplomacy. I welcome discussion about whether SE intervention is warranted in the light of these developments. If I may, anyone who comes after the Sifkits will be up against our borders, Tlev ventured. Anyone who would attack defenseless ships without provocation could be a threat to peacetime, or even send unknown refugees fleeing our way. We need to chart our beyond-the-borders neighbors better regardless. I think the incident merits investigation for that alone. At the least, we should assess where these aggressors' territory is so that our future ventures stay out of it. For what it's worth, I see the reason in that. However deranged Loxel might have been, there are hundreds of thousands dead without cause. I'd be willing to send a UN scouting party from their Polton shared base to scope out what lies beyond the border, probing all the way to the marked location. Having more info on the threat will be a net positive. Are there any objections to us looking into this further? After a few moments of silence, a familiar Yodel politician stood at their desk. None of that aspect, but we'd propose mobilizing more assets into the quadrant, in case total war erupts in Platin's doorstep. It's not impossible that these hostiles could follow the Sifkits' trail right back over our borders. We'll send reinforcements to shore up our postings there. Backup from Yotel and any others who have ships to spare would be appreciated. Should we notify the Shield, the Juar diplomat, whose species had defected from the dirty and created organization 12 years ago, asked. Their motto has always been to mobilize for any herbivores in harm's way. We can send a communique to the Shield informing them that a Sifkit civilian ship was attacked outside of SE space. I don't think they need any more details. We don't need to be fighting over who's in charge of that scouting expedition, or have them make things worse on some revenge quest. Understood. We still have connections to several of their members, so we can handle that. Thank you, Nekla. That was his name. It's hard to remember all these alien names, especially when I haven't directly interacted with them. Humanity will brief the SC on anything we learn going forward, but we won't have answers overnight. Let's take a 10-minute recess. If we can all still focus after that visit, I'll cede the floor back to Governor Lysa. Chatter swept up across the room as I finally took a moment to process what we had learned. It was possible that Ivrana wouldn't be the only one at war soon, with the coalition mobilizing past the fringes of their territory. I couldn't stop wondering why the unknown aliens had obliterated the Sifkits on sight. The fact that they'd been able to strike this intruders down with a single blow, ignoring shields, meant their technology was strong enough to be a serious threat. General Nalto will classify this as an event that could imperil Ivrana for certain. It wasn't like the Bicems were being called into action in this emergent situation, but I still didn't like to see trouble brewing with the organization we were trying to join. Hopefully, there could be a peaceful resolution as a result of the scouting expedition. Avoidance was a better outcome than confrontation between two spacefaring giants. It was in the humans' nature to help those in need, but I hoped that they wouldn't get sucked into a full-blown conflict on the Sifkits' behalf. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, Bicem, alien liaison. Date, standardized human time, June 20th, 2160. The Sapient Coalition scouting party, outside their space, hadn't paid dividends so far. It had been combing potentially habitable worlds for any clues, while also searching for an opportune place to set up a listening post. If there was one thing that this incident proved,
It was the value of having eyes and ears even beyond their area of official control. General Neltor had suddenly begun turning up at the SC meetings ever since Loxell's appearance. The Salmar military man was bored witless, as the first few candidate worlds showed no signs of intelligent life. He'd wanted to glean info about any species that would threaten another, not talk about worker safety standards. It was about 7 days of travel time from Pelton human outpost that they had launched from, and several vessels were sweeping outward in a gradual search pattern. More ships were being ferried from our locale to replace their presence at the border. I suppose the Terrans wanted to be playing with a full deck, knowing the full geopolitical scene before tearing off towards the site of the Sivkit incursion. For all we were aware, it could have been a sacred system that they were sworn to protect, or a hotly contested outpost for an external war. I still thought it cowardice to fire on civilian ships, just as Naltor had frowned upon Zulk for mishandling the captured Dustin. However, I wanted all the facts before rendering my judgment.
The last thing our allies need is to go in guns blazing and tear through another party's territory, causing this to balloon even further. An advanced race like the one that mopped up the Sivkit shits with petrifying precision could have military resources further out to stop us, and they might be on a high alert too. We should proceed with caution.
When the coalition assemblage convened at an off hour, we all hoped that a planet they'd landed on had offered up answers. By the time I'd hustled into the Bison section of the hall, lagging behind the longer-legged Naltor and Zulk, Secretary General Keinfer had already cast a live feed from a research vessel onto the screen. It was taking readings from an icy globe below, with temperatures that, once converted into Iranian units, would make even a hearty Salwar like Naltor shiver. The planet was near totally white in coloration, with only the slightest specks of blue or brown. Hers, I'd freed my feathers off down there. This world has more prospects of hosting life, but some biomarkers detected by the SC team must have added the celestial body to their sweep.
Hello, Dr. Rosario. I believe most of the Coalition representatives are present, so shall we brief them on the mission?
Keinfer asked.
Gladly. I'm Dr. Sarah Rosario, and if you haven't been living under a rock for the past 2 decades, my qualifications speak for themselves. I have the track record of pushing the boundaries of science and frontiers. A human with a curly white mane and glasses cleared her throat, sitting in a lab on a spaceship. Her image was on a small box in this corner of the screen, between the alternating viewport angles. At any rate, we're in an orbital holding pattern above this body. We've been in touch with the UN command, and we're conducting planetary surveys from scientific research vessels. This world is quite interesting. There's derelict space infrastructure, as you can see on feed B. Sarah swiped some button on her holographic display, ensuring that the rotation skipped to dormant stations, with a suspicious lack of satellites. Any society that was spacefaring would have some sort of comm buoys or satellites, unless they discovered some higher tier of technology. If they had been destroyed, that would leave debris. However, this left the impression that such tech had either been scooped up by someone else or vaporized without a trace. Perhaps I was way off in my assumptions, but those thoughts sent a chill down my feathers. I could see Naltor's eyes hardening and his beak setting as well. It is apparent that this world was inhabited and was either occupied by or native to a spacefaring race. I use the past tense because we've been unable to detect any life signatures, active signals, or industrial byproducts of any kind. Dr. Rosario continued, worry lines creasing her temples. I fear that someone eliminated the resident species from above, though I cannot confirm this. There are several context clues that lead me to believe this was no inside job. For starters, it's too neat. Angren Ambassador Patty stood, clearing her throat. How do we know that? Since they're spacefaring. They didn't choose to leave of their own volition. Look at how inhospitable their world is. With all due respect to the Angren matriarchy, your world, Wesk, is on the fringes of the habitable zone on the opposite end of the spectrum, and you haven't packed up shop. It's harsh by most species standards, but it's part of who you are. As Sivkits show, very few species forsake their homeworld by choice, whatever the official story might be. But isn't it possible, Turkial Rock Chief
Turinmo rose his staff into the air to call for attention. His thickest body was covered in grey fur, and his cube-like ears twitched with importance. Humanity should know that there's always a few exceptions. For a spacefaring species, it's strange that there wouldn't be any signs of an overhead battle if this was a forced exodus. That, or it's possible that the planet snuffed out all plant growth with its icy maelstrom. Sarah chuckled. We're not ruling out any possibilities. I'm just leading with my best hypothesis based on the available data. It doesn't surprise me that a species that lives in a desert and needs to bask in the sun for your well-being would also imagine that you'd want to leave this planet at the first opportunity. I'm sure they'd think the same of your climate, so let's try not inject our own biases. I apologize if I was. I just don't want to be like the Federation and leap to the worst assumptions. There isn't any concrete evidence that this was a forced exit. Quite right, Rock Chief. We'll go wherever the science leads, and hearing other theories doesn't hurt. The last thing we want is to get tunnel vision. We're sending drones for a closer look, to gather images of the planet's surface, and also to see if there's any data or other clues that we can extract aboard the stations. Dr. Rosario, why aren't you imaging the planet from your current location? It's a matter of safer and efficient, and it's how these things have always been done, Magic President Quipper trumpeted. The human scientist sighed. We use the vessel's onboard synthetic aperture radar to map the ground features, but we're mostly just detecting snow and ice. The atmosphere is too thick and the snowstorms too ferocious to gather other kinds of images. There clearly was a civilization that utilized this world. There's the occasional disturbance that suggests sapient activity at some point. However, I'd wager that they made their dwellings underground where only a drone can get a clearer picture. What does this have to do with the attack on the Sifkits? Baron Ambassador Haron queried. A distant memory popped up in my mind that they'd created old telescopes and lenses the Federation used to seek out new life. This SAR was likely replacing their additions to the Coalition, which might have accounted for a hint of disdain. I don't see why we're investigating this. We don't know if this world is related at all, but we're poking around in the neighboring bubble for context. Keifer provided a response rather than Sarah Rosario. If this is a force with a habit of killing other spacefaring species, we have a mandate to nip it in the bud before they crash our borders. We have counterlogged a potential threat skirting our borders long ago, but we've had too many problems inside of them. Naltor bobbed his beak in agreement, and I brooded within my own thoughts in quiet contemplation. I'd be much happier to side with Penny or Trimino's theories about abandoning the planet or dying of natural causes. However, my gut instinct when I first saw the absence of satellites told a different story. This was yet another species that had lost its homeworld, just like Eliska's species, and had been the victim of interstellar despots. Was there zero kindness in the stars, aside from the outstretched hands of the humans? As for the connection, it had to be someone who could best a spacefaring civilization and mop up the scene without a trace. There's no guarantee that it's related. For all we know, the Sifkits were fired upon because of their attackers thought that they were with whoever destroyed this ice world. It might be more complex, or it could just be that the aggressors are genocidal maniacs. Perhaps Sarah will find more clues. A new feed shifted onto the screen, taking front and center. A research drone had reached the site of the presumed settlement, poking around with ground-penetrating radar for signs of civilization. Gasps reverberated throughout the vaulted hall as we realized the image that had been cobbled together. Beneath years of snow, there was a crater impact after crater impact, as though to make sure that nobody had survived an orbital bombardment. Debris was visible from what seemed to be collapsed shelters, entombing the souls within. A few skeletal remains were visible, bodies preserved in ice that had dodged immediate vaporization. There was no question that this was an outside job, with some outside party blanketing the surface with bombs. Sarah's eyebrows had knitted together, horrified by what she was seeing. The stream silently switched over to the automaton sifting through the station. It seemed like someone had staged the scene to look like the species was fighting each other, arranging the bodies in each other's direction with claws specifically curled around guns. Had they expected us not to question this when there were zero signs of dried blood? The drone zoomed in on the craniums, zooming in on binocular eyes. I think we all just saw with our own eyes that alien visitors wiped them off the map. Who would go to all this trouble to hide their own involvement, to paint a picture that they'd killed each other? Sarah demanded. Please tell me that this isn't what it looks like. Another extraterrestrial race hell-bent on exterminating a predator species just for their eye placement. Zalk rose from his seat, an agitated look in his eyes.
Are these the ghosts of the exterminators who attacked us? They have the blood of these beings and millions of innocent Tasir on their flippers. If we're chasing those monsters, we have to make them pay.
Unlikely, Kaifa interjected. There is a lot of antimatter to have at their disposal, and if exterminators had the power to ambush an entire planet, since the spacefaring species seems to have been caught oddly unaware, then they'd come for us already. The fleet that did this must be powerful, massive, and capable of an impressive cleanup operation. Naltor hesitated before standing up alongside the Tasir.
Apologies for the interruption, but I must ask, if these aggressors target predators, would we be a prime target?
And why target the Sifkits? How do we know it has anything to do with Federation ideology? I chimed in, supporting my comrades.
By some delegation. You ask valid questions, but I'm afraid that we have no answers at this time. What we know is what you're seeing live, the Secretary General responded. Rest assured, we will protect all allies and independent powers within the Coalition's sphere of influence. This does change things, though. If it traces back to who attacked the Sifkits, it shows they're capable of genociding an entire species. Dr. Rosario pursed her lips, a weary look on her face. I'm going to collect samples of the DNA from the skulls in the hopes of resurrecting the species. They'll be lumped in with the 62 extinct races that we're already working on bringing back. Will they even be the same species with your customs? Anzo leaned forward against his desk, reddish ears pinned against his head. I respect your intentions, but the Yodel lost our identity when the Federation turned our world into their customs, and unlike the extinct races here, there is zero record of their culture, of what they once were, to even attempt to pass down. The cultural losses are regrettable, but the alternative is that the species continues to exist in any capacity, Kaifa continued. There are some things that make us innately human, or in your case, innately Yodel, that are worth preserving. We will search for any information that we can pass down when they're brought back. With all due respect, you don't even know the species' name, the most basic piece of their heritage. Perhaps we can learn when we find out who did this, or perhaps there's something that wasn't so thoroughly scrubbed, as the electronics here seem to have been. Dr. Rosario, do what's necessary to create a genetic profile and bring your samples back to Pelton Space at once. Yes, ma'am. Research vessels are hardly the ones that should be going toe-to-toe with whoever did this, Sarah hissed, her deep sorrow glistening in her pupils. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I'll terminate broadcast on the paltry note. Take care, diplomats of the Coalition. The Secretary General studied her polished shoes as the screen went dark. You must all discuss what you've seen, but I believe what we must do is bygone conclusion. This is most likely the work of the Sifkit attackers, so we must make haste towards that locale. Every second that we tarry is time that another species could fall to these monsters. It's time to mobilize for an all-out war. Here we go,
Naltor whispered to Zulk, as the meeting disbanded. The Huddledom and the Confederation representatives walked off together. A glum Dustin skulked off behind us, and I lingered to eavesdrop.
We need to study the footage that was found of these carnivores and work together to safeguard Ivrana from something similar. Mass-producing your tech is all that could help.
The Tasir shifted his seat.
I fear the consequences of arming the Salvar and the Ritala, but we could try working with Lasvin. No matter what's going on at home, we'll stand together if they come for us. Now might be a good time to bring the Oxor into the fold. My people know how to build upon alien tech. Perhaps we could ask for an advance on their ships. We'd have to go through Onzo, but a little down payment for our troubles wouldn't hurt. What do you think, Tassie?
The thought of witnessing firsthand an interstellar bloodbath similar to the ones which stained this region's history sent a chill through my veins. With our helplessness, if a powerful foe descended into our vicinity, hunting for carnivores to massacre, Kaisel's offer of starship and weapons sharing suddenly sounded much more like a lifeline. Between ghost exterminators lost in the wind and this new threat that wiped out other predators with startling efficacy, Ivrana had a lot of threats to contend with. We needed to convince the Bison nations to stop fighting each other and turn our resources to leveling the playing field. Our survival could depend on it in the near future. I think if the SC is off fighting someone else, then we really don't need the Oxford turning forceful. We should get the gears in motion before their patience expires, I sighed. If we have an opportunity to bring the collective in as a military ally, we have no choice. I'll leave it to you two to figure out how and when to make your moves, and bring the Selma and the Vitala on board. Naltor chuckled deviously. With a new possible carnivore race discovered, it gives the Oxor a reason to step in and offer aid. I'm sure Kaisel will have thoughts about a new force persecuting predators. There's no doubt in my mind whoever told him about this, it wasn't us, right, Naltor? Of course not. We'd have to go through Anza, so the trail would lead back to him anyway. Though we should establish back channels for communication. I like the way you think sometimes, you cutthroat Wonderbird. You're predictable in being only out for your own self-interest, with a few scruples thrown in here and there. As are you. I can't stand you, but I can work with you in a time like this. I stood, a numb feeling enshrouding me. I'll leave you to it. I wouldn't have believed a few months ago that I'd involve myself with general scheming for a political foothold amongst aliens. But I was beginning to accept the reality that friendship and safety up here wasn't so simple. Whatever the consequences of the coalition war might be, I had to watch out for Bison kind. I didn't want us suffering the fate of the Sifkit expedition or these mysterious carnivores. We didn't yet know why these aggressors targeted other aliens in their purview, but I'd seen enough on the screen to know that it wasn't benevolence. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, June 25th, 2160. The next generation of humans were a third of the way through development and ectogenesis. Soon there wouldn't be only thousands left of my kind. When I remembered what I was fighting for, it gave me the willpower to push through the hell General Radai was throwing at us. Ever since our engagement with the Sifkits, the Reskit seemed hell-bent on trying to break us, more than he had before. He'd made us run laps for hours, having some surprise that didn't crack us. Well, it dropped Quana and other non-humans, but not the Tellus recruits. His next resort was extreme weather conditions, depriving us of the cooling systems of our helmets. Sweat proved a handy adaptation. I'd grown accustomed to aching all over at the end of each day, collapsing in my bunk with little energy to expend. Sleep was no guarantee, since Radai loved to burst in at the late hours of night, forcing us to get up and hustle to a mission. The Reskit definitely had it out for us, and the way he'd spoken to Tellus' soldiers of late resembled Mufani's vitriol. At least boot camp was almost over, though I was seething at the lack of activity on the war front. Why hadn't the consortium sent out the cavalry? They'd had 100 years to plan for this eventuality. There was no reason progress should be so slow. "Back up, Charisse," Gress was saying as I returned to the dorm from a half-arsed shower. "You're telling me that you wear these high heels to look taller, balancing on that tiny stilt? Why does everything you do have to be so cute?" She rolled her eyes at the crev. "Maybe in another life, back on Earth, I'd be a fashionista. It's interesting to think of all the trends we had, the styles that gained popularity. I've never been a girly girl, but still. I want the experience of just wandering one of those retro malls and shopping for the hell of it. Carefree like we were before aliens." "Then we should set up one of these malls. I mean, I myself prefer online shopping, but..." "What do you shop for, Grass?" I interjected. "Obercombs." "I only asked to brush your hair once. You're the one who grew it out and tempted me." Connor's head snapped towards us. Grass forgets that you're a sapient being yet again. He treats you like you're some cute thing without your own wants and desires. All I did was ask, Quana. Taylor turned me down, so I dropped it. I can't help that his face screams adorable. That doesn't mean I don't know he's sapient. Where did your daughter get the idea to beg to keep him?
I should have never told you about that, I scoffed. Like her as a child. It was unbelievable, but a little humorous.
Grace slumped his shoulders. I was horrified when she said that. She doesn't understand what she's asking.
Taylor wouldn't make a good pet. He's too temperamental, Charisse commented. Exactly, I declared, grinning. See, everyone knows that.
You weren't supposed to agree with that.
Well, I did. And Quantum, you can feck back off to wherever you were doing before you butted into our conversation.
The jaslip pinned her ears back and bared her teeth. You already make a great pet, and you don't even see it.
Yeah, heard. So, Grass, back to your shopping habits. What do you even do for fun, other than raising ogres or lacquer?
Quana angled an ear towards the conversation. He watches jaslip kids die.
Grass drew a shuddering breath, but he ignored her.
Well, I used to do improv classes before I got married. That was how I met my wife, Nebby. I always had a knack for getting into character on the spot. Knowing what I know now, maybe I've gone into theater. I got a lead role in most school plays I auditioned for.
You were a theater kid. You know what? I can see that, Charisse commented. I'm picturing you doing a really dramatic reading of Hamlet right about now, I offered.
Grace leapt towards me, jabbing a claw in my face. Get thee to a nunnery, I snickered.
Someone's been reading the bard's works in his spare time. How about no?
That's not your line, Ophelia. Try again.
I think that Hamlet had more to say before Ophelia talked, Grassy boy. Go brush up your reading.
The only thing I intend to brush up is you. Get over here.
The crab pulled an overcomb out of his bag without looking back and extended it towards me. I leapt away, holding out a hand to swat it away. The brush clattered to the ground, but that didn't stop Grass. I yelped as the comms initiate chased after me and grabbed at the underside of my upper arm with his claws. The green-scaled mammal's machinations proved devious, lightly prodding and scratching the ticklish area. Involuntary laughter took over as I jerked my arm away from the persistent fiend. It was difficult to breathe through the hysterics. Unrelenting, he tried to poke at my sides next, but I managed to fend off his plans. What are you doing? I protested.
Chris paused for a moment. Primates played through tickling. Your laughing fit betrayed that humans do as well.
You can't just do that.
I can, and I did. What are you going to do about it?
I lunged towards the floor, swiping the overcomb. Rather than resisting, Grass issued a happy sigh as I scratched his spine. This dark blue tongue flitted out of his mouth with contentment. That move hadn't produced the intended results. What an irritating creature he was. He'd probably ask me to do it again. I was glad that I got him to club him over the head once, that day on the landing pad, and I was thinking of braining him a second time right now. What had I been reduced to? All for an exchange program nonsense. To increase my humiliation, General Rodai walked in as Krev was leaning into the comb, and I grudgingly kept moving. I leapt to my feet in a hurry, trying to straighten up. Trench with me, you're meeting the Mayor Hathaway and myself in command center, the Rescue squawked. I tried to smooth over my still damp hair. Yes, sir, I'm right behind you. What is this about? If Hathaway wants me back at his office, first off, I thought that he hadn't forgiven me for the drill feck up, and secondly, I wouldn't take it. I don't want to be a pet anymore, because I was his pet much more than I ever have been with Grass. The training camp had become a permanent base, with its advantageous location on Tennis's hillside. Ever since the Federation incursion, the Trumbull had diverted their resources away from building up our colony. Everything that they had went into generating more ships and weapons, as many as they could possibly crank out. The metropolis was all but complete, yet most humans weren't enjoying the new amenities. Word of our system's invasion caused almost every settler to volunteer for some wartime role. The abandonment of our build-up, after all, meant that there would be no cage around Tennis to safeguard our home. Sir, if the planet falls, the only humans left are the ones still growing in artificial wombs right now. I hope we're doing something about the threat, I ventured. If I may, you seemed to be a bit hesitant when Sifkits arrived, almost as if you didn't want to attack them. Red-Eye's steps became more forceful and pronounced, his lanky legs shoving down into the dirt. I should have preferred to gather information and weigh possible attempts for other methods, because now we're locked on a path of all-out war. I don't take that lightly. Neither do I. My entire species got wiped out, sir, in our last bout. I sure as shit want my revenge. What made you decide to attack the Sifkits if you preferred to sit on your wings? I recognize the crew would not heed my commands if I didn't order you to annihilate them. You and the majority of the human forces at my command displayed gross insubordination. You panicked at the mere sight of them. I hope that I have not made a dreadful mistake. Either way, I've cemented a ghastly place in the history books, and I have blood on my wingtips. We couldn't let them bomb our home. We couldn't let them find us. Not again. I know you humans feel that way. However, you've proven that you're not reliable assets in the field. Too obstinate, too headstrong. While your close-quarters combat skills are excellent, I can't justify trusting you to the command of any non-human officer. This is why I've been testing you by the elements. Because the only way you'll see direct action is if electronics go down. But, sir— Silence! Humans being briefed on our plans is a courtesy. You're only here because you're the liaison from Avor. You wanted this war trench, so let me fucking win it. Drones are more efficient than you could ever dream of being. I held my tongue as Red-Eye stormed into his command center. I had to jog to keep up with the 9-foot-tall avian's lengthy strides. A holographic star map was projected from a large display, not dissimilar from those Terrans once had at the center of our bridges. It seemed to be a full display of a 1,000-light-year bubble composing Federation space, with all known systems highlighted. Mayor Hathaway, riding a resurgence in popularity with the drastic improvement Tellus had seen, barely acknowledged me. He rebranded himself under the motto of a new era of workers' rights, though he didn't deserve the credit he'd received from that. I resented having been his fall guy and kissing the ring for so long. The mayor stroked his graying beard and thought, We need to reassure the populace of Tellus that they are safe, and that we have everything under control. The last thing we need is unrest. The citizenry is too fickle. How do you suggest we go about this, General? Management of the colonists is your domain. I'm here to relay the consortium's plan for the initial phase of the war, since you're a member state, Red-Eye responded. Our plan is to utilize a decapitation strike. We're sending an overwhelming drone force against the whole world of each of the enemy's founders, the Fossil and the Kolshians. We take down the peak of the Federation's power. Only 2 targets. What about the other 300 worlds? I blurted. Irritation flashed in the Risket's eyes. 3 targets, swarmed by 150,000 ships each. We do want to leave a significant bulk of our forces here to protect the consortium worlds in case they come looking for us. Aren't you the one who is so focused on protecting Tellus? Yes, sir, that is sensible. Who was the 3rd target you mentioned? Nishtal, the Crocatal world. Red-Eye's words brought gleefulness to my brain at the thought of the birds who'd eliminated us getting their just desserts. An old powerful member that spearheaded the extermination fleet has one of the most anti-predator functions. They must be crushed to break their Federation's will. I love your plan. It's great. Mayor Hathaway heaved a sigh. Let the grown-ups speak, Taylor. General, I am certain that last target will buy us some political leeway. But how will we maintain contact with these vessels, so that we can know the results, or touch base in case they need an update to the directives? Our drones will be out of range of our FTL comms network, the Resket replied. We'll try to drop buoys discreetly behind us, though each departure from subspace risks detection and leaves traces of our tech that they could find. It also is just been out a soft target that could be neutralized. In range of their primary systems, we're better off tapping into their infrastructure. Then it's possible that we'll lose contact with the drones for large chunks of time. That is correct. If they can't uplink with us after the battle, they're slated to make several attempts by doubling back.
The footage of their battle and any intelligence gained is invaluable. Regardless, barring an immediate surrender, the secondary targets will be powerful and loyal Federation members, such as the Multi and the Dresden, and most certainly the Dirtian. The last one is extremely influential and well-connected.
I cleared my throat. Okay, and what about the Arxor?
The Arxor, while monstrous, can be left until the Federation's fall. They're on the opposite side of Fed space, so they don't directly threaten us. We can worry about them after what we hope will be a quick, utter collapse of our dear neighbors. They might surrender after decisive wins in the places I mentioned, preventing the loss of civilian lives.
Hathaway pursed his lips.
In the event that we do need to go further, I must ask about our allies, the Bendel. For all of their flaws, we remember that they tried to help us and planned to fight with us at Earth. I doubt public opinion is in favor of killing them. Bendel Prime is designated friendly and will be avoided unless we are given no choice. We listened to your story. We heard they aren't like the rest.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate being filled in and having our concerns met as part of your organization. It's delightful to be included.
Retired Deputy said,
You're also to be appraised of the war's developments as they happen. We're in this together, Mayor. Let's just make sure your people don't forget that. They'll do what I can to keep them in line. You'll find me to be a dependable advocate for the consortium. It is the least that I can do in exchange for your bountiful aid. We did gift you many things to get you off the ground. All we ask in return is respect and support. You're dismissed, Trench. As Mayor Hathaway said, the adults have things we need to discuss on our own.
I'll see myself out, sir, I retorted. My mind was whirling as I strolled out of the command tent. I was the first person on the space to know that we were taking the fight to the Prey Xenos, and it had brought my enthusiasm through the roof. Humanity wouldn't have to fear the Federation coming after us if we ended their threat. We'd bury them in their crib the way they'd done to us over 2 decades ago. It was a shame that Radai ruled out future action in person, though I grasped that drones had a higher efficacy. It was a glorious view when I'd watched the certificates blink out of existence live, as particle beams lit them up like a firecracker. A goofy smile lingered on my face, imagining the first images of dead Crocattle homeworld. An eye for an eye. I wonder what Gress would think of that saying. I can't tell whether he'd say it exemplified a primate's violent tendencies or straight up agree. Charisse and probably Quana want those blue birds flayed as much as I do. In my distracted stupor, I didn't notice a blur of pink out of my periphery. A Resket bowled his head into my side, flinging me backwards several feet. Pain signals shot through various parts of my body like a pinball machine. I struggled to pick myself up and looked at my assailant. Trainer Mafani had ambushed me when I turned back towards the dorms. He must have seen me tailing after a die earlier, and despite the General's warnings to stay away, he seized his long-awaited opportunity when I exited alone. Wasn't it dishonorable on Tenet to utilize elements of surprise on an unsuspecting victim?
You terrorist-loving chatterbox snitch! You sick General Radai on me, and now I might never train recruits again! Venom dripped from Mafani's voice as he stamped a foot onto my spine, pushing me back into the dirt. I was humiliated because of some lesser cloaca sucker who tried to govern my speech. You'll pay for everything, Taylor.
I struggled to breathe with the weight pressing down on me.
It's over. I don't want to quarrel with you. It's not about what you want, Primate. I want you dead for what you've done to me, and I have no moral qualms about fighting dirty with anyone who sides with terrorists. That someone isn't me, so stop, please. You've made your point. I'm a refugee from a dead world. You don't want to kill anyone from an endangered species. You can't. What happens if Radai finds out about this? Radai is preoccupied. He is not here to save you this time. I'm going to tie you up, leave you out in the desert that I hear you wanted to explore, to bake in the sun. I hear you craved on your face so badly. I'll put a beacon on you so that you are found in a few days, and they see the pitiful way you died, they'll find you bound like an animal, having soiled yourself and struggled against the restraints until your fingers bled. When you hallucinate for a drop of water, I hope you think of me.
That's sadistic. I don't want to die, please. I'll do whatever you want.
I'm going to inject you with a paralytic, so you won't be able to struggle or talk until it's too late. Enjoy being locked in your own mind, Taylor Trench.
Mafani jabbed a needle into my neck while I tried to scream for help. Unfortunately, I couldn't generate much noise with his weight pressing onto my lungs. As my mind remained conscious, my body refused to obey my commands within minutes. I found myself wishing that Gress was here to save me, to play the role of hostage negotiator as he'd done in the past. However, as the twisted rescue trainer began carting me towards a tucked-away vehicle, there was no one around to save me. I'd made plenty of mistakes over my lifetime, but I didn't deserve to die like this. Terror plagued my mind as I was hurled into the back of the truck and rope was coiled tightly around my limbs. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, June 25th, 2160. I remembered hours ago when Mufani had thrown my immobilized body out of the truck and sped off. Movement came back in the form of being able to flex my fingers, though it did little good. Struggling against the bindings only made the heat punish me quicker. Sweat soaked my forehead under the scalding sun, and I began to understand what it meant to be desperate for a drop of water. I had the presence of mind not to scream for help with my parched throat. There was no one to call to. There was just my brain baking within its skull, and all the time in the world to think. As I accepted my slow death was inevitable, I reflected on my life. It was difficult to make out what my parents' faces had looked like when I thought of the sorrowful send-off. Trapped in that generation ship for months, only understanding the ramifications of my parents being gone, that I was utterly alone in this new place. I remembered the desperate rush to build up the cavern, to carve out a new life with just the machines and resources we had on the ship. There were no summer breaks in school on Tellus. I remember what a shock that had been to a 9-year-old. Everything was designed to hurry us off to the mines, without a care for whatever more I wanted from life. It took a long time before this place felt like home, or that I accepted my reality of being locked underground as part of a dying race. That was the bitter childhood I saw looking back at my life. Cut off at 15 when we were deemed old enough to help out part-time. Had I accomplished anything aside from work and hatred? My adult life was consumed throwing myself at Mayor Hathaway to earn his favor, in the hopes that there might be something more one day. It was taking the most unappealing job on the colony, giving sweet words to the Crev rent collectors. My legacy was one of self-ambition, revenge fantasies never actualized, and ungratifying work for our mere survival. I'd done nothing but hurt this world, and never had the opportunity to redeem myself. Grace cared about me in spite of everything I've done, and how much of a fraud I am at my core. We were going to protect humanity and contribute to the end of the Federation. I wanted to see that through, to be better for him. He's the one happy memory I have.
Grace gets me, I croaked aloud, as delirium began to create mirages in the distance. The guilt, the shame, the awful dreams that seem so real.
I wish that Crev was here now, but there was only the sand of the untamed world. Whatever remarks Mafani had thrown at Kuala, I never expected him to be a raging psychopath, who'd take me out in spite of how honor-bound rescues were. He ignored a direct order from his supervisor and tried to drag out my cruel fate. The heat, however, was strong enough that it might finish me off sooner. My muscles felt so weak, and it wasn't just from boot camp running me down. Nausea tore with my stomach, and my head felt like it was filled with helium. I could float away in a second. My eyes watered, wishing for mercy. Gress told me about putting his first oboe to sleep and crying as the vet injected him with the euthanasia serum. Pets received a more humane end than I did. That alone proved that my friend wasn't a monster on par with Mafani. Quana was deranged to call him a kid killer, or to act like he'd wanted that outcome when it clearly tore him up. I hoped that he could escape the past that haunted him better than I did. I prayed that my death, finding my body like this, shriveled up in the sun, wouldn't hurt him too deeply. Causing him pain wasn't my intention. My eyes turned towards the shimmering horizon, spotting Gress and a Jaslip in a spacesuit for some reason, with a fully geared-up Charisse wielding a rifle, a hallucination showing me my heart's desire.
"Gress, how I wish you were here,"
I sang, parodying the 2130s hit from Earth. A loopy smile crossed my face as I scarcely knew what I was saying.
"Just like that, my Krev did appear. Now the world has no power. Mafani will cower."
Charisse's voice cut through the desert. "I know you're delirious, Taylor, but no one wants to fecking hear you sing."
"No, that's not true,"
Gress protested, as he bolted to my side and slashed the ropes with the claws. The Krev pressed a paw to my cheek, concern alight in his sparkling eyes.
"Wait.
Is he real?
Easy.
I've got you. Are you okay? What fecking happened?"
"Gress," I coughed, hurling my arms around his smooth scales. "I'm sorry for everything. I'm no good. Wasted life."
"That's not true. The best part of your life is ahead of you. Quana, summon an automated rover to our location. Now, he needs a doctor." The Jaslip's eyes movement suggested a usage of an augmented reality lens. "On it. Good thinking, Gress. I couldn't have found him without you." "Back to you. Your tracking and keen eyes. He would have died alone without you." "Nobody deserves to die like that. If I have to go, I'd want to go out on my own terms, not as some victim in some tragedy that earns pity. I know Taylor gets it. Whether Taylor wants pity or not, he has mine. My heart hurts something awful seeing him like this. I can't bear to think how he must have suffered here. Charisse, quit standing there. Give me your fecking helmet." She recoiled. "I beg your pardon? It has cooling and water built in. Taylor needs that for his heat exhaustion ASAP. I can hear him slurring his words, and his skin is blistering to the touch. I've never seen him this red." "Yeah, that's going to be a nasty sunburn." Charisse moved her helmet, with water carrier attached. She passed it to Gress while still keeping a hand on her rifle. "Good thing he has an actual head of hair now, or his scalp would be lit up too." "But I like the fuzz." Gress slid the helmet over my head, and I gluttonously activated the water button with my chin. The fluids tasted so refreshing that a relieved shiver passed down my spine. The cold air was a literal oasis in the desert as well. "You mean so much to me, Taylor. You have no idea. I was worried sick when I realized that you were gone. Who did this to you?" I kept chugging water for several more seconds, worried I might never get another sip.
"Mafani drugged me and left me out here to die. How did you find me, and you two are playing nice?"
"I noticed the rest get skulking around us for weeks, so I had a sneaking suspicion when you didn't come back. For all of our issues with each other, the one thing Gress and I have in common is that we care about you," Quana answered. "It's my fault Mafani was sniffing in your business. You got involved to protect me. That's not someone no good, Taylor."
"I couldn't stand by if it's Mafani's fault for his own actions. He is a madman, a menace to society. We have to tell someone."
"Already reported our suspicions before we left, and we'll be sure General Radai hears your story. Let's us get you back safely. If you ingested an unknown substance, you definitely need to see a doctor. Alien chemicals with your anatomy, needless to say, that requires a checkup."
"Okay. Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me."
The crab lashed his tail. "I wouldn't dream of it. Up you go." My legs refused to cooperate when Gress and Charisse hoisted me to my feet, but the two caught me as my weak knees gave in. They hauled me to a newly arrived automated vehicle, and I relished the shade of its trunk space. Mafani had succeeded in killing my desire to feel sun on my face ever again. I latched onto Krev's scaly arm as if my life depended on it, despite how the touch scalded my skin further. And he gently settled my head into the crook of his arm. The terror of my near-death experience hadn't left me, so I clung to the familiar divorced dad like a koala. Being coddled by an alien suddenly sounded like the exact prescription I needed from a doctor. For comfort, if nothing else.
By your grass and all of them, my life. Mavani is still out there, though. I don't want to go anywhere on the base if he's there, and certainly not alone. Who knows what he's capable of? Well, why don't you treat me? I asked the multi-eyed Kriv. You have medical training. You said so, and I trust you.
Gress's tongue flitted out thoroughly. I'm not a doctor. My training is more about stopping blood loss. Don't look at me. I'm even less qualified, Kwana commented. I worked as a delivery person back in Esco's Fighters. I can haul you around in a big-ass wagon, but not much else.
I 100% volunteer to get pulled in a wagon by you. Where do I sign? I shot back.
The Krev pouted. Only Kwana. Why can't I pull you around in a wagon? I'll do it with a much better attitude than her.
Because I want to ride on your tail like Lekka, and I'm way too big. Also, none of you answered my question about how you found me. Only how you figured I was missing.
I found rescue prints near your scent, and also discovered that they stopped by what looked like tire tracks. I realized I'd need backup to take on Mafani, and evidence to rope in a proper search party, Kwana explained. With Gress being a hostage negotiator, he was the obvious one to handle a dangerous situation. No way of knowing Trainer Kiblahan was long gone. Gress flicked his claws in assent. I am grateful Kwana put our differences aside so that I could help. We have location sharing on, mostly so that you can interrogate me about places on Avor. So I saw you were speeding way off into the middle of the desert. Somehow, in spite of Radai's gauntlet of late, I didn't think that you were running.
General Radai won't get rid of me that easily, I murmured. I'm here to stay.
I'm glad that you're in good spirits, Taylor. But don't feel like you need to put on a happy face for us. What you just went through would be a lot for anyone. Nobody will blame you for being shaken up.
I'm frazzled, but I'm also really pissed the frack off by that Klibrahan. Wanting Mafani to pay will keep me going. You wallow in pity and fear, or you do something about it. I won't give him the satisfaction of breaking me, Gress.
Charisse cleared her throat. Taylor, you're already dealing with lots of residual trauma.
And you're not, like Kwana said. I don't want to be a victim.
My point is the machismo deal causes more harm than good. You were drugged, kidnapped, and exposed to the elements to the brink of death. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. We all want to see you bounce back from this ordeal, but don't rush yourself and go flying off on some emotion-fueled revenge quest.
It is almost as if you want me to drop out of boot camp. You thought I'd be too weak.
Kwana flicked her ear. She's just looking out for you. Don't take your stress out on her.
Whatever. I don't care what any of you, not doctors, your words, try to diagnose me with. I'm fine. Period. Back on topic. I wonder how Gress found my location. Mavani thought of that. He took my holopad.
Gress cleared his throat. For soldiers, it's tied to your translator implant. So they find you for dessert. Save for diplomats and important figures, but it's more so they can know where you were taken in case of kidnappings. I still have connections in certain departments of law enforcement who can access those secret functions. It was news to me that you can track anyone, even outside Avor or facial recognition checkpoints, Kwana hissed, pawing at the locale of her implant with discomfort. I shudder to think how you might be monitoring us. Truthfully, I'm sure they do keep an eye on your movements. The less I expand on this system, the better. It's classified, not something I'm supposed to be sharing. I did what I needed to do, and Kwana came through. Why don't you tell him? The Jaslip's whiskers twitched. Gress couldn't pinpoint your exact location outside of a grid, so we left the vehicle so I could track you. Too hot for an Arctic carnivore like me, hence the suit. I picked up your scent just a little while before you broke out in that horrid song.
You can only berate my singing if you can carry a tune better, being drugged and left in the desert for hours. It's not a fair test of my abilities, I objected.
His rendition of Happy Birthday on the video to Lekka was much better, Gress piped up in my defense. Charisse eyed him doubtfully. Show me. Maybe later?
That wasn't for her ears, I commented. She wants to make fun of me because I did something nice for a child.
Don't listen to him, she countered. I'm a nice person. I'd never mock Taylor to his face. Gress chuckled. I'll consider it later. But we're back at base. Let's get him to the medical office for blood tests and treatment. Radai is waiting for us there. I recorded this entire mission in my lens and shared it with him. as the vehicle stopped back in the familiar hillside, having sped away from that godforsaken desert. I allowed myself to process that the Krev had the ability to track tennis citizens at will. Whatever their reasons, I wasn't fond of a foreign government knowing my whereabouts at all times. Given that it saved my life, I wasn't going to pick a fight over it. I steeled myself as my friends helped me onto a waiting stretcher, and I was carted back to the medical office. This felt like when I collapsed due to my mining accident injuries, after bludgeoning a certain emerald-scaled Krev with my cane. I could see the dirt pouring into my head from the ceiling, while also hearing Mafani's gloating register. What was it that he said about Radai not being here to save me? If the Reskits are serious about honor, I expect the general to make his kinsman pay for what he did. The medics removed Sharice's helmet, and after a brief discussion, she retook the accessory she'd given me, grumbling about it smelling like tailor's sweat. Honestly, her giving me crap as usual was helping me keep sane right now. I was grateful for all of my friends. If I'd accomplished one thing worthwhile in my lackluster existence, it was finding people who'd put in effort to bring me back. They risked their own lives, not knowing if Mafani was keeping an eye on me. In Kwana and Gress's case, they cooperated with someone who, in their mind, disturbed them because of their unforgettable instance of child butchery. I latched onto those positive thoughts, pushing back the dread that threatened to consume me. General Radai followed alongside my gurney, a cold look in his eyes. I heard what Mafani did. I can't believe that he not only defied my orders, but did something so dishonorable as to shame his repute and family name across all Tanit. Every Reskit will hear what he's done, and he'll have no safe haven with our people. What an absolute disgrace. What Mafani did needs a lot more than dishonor and gossip, sir. I hissed. I wanted to pay for what he did. Where is he? Lock that animal the Feck up. Trench, I'm going to let that slide once because of what you've been through. Trainer Mafani went AWOL, but we're looking high and low for him. We know his tactics and his delight in your suffering. We have every intent to charge him with high dishonor. You don't want to know what the punishment that carries on Tenet. Actually, I do, sir. Then you can look it up in your own time. Mafani definitely knows the sentence that charge carries, so I imagine he'll go down fighting. I'm sorry this happened to you, human. I never thought, even with his prior posting. What prior posting? Kwana demanded. Mafani was part of the underscales before he was transferred. It's quite rare to see a Reskit in the branch that does military dirty work. I heard he was stationed in Onmol Valley. Those people torture suspected extremists. It's infamous across the consortium, beyond even us Jaslips. The tactics they use are most dishonorable. I admit, I assumed a Reskit underscale wouldn't participate in such methods, but now I'm not so sure. Clearly Mafani revels in the suffering of anyone he deems an enemy. Mafani needs to be put down like a rubber dog. I curled my hand into a fist. The Krev have their own interstellar Guantanamo Bay to throw Jaslips in. Delightful. Find that Fecker. He's not worth the air he breathes. I second that, Kwana said. Radai lowered his head. We're doing everything we can to find him. There's only one spaceport on this planet, so he couldn't have gotten off Tellus. Mafani will have to show his face eventually, and we'll be waiting. I have only one question for Taylor. Ask away, I encouraged the Reskit. When we figure out where he went, and assuming the doctors clear you for action, do you want to be part of the team that goes after him? I think it would be a worthy first field mission. Absolutely. I want nothing more than to bring him down, sir. We all want in on this. At least I think I speak for us all. Gress turned to Kwana, worried about agreeing on her behalf. The Jaslip pricked her ear with eagerness, fired up even more at the news of the trainer's history. Sharice gave a nod as soon as the Krev's eyes landed on her. Mafani hurt our friend, and we all have our score to settle now. Taylor won't do this alone. Then it is settled, Radai squawked. Be ready to go on a short notice. I'll let you know as soon as we have a lead. For now, rest up. I'll leave Taylor in the doctor's care. As the Reskit departed from the medical office, I turned my eyes to the ceiling. Once I was patched up and back on my feet, I'd be revved up to go after Mafani. It was enough to know that my friend stood with me, ensuring that I wouldn't be heading into danger alone. Tellus would be at risk as long as a trainer lacking a moral compass was on the loose. So the sooner I put a bullet through his skull, the better. I'd also be keeping an eager ear attuned to the news of the war and the impending strike of the Federation. With the Crocattle and Mafani hopefully going down in short order, our missions would be a literal 2 birds with 1 stone. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Memory transcription subject Tassie, Bison Alien Liaison. Date Standardized Human Time, June 29, 2160. Ambassador Loxel had mentioned that the Sifkits wished to see humanity's progress, as he phrased it, staking their claim to further off thrones. With the fleet beelining its way through Polton space towards the site of the incident, the theatrical Sifkit had graced us with his virtual presence. The entire Sapien coalition was watching, uncertain of how our ships would stack up against theirs. The humans would attempt to hail the unknown hostiles through their drones from the border base, but I somehow doubted our new enemies would pick up. The research vessels had long since ducked away from the front lines, replaced by top-notch attack drones rushing towards an open class. Gunning down civilian ships was easy, as Naltor put it to me. The weaponry did take them out with startling efficacy, but they hadn't picked a target that could fight back. Onzo had facilitated another meeting with Kaisel, and Zolk's secure tech lines proved invaluable setting up a back channel, cutting out the Yotel middleman. I found myself on edge, worried that our schemes would be discovered. Kaisel promised the Oxor were heading into the fray. As soon as news of dead carnivores was leaked to him, it might have gotten Bison's a gift-wrapped fleet, but I was worried about complicating the situation that was already perilous.
Now that they are rushing off to war and trying to save the Osers, there'll be no time to save the Ivrata or look for the ghost exterminators, Zork complained. We have to do this ourselves.
The Osers were the humans' chosen name for the extinct quadrupeds, crafted after a myth that had appalled several SC representatives. It was named after a god who had been chopped into pieces by his brother and brought back to life when the bits of his body were sewn together. Even I wasn't sure I liked that analogy, but the Terrans found it fitting. They were trying to stitch the carnivores back together with pieces of genetic data. It was easier to obtain viable samples with Osers than other extinct races. They could be the race that led the way for others. Researchers were hopeful to create a synthetic embryo for them within a few weeks and start its development in an artificial womb. I heaved a sigh. The humans haven't paused their work on our ecosystems or the outreach with our diplomats to start peace talks. Between a global war at home and whoever killed the Osers and the Sifkit expedition, are ghost exterminators really the biggest threat?
Of course they are, the Tissia hissed. They're the ones who attacked us. We have no answers, but they'll go to the ends of the galaxy for these Sifkits and Osers.
General Naltor narrowed his eyes.
Settle down, Zolk. Both tasks deserve attention, and with the magnitude of power needed to wipe out a spacefaring species, it is extremely worrying. We can't expect them to care about us if we don't address their concerns. The Boltons are in immediate danger.
Which is why we need to keep them on the defensive so they don't end up in our territory. You think they'll spare Ivrana if they get it that far? They already wiped out one carnivore race, I spat.
It doesn't change that we're on our own, Tassie. Tissia tugged at his head feathers. We have to figure out ways to be useful, to get anything from anyone.
That doesn't have to be solely military. Be team players, offer aid and a safe haven to any who need it. That'll buy goodwill. So maybe one day, more than people-eating carnivores will back us.
What are you all whispering about?
Dustin's voice made me jump, and the xenobiologist seemed to notice that his presence startled us all. I wondered what he would think if he knew we'd been skulking around to meet Kaisel, and dragged the collective into this to gain a fleet. Somehow, I doubted he'd approve.
I haven't said anything, but you lot have been acting strange ever since your visit to Lian. What did the Yotel drag you into? It was strange how soon they flipped their tune on your SC bid.
Naltor scowled.
You're the one who tried to get us into touch with them to change our minds. We can do some things on our own. Of course you can. I just, thought that we were in this together and would be more open with each other.
Dustin, you get regular memory scans. We can't tell you anything we don't want leaking to the galaxy. Even if we do trust you to keep it in confidence, aside from that, I said, thinking quickly. I never confronted him, but I don't understand why he withheld so much about the Arxol. Dustin could say that it's publicly available info. Still, his version of events was much less flattering. The human scientist frowned, but seemed to give in.
You have a point. I just wish that I could help more. It's hard to give advice when you're being iced out.
You're not being iced out, so much as the Yodel don't want the Terran government involved, Naltor offered a half-truth. We can't afford to have them turn on us. It doesn't have to affect our friendship. We've been through some real shit together, nerd.
Yeah, we have, haven't we? Now we're witnessing a new interstellar war. I know I'm supposed to provide reassurances, but that scares me a little. All hell's broken loose since we met Biceps.
We feel the same about everything we learned about you. Everything's gone to shit. If you don't beat these cloakerbeaks today, then we're doubly fecked.
Cloakerbeak, you adopted my word, Zok gasped.
Shut up, Wonderbird. It's time to see what the white and fluffy ball of drama has to say, and how the battle goes.
Noxol had finally moved close to the screen, making a show of checking that his viewport was completely shuttered and his door was locked. Secretary General Comfer looked like she'd swallowed sawdust as the Sifkid finally unmuted. She was worried what the character of an ambassador would have to say. On an adjacent screen, an alternating feed from the drone formation showed that they'd been booted from subspace. If the aggressors were still in the area, that would prove the system was enough of importance to defend. We'd find out whether they'd confront our inbound fleets soon. Should they choose not to meet us, we'd get a read on the planet the Grand Herd had been bound for.
Hello from captivity, for I am a free man in name only. The fateful day of your rampage has arrived. Proud the fields where millions died, the Loxville screeched. Wasn't it hundreds of thousands? Celebrate at what might have been. May your savage hunger carry you to victory.
Kaimper managed to keep a straight face. I hope you'll get a proper assessment of the enemy capabilities, or better yet, contact them to understand why they attacked you. I also hope the UN has been treating you well.
I am well fed, fattened for the slaughter. You should not talk to them, Predator, yet you admire their butchery. You seek their massacre techniques for yourself. Generations of scrumptious bites gone, puffed out of existence. Don't you savor to play with your food? The taste excoriating their flesh.
Knoxville, we don't consider Sifkits to be food. We're here to lend a hand, like you asked us to. We'd like to have diplomatic relations with the Grand Herd, but we can't manage that without a shred of normalcy in what you say to us.
Then just kill them all! Whatever ruse you project towards these servile prey, your instincts howl for blood. Brethren of mine, slain by their craven debauchery, entrails scattered. We want these abominations off this world, and your almighty claw can deliver it.
The Secretary General's pupil snapped towards him. Why are you so set on this world in particular? Wouldn't it be wiser for the Grand Herd to avoid this, craven debauchery by choosing another planet? It's not like this one is brimming with vegetation. Our long-range scans suggest it's mostly desert.
You wouldn't understand. All that matters to hunters is what lines your voracious stomach, and ruling over as much terrain as possible. We have purpose. We want what's ours. Yet it is now blighted by vermin. It could not be bloodless. No, despair at the infestation. I lament what was snatched, wrenched from our pastures. It is an insult to have to turn to foul, rancorous beasts like you.
You came to us. You didn't have to, Kaimper hissed. You insult us.
I'm showering you with praise, odes to your cruelty. I apologize if I insulted you. I'll step it up.
What does stepping it up look like? Onzo snickered from the crowd. Go on, show us.
Rapacious menaces of soul, ingesting war and death with insatiable appetite, flares of children, crashes of hope, terrors that flattened the cradle. That wasn't them. The humans fought to save us, and then rebuilt our home from scratch, the Goja Prime Minister interjected. The cradle was flattened, and that's the part that matters. There was and the loud ones who stole the Oxal's cattle for yourselves, who had Durian minions perform the Shadow Cast's execution, who broke our spines. Iver smacked her forehead. We definitely didn't do that. We could fix them even, if you stopped shunning us. By fix you mean by removing the bone altogether, paralyzing us so it's not a problem. I'm not so skiff-brained to not see through your word lures. If that's what you truly think of us, then never mind. Humanity doesn't want to be seen as monsters, and you hold us in such low regard. Why don't we observe the battle in silence? Yes, Predator Master. I won't dare to raise my voice or interrupt your war cries again. Loxal placed a paw on top and the bottom of his muzzle, as if manually holding it shut. The human leader's exasperation was on full display, adding color to an otherwise tense and sober moment. Having been booted from FTL transit on the system's fringes, the drones dispensed ammo on the disruptors to ensure that they wouldn't impede backup. That allowed them to tunnel slightly closer, before planet-based gravity distortions interrupted their progress again. Ship signatures appeared, warping in behind the UN Armada from the direction they came. More automated foes crawled out of the woodwork throughout the system, thousands upon thousands of them waiting. There was also a colossal amount of hostiles marching out from the desert world. Attempts to hail the foreign faction went unanswered. The Terrans even flashed blinking lights from the hull, in case traditional communications weren't working for some reason. Our enemies zipped towards the SC fleet, this time not hiding that their guns were primed for the kill. While prepping for combat, our forces spared a few resources towards scouring the system for signals and trying to crack their encryption. Running their language through a translator matrix could help us gather intel, perhaps learning more about the attacks on civ kits and the OSAs. However, there was nothing of use that we could pick up, besides the standard background radiation and our internal signals. Why are these people so hostile to us, so adamant about driving anyone out of the system without any communication attempts? It was evident that these murderer aliens had been expecting our return, judging by the uptick in ships stationed here. They started off by slinging particle beams, but the Terran spacecraft on the front lines were generating strong magnetic fields, which could separate the charged rays. General Naltor was taking notes about the SC's capabilities, just as he had during the general strategy briefing. It was a test of hurling offensive weapons at each other and seeing if they could be parried or deflected. The enemy had numbers, having anchored themselves deeply to the system. Ambassador Loxal should lose whatever attachment he had to this world in a hurry. Our own particle beams were encountered by plasma or magnetic shielding, rather being absorbed by what appeared to be a layer of liquid armor. Our weapons' power frizzled within the water, as the simple medium scattered their heat. The battle of engineering appeared to be at a stalemate so far, with each party finding a unique counter. Only predators could create such dastardly weapons, Loxwell brayed, paws flying away from his snout. They dreamed up these same base horrors as you. This is hunter against hunter, a contest of trickery. How primal. This can't be my life. I want out. Timefor raised a hand. These aliens are clever, Loxel. They figured out their own way to oppose our particle beams, but we have other weapons. The question is really who has the best weapon. Bring out the antimatter, launch them at the planet and hope it falls from the heavens like rain. That is not how we operate. Even if they did with the Osas, if they somehow aren't behind the Osas' deaths, then that's not a signal that we want to send about our terms of engagement. Do you kill your prey or by being boring? Because I'm about to drop dead. Dead, I say. You do that, Onzo heckled from the audience, in silence. Iver's comments about whoever would deliver the weapon that turned the tide rang true. Someone needed to score a major blows. These enemies must have the force to at least whittle us down with their superior numbers. In any other system, throwing 20,000 SE drones would be enough to overrun the place. But this region of space was fortified to the teeth. As we crested to closer distances, each side tested the other's ionic shields and armor with plasma and point defense against mini missiles. The deciding factor was indeed their home advantage. The terrain being familiar to our foes. The asteroid belt, and I mean all of it, came to life with tens of thousands of giant rocks chucked at us with slingshots.
"Hey, that's our move,"
Dustin protested as the SC drones reacted to the barrage of space rocks flying in all directions.
"Maybe humans aren't the craziest ones out there."
Zoc gave him a perplexed glance.
"The hostiles threw the plurality of their asteroid belt at you, and that's your reaction? What do you want me to say? That we probably don't have enough explosive firepower or time to break them all up." "I see drones desperately firing away from the ships and weaving all about to avoid space rocks. How am I supposed to believe that you can protect the seer when you're getting rolled?"
The human's lips curved down.
"There's always a bigger fish, Zoc. They're formidable, but we've ended bigger fish before, with a lot less at our disposal."
"Well, I appreciate an attempt at a reliable metaphor. I wouldn't go comparing yourself to fish. On Ivana, all fish get eaten by us," Naltor quipped.
"Fine, there's always a bigger bison, and I'm looking right at him. Ha ha, our feathered nerd."
I looked towards the screen with worried eyes. "Is now the time for jokes and banter?"
"Gallows humor, Tassie,"
Dustin sighed.
"Beats doom spiraling, doesn't it?"
I couldn't help but to doom spiral as the enemy seized our automaton's moment of weakness. Our formation was scattered across all three axes, but each feed showed them under a similar asteroid siege. Recognizing that the Terran-led craft were on the back foot, the hostiles made use of their greater numbers at last. They hurled themselves at our front lines, ramming tactics that piled onto the existing debris barreling down on us. Our drones were being beaten into submission, flinging antimatter missiles at asteroids and foe alike. The SC dispatched their nanodrones to attack by the thousands cuts, but dust guns smited these with equally small particles. Larger ships' shielding could burn them in a heartbeat, yet the tiniest vessel struggled to reckon with them. Clearly our enemies had a rotating arsenal for every situation. Asteroids crashed over the paltry physical shields, rendering them ineffective in blocking incoming fire. The humans looked a bit disheartened, seeing that the hostiles had an answer for every punch they threw. Not hesitating to bring all of their friends to the party, space stations nestled within the asteroid belt revved to life. The enemy dumped warheads into our faces as well, just as our casualties were teetering on the edge of catastrophic count. The Sapien Coalition was getting hit with everything under the ice shelf all at once. I wasn't even sure our nemesis had shown their entire hand, but they didn't need to. Feeds across the drone fleet were going dead, limiting the rapidly alternating angles. Lights blinked out on the space map's display feed. The humans aren't going to be able to avenge the Sifkits or the Osers today. This is a swift, devastating loss. We can't take them on their own turf, and I'm not sure we could, even outside of their territory. Kinetics, lasers, particle beams, missiles, and asteroids vanquished SC vessels one by one. Despite their last gasp of resistance, for all of Dustin's gallows humor, I could see the human was internally doom-spiraling, fearing a war on a scale of one they had put to bed 23 years ago. Ambassador Loxwell flopped on the floor as the last feed went dead amid a sea of debris that marked all that was left of our fleet. The Sapien Coalition had some hard questions to ask themselves about how they could stand up to an enemy on this level, and to consider whether it is worth it to engage at all. End of chapter. Chapter 35. It was unspeakably cold throughout every nerve. I could feel the power leaving the breaths from my lungs and the life leaking onto the floor below. It was slipping away so quickly. A rapid drain from my insides. Multiple wounds had perforated my abdomen. Life was so fragile. I tried to claw my way up to find something to say, but shock was taking over. I was hanging onto consciousness by a thread. The governor had to know what would become of the galaxy and humanity in my stead. There had to be something better than this. A sudden eruption of violence and outrage. I had so many regrets, not the least of which was what happened to Earth. I begged her to reach out and find peace with the Arkasaur. I could feel her touch on my back and my head, but it was distant, fading fast. Spend the final strength to make eye contact to see what she sees. The Vendal's own blood was mixing with mine. There was a glaze in her eyes, almost masking the concern with remoteness. She had been a good friend to us, and I hated that she'd been hurt for it. I wondered if Tava, like all the rest of her kind, thought that we were animals now. My fear of what came next warred with my desire to fight for a cause. I could feel my blood pressure dropping, and a shallowness in my lungs trying to draw air. Was there life after death, or just eternal nothing? How would it feel? Death was inevitable, of course, but I always assumed that I had more time. I didn't want my person, myself, to be gone into the wind. Everything that I was and perceived would be nothing or for all eternity. The only solace I could find was the thin hope that the future would be better, that something would change. Darkness, the prison, eyes sealed, never opening again. Irresistible to just so unspeakably tired, so weary of my burdens and this world. It's as if I'm leaving my body, stepping out of it, peaceful and frigid as ice. There is no sensation. There was a crack of light in my visual field, illuminating the darkness of unconsciousness. It battered away the gloom as an unspeakable calm washed over me. Memories and faces of people long gone rapid fire past me. I saw my grandmother knitting on the porch, smiling at me with a face I thought I'd forgotten. The moment that I'd been elected to the United Nations' highest office, full of youth and fervor. The ideas and fire for peace all rushed back in an instant. I would have teared up if I had any connection to my body. My parents stood side by side in the effervescent glow, pride in their pupils. There was a warmth in their gaze, and I could feel that it was going to be okay. My concerns for the world slipped away. It was a place I no longer belonged to. It was time to heed the Reaper's call, to join the sea of faces in the great beyond. I'll be safe and rest here. A final moment of acceptance, of triumphant euphoria, the grand finale, the last gasps of consciousness. Then there's emptiness. The lights are dimmed, as it all slips into a place where nothing exists and nothing ever will. My will and ability to process snatched from my fingers. I was no more. A cold, dark absence of personhood was all left behind when the embers settled. Time was a concept for a living. There was no thoughts or buzz in my mind, or cognizance of the experience at all. This was the end of everything. Memory transcription subject, Elias Meyer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, July 6, 2160. The sensation was as if the lights had been turned back on in a crowded attic after decades of disuse. The fog was choking when the spark poked through dormancy that couldn't be described. Only had words to express the ever-after once the gears were back in motion. To say that I felt startled and disoriented was an understatement. Nothing seemed right either. Sensations was an uncanny mess. I whirled my fingers to move, but they felt alien, rather than anything like being my own. I died. It's hard to remember. The doctors must have resuscitated me or something, but the peek behind the curtain felt so real. Why was I even afraid of dying? The serenity was unmatched. It took a moment for the world to come into focus, but there was a strangeness to processing the digital input. It felt as though visuals were being beamed to my mind, while my eyes were a mere decoy, even while they tried to mimic the real thing. The touch felt more like a vibration underneath saying something was connecting with my skin. Additionally, there was so much that I couldn't pick up. Saliva in my mouth, thirst or hunger, the temperature of the room, any aspect of breathing, or the normally unnoticed sensation of blinking. Where was the pain, too? Even with drugs, I had sustained a severe injury. Perhaps this was the afterlife, and I was in fact dead. There was no feeling of being a real flesh and blood human being. Hi, Elias. The feeling of the translator's mind warping was familiar at least, suggesting that I wasn't in the afterlife, unless there was a shared eternal paradise. I commanded my pupils to turn towards the voice, despite how focused and unnatural it felt. Fear signals knocked at my skull as I spotted a talking ant spider standing inches from my face. Reflex almost took over to swing at him. My name is Vernt. How are you feeling? I shied away from him, trying to swallow. Nothing. I can't swallow. What the feck? Where am I? What have you done to me? What are you? I told you not to get right up into his face, Vernt, a human voice said, hovering beside some holographic screen. Recognizing my own species calmed me a bit, since I was well aware of how brutal aliens could be to predators. I've known you since you were a child, and Tillfish still give me the heebie-jeebies sometimes. He's known Vernt since childhood. How fast do these Tillfish grow up? I'm sorry. I was just extremely excited about the project and the implications. I wanted to know how he'd react and handle it. I can give you a moment, Elias, or let you speak to someone else, Vernt and rambled. My eyes darted around, weariness and unease settling in. No, it's okay. Just please, tell me what happened. What is going on and, where are we? I am almost certain I died. You did. However, post-mortem, the Vendel did a scan on you, thoroughly imaging your brain. This is a Terra Technologies research lab. We replicated everything that made you yourself, down to an exact science. You have a new lease in life, with true synthetic immortality. I'm sure this feels strange, but I assure you, this version of you possesses all your attributes, memories, and neural connections. We wanted you to be the same. That revelation was like a gut punch. Hearing that I was some photocopy of Elias Mayer, and that the genuine human being had passed away on the streets of Vendel Prime. I threw my legs over the bed in a blinding panic, trying to figure out what the hell I was. My brain, thought processor, I supposed, refused to accept that I was feeding wasn't real. The Tillfish scuttled after me as I sprinted towards a bathroom, on legs that worked, yet felt like unfinished emulations. My gaze locked on the mirror, and I stared at the familiar face. The visage was impressively lifelike, an accurate image of my true self, not some metal husk or a phony thing. Maybe I should cut the skin and see what's underneath it. It's just wires. I don't like this one, but nope. Please don't harm yourself, Vernt blurted, somehow reading my mind. That I liked even less, and I was beginning to feel like a caged animal, or better yet, an amoeba under a microscope. I wanted to make this stop. It was a nightmare. I desperately wanted to end. Breathe, relax. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I tried to draw in breath, but some emulator of my voice was all that responded. Get out of my head. I'm sorry about that. We're trying to monitor your experiences for quality assurance and to make corrections so this is less jarring for you. We can read any person's mind live now. We're just skipping the extra steps with your program. What year is it? We didn't have anything like this, and why have you done this to me? It's 2160. It's been 24 years since you passed on, which is a long time, but not as distant as it could have been. This technology could change everything. Our lives are so short, but they don't have to be. Whether you want this or not, you know that many people do. 24 years. I thought it'd be longer, but that's something. I'm amazed that humanity is alive, too. They're tampering with dangerous realms, fields that should have been left untouched. Beset by a mismatch of emotions, I returned back to a chair, cradling my head in my hands. The last time I remembered crying was when the first bomb struck Earth. Not that those were in my memories. This was overwhelming enough that I wanted to break down, but there was no tears in my unblinking eyes. God, I'd really have a predator stare now. I wished I could seal my cursed gaze shut and fade unaware back into the dark. Thanks to the utter lack of breathing, it was also the faint cues that I was suffocating. The more time progressed, the more strongly it felt that I was constantly holding my breath while diving underwater. In the surreality of my present form, it was all I could do not to scream and succumb to mania. "You want to read my mind, Vert? I never asked for, or agreed to this. I think you should have let me rest in peace." The toolfish's antennae scrunched in a display of concern. "We're planning on making adjustments so you'll be more comfortable. It's a learning process for all those who'll come next. If you really don't want to be involved, we can shut you off your program, Elias. I only wanted to give the hero of humanity a new lease on life." "Is that why you chose me?" Damn, self-preservation. "This is horrid. Yet I don't want to die again. To return to non-existence." I tried not to focus on what was missing from the current stimuli, and to train my thoughts on what he was saying. Through the blame, in my adult faculties, I felt a flicker of sympathy. "Because you think I deserve better?" "I have a lot of reasons, but that's one of them. Look, now that this technology is out there, people are going to use it. I want it to be done right, humanely. You're the right person to speak to the galactic community and lobby for ethical standards and civil liberties. Where digital minds can be installed, minimum standards for comfort, and citizenship privileges." I cast a cold stare at them. "Can you turn me off at will? Control this body remotely?" "I assure you we won't do that. It'll be the same thing as murder or coercion of any other sapient, and I hope you believe that I wouldn't do that." The human from earlier spoke in a raspy voice that sounded a bit wild, yet distinctly familiar. He sported a welding mask obscuring his features. "You're free of so many of the burdens of being human, ones that I dream of escaping. You can change your face if it disgusts you, and you can't feel pain. Your brain, your body won't break, and we never have to lose anyone again. Don't you see the chance you've been given?" My facial cues seemed responsive, down to the most minuscule muscles. I slanted my eyebrows inward. "I know you. Your voice." "No, you don't. It's understandable with all of this that you're latching onto something familiar. Chalk it up to a technical glitch and move on." "It's not that, Marcel Fraser. It might have been decades to you, but it's been 2 weeks since I remember speaking to you and your friend." "You're delusional. That person died years ago," he hissed. His hands flew upwards before he stormed out of the room. With an exasperated sigh, I turned towards the Vent, frowning. "With everything going on, I don't appreciate the attempt to gaslight me. I know that was him. What happened?" "A single-minded focus on bringing back that friend," the toolfish sighed. "It's a long story. I apologize for his behavior. I assure you I have no intentions of violating your autonomy or doing anything other than helping you acclimate." "I feel half human at best," I groaned. "You've got to make some changes." "We can make improvements. Give it a few days to see what you adjust to and what's vital to enter in. The only features missing are things that don't add much to the human experience. You can choose to end this at any time, but what's the harm in giving it a shot? What do you say?" I mulled it over, circling back to how it had felt when my brain gave out. I was the only being that could describe what it was like on the other side. After a short duration of having returned to the physical world, being shut down was a frightening prospect. It wasn't like I'd expected to wake up back up, but this was a second chance that could also be given to many others. Others would suffer as I was now. If I wasn't the one willing to stick it out and iron out the rough edges, this might be the opening of Pandora's box. But as Vern pointed out, it wasn't like it could be sealed shut again. "Someone will have to be a guinea pig, but maybe I can steer the technology towards being a force for positive change. It is remarkable how far we've come in such a short time." "Well, I would like to hear what's become of humanity, and frankly, how the hell we managed to survive. Things look pretty bleak in my last days," I responded aloud. "I'd also like to hear all of your reasons for reviving me. You implied there were quite a few, and I want all your cards on the table." "Not getting anything by you, am I?" The toolfish mandibles clacked, apparently a laughing gesture. His compound eyes focused on me. "One thing at a time. There was a lot that happened, or was discovered after you, untimely demise. For starters, we learned you humans were hardly the only omnivores." That got my unyielding attention, as I couldn't believe what I heard. "What?" "Yeah. The Federation cured any meat-eaters, which means they genetically installed allergies to animal flesh, and then overhauled their culture to fit their ideology. My species is one of the former omnivores, and I chose to go back to it, since I moved to Earth as soon as I reached adulthood. I sort of have an obsession with humans and how you work."
Noted.
I took a moment to digest what he said. Somehow, being talked about like nothing more than a machinery wasn't the most shocking element. I'd have to get used to that, at any rate, since I was a literal machine now.
They hated omnivores. They wanted us dead for being predators of God. Did they cure humanity?
But no, it was more that it proved your buddy was Isif's side of things. Their starvation attempts went far beyond you and the Oxal. You were just the failures. I mean, they did try to cure some abducted humans in the mid-20th century.
I beg your pardon?
Don't worry. The fossil failed for centuries because they couldn't figure out B12 deficiency. Oh, and to be clear, they targeted real herbivores too. You should see what the Vendel look like now that humanity uncrippled them. They're quite the opposite of the skittish species you knew. Would you like to see a picture of Tava's unmothered daughter? The gears in my head were grinding to a halt as the information overload was beating me down.
Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not?
Burnt handed me a holopad, revealing an image of a much older Governor Tava. Her snout fur was turning white. The human that she was with made me do a double take, as I recognized a graying Ambassador Noah Williams cozied up next to her. That made me reevaluate exactly why Tava had rescued the astronaut who made first contact as our ambassador, despite how nervous she'd been around him in the initial stages. I didn't know if robots could get whiplash, but I was definitely feeling it. My focus shifted to the two fully grown children, one human and one Vendel. The young female had a nose on her snout and was wearing running shoes at the end of her perfectly straight legs.
Send the governor and ambassador my regards, I managed. If it wouldn't weird them out too much. I would love to get in touch.
Burnt took his holopad back, compound eyes gleaming. You'll be able to contact anyone you like. Sorry for giving you robot whiplash. Elias, we were just trying to fill you in. Long story, we found out that the feds were hiding their true power to appear weak, and were colluding with the Arxor to keep the war going forever. Humanity fought to get an alliance, and with lots of help, took the conspiracy down. In the end,
right. So we won. We took down the Federation. Then what?
The Federation splintered into many groups. Humanity leads a group of 80-odd species called the Sapient Coalition, trying to plant the seeds of peace and equality. However, we presently need help from other parties to stand with us, not to alarm you, but there seems to be a malevolent entity just outside our space, and our clashes with them don't bode well.
A sense of dread festered within my mind, an all too familiar sensation. Who exactly is this malevolent entity?
We don't know. They shoot everything that moves, and we think they perpetuated a genocide against another predator species homeworld. I'll get you briefed on specifics, but it's bad news. So we need everyone, from the neutral shield to the malign but reformed Arxor, and the predator-hating Federation Light to team up. That's the main reason the UN wants you back in the game.
I pointed a finger at my chest, scoffing. What on earth does that have to do with me?
You have goodwill with just about everyone, including the Arxor. You're used to assuaging predator fears, and you're practiced at getting help in impossible circumstances. Elias, you were a diplomat that wanted peace, but made the hard decisions.
I'm a cyborg replica of myself, and you think anyone would want to parley with me in this state?
It'll be rough for a few Fed loyalists to worry about your instincts when you don't eat and can't feel hunger.
The Federation thinks hunting is hardwired into our brains, Vernd. This is all too much. I want to be alone, please.
The tollfish patted my hand with a grasper before moving away. Of course, take all the time you need. Think it through. Let yourself get accustomed to everything I threw at you. There'll be a short scuttle away.
As soon as the insectoid departed from the room, I searched for anything to cover my eyes, ensuring that I could see only shadows. The changes since my time frame of references were drastic, though there were a few things I could take solace in. Humanity finding friends and a place in the galaxy, as well as vanquishing the immediate threats of bigotry, were positives. The fact that Chief Hunter Isif had let Earth return to full autonomy and succeeded in his ideals of reforming the Arxor meant that my deathbed wish had come true. It was peace between the Dominion and the Prey Folk, but it was understandable that there wasn't acceptance or immediate forgiveness. The dagger to my heart was hearing of a new war, the anti-predator madness starting all over again. I hadn't been able to fully spare Earth
despite my best efforts to make us palatable to Federation maniacs. If this was a do-over at keeping my people safe, before this war spilled onto our doorstep, I would give it my best. However, with how it strained my sanity was right now. I hoped that I could hold on to my sense of self with no wild claims to distract me. I fell into taking inventory of everything that was missing. There was no feeling from where my tongue rested against the roof of my mouth, no sense in the air, and an absolute stillness where my stomach should be rising or falling. Like Vern so amply mentioned, I had no feelings of hunger or fullness at all. Because the only insights I had now were metal rods and wires. My hand snatched up the pillow with the last semblance of control, and I screamed, perhaps hoping to run my voice ragged like a human would. But that was ineffectual as well. With attempts to regain my sense of normalcy or being alive rebuffed, I fell into a defeated, tormented silence. End of chapter. Chapter 36. Memory transcription subject Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, July 13th, 2160. The irritability coursing through my psyche was palpable. Every sound was dialed up to 11, stabbing at the core of my sensory processing. Constant awareness grated on me after days without sleep, never having any break from the stream of information I needed to digest. There was no way to shut the world off and reset, and no reprieve from the unsettling reality of my physical experience. I was curled up in a ball on the floor, rocking back and forth. I wasn't sure how much longer I could go on like this. Vern scuttled over to me in the spaceship, jostling my shoulder.
Elias, would you like to turn back from this mission?
I remember how I'd spent most of the trip standing under the water in the shower. There was a special shampoo they'd provided for synthetic hair, like a wig. I held out my phony hand and emptied most of the bottle's worth of goop, zoning out. I was trying to soak in the distant sensation of liquid running down my spine. Once upon a time, this had been the most relaxing time of my day, letting muscle tension fade away and cleansing grimy skin oils. Now, I knew neither of those two existed in my day-to-day life to assuage. Did it even matter to slap soap on some metal frame? There were no consequences of letting hygiene go by the wayside. I didn't sweat in order to start to reek, and I couldn't get skin conditions or be affected by bacteria. It could be that I was bathing out of habit, clinging to my old lifestyle, that I kept going to wash up. Perhaps the shower had become my favorite haunt because I felt disgusting with this body. Everything was a reminder that I was an inhuman scrap pile, and it was wearing on my sanity. It wasn't like anyone related to what I was going through. I used to spend so much time fussing over making my suits look crisp and perfect, immaculate ties, UN pins adjusted just right. The heavy jackets would trap my body heat in the summer. Now it no longer had that effect. I could bundle up as much as I wanted in 40 degrees Celsius heat, unless there was some limit that would fry my circuits. Crap, I might not need a spacesuit in the vacuum of space. I couldn't freeze or suffocate, after all. Being left out in the void for all eternity didn't sound that much different from my present experience. I hate what I've become. I hate what they've done to me. All I do is think, and every part of my new self lives in the uncanny valley. There's nothing positive. Maybe it's time to call it, death was better than this. I can't bear another day of this hell.
Hey, stay with me. Distractibility, depression, being unable to maintain concentration. These are natural consequences of sleep deprivation. I'm surprised it carries over without physical mechanism to grow tired. But I'm working on a sweet suit, I promise, Burns said, glossy eyes staring at me. I groaned, I'm not tired, but it's just non-stop. I'm having trouble remembering what I read.
Here, I'm going to try a temporary fix. You look like you need it. I don't want you to suffer. Just turning you off and on isn't the same. I'm going to emulate GABA. Shut off the optic senses, decrease the activity in your prefrontal cortex, and simulate delta waves for an hour. We can see if it somewhat fills the need for deep sleep, okay? Relaxation, no processing. Worth a shot, right? I nodded mutely, staying in the fetal position. I didn't have the will to move, and I didn't want to get my hopes up that Vern's plan would be any mercy. The sensation of the tollfish tinkering with my settings was strange, as if my brain was being overridden in the moment. There was no process of falling asleep to give it an air of naturalness. Suddenly, I was blind, trapped in the darkness, and a modicum of drowsiness kicked in, limiting my movement. Thoughts died down, offering much-needed relief. I faintly wished I could remain in this state. When I came to, there was a sudden influx of information as the rest mode was switched off. It was hardly a seamless waking, but I'd take it. Peace in my own head was something I'd never take for granted again. I hadn't thought myself to be a weak-minded individual, but I hadn't realized how much it wore on you, feeling out of place in your own body every waking second and not trusting your senses. Brain functions had been restored enough that I could get a grip of myself and rise in my disheveled state. A peek out the window revealed we'd completed our intra-atmosphere transit to the Dirtian embassy. I rubbed my eyes on reflex, but there were no gifts from the Sandman there.
Why couldn't you have added everything to start off with, Bernd?
The humans I talked to said they wouldn't want to sleep unless they had to. I put the most focus on your emotional matrix and your facial expressiveness, since I thought that has the highest importance of what makes you human, the tollfish replied.
You could have made it at least optional.
I sent the option to your holopad for the future, to trigger this program for as long as you'd like. This is a learning process, and I'm sorry if anything's off. All trial and error here, but it's only going to get better. That's the positive.
There are a lot of patches needed. For starters, you're missing 2 of the senses, taste and smell. In spite of that, even since I walked past the Terra Technology staff eating tater tots, I've been craving them at random intervals. I'm not hungry. I can't consume food.
Predator's instincts, Vern teased. The Federation was right.
I'm serious. Why on earth would that be a thing? I literally can't satisfy it, so it's almost cruel.
It's psychological, Elias. I looked into it further after I saw it in your transcript. When humans are under a lot of stress or otherwise feeling down, you seek dopamine from food. It's something familiar that activates your memories and promised emotional comfort. That's why you have the phrase comfort food.
I can already see how the Federation remnants would spin that. A predator's so-called emotions are tied to food and simulate appetite to fulfill their whims.
You seem in better spirits. To add to your improved mood, we announced the success of your memory transplant to the world. The response was overwhelmingly positive. History looked back fondly on you. You got a lot of well wishes, and I was able to get almost all of your social media reactivated. At least the platforms that are still active.
I am allowed to share my honest experiences.
Bernd eased out of the shuttle, into the sunlight. Cameras were waiting, causing me to stiffen. Of course you can. I'm not here to muzzle you, my friend. Quite the opposite, in fact. I want your experiment documented as thoroughly as possible. You're the spokesperson for... I shielded my face from the reporters, who were lobbing questions.
What is this? I don't have a prepared statement. This is an ambush.
Terra Technologies has a mission of transparency and improving sapiens' quality of life through digital means. We had to announce such a monumental breakthrough, but you're under no obligation to speak with them. Good. A warm voice chimed in from next to me, making me jump. The poor guy's come back from the dead, Vernt. Give him a break. He's here to speak with the Dirtian Forum and their ambassador for some semblance of his own life. I turned my head, beaming as I recognized her.
Erin, that's Secretary General Keimpfer, isn't it? You moved up in the world. The United Nations is in good hands.
It's good to see you, Elias. I bawled my eyes out at your funeral. You cared so much for peace and taking the high road. There isn't a person out there who could have handled first contact with more grace. You inspired me, and an entire generation of future diplomats. I embraced Erin, who'd once been a passionate SETI researcher, giving me all of the bad news about aliens. As we flailed about in the dark to save humanity and adjust to the galaxy, finally acquiring a few friends, she'd become my Secretary of Alien Affairs. I trusted her to do whatever it took to stabilize our extraterrestrial relations. It was a bit of a relief to see a positive reaction from someone I knew. I wasn't sure how my friends would take my return, but I hadn't been expecting a welcome with open arms. It brought me solace and comfort to know about the legacy I'd left behind, and the ripple effects my tenure had on the United Nations. It's strange to see how much she's aged. It'll be the reality of anyone that used to be an acquaintance of mine. The alarm bells pinging in my head faded into the backdrop, and I forgot that the wind gusting against my face only felt like a dull push. My mind slipped away from food cravings that failed to get my mouth to water, how there was no feeling of tightness from my dress shoes, and the stillness of my non-existent diaphragm. I was simply happy to see someone I cared about and enjoyed working with in my old life. There was safety in having a person I trusted to be on my side. My brain snapped back into diplomat mode, boarding into a familiar flow of conversation. If I had nothing else, I still had my social skills, an ability to navigate various cultures. So the Dirty Informer agreed to meet with the two of us. They know about the Civ Kid attack, but not the full threat, I spoke aloud after breaking away from a rather soul-affirming embrace. I read the strategy meetings for briefing them, and I'm on board to appeal to nostalgia. Humanity saving their homeworld was after my time, but close enough to it that I could serve as a reminder. A blast from the past. Erin nodded, her security forming a wall between us and the cameras as we walked towards the embassy. I always wondered what you'd think of modern Vienna, Elias. All of the aliens willing to be here on our world and to treat us like people. Friendship used to seem like a pipe dream. We were happy if they had allowed us to exist, tolerate us to that extent. Look at us now. I almost gave up hoping that they could care about us, or stand beside us at all. We couldn't do it alone then. It's time we remember to stand together, to rise to the occasion once more. I can't bear the thought of anything threatening our home, or our friends. I saw enough needless death 24 years ago.
That pain is a lot more recent to you. It's completely okay to be wrestling with grief. 1 billion of ours died.
We didn't become the monsters they thought we were, and we pulled through. We revealed their hatred and treachery, and have chosen a future set on rectifying every right they trampled. I always mourn what we lost, but I've never been more proud of humanity in my life.
Kaimpa patted my shoulder. You sound like yourself, my dear old friend. It's very good to have you back. You were much better at smiling while they spit in your face than I ever was. Let's do what's necessary to get the ball rolling with the shield.
I'm right behind you.
The exterior of the Dirtian embassy had a distinct construction style, with metal and concrete forming the bulk of the outside structure. On Kalqua, sturdiness was the foremost of their priorities. Winds on a normal day could ratchet up to what we'd consider a tropical storm, according to my brief review of their culture. The door was evidently heightened to facilitate foot traffic from humans, despite the exit hatches on the upper floor which seemed to be frequented by the avian staff. Their personnel could literally fly away during an emergent situation. I tailed Kaimpa into the body and noted how much of the inside floor was concrete as well. It was resilient and easy to clean, a perfect surface to avoid being marred by talons. Most of the grey avians used perches instead of chairs, with several staffers working on paperwork at their desks. In private areas, some met with any humans who had business with the Dirtian Forum. The lack of reaction to a predator's approach was new to me, but a welcome change. Kaimfa confidently led the way to an elevator, which had the English and German words for welcome to the Dirtian embassy written above the opening. The generic shield logo was painted on both sides of the door, and emblazoned with a representation of Kalqua. There were no buttons inside, apart from the emergency exit. A camera surveyed us, before a watching staffer summoned the car upwards. I felt a jolt as we reached the top floor.
To be visited by 2 Secretary Generals, one of whom is a ghost. Let me express the Dirtian Forum's honor and delight. Not, of course, that I don't cherish Ambassador Hannah Marston's visit. A silver-feathered head poked out of a door at the end of the hallway, past a spacious lounge. His beak was a precise yellow of corn. Please come in and make yourself at home. Can I get you anything to drink? Kaimpa shuffled forward, giving me a knowing look. Water would be lovely for me. Thank you for the warm welcome, Ambassador Korojan.
I second that gratitude. Enchanted to meet you. I'm sure you know, but I'm Elias Mayer.
Taking a gamble that the ambassador was more than acquainted with our customs, I extended a hand. Korojan strode forward with confidence and staring my palm in his wingtip.
We appreciate you taking the time to sit with us, Ambassador.
Just Korojan,
the avian said, feeding my artificial hand with undeniable curiosity. He finally released my grip and waited for us to get seated.
There is no need for formalities, especially when I'm in such esteemed company. What can I do for you?
We've come to seek your assistance in the fight against the Sivkit's assailants. The Sapien Coalition needs allies to back us against these menaces, Kaimfa stated. Any help? Any help that we can get will make a difference.
I see. I heard about your unfortunate defeat in your prior engagement, but I don't see how it involves or concerns us. The Dirtian, as you well know, aren't in the position we used to be. We've turned our focus inward for years, shoring up our defenses to watch out for our beloved planet. The potential benefit it might offer you is so negligible that it's hardly worth increasing our vulnerability. The risk far outweighs the rewards for any party. I studied the avian, careful to avoid a direct stare.
I understand that is a lot to ask. However, small bits of help from across the shield can accumulate to be a massive difference maker. We want to stop this genocidal force from getting anywhere near Kalqua. If we play our cards right, you won't need defenses.
Elias, sorry. May I call you Elias?
Corrigan asked, continuing after I nodded.
We're of course concerned to have a predatory species with such power and intentions outside our known terrain. They bear a striking resemblance to the Arxar, and my government does appreciate the advance warning from the SCs that we can make preparations. Yet the Forum is concerned by several of your recent initiatives, which would make us doubly unwilling to back your cause.
Go on. What initiatives have you unsettled you?
I hope he doesn't mean me. With resurrecting dead humans, that'd hit close to home. And I don't know how to defend it.
Perhaps we can clear up our rationale and intentions, ensuring that there are no misunderstandings.
I hope I'm not impolite to point it out, but my government is beginning to see a pattern in your recent connections to carnivores. The Sapien Coalition is attempting to uplift on one race, despite we all know what happened on Riss, and has brought them into the mix while they are at war with each other. We are also aware of these Osers, a race you are resurrecting to live among you, despite having no idea what they're capable of. Present company excluded, species that eat meat are not trustworthy types. These Osers are weapons. Look at the fangs.
Anything is a weapon in the wrong hands. Respectfully, we don't feel that it's right to judge a species for their diet. If I'm not mistaken, your own kind were once omnivores, Corrigan.
The Dirtian fluttered his wings in acknowledgement.
The Federation changed us greatly. Some things for the better, others to erase our intellect. We're an individualist species, and they tried to make us what do you humans call it, a hive mind? Hive minds, of course, are fiction, yet they tried to make it real. Still, sometimes when you're changed enough, it makes it impossible to go back to how things were.
I of all people grasp that sentiment, I sighed without moving an abdominal muscle, reflecting on how my life would never be the same in this state. We believe all sapiens deserve a chance at life and happiness. Equality isn't a principle we withhold based on any factor, and we don't change species to fit our own whims.
This is why we are content with our relations as is, separate, so that we're not connected to your disputes or obligated to get involved. The Dirtian will always have differences between what are considered acceptable behaviors and our guiding principles and overarching goals.
Kaimfa tapped her fingers on her knee. Regardless, our choices with the Bisons and Osers will have no impact or tangible effects on the Dirtian, nor is it a reason to shy away from protecting herbivores, the mandate that led to you to stand up to the Federation in the past.
That cost us everything. Kalqua took a beating worse than Earth did. We don't set out to attract the ire of powerful enemies these days.
We saved Kalqua. We were there when you needed our help to keep your innocence safe, I reminded him, knitting my eyebrows with earnestness. We answer when others call for our help to stay alive. The Dirtian know that drives us to answer the bell. Isn't that worth a smidge of reciprocation?
If Earth, or for that matter, Lian, were under siege, we would come. However, it appears to us that you entered their territory, not the other way around.
Think of the types of species, no, the kind of government that were glass worlds. The old-school Arxar Dominion, the Gaussian Shadow Caste when they were defied, the Crocodile extermination fleet because they hated us. That's what we see in the Osers.
and the gluttonous killing of civilians while refusing to speak. We can't turn a blind eye.
I'm sorry, Elias. Even if I wanted to help you, I don't have the authority. I'm expressing my government's position, and I've been told the Dirtian Forum isn't going to war under any circumstances. I apologize that I can't be of more use, and regret if you might feel your time is being squandered, leaving empty-handed.
I shared a look with Kaifa, recognizing that we had been stonewalled. There was an implication in Korojan's last statement that the discussion on this matter was over. The Forum hadn't given him any negotiating room, so I didn't get the sense that I could do better than asking for him to take a message. If this was the most friendly party that we'd be interacting with, I wasn't off to a good start wrangling support for an alliance. There were a few other shield races we could try, but an endorsement from the founders might have gotten the whole union on board. We had to find another angle. Negotiating with the Fed remnants would be impossible without the shield as an intermediary.
Of course we don't feel that way. The back and forth was enlightening, productive communication. As much as humanity would love to stand side by side in this endeavor, I offered. We appreciate you hearing us out, and do hope you'll pass along our rationale to the Forum for clarity.
I will, the Dirtian responded. Your words, as always, deserve to be heard and treated with respect.
Kaifa followed my lead, rising as I stood.
Korojan, I want you to know I deeply appreciate what you said about coming to Earth's aid should we ever fall on hard times. That stood out to me as a reason why our cooperation is so precious and beautiful.
I agree wholeheartedly. I do wish you the best of luck in your future engagements. My people hope you emerge victorious.
Thank you. Our door will always be open if you have a change of heart.
In my mind, I had already vacated the Dirtian embassy, but it was necessary to retrace my steps to depart the ambassador's office. Aliens were much more diplomatic in rebuffing us now than in my area, which was the proper way to express disagreements between nations. It wasn't lost on me that the differences in behaviors and principles Korojan meant were things such as hunting, omnivory, accepting carnivores, exterminators, and predator disease facilities. The Forum still clung to much of their old lifestyle. The Grey Avian had stated that some Federation changes were for the better. That was telling about how much of their ideology they had yet to shed.
Forgive my impertinence, but before you go, Elias, may I ask a personal inquiry?
It's not on behalf of my government, Korojan called, as our shoes cleared the threshold of his office. I turned around, giving him an encouraging smile.
Of course, go ahead.
But what was it like to die, to be dead?
It wasn't like anything. I was a singularity of all outcomes. All I ever was, all I ever could be, condensed to nothing. There were no words to describe emptiness and infinite rest. It's a peace that knows no equal.
The Dirtian dipped his head.
Thank you. It gives me some personal solace to know my daughter is resting peacefully. She died in so much pain after only a short period of remission. If you excuse me, I will leave you in peace,
Kaifa replied, softness in her voice. I folded my hands behind my back, mulling over the choked-up ambassador's words. How could I let a few days of mental suffering defeat me, when kids suffered through such terrible diseases, never getting to reach adulthood? This program could give children like Korojan's daughter a chance to grow up and be a kid, free from pain. As soon as I was alone, I knew I'd be cast back into a maddening state of consciousness, with my brain struggling to stay tethered to this reality. Where I'd been ready to give up before Vern's quick fix, the avian story made me want to remain in the fight. The Tillfish had been right. There was the potential for the technology that had brought me back to do a lot of good and save others a great deal of heartbreak and suffering. No personal sacrifice was too great to ensure that one day no parent would ever have to bury their child. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time July 15th, 2160. With boot camp completed, I was free to leave the base in my off-duty hours. My plan for the rest days was to wander the city with Gress, who was eager to see Leka and Jufra after weeks separated. His daughter had loved the idea of staying on the human planet,
so we were heading to a hotel room where his ex-wife had planned a faceless handoff. The Krev hadn't let me out of his sight since my abduction, because we'd yet to receive any leads on Mafani's hideout. Where could that former Black Ops prick even be hiding, and why couldn't Gress's contacts locate him? My exchange partner was worried the rescue would come back for me, and honestly, I shared those fears. I was jumpy and worried about going anywhere nobody had eyes on me. It was a waiting game to see my persecutors get their comeuppance, and my patience was waning. General Radai was meticulous with his planning instead of pressing our advantage, before they'd have a chance to send another round of ships into our space. On the subject of lingering fears, when an armada 20,000 strong burst into Telus' space, it had brought back memories of how the exterminator fleets had come to Earth. The greatest insult was that the bastards had figured out drones, most likely from studying my own species, so they weren't pushovers that we could use psychological warfare against anymore. Despite the advancement, the consortium vanquished them. My faith was restored. It's a cause for celebration. The scales, pun intended, are tipped in our favor. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the threefold decapitation strike to make the month-long journey. Fighting a war across great distances will require patience. Persistence, some might say. We hadn't found too many hints in the wreckage, as the drone parts began to disintegrate almost as soon as their seams were undone. In my mind, there was no doubt that they'd used our technology to some extent. Why worry about the feckless crews when computers could do their dirty work? What we knew for certain was that their trails led back towards Federation's border, which left me wondering if our first strike didn't need to include the civ kits. This all started with their arrival, so they must be the root of this conflict. Whatever General Radai might have thought, this proved that destroying their fleet was the right decision. Who knew what kind of intel they might have gotten if we spoke to them or allowed them any closer to our new home? As much as I loved spending time with my Krev friend, perhaps the only person I'd ever felt close to, no day-wandering Telus with Leka could have a guarantee of safety, not until we convinced those Fedi bastards not to come knocking on our doors.
I heard Quana was going on a tour of the caverns. She wanted to see how you lived. Told Charissa was insightful to witness the species' conditions with your own eyes, Gress said.
As we ascended in the hotel elevator, I tilted my head. You two talked, voluntarily. Quana's been less hostile since she was given the clearance to take Mafani out, but
I overheard her talking with Charisse. Your Jaslev friend was interested in seeing the vault of your keepsakes from Earth. My guess is she likes the idea of making one for Esquire.
Jaslev's had time to safeguard their artifacts and planned the transition. I'm not sure what they need a vault for. They have more than fecking pictures and empty memories.
Begrev looked at me with sad eyes as the doors opened. If we win this war, or are able to stop Isol, maybe we could save a few artifacts. There has to be something, even if it's at the bottom of the ocean, that we can save. I want to help Taylor. My heart breaks for you and your people.
I know, I'm just backed up, and I don't know what I believe, other than I don't deserve you. Now history is me turning on you, doubting you, assaulting you.
You gave me a chance to get it right, like I couldn't all those years ago. I'm going to save you as many times as it takes, even if it's from yourself. You can't push me away, or hide how you really feel.
How do I really feel, Gress?
You turned on me because you trusted me and were willing to be vulnerable. Because we care deeply about each other. You express pain by blowing up, so you don't have to admit it to yourself.
It's not blowing up. I want to do something with my feelings.
There are other ways.
That's a nice statement from Captain Obvious, though he made it sound quite cryptic. Is there something more he's not saying? Gress steered me down the hallway as I continued on in silence. We unlocked the door to Leka's room, and my leg was immediately latched onto by little Krev. Her claws tore the fabric of my jeans, which caused her father to wince. The kid didn't notice at all, instead bouncing up and down with excitement. Juva crawled back into his cage and began shaking it from the inside. Of course, the Oba was acting possessed at the mere sight of me. He was basically a Fed. If it hadn't been for how distraught Gress told me he was, putting his first Oba down, I'd suggest you give this primate some night-night syrup. There were better pets out there.
Daddy, Daddy,
Lekka finally released me, diving on top of her father's tail. Who made her so hyper?
tell me something cute about the humans.
Grace cast a sly glance at me. Let's see. Their celebrities walk down red carpets at big events, and prance right down the fancy color strip.
I want to see. If I make one for Taylor, can he walk down it? He has to show me.
Taylor would love to, wouldn't he? Absolutely not, I protested. What next? Do I have to get petted by you?
You don't have to, but I figured out a way that humans will pay me to pet them. I hear you like massages. If I run a massage parlor in Tellus, work would just be petting humans for hours. Might go for it after the war.
You can't be serious, Chris.
That sounds like a great job, Daddy,
Lekka cheered.
That's what I want to do. I can't believe we used to be scared of them. They're so squishy and adorable.
Yeah, I think I'm done with this conversation. Call me back when you figure out where Lekka wants to go. I'll occupy myself snooping through your things. Juvra poked his head out the cage as I ambled away, baring his teeth while on all fours. I found myself imagining the ogre painted in clown makeup. Perhaps I could persuade Grace's daughter to do that to him, not knowing the true meaning. I rolled my hands into fists, faked a sad expression, then flapped them around near my eyes in mock crying. The primate made the motions of lunging at me, and I leapt away with a hint of fright. My friend's worthless pet settled back on his haunches and snickered in his shrieking register. Demon! Diabolical little crap! I'm gonna rattle his cage in the middle of the night, right when he's sleeping. I took a closer look around the hotel, checking out the accommodations that visitors to Tellus would have. We had more guests on our world than Ark settlers. The Ober backpack Grace mentioned was sitting out on the couch, revealing a pop-up book about us for kids. I tugged the print media out, but was too lazy to get a visual translator to read the simplistic words. One picture showed a human kid playing on a swing set, and the child appeared on the next slide wearing a triangular hat and blowing out birthday candles. I turned the page, finding images of jump rope and hopscotch. My hand slammed the book shut, feeling a bit deflated. We'd never done those kinds of things when I was a child in the caverns. Our circumstances robbed me of almost every fun experience I could have had. I suppose this hardcover was about how human kids played, so that sated my curiosity. Perhaps it would have been better if I hadn't been reminded about certain parts of our culture that I missed out on. Then again, it was never too late to start playing around and having fun, right? Something on the floor caught my eye. I reached my hand beneath the couch, pulling out some kind of puzzle cube. Well, what do we have here? I picked up a four-sided figure with a few movable L-shapes fitted on the outside. Noticing a faint aroma, I brought it to my nose. It smelled fruity, and I wondered if this was some kind of inverse puzzle version of a ring pop. I shook it, feeling and hearing something inside. Gotcha. Let's see how to get this open. It's like a Rubik's Cube with an actual incentive. I rotated the L pieces enough to free the one side, working to shift the square underneath it to an upper layer. Getting parts of the cube to flip into the outer shell was easy, but the gaps were only big enough to jam my pinky into. It made a bit of a lattice pattern. I tried attacking it from two sides, freeing part of each surface. The contraption still defied me. Growing from frustration, I placed it in between my feet and tried to tuck it open. The commotion drew Grace and Lekka over to see what I was up to, and my crab friend immediately morphed into a melty face. He caught himself, eyes shifting back and forth in a conflicted dance. Stupid thing, can't get it open. This is a time waster. You'd have to be Einstein to solve it.
Taylor, Graf ventured, it's natural and totally okay, of course, if you would share interests with other primates, but, that's one of Juvra's toys.
I threw the cube away like a hot potato, bringing about the collision with the Ober's cage. It just looked fun, like a Rubik's Cube, but it's not solvable. Crap, I didn't know. Only Juvra would be stupid enough to keep working on this. It's a hamster wheel, man. The red-furred Ober chittered, picking up the unsolvable puzzle. Juvra began unscrewing the pieces, moving certain blocks upwards in various intervals. The primate seemed to be making tangible progress on it, and tinkered with it in silent focus. He screeched happily as he made an incision wide enough to squeeze his hand through. The monkey-like creature waved a red, powdery substance in the air. Likely the source of the sugary scent. Gress called out, "Good Ober!" There was a triumphant glint in the animal's binocular eyes, as I gestured to him in an indignant outrage. He popped the cookie in his mouth, crunching it in his molars. "That's not fair," I shouted. "The bastard could have cheated. How come Juvra could get it open like nothing? He knows some trick or gimmick you trained him in. He's mocking me, chomping away at his treat like he earned it. Circus animal, food thief, gremlin." Gress seemed at a loss for words. His tongue hung out of his mouth, twitching. "I can give you an overtreat, too."
"What? I don't want pet food. Who knows what Crab put in that? You guys eat literal rocks?"
"Because we don't have teeth. This would be perfectly edible, if that's what you're worried about. I don't want you feeling, left out. There's enough to go around, and it's not a competition." "If it's a competition, Jupiter would have won,"
Lecker said unhelpfully. I scowled at the child. "Did your father teach you to lie?" "I did most of the hard work for the damn Opa. He took what I already did."
"Which is what exactly?"
"You little—"
Gress retrieved a treat bag from the kitchen, jingling it at me. "Will one of these make you stop arguing with my daughter?" Juvra curled his lips upward, taunting me as he scooped crumbs off the floor.
"Fine, give me one, just so that no good Oba can watch me eat it. Show him his place," I huffed.
Gress's eyes lit up, though he quickly attempted to mask his happiness. The crab placed one of the cookies in my palm, and I held it up with suspicion. Maybe I should have asked if they crushed any dried insects in with the fruit paste, since I knew that was what they fed Juvra quite often. However, not wanting the pet to relish his feelings of superiority, I popped the treat into my mouth while staring right at him. My immediate instinct was to brace myself for a retching sensation, trying to hide my disgust. However, I wasn't expecting to taste fecking amazing. It was lighter than flour, singing with the juicy flavors of fruit snacks and a full sodium in the center, reminding me of salted caramel.
"Crap!"
I managed through a mouthful of food, raising my eyebrows at the crab.
"That's actually pretty good."
Lecker stomped a foot, pouting. "Why don't I get to give Taylor a treat, Daddy? You have all the fun." "Well, you can if you want some more, I guess. Just don't throw it on the floor and hand it to him," Gress ordered. I searched for a glass of water before holding up my palm.
"If you want something to hand out at Halloween, this would definitely do. Maybe keep what they are on the down low."
The crab kid pranced over to me, carrying the bag. "So you want one?"
"Unfortunately for my little remaining self-respect, yes."
"Okay then. Taylor, sit." I gaped at her.
"The fuck did you just say?"
Gress wagged a scolding claw. "Lecker, how would you feel being given commands like an animal?" "I told you, do your homework, take a bath, go to bed, as my whole life. At least he'll get something for listening."
"It's not acceptable to treat my friend, a sapient being who I care about, with respect, very much like Juvra."
"You don't care about or respect Juvra?" "That's not what I meant. I'm saying Taylor is capable of understanding much more than sit, as are you. Juvra couldn't understand the concept of do your homework, no matter the training he gets. Taylor can. It's demeaning to the humans, and not how you treat someone as an equal, a friend. I just want to take care of them and be nice. I know he can talk, but look at him."
"Lecker, what if there was someone out there who thought the same about Krev? Is it fair to disregard everything else about them?"
Gress looked flustered, but walked over to me, placing a paw on my shoulder. "To another set of species, Taylor is a terrifying monster. He lost everyone he had in his universe, because they didn't care about who he was, only what he was. How we treat people shouldn't, must not be, based on how they look to us." I lowered my head.
"Your father is right. I am a primate, but I don't want to be some caged animal that does tricks. I was that back in the cavern, growing up to follow someone else's commands. It hurt a part of my soul. Please, don't think of me as a pet. That's not being nice."
Lecker sighed before setting the treat bag down. "I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you, Taylor. Is it mean to think that you're really adorable?"
"No. It's a welcome change after being treated like a monster that didn't deserve to live, and having people cower at the mere sight of us."
"Those alien eyes are broken. I just wanted to see what you looked like sitting down or rolling over."
"You could have asked. I don't need a treat. It's enough to make you happy, as long as you don't treat me like some object to gawk at."
"Okay. Could you please sit on the floor? I like watching humans just walk around and do simple stuff. So it'd be cool and I think everything you do is adorable, if that's the reason.
I chuckled. Fine. After that, would you like to go to the playground with human kids? I saw you liked swing sets, hopscotch, and some other things. If your dad is okay with it, maybe you could try it in real life.
Really? Yes, please, Daddy. Can we?
Okay, but you're going to be very careful on the swings. I don't want you falling off, Grace responded.
Yay! Quick, Taylor, sit down so that we can get to the playground. I want to go right now. Please do that because it's nice and I'm so excited.
Deciding to humor Lekka since she was at least trying to make it a request. I flopped down on the floor. I didn't think much about how I situated myself, bending my legs and placing one foot beneath each knee, the familiar diamond shape shown by kids in a reading circle in an elementary school classroom. Grace's expression changed to an ignoring one, which meant that I'd inadvertently done something cute to him. Lekka rushed to take a picture, and I made no attempt to stop her. The crab child squealed, flailing her claws around in excitement at my mundane behavior. Well, this is a new way to make kids' day. Bye. Let's just check my notes, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Is that a normal way that humans sit? Your legs are all folded up and overlapping, Grace gushed. And your feet are like little pedestals for your knees. It'd be even cuter if you could see your wiggly toes. I facepalmed, standing up in a hurry. There is nothing special about this. You can't be serious. It's called crisscross applesauce. Even the name is the cutest thing. I heard that rhyme, and it mentions fruit mash if applesauce translated. I can imagine it smeared all over your face, replacing that fur you shave away, where you coat your chin in that white foam. That made you look more babyish than harmless. I can't. You're horrible. And how can you say I'm harmless in one sentence, then go primate so violent in the next? You know I'm not harmless because I literally whacked you over the head. I don't put continuity between one thought and the next, because I think whatever is necessary to make you precious and petable. You can't stop me. Precious? Nope. I can handle and will stop you. I'll look really sad if you use that to describe me again. I know how to hurt you. But I can hug you if you look sad, I scoffed. Playground. Now. The Krev coaxed his daughter out of the hotel room, and I thought to myself that there were worse ways to be spending his limbo, waiting for news on Mafani and the Federation. Human kids playing together with aliens hadn't been on my wildest imagination 4 months ago, but now I could watch other children have the fun times that I never experienced. That was a reason to press on and keep fighting. It was wonderful to have people in my life who cared about me, no matter what happened, and who could explore the new and improved Tellus with me. End of story. Chapter 38. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time July 20th, 2160. When the Sapien Coalition first arrived, I placed them on a pedestal, thinking that they were beyond bisons, with infallible technology and the ability to make anyone bend their will if they desired. Now, after the battle 7 days' travel outside our border, I saw them for what they were. People scrambling to find answers against a superior force and trying to rally support. They were in the same boat as Avrana, as we did what was necessary and turned to anyone who'd lend a claw. I didn't know how the humans would react from their station when the Oxal ships Kaisel had hidden in a nearby system were moved to Avrana. They might put two and two together when the collective vessels burst onto the scene by the Osa's world, which the Terrans called a pip, and declared their quarantine to be over. Bicems could receive tremendous blowback for their political move, especially depending on how the reptilians treated the herbivores. That was Nalto's domain to grapple with, however, was to offer aid to the galaxy in non-military ways, gathering support and goodwill for Avrana. I noticed that the Pelton government was unwilling to provide sanctuary for the Grand Herd, due to how little they'd shared the load of those fleeing the Oxal's forever war. Avrana had an entire continent we weren't using, Nelman, claimed by no country since the First Global War. When I voiced the idea of taking Sifkit refugees, the Lysane government loved the optics of showing that we could coexist with aliens and share what we had.
I found myself sent off on a long shuttle ride to the inside edge of Polton space, thankfully away from the front lines. Moxel accepted my invitation for a parley only after I told him that I was on my way to meet him in person. It seems I have no choice, those were his words, so I'm not sure if this isn't all a colossal waste of my time. The human Polton military base had an artificial atmosphere inside its premises, sealed in a sprawling dome that stretched for miles. The Terrans towered over the fluffy yellow aliens, whose heads came to about where humans' hands stretched down. There wasn't much fear shown as the two walked side by side, but I noticed the simians taking special care to watch where they were stepping, their narrow gaze turned downward rather than directly ahead of them. It was subtle behavior shifts to accommodate other species that showed the Earthlings compassion. "Tassie," a human voice called as I exited my shuttle and the dock for civilian guests. "If you're looking for Ambassador Loxel, he's in the Visitors Inn straight to your left. Hard to miss, that one sticks out like a sore thumb." I chuckled. "Humans love expressions about hands the way we do flippers. There's some overlap even. It's what we use to interact with the world. Kind of important if you ask me. Let me know if there's anything that you'll need. We set up a place for you to stay, unless you really want to do a 180 and book it back home. I wouldn't mind talking to the Poltons about helping out with any refugees that are straining their system. If that's still an issue, for now, my first and only priority is meeting Loxel." "Yeah, good luck with that." The soldier stepped aside, waving a palm towards the module that had basic amenities and a decent bit of sprucing up. While there was an artificial habitat in the middle of space, the garden the Terrans had planted was quite real, and seemed to have a major pest problem. I could see that the entire rows of crops had been devoured. The bushes had nibbles on their leaves. How had the humans smuggled animals like that onto a military base, without noticing? Perhaps they needed to spray them with some pesticides to fend off the offending creature. I knocked on the door, waiting for the SIF kit, but there was no response. Where is Loxel? Our dramatic ambassador is nowhere to be seen, but I spy through the window a setup he calls into the SC from. I noticed dirt strewn across the path, and on closer inspection, spotted fresh SIF-kit-shaped footprints carving a path through the decimated plants. Loxel might have gone to investigate the animal. Given his skittish nature, he probably needed backup. As I've been told by my friends, the Federation didn't understand that wild critters with side-facing eyes could be dangerous. I wasn't a fighter, but since he collapsed on the floor when the SC lost, I couldn't see him having much resilience. Taking inventory from anything that could be used as a weapon, I crept around towards the back of the inn. If avoidable, I didn't want to leap to violence in front of him and get dubbed a vicious predator. That was when I spotted a tail with a plume of grey fur at the tip, sticking out of the thick hedge. My immediate reaction was disbelief as I saw Ambassador Loxel waist-deep in the vegetation. The SIF-kit was devouring it from the inside out, judging by the crackling sounds. He was the pest problem that had ravaged this garden. I found him much more voracious than the humans. If he'd graze on plants in spite of other options, unsure how to react, I made a few clicking noises to get his attention. Loxel pulled himself free. Leaves and twigs cracked near his mouth. "I'm cornered by another predator. After being left to chew only these acerbic fronds, my tail a morsel for you to masticate, like those fish your beak cleaves and ruptures," the SIF-kit brayed. "The humans serve me right to you. Why have I given them nothing but adulation for their hunting prowess?" I took a step back, alarmed by his wild accusations. "It's Tassie, the bison you agreed to speak with. I want to talk, Loxel. Like you pointed out, we eat fish, not land creatures. I came here to talk about how we can bring the grand herd to safety, away from here. Ivrana has a continent that we're not using, so you hardly have to see us. You need somewhere to go that's far from the war epicenter. And from the humans, don't let their act of affability fool you. When that soldier right there didn't know I was listening, it said it was so hungry it could eat a horse. I looked it up. That's a big prey animal. Its stomach made growling noises. My time is running out, but the herd could walk itself in different cattle pens. Yours. You're not anyone's cattle on Ivrana. Bisons are very different from other predators. Remember, we only eat fish. Are you a fish?
You can't tell. I knew you weren't really that picky. No carnivore is. What's one carcass versus another? It quenches the bloodlust just the same. Anything is a fish if you're hungry enough. So yes, I guess I am. Despondent I am. Skewer me to be through with it.
What you're saying is crazy. I don't know why you're twisting my words, but I was trying to drill home the point that you are not a fish. The humans have been nothing but polite to you.
They surround me with guns, Loxall shrieked. Thousands upon thousands of ships, maybe millions to watch me cut off any hope of escape. We went to the strongest predators and gave ourselves up as an offering. And what have we to show for it? Nothing. They lost, failed, were vanquished by that desecrated world.
I folded my flippers, trying to discover if there was any sense to the Sifkit's world. Why do you say it's desecrated? You haven't even seen what's going on down on the surface. There's no reason that you should be upset. It's a random planet.
No, it is not. It is not. It is that which is burned and stolen, hidden from our sight by the spine snappers. Our home said to be lost, but obfuscated through willful execrable intent. History books must be amended, splashed with light as we reclaim the olden hearth. Where is the justice? There is no mercy for the Sifkits. We are fettered, tarnished, braised, and beholden to carnivore masters for all time.
I don't understand what you're saying. Did it help if you spoke in normal tones?
This is normal. Don't question my normalcy. I'm fine. I said I'm fine, Tassie. You feral slurper of fish guts. I am no Sifkit brain. Loxall is an orator of breathtaking erudition, and lo, you are not cultured enough to appreciate my mastery.
I turned away from the Sifkit ambassador, flustered by his erudition. It might take a moment to parse what he'd meant, but a burned and stolen home said to be lost. Spine snappers meant Federation, and Loxall knew that much, regardless of him attributing that atrocity to the humans in front of the SC. Tied together, it sounded a lot like a story Dustin told of exterminators destroying the Sifkit homeworld and their deeds being covered up, under the absurd guise that Sifkits somehow misplaced their native planet. Did he mean that this desert planet was their lost origin world, Tinzas? That would explain why they were so set on an infertile barren sphere. It wasn't a random planet. It wasn't about grazing or trying to get away from the Federation's old territory, I ventured. You found Tinzas. Loxall took a sliding step towards me, gazing at the stars above him.
We went out looking for our beloved Tinzas, the womb of our species. Beautiful as any cosmological finds, sheltering and checkered shade in
yes or no will suffice.
Yes.
And now another species has taken up residence there.
Desecration, thieves, assailants, and bloodlusters of a caliber never seen. They must die. The humans had a chance with the bombs, but didn't pounce.
I think the humans would rather try to talk than bomb a species to extinction, Loxall. That isn't something that you do lightly. Sifkits haven't been there for almost 1,000 years, so the world was empty when the species came.
Empty! Taken from us. We did try to talk. They murdered countless, priceless heads of cattle instead. That says this is ours now, and they won't give it back. If the humans were genuine in their offer to help us, they would temper their wrath. They'd purge the putrid scum from our planet.
I took a few steps back as Loxall moved close enough that I could feel his breath. It's not fair to expect them to know. You haven't told the humans why you want this planet.
We do not trust them. They exploded our last ambassador. Well, she hid powerless in a trash can, begging for her life. No exaggeration. That is me next, fulminated into pieces and pieces, like their drones. We hoped the humans would do to Tinzas what they did for Ambassador Oxley. But no, of course they didn't. I haven't a clue what you're talking about again, but just because someone got exploded back then doesn't mean that anyone needs to now. Although that's normal human behavior. How can we trust the Terran predators when we can't even trust them to be consistent in their bombing innocent people? This is a travesty and outrage.
This is the last I'll say of this, But you asked for their help. Give them all the facts. What else can you sacrifice? Don't you want it to be worth it? Loxwell fell back on his haunches. You finally said something that made sense, Darcy. Well done. I'll consider telling the Infinite Walkers about Tinsas, if it'll make our transaction worthwhile. It's not as if the gates of the cattle pen haven't already sealed behind me. And I don't want the information tortured out of me. Might as well just tell them now. I'll show them I'm good prey, meek prey. I've only been accused of predator disease twice in the last year. That's it, a record low. Well, I didn't agree with calling all mental illness predator disease, nor with the Federation's heartless treatment options. The ambassador could definitely be diagnosed with something. The conversation with Loxwell was becoming more exasperating by the second, so I decided to try steer him back on course. My mission was to have the Grand Herd stop off on our forbidden continent. By some taking in refugees would show our good nature. I intended to pass on the information about Tinsas to the United Nations as soon as I finished this discussion. I didn't trust the Sifkid not to have a mood swing that stopped him from spitting the fish bait. This would also show Bison's value to humanity and the rest of the SC. When they are fighting a war because of the Sifkid's expedition, it's important that they have the facts. I'm sure the humans will be curious to know how the Grand Herd found that out, and that the Federation ventured much further than we thought. What do you say about sending refugees to Avrana? The Sifkids couldn't venture outward with dangerous species out there, I tested. The Grand Herd needs a world to go to where you know the risks, right? Loxwell tipped over while sitting down, a stricken look in his face. Fine, we must hope humans wouldn't steal cattle from another predator, but that we stay as second best option compared to fish. I submit, Tassie. Send the coordinates and I'll ferry the expeditions to their doom. I will send the coordinates now. You can gather the expedition ships you want to Safe Haven, and they can follow me back to Avrana. Can you do that, Loxwell? I'll go back inside my prison, send the message now. Bisons, oh, sinister ones, you will have your catch ready by tomorrow. It'll be so, as you have decreed. Good. Thanks for your time. Hope for a safe and quiet voyage back to Avrana, leading your refugees to a place they won't have to worry. Very well. So long. The Sifkid wailed as soon as I began walking away, though I didn't let myself turn back. I wanted his voice to fade into the distance. What have I agreed to? What have I done? Sentenced to a life with carnivores. Oh, cursed fate! Worse than death, languishing and wishing I was slain. Let me grieve in peace. Let me be. I hurried out of the decimated garden, hoping that the Grand Herd wouldn't be as high maintenance as this fellow. The important aspect was securing allies for Avrana and making a statement to the galaxy about who we were. Bringing the Sifkids to our world would play well with the Sapien Coalition. At least, the herbivores who were unsettled by us. In a way, this was preemptive damage control in case our coziness with the Oxel got out. I turned back towards the enlisted humans, who pointed me towards the inn. He smirked as I approached him, seeing the story of Loxel told in my eyes. Any luck with the funny bunny? The Terran chuckled. Confusion overtook my features. What? Never mind. Is there something I can help you with, Tassie? I need to speak with the United Nations, preferably somebody high up. You're going to want to hear this. I think the entire Sapien Coalition might. He flashed his teeth. I'm going to need more than that to summon the brass on short notice. What is this about? What did Loxel say? Well, I can't substantiate that it's true, but Loxel seemed to imply that the planet that they were attacked nearby is their old homeworld, Tinsas. The Sifkits are so bent out of shape, I think because they want it back. The alien whistled, stroking his stubby chin with nimble fingers. You don't say. That's a claim our intelligence agencies will have to follow up on. And it's well beyond my pay grade. I mean, shit. That's Project Chronicle territory. I'll pass the message up the chain of command. And don't worry, I'll make sure they know who it came from. Am I that transparent? Nothing wrong with that. Every new species wants to prove themselves. But I hope you don't feel like you have to. We've got your back, no matter how it all shakes out. Humans do, sure. It's the other 81 parties in your coalition that we're worried about. Fair enough. They warm a bit slow to predators, but we're proof that they come around eventually. Give it time, and don't take it personal. Easier said than done. We just want to help, to make a good impression. I hope knowing the Tinsas tidbit makes a difference. I hope so too. It almost always helps to have all the facts, so thanks for letting us know. Your lodge is on the opposite side from Loxall. If you want to settle down for the day, you earned a good rest on us.
Thank you. I think I'll take you up on that. I have some calls to make back to Evrana. Take care.
With the humans now aware of the real reason behind the Sifkit Grand Herd's foray, it was my time to inform General Nartal that Loxall accepted our offer. It would take quite a while to get back home, but it would be all worth it if it bolstered Bison's galactic standing. At least my ship wouldn't be traveling alone on the trip back. Perhaps the Sifkit passengers would be better conversation than the zany ambassador. Whatever Onzo had said about how we hadn't achieved our current status on our own, missions like this proved the Yodel were wrong on that front. Bisons were more than capable of contributing to our own progress, carving out a role in the galaxy, and bringing about a successful future through our own fortitude. Being an uplift didn't mean that we were useless, or that we wouldn't show aliens the value we brought to the table. End of chapter. Chapter 39. Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, July 21st, 2160. The rippling alarm sounded from my holopad, waking me up with some semblance of a normal routine. Vernt had worked tirelessly to adjust the sleep suite, in the hopes of stabilizing my sanity. The tillfish had worked in the ability to be woken by touch or noise, since it was a problem that I was unawakeable with the press of a button. If there was an emergency or someone who needed to speak with me, I need to be jolted out of my slumber without going into my code and halting the program. That was doubly true if I was to partake in diplomatic missions outside of Earth. Something that might be a necessity should we continue to strike out with SHIELD members. Our plan after the Dirtium Forum was to get a few parties with lesser influence on our side to go after the big fish. I tried approaching several species alongside Kaifer, the Rakards, the buffalo-like species with brown spots on their creamy hides. They'd been one of the voters for a military alliance with humanity long ago, to take on the Arxol. However, they were circulating absurd notions that we were releasing the collective behind their backs. They'd already been none too pleased by the light punishment we selected for Isiv's fledgling nation. Our present coziness with Carnival seemed to make several SHIELD parties that would have aligned with us as total unknowns gun-shy about cooperating. I wasn't sure I could convince even the Sapien Coalition to work with the Arxol despite our losses. Ironically, I'd venture the Dirtian would be the most likely to accept collective aid, since they partook in saving Kolkwa alongside us. Getting the Forum to help might be the key to bring Arxol into the fold. However, Ambassador Karajan had been clear that the Grey Avians wanted no part in a war. The peculiar Ulven were the next on our list, as I'd been quite intrigued by the shape that didn't seem dissimilar to pigs, if pigs had short, prehensile, trunk-like noses and koala bear ears. They had been part of the group that voted for no contact with humanity, a substantial chunk of the Orion arm that didn't care what happened to us one way or the other. They clearly had a change of heart about not interacting with us, since they had an embassy in Vienna. Much of the SHIELD had warmed to us since our cooperation in the Battle of Arthur, where the prey-hunting Arxol and the Colchi and Shadowcast fell to a combined onslaught. It still blew my mind to know that Isiv led a rebellion, and that a secret conspiracy operated right beneath where Noah had given his speech. The Ulven proved anything but warm to an in-person visit. I'd been a little taken aback when their ambassador said to my face, "Well, I guess we can't even keep predators killed anymore." She laughed like it was a joke, but I got the impression that it was anything but. We were hurried out of the embassy after receiving a flat refusal. It had caused me to question whether this plan, to send me on visits to our unallied neighbors, was a good idea at all. I walked over to the mirror, putting my lips apart with my hands, and staring for what must have been minutes. The teeth were like dentures, lacking any nerves, or any need to brush them and rid myself of morning breath. Why even have a bathroom next to my quarters at all? Every fixture reminded me that I wasn't human anymore. "Do you remember how pain felt, robot?" I hissed at the mirror, punching the counter. The metal knuckles felt nothing. lacking any skin redness at all.
You sleep with your eyes wide open. You don't yawn, and you laugh. Some pre-recorded bullshit from a banquet back before first contact. Who are you even helping? I hate you.
The Elias Meyer knockoff's face grew more emotional and distraught, but it wasn't like I shed any tears, even if I felt like it. I slumped over the sink, splashing water on my face, despite the fact that there was no need for body temperature regulation. Burnt told me that everything I was feeling now was an emotional matrix, choosing what it thought a human would experience in response to brain patterns. I held my fingers close to my face, noticing how they traced Meyer's fingerprints meticulously into the tips of my digits. How did I know I was the only copy and paste version of myself? How did I know that I was truly the same person, when it was obvious everything else was so off? A knock came from the door, a hesitant female voicer, real human, Erin Keinfer, who had accepted me for reasons I couldn't wrap my head around. Maybe it was a nice lie, believing that an old friend had come back. Elias Meyer was never this volatile or easily lost to the dark thoughts that swirled in my head non-stop. That meant I wasn't me. "Elias, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I thought you'd want to see this," the Secretary General called. I forced a calm expression, trying to smooth myself over.
I'll be right there. I've been looking over the files of each shield species non-stop, trying to solve our dilemma. There's not too many that let humans onto their worlds. Only 3, in fact. Therefore, my thinking was that we go for
the Leshy. I was thinking the same. They've fallen into a powerful role, with the dirty Forum being a shell of its old strength. If we're going to give a final shot to get through to the shield, we have to prostrate ourselves before one of its top dogs.
Good. We're on the same page. That's why I always enjoyed working with you, Erin.
I strolled over to the door and faked a smile. I suppose that we should get moving then. Not so fast. It's obvious you're suffering quite a great deal in your new body. You don't have to do this, Elias. Yeah, there's no diplomat I trust more, but you're under no obligation at all, especially when it might be best for your well-being to sit this one out.
I shook my head rapidly. Please, no, don't take this from me. I only feel like myself when I'm helping humanity. It drove me even more mad to know Earth is in jeopardy, and I was doing nothing, I swear. I don't know what's gotten into me, but I'm going to get a handle on it.
You really don't know? She chuckled. Elias, you died. That changes a person. Then to top it all off, you were resurrected 24 years in the future without your consent. You just said that you don't feel like yourself. And how could you? No human has been where you are right now. We didn't evolve for such a synthetic experience of the world.
I know that. It's hell. It's truly hell. All of the little things I took for granted, never even thought about, are gone.
Keinfer's brows knitted with sympathy. Would you like to talk about it? I can't say I understand, but I am here to listen.
I lowered my head, avoiding her gaze. Why are you treating me like him? I'm not Elias Meyer.
I don't agree.
Why? Why do you just accept that I'm Elias when I'm 0% human? I'm as good as a model predicting what he might say, not the real thing. I don't have his body, his mind.
Are you familiar with the ship of Theseus?
I believe so. The ship that has all of its original components replaced.
That's right, she affirmed. Is it still the same ship? Or better yet, what if the original components all used to make a new ship? Is that more the ship of Theseus than the original?
Erin, I appreciate your philosophical mind, but I don't see the point.
Humor me.
If everything that made itself is gone, then it is no longer the ship.
Precisely. Everything about physical Elias that made you alive, that configured your brain a certain way, is faded memory. There's not a trace of it left in the body presently 6 feet underground.
So, as I simply pointed out, I'm dead.
Erin wagged a finger. No, you're a new ship. Vern't took your original components and remade them down to the finest detail. You have everything that made Elias who he was, every part of him that mattered, from his soul to his mind. So you are him, as far as I'm concerned.
I wasn't remade with everything that matters. This isn't the same body.
The Secretary General grinned, pointing to her face. Neither is this. I'm a lot more wrinkly and decrepit than when you last saw me. But you still accept that I'm Erin Keinfer. You'd said I am the same person as a 7-year-old who ran around telling everyone she worked for NASA. They just didn't know it yet. My body is hardly the same as then.
That's the natural progression of things, with aging and growth.
This is a progression too. You wouldn't consider someone with prosthetics to not be themselves, and this is simply a full-body prosthetic. Skin and bone isn't what makes us human. It's about who we are."
"Thank you," I acknowledged. "I needed to hear that. Now, I know you're busy, so what did you call me for?"
Kymford passed her holopad over, arcing her eyebrows. "This military briefing I and the other SC leaders just received, I think you should see it." I seated myself on the edge of the bed, spinning the volume wheel glyphs for long enough to crank it up. A congregation of military generals from the world's countries, a common sight ever since first contact, as extraordinary as it was when they all came together for their initial briefing, were reviewing intelligence information on a star map. Though she had to be getting up there in years, I recognized the shrewd eyes of General Cora Jones, leading the briefing. The American spy master had been one I worried about having free rein with vulnerable aliens. But it seemed she set her sights on ensuring the SE was never left in the dark again. Jones' irises gleamed as she highlighted a section of the map inside Pelton borders. "The Sapien Coalition has taken measures to prevent stealth travel through our space. One of those initiatives, as you are well aware, was to install permanent sensors in warp at undisclosed locations. Needless to say, that project took a lot of resources to cast a wide enough net. However, several days ago, our sensors detected the movement of thousands of drones, Orion-bound. The make was indistinguishable." "Our enemy? The one who killed the Civkits?" I asked Kymfer in real time. She nodded. "We believe so." The American military officer turned a solemn look towards the camera. "Our belief was that they followed our subspace trails, so we immediately placed Pelton assets on lockdown and notified UN reinforcements sent to Civkit aid. However, Drilvar, Juan, and Tokan assets were tripped later, deeper into our terrain, suggesting they've broken into 3 vectors, and it also lends itself to the self-evident theory that they know where the heart of our power lies. They must have more intel about us than we realized." Murmurs spread through the delegates as the Yodel Islander spoke up.
"That would mean Earth, Skalgar, and Lan are in imminent danger. We should lock down all non-essential travel and widen a net of FTL disruptors flung far out. We can't let them get near."
"In my opinion, Anza, all Sapien Coalition members should be prepared. They could also try to take out what they perceive as our weakest links. But we see them coming. With disruptors, we can make it much more a slog to get into our systems, as you suggested. That'll require vital time to acquire intel on them and their capabilities, and send overwhelming reinforcements to arrive before they do." My mind was torn back into memories of how powerless I felt, watching Earth succumb to an extermination fleet that far outmatched it. The cold anger that gripped me as I realized my desperate efforts hadn't been enough to save my home and my species. The magnitude of the death toll had weighed on my conscience even after we drove them off. Looking back with clear eyes, I thought about how I tipped off the Arxor to the undefended worlds, in the hopes Kalsum would turn his fleet around with the promise of mutually assured destruction. Humanity lived because I parlayed with Isif, yet that didn't erase the burden of guilt, knowing how many innocents died on our attackers' worlds as well. There was a great deal of blood on my hands. I didn't see another way, with no one to turn to but the Arxor. I hope that more species come to our aid this time, because the Sapien Coalition needs to stick together. Humanity shouldn't ever again have to pick who lives and who dies." Cora Jones continued her briefing, forcing me to refocus. "It is imperative that we don't release this information in a way that incites panic. We are handling the situation and simply want to prepare them so they are equipped for whatever may or may not happen."
"What the feck am I supposed to tell Ifrana?" A bison general scoffed from the crowd, eyes narrowing in disgust. "I just got word from Tassie. We're hosting Civkit refugees, which could make us a prime target. We need someone to defend bison kind."
"That's quite magnanimous of you to take Civkits, General Naltor, but I sincerely doubt Ifrana is a target, unless they have evidence that you're a carnivore. I base that claim on the fact that they seemingly slaughtered the Osers, but even that may have been complicated. Suffice to say, I'll keep an eye on your system and ensure that we have assets nearby."
"What do you mean about the Osers being complicated?" Onzo yelled from the audience. "It's a little late to change your story. You have millions of them already under development, and you don't have your facts straight."
"The matters that I have to share next don't leave this room. It comes to our attention that the Civkits were traveling to the specific planet because they believe it's their homeworld, Tinzas. We're uncertain how they got this information, since it wasn't in the archives." The Polton leader cleared his throat. The Federation didn't go out that far, or so he thought. Beyond the obvious questions of what regions they tampered with, it means that we can't rule out Federation involvement in any of this. The planet is high priority investigation for Project Chronicle to verify whether the story is true. Our enemies might be aware of this fate the world suffered, for all we know. Sifkit survived there, and that's who we are fighting. It'd explain how they know where to look, and that theory suggests that they may target the founding members who wronged them. Sifkits, skittish, unintelligent Sifkits attacking with that kind of weaponry, a disbelieving Mazik President Quirpa called out. You think their targets are the founders? I won't send resources to help the Kolshians and Fossil, Benel Governor Lysa scoffed, owning aggrievement from several others. The Crocottle ambassador squawked in alarm with a sudden realization. We are considered a founding race. You said there were 3 vectors. It was a bit jarring for me to see one of the Blue Avians as part of humanity's alliance. Apparently the United Nations had supported the separatist faction after the war, learning that the Crocottle had been the first victims of the Federation. The first omnivores converted, in a cultural genocide that chilled my wires when I learned of it, created a schism in Nishtal. I wondered if I might have tried to bargain with them differently, had I known before the Battle of Earth. To think the species that decided we needed to be exterminated once ate fish themselves. It was a tragedy that they were brainwashed into such hatred. Our relations could have been different in another reality, but it was good to see that they'd made amends via the SC. If Jones is right about this being a hit job on the Federation founders, over a grudge that festered for years, that could destroy Nishtal all over again. I don't want that to happen, just like I didn't want Earth under siege.
That sounds like a plausible explanation, I told Kanfa, pausing the video. We can't let the Nishtal be destroyed again.
The Secretary General frowned. We only just rebuilt their homeworld. I didn't preside over that, only to watch it burn to the ground all over again. Their species is on a precarious enough perch as it is, with how many died in the raid and upheaval. We don't know the target for sure, so we can't leave our closest allies undefeated. It's a catch-22.
The coalition needs to band together. I agree that we can't take any risks with Earth, but the 82 members, surely we can disperse their combined forces across a few likely targets.
Our generals are trying to do just that. I fear that we're fighting another war across the entire Orion arm, and another one where war crimes aren't even taken into consideration. Quite simply, we need more ships. I don't know how you did this.
Many sleepless nights, I admitted. Our buoys can continue to track them. Crap. Why can't we intercept their course?
They're flying in an erratic pattern, so it's not so simple to tell their destination. We'll be watching if any more buoys are tripped, since we have them all over our territory. Speaking of which, you might want to see the last point on Jones's agenda, I groaned.
There's more?
I'm afraid so.
General Jones raised her hands as I unpaused the video.
We've taken Nishtal's vulnerability into consideration, and will work on our contingency plans to ensure the Crocottle race is not soft target. We'll be in touch with all SE members to share our plans on where you can help out. However, there is another matter I must bring to your attention. I ask you to temper your reactions. We don't need another war right now.
What other war? The suspicious Thafki representative piped up. What did the Greys do? They're the only ones with enough power that wouldn't be able to squash them, and that's your fault.
It is about the Arxel, but we're monitoring them as promised. The subspace sensors on our border with the Collective were set off a few days ago as well. Their pathing is much less evasive than our unknown friends. They seem to be heading to Apep, the Osa's homeworld, if my vectors are right.
Of course they want to have fellow hunters join them as they terrorize the galaxy. Why would you tell those monsters?
We didn't tell the Arxel Collective a thing about this war, or the Osa's extermination.
Then who fecking did? The Thafki walled around, pointing a paw at the Bison delegation. Traitors! It was you! We should have never let you inside our doors. General Naltor scoffed. How could we have contacted them? You're just being racist because we're carnivores.
I huffed in open frustration, irritated that the Arxel had complicated this high-stakes war even further. Now, it was imperative that we find a way to make the Sapient Coalition, and potentially the Shield, accept the Collective's aid. We did need more ships on our side, so if we could direct the carnivores to places that would take their help, it might not be a complete disaster. However, their breach of quarantine could kill our chances of turning any of the Shield or Federation remnants to our side. We needed to get ahead of this before any of them got wind of it through other means. News of drones entering our territory might give us an opening with the Leshy, and it could at least catch Ambassador Korojan's attention too.
"We're going to see the Leshy right now," I said to Kaimfa, not wanting to waste any more time. "Let's see if the Korojan is willing to join our meeting as well. He could put in a good word for us and for Cyborg Alliance Mayor."
The Secretary General smirked. "2 steps ahead of you. Already scheduled a meeting with both of them in an hour. Who do you think I learned from?"
"I'd say you learned well, Aaron. It's time we get moving."
I hustled out of the Terra Technologies outpost, knowing that I wouldn't get winded by the quick pace. Kaimfa beckoned to a security detail, who were hovering outside with some apprehension. Clearly, they weren't comfortable leaving Earth's current leader with a robotic mind replica of a dead friend. That was a definite security risk, though I was glad she didn't seem to care. It gave me purpose and a serious distraction to travel around on humanity's behalf. After everything we'd just learned, the urgency of our diplomatic mission had just multiplied tenfold. With enemy ships having entered our space, we had to assemble as many allies as possible all over again. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject: Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date: Standardized Human Time, July 21st, 2160. Vernd paced on the sidewalk as we approached Kuiper's convoy, lifting a segmented leg to wave farewell. He appeared to be on a holopad call, so I returned the gesture without saying a word. The Tillfish scientist was under a lot of scrutiny after his leadership of the memory transcript project led to reviving me. There was additional pressure to extend the uploading capabilities beyond humans, though neuroscience from Earth-based company was most advanced with our own kind. Legislators were keen to get involved, despite the fact that Austrian authorities and the UN had been appraised ahead of time. I intended to weigh in on that when the Sapien Coalition called, but securing aid for the war was a higher priority. Even synthetic bodies couldn't survive antimatter bombs. This endangered every being in our space. As I was saying, there's been a vast uptick in the number of people participating in memory transcription ever since we announced Mayer's success. It's insurance against death, Bernd gushed to the person on the other end of the phone. More machines are getting installed, some in public places. Everyone will be able to be reborn after death. It needs to be in every hospital, so that we can scan anyone who passes through the doors or dies on the operating table. I turned to face Kuiper as she slid into the back of the vehicle.
"Is that what you want? If something happened to you?"
"Yes. My specific consciousness would still end, granted, but a part of me would live on and get to see the future," she answered. "I had a scan a few years ago. I plan to update my memories every so often, so they can restore me as I was." The toolfish continued jabbering into the line. "Elias has been quite successful. He's truly immortal so long as our servers and data survive. If something happens, we have his program exactly as it was. It can be restored. I know he's had his struggles, but I'm planning to swap out his eyes this week. It'll have no difference than surgery. Go to sleep, wake up with modifications."
I hesitated to close the car door. "What are you going to do to my eyes?"
"You wanted eyelids, so I'm going to give them to you. I'll tell you later, anyhow. As I was saying, we're working to improve the sensory suites. Taste and smell are tricky. Proprioception, equilibrium, and motion detection are easy to fine-tune. They're a bit rudimentary now. Humans are complicated and have 1,000 chain reactions to different environments. I'd like Elias to test out things like swimming underwater, standing on one leg, or typing with his eyes closed once we give him eyelids. I'm learning new fears. I don't want to hear any more of this conversation."
"It's not the car," I grumbled, shutting the door. "Please. Covering my ears doesn't work that well, and he's talking pretty loud."
Vern's mandibles parted with delight, likely because he'd been asked something about human senses. Balance comes from the inner ear fluid, sloshing around. That's not so easy to replicate. So we're more applying the predicted stimuli that would occur if a fluid was there. However, you also rely on your eyes and body awareness. Humans are remarkable. The vehicle started off down the road, leaving the overexcited Tillfish behind. The car ride was a perfect showcase of just why these 3 senses needed fine-tuning. The sensation that I wasn't breathing escalated to levels of panic, while my suffocating body experienced waves of nausea. I needed to suck down oxygen to steady myself, to feel any of the input from my mental form as genuine. My limbs shook involuntarily, and I suddenly wished I walked down to Embassy Row like I had during my visits to the Ulven and Rack Cards. It hadn't been as bad in a spaceship with inertial dampeners, where I had minimal view of my surroundings. Then again, I'd been curled up in a ball for that trip. Kymfer's eyebrows knitted together before she placed a palm atop my hand to ground me. After Vern announced all that to the world, I think I can figure out what's going on. Calls are no good? I shook my head, hating that I could feel sick in my own non-existent stomach. It was a phantom pain. The Secretary General brought the car to a halt while I hugged the door, face pressed up to the window. The grating sensation that I was holding my breath was always present, but now it felt like I was swallowing water by the bucketful. How could a car ride have sent my programming on such a cascade? The smallest, mundane experiences were now something I had to worry would set off my brain and put me into a full state of panic from wrong signals. I wanted to apologize to Kymfer for creating such a scene and putting myself together for a few minutes. Bernd, I know you're reading this. Add this to your bug fix list, pun intended. There'd been 0 ways to cope or find relief in the thick of it. The general sensation of unwellness hung over me, along with a desperate desire to inhale through my nose. I found the strength to unhook the door. I had to get out of the car, or it would be my second coffin. Perhaps I could walk off the episode in a punishing July heat. Back when I was human, diplomatic attire was punishing in these months, with sweat drenching me from head to toe. Looking down at my shoes, I could see the pavement shimmering as it reflected the scalding sun. Nobody without a robotic body would be out in this weather, and I'd meet Kymfer there. However, her car merely rolled alongside me, matching my pace. "Go on without me," I offered. "I'm sorry. I know the way to Embassy Row. I'll catch up." Kymfer raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "You don't know which one is the Leshian embassy, and there are 150 plus of them. I want to keep an eye on you anyway." "Okay. I'll pick it up. It's not like I can get tired. Hell, I won't be out of breath if we talk while I run." "You've never been in better shape. The best persistent predator this planet has ever seen." "You have a good point. Even death couldn't stop me." I started off at a light jog, not trusting my limbs not to do something zany. Grey-haired Elias hadn't been a marathon runner, a contest. I imagined our alien neighbors didn't enjoy watching, but my present form could sprint without ceasing. There was no burning from lactic acid within my muscles, only legs complying with the demands they were given. There were a multitude of stares and people recording as they realized who I was. I suppose tearing down the streets of Vienna in July in a full suit and tie attracted attention. I found myself grinning at the absurdity. My pupils scanned to ensure that I didn't run into anyone, not wholly trusting my depth perception. The amusement died down as we neared the diplomatic entrance of Embassy Row, and I spotted a memorial park situated just shy of it. My legs slowed just long enough to read the entrance plaque, head turning to face it. It had a list of names of all the humans who died outside of Earth during the Federation War, with several walls lined up with cobblestone circle. That wasn't what had caught my notice out of my periphery. It was the bronze statue that I'd registered, one with a face that I couldn't help but recognized. A cold feeling stirred within me, gazing at the spitting replica of Elias Mayer. They built statues here to remember me. How did I even feel about that? My name was on the wall right alongside thousands of others who hadn't gotten any second chance. I picked up the pace with new urgency, all too eager to get away from my likeness. Maybe this new body was just a thinking statue to Elias, the pacifist icon of the UN. There was no time to fall back into such thoughts, since I didn't want to cause our tardiness to the meeting. We were practically at the embassies, and from here I could follow the Secretary General's car to the Leshy's turf. Kymfer's motorcade bypassed the stringent security, with the checkpoint gates opened ahead of our arrival. I'd zoned out as we wove to the domed building where the iridescent frog-like beings waited for us. A grey blur appeared in my periphery, swooping down towards me. That proved enough to jolt me back to the present. Korrijan had landed right next to us from the sky, gliding alongside me for a split second. Though I was startled at first, I managed to recover without flinching. The Secretary General's motorcade proceeded ahead of me to the reception area, where the Leshy staff waited to greet us. I walked a few paces behind with the Dirtian ambassador, taking on a calm amble and straightening myself up. The avian parted his beak, eyes curious.
"You're going to ask for us to get you an audience in front of the shield,"
Corrigan stated as a fact.
"That's what my UN contacts seem to imply."
I nodded. "We were hoping you would help us."
"No human has ever been allowed to visit during shield meetings, Elias. Many feel that would be the beginning of us merging with the SC, rather than keeping an autonomous union. If I might be so frank, certain parties maintain communications with Earth because they see it as a necessity."
"In what way? In case you need our assistance?"
"No, I'm afraid it's rather impolite. You're the dominant power in our galactic neck of the woods, and they don't want to war with you. They'd rather interact with the UN on some level, since it beats the perceived alternative. There would be a great animosity towards the intrusion in our halls."
I clasped my hands behind my back. "What do you think, Corrigan? Why are you telling me this?"
"I think you have proof now that the Sapien Coalition is threatened, and you believe that you can rally us to your cause. My advice is to not look too far outside the Dirtian Forum or the Leshy Junta. I do have great respect for humans, and I know that treatment hurts you more than you let on."
"I faced worse. I'm curious, Corrigan, how you became an ambassador on Earth. Did you always have such favorable views of humans?"
"No," the Dirtian admitted. "I've seen the patterns in your social dynamics and customs over time. Originally, I was half hoping the worst commentary about you was true. A part of me wished that you would rip me to shreds or lose control while I was alone in your world. I wanted a human to swallow me whole before my grief did."
"I'm so unspeakably sorry. It is my sincere hope that your mental state has changed for the better."
"It most certainly has, honestly. What helped me the most was visiting the live music bar and listening to the songs the local band wrote about Earth's bombing. It reminded me of a lot of things. They started to recognize me, and I understood their pain so intrinsically, Elias. I started playing the tambourine just so I could join their jam sessions. Even learned enough English to songwrite a little with them."
"It's wonderful that you found the right people, Corrigan. If you ever feel inclined to share your songs with me, I'd be honored."
"Perhaps I will. It might be unbecoming of an ambassador, but I'm offering all of this in the spirit of friendship. I'll still help you, whatever you decide. Just be aware of what you're getting into."
The two of us fell in alongside Kaifa, who was exchanging pleasantries with Leshy Ambassador Yanni. The amphibian looked a bit uncomfortable by my presence, which I found understandable. It wasn't discrimination over my species, but my unique circumstances. I wondered about how long I'd be a soul-revived brain scan. It was unfortunate to have nobody to talk to that was going through the same thing, as was often the therapeutic praxis for other traumatic events. Then again, I didn't want to bring anyone else back to this reality until Vern had ironed out the flaws. My self-awareness heightened as I saw a Terran metal detector in the entrance and hung back, knowing full well I'd trip it. "Maybe I should stay here," I whispered to Kaifa. "Are you okay with Vern reading a sensitive state discussions? He has access to everything I see."
The Secretary General snorted. "That Tillfish has our top clearance level. He has to, but the important figures he's done memory scans on. Not to mention, he's worked with the military and Project Chronicle."
"Right. Give me a moment to, collect my bearings."
Corrigan hopped through the detector, beckoning to me. "Elias is going to set off the security alarms, Ambassador Yadi. You know, I shudder to think that resurrected Dirtian might not be able to fly. I mean, we need light bones, and metal is quite the opposite." "What happens if a metal predator goes on a rampage? He's unkillable," Yadi whispered to the Dirtian, soft gums showing in her mouth. I don't think the Leshy meant for me to hear that, but I suppose the exterminators wouldn't have much of an impact on me. Fumbling for a way to reassure the amphibian, I strolled through the checkpoint, setting off a series of alarms.
"It doesn't seem a pleasant way to start a diplomatic meeting, weighing whether we can kill each other. I've always been an advocate of peace, and spent my tenure avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. We are here in the hopes of banding together against a novel threat."
"The United Nations recognizes how vital the Leshy are to the Shield. We hope to not only offer a warning, but to find a path forward that keeps civilians out of harm's way," Kaifa chimed in.
Yanni hopped towards the seating area, eyes filled with anxiety.
"I will hear what you have to say,
But I would appreciate it if we could keep this brief. I'm not accustomed to this type of human, Madam Secretary General.
I'd be happy to recuse myself if that put your mind at ease, I responded. Believe me, Ambassador, I'm not used to this type of human either. Yet, I have to live in this body. Perhaps I belong on the sidelines, though I assure you, my only intent is to gather allies. Until I stay dead, I'll never stop trying to find new friends for humanity and achieve a harmonious future I've always dreamed of.
The Leshy are your friends, Mr. Elias Mayer. We have helped you before in the hopes that you'd show up if we ever needed it. However, my government is beginning to feel this is a bit one-sided. You seek aid often, without anything given in return. If you seek monetary or material recompense, we can arrange that, Kuiper stated. However, we've always considered our relations to be a mutual alliance. Korjan parted his beak. The Dirtian will not keep score. As we are forever in the debt of Earth and her people, humanity saved Kalqua, Yali, and they'd help you. Consider it fortunate that your planet was not subjugated to an orbital barrage. Sympathy glistened in the Lash's eyes. We would never wish such a thing upon ourselves. My words are merely reflecting the uneven nature of our present arrangement, should the humans wish to call us in for a favor again.
Forgive me, but have you ever asked anything of us? I chimed in. If the roles were reversed and you came to us for 10 favors in a row, we wouldn't be settling a ledger. We would extend a helping hand out of our goodwill and generosity. That is the definition of a friend, someone who is there no matter what, when you need them the most.
Kuiper cleared her throat. We aren't here for ourselves, and even the times we have been, it's to save lives. We care for our citizens, and we'll always step in to resolve issues outside of Earth. I find it unfortunate that humans in Shield space are imperiled to this day, though we are grateful for any and all assistance the Leshy have given.
A question. If you'll humor a metal predator, for all the talk of our inherent violence and rampages, how many times have you needed to approach us regarding any of your people on Earth?
Once, Yeti replied, lowering her head. There'd been a train accident, it turned out. Human rescue workers dug a little girl out of the rubble, resuscitating her twice, refusing to give up on saving her. The surgeons operated on her for hours, showing no appetite for her insides or blood aromas swirling around them, only deep-rooted concern.
Perhaps such a story could buy us a bit more goodwill, my friend. It's proof that we give to anyone in need and seek nothing for it.
Korrijan fluttered his wings. I can attest to their kindness. I've witnessed it. Their involvement in this disaster started to help the Sif Kids, a party outside their organization, who turned away from us all for decades. Humanity heeded the call regardless. Now they've entered our space. 3 massive drone contingents on separate vectors were detected on a stealthy route into the heart of our territory. Aaron Kuiper added, We don't know the destination, but we suspect Nishtal is a likely target. Help us protect the homeworld we just now rebuilt. The Shield knows what an arduous process that was. I nodded my head, turning my eyes towards the friendly Dirtian.
I've absolutely heard what Korrijan expressed, about risking your own assets on account of the Sapient Coalition. That takes tremendous nobility and courage. However, even the slightest contributions could make a difference. Count the fingers I have on a hand. That's all the ships it would have taken to stop one bomber that hit Kalqua or Earth. That's all it takes to save millions of lives. When you put it like that, I'll see what we can spare a small number. Every ship does make a difference, the avian ambassador murmured. There was a brief spell of hesitation as the Leshy ambassador pondered our words. Her species and ours shared the common link of being judged for biological requirements, as their tadpoles required water to survive. Since the Cautions viewed that as a vector for disease, the amphibians were ostracized and considered unclean. They'd grown their influence as the Shield's numbers grew, though they still clung to old Federation rhetoric, like most species in their organization. I hoped that they could put aside the dogma long enough to act for the common good. Well, the crow cattle have become dietarily contemptible, like many coalition members. After being around you, I recommend that my government intercedes in Nishtal's behalf, Yadi decided. Now, if that's all, it's not. The words tumbled from my mouth, reaching a snap decision after recalling my conversation with Korrijan. I shifted my eyes back and forth between the Dirtian and the Secretary General,
searching for approval. My old friend, a former SETI scientist having reached the top echelons of the UN, gave me a nod. Would it make a fractional difference to acquire any manner of aid? We couldn't set our aim that low. My goal heading into this was to knock on every door I could. And Korojan's warning only convinced me that galactic change was still necessary. The Shield was fearing us wasn't something that we wanted. They weren't our enemies, and it was high time their members realized that fully. If Noah had risked his literal head with a hostile audience, it fell on my shoulders to do the same. I was a diplomat that wasn't in physical jeopardy, like the Vernt gushed on his call. My program could be restored in the worst-case scenario. Someone had to start down the path of warming the Shield as an entity towards our cause. I would like to visit the Shield, I stated with confidence. I know the Leshy have sway to arrange such a meeting. I'm well aware that you haven't invited a human within your halls since your formation. However, if you invite me, that will remain true. Any metal detector can tell you that I am not human. Yanni seemed dumbfounded.
Then, what are you?
May I ask the same question when I woke in the lab, Ambassador? You know that I'm something beyond predator or prey, that we are all moving towards something far outside the animal kingdom. Instead of worrying whether I'm unkillable, the Shield should be asking whether you could be too. You don't want a golden age of progress to pass you by. You don't want it not to come about at all because of war took us down.
Opening your jaws could strengthen technological trade between our forums, Kainfa tacked on. If we can work together during wartime, there is no reason we can't better each other's outside of it. Is that why Elias came? You're dangling your new discovery in front of us,
the Leshy ambassador asked.
I don't see what we have to gain, aside from this elusive promise, by bringing you into our midst. I don't see what you have to gain.
I smiled, nostalgia flickering in my mind. Good things happen when humanity reaches out. We entered a Federation meeting and convinced dozens to abide our existence. We owe our survival to that. There was also a tiny portion that chose to befriend us because of our plea. I wish to speak a few words, and if one party warms to us for it, I'll consider it worthwhile. We only ever reached out to the stars in search of friends, ambassadors.
I searched tirelessly in the hopes that we weren't alone, Kainfa agreed. We want to share the universe with others. Nothing more, nothing less. I find that to be a beautiful notion, Korojan interjected. There have been a vast many positives that have come from humanity's survival and networking. We only know who we truly are because of them. The Leshy aren't judged by their peers for your aquatic aptitudes either. I gave the Dirtian a nod of gratitude. We have never once tried to force you to merge with us, or engage against your wishes. The Shield exists as a free entity today, because our ambassadors spoke at a meeting for a few minutes, 24 years ago. What could it hurt to give us the same opportunity today, and see what might come of it? After another lengthy pause, one where the tension gnawed in my mind, Yanni heaved a flustered sigh. Very well. I'll approach my superiors about this and tell them what you've said. Our embassy will be in contact if they grant you an audience. Please, leave now before I change my mind.
Thank you. I'm deeply appreciative that you've heard our case, and have been receptive to our words. We won't trouble you any longer.
Have a pleasant rest of the afternoon, Ambassador Yanni, Kainfa said, rising to her feet. These will be historic steps towards a bright, prosperous future. I look forward to improving the dialogues between our species. My thanks as well to Ambassador Korojan for his supportive presence. The Dirtian squawked in amusement. Don't thank me for speaking the truth. It is a simple gesture.
I've always liked simple gestures. I felt a bit less off-putting and out of place upon our departure, with a solid chance of receiving an invitation to the Shield's place of governance. I thought that the Leshy meeting had been a sweeping success. Flexing my diplomatic muscles paid dividends today, suggesting Cyborg Mayor still had enough charisma to stay in the game. In spite of optimism, it was time to plan just how I'd tackle my visit to the Shield. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time July 27th, 2160. The Civkid fleet accompanying me on my journey back to Ivrana didn't prove talkative. I became lonely enough that Loxel's check-ins were the highlight of my day, with his flamboyance and wild theories. He was more entertaining than remotely calling in to the Sapien Coalition meetings as they tracked the progress of the war. News on Tanzas's presumed locals gave way to wild potential theories. I thought someone should suggest the Grand Herd that they might be fighting their own people, Sifkits who had outlasted the Federation. Regardless, the humans were placing walls of disruptors to slow the attack fleet down, and considered the Kolshians, Varsal, and Crocodile to be the likely targets. Each day, the new census data seemed to align with that notion, making it evident that this attack was pointed at the Federation. The perceived position to Fed dogma made the matter of the Osa's annihilation even stranger, since it occurred well after the conspiracy ventured past Sifkit and Polton borders. Perhaps the Tanzas dwellers clung to the idea that predators were evil, while faulting the Federation for the homeworld's devastation and the relocation of their species at the same time. The ideas were mutually exclusive. This could also answer the question of who had backed the ghost exterminators, with every possible lead drying up. Zolk and Tasia had been growing restless, so I floated that theory in the hopes it would settle their feathers. The nomads were getting their tails kicked in back on Ivrana as the other bison powers caught up technologically. The gifted Arxol ships had changed the tide. Lastman has stayed neutral, though. I'm sure that Naltor still wants us to get called on for assistance to wrangle something out of the nomads. We're prepping Nulman for the Sifkit refugees, since they'll need somewhere to start a settlement. I fiddled with the notes application on my holopad, as Loxel called for his daily check-in. Somewhere amongst his accusations, and scraping tally marks on the wall behind him, of the days since the Grand Herd was tyrannized, I could try and acquire useful information. There was a shortage of data on what they needed to survive and maintain their culture, as well as how they structured their cities. Once the wandering herbivores noticed how pleasant their accommodations were, I was hopeful that we could become friends. This was technically one more party that had opened diplomatic relations with bison kind. We just need to finesse them into something more dignified. Trying to form some personal connection with their ambassador would be a good start. "Good morning," I greeted the Sifkit. Loxel's eyes turned manic.
"There are no good mornings, not anymore. Perchance the audacious simians would have feed Tanzas, but now they truly rest on their haunches. Our fate lies betwixt two predators, and I had to select our executioner. Alack, it is a sad day, a hopeless, a tremendous day."
"I don't think it's hopeless. Your people will be away from the front lines of the war in a brand new land. I know you like to wander, so perhaps you'll find the kindred spirit in the Tasia. They're nomadic as well, with seasonal settlements. Would Sifkits be interested in something similar? We could seek the nomads' input."
"We vacate our commorency, not on celestial whims, like befouled beasts of the earth, but to slake our palates on the resources of the land. Until we can have Tanzas, the planet whence Sifkits derived our origin, we'll devour any pastures we descry. There must be no repose."
"Noxel, I believe you're smarter than me," I offered, diplomatic. "Could you try to use simpler words for a primitive like myself?" The Sifkit's ears pinned back in irritation.
"You aren't that primogenial, and I like my words. Have you not muzzled us hapless prey creatures enough?"
"I like your words too. I just don't understand them, because like you said, I lack erudition. I'm uncultured, right?"
"You are impossible to converse with. Are any bisons literate?"
"I guess not." "This is a chance to bond over something he says he likes. Maybe you can teach me, Loxel." The Sifkit ambassador's tail slowly lowered from where it was raised with rage.
"I'll think about it. I do have my plans. Peradventure you could learn something. Though tragedies might give you ideas about novel suffering."
"You're a playwright. I mean, that's awesome. I'd love to see them."
"I haven't let anyone read my plays."
"Why not? You have a fine control of language. I'm sure they'd hold up well to your contemporaries."
"My endings are predator-diseased, Tassie. Killing characters. They say it's a violent fantasy. All I do is make my fictional creatures rue the day they were born. If the audience feels melancholy, then I feel jubilation."
"Perhaps," I hesitated, not sure if this was the proper suggestion for the Sifkit. "Perhaps you'd find better audiences with us predators." Noxel's eyes lit up,
fitful excitement shining from the inside. Of course, it's obvious. Flesh eaters love suffering. Maybe I could be entertainment cattle, making the humans growl and cackle at the demise of my characters. The soldiers here at the base. That's brilliant. I bid you adieu, reaver of fish. The Civkit hung up without expending another second on the call. Concerns about the state of the refugees thrown aside, amusement flickered in my mind as I weighed how the ambassador might go about being entertainment cattle. The humans on the Polton Terran base weren't ready for what was about to hit them. I was a bit curious just how tragic Loxel's endings were, if they were the root of most of his predator-diseased accusations. Literature was never my field, but alien media was the exception. I'd love to devour anything created from another culture, and it might give me some small insights into the Civkit customs. Engaging with material and providing thoughtful feedback might spark some personal connections with a romantic herbivore. What is Loxel going to do if the people that attacked him were Civkits? Someone will have to raise that topic with the Grand Herd, especially since they want to purge the intruders and reclaim Tinzas. It's a shame the enemy won't communicate with us. The SC needs to get creative. My eyes drifted over to the timekeeping device, sighing as I saw there were still a few hours to kill before the day's SC proceedings. The Osa's day of rebirth ticked closer, with their gestational period underway. I wonder how the humans would go about finding homes for them. That was another item that we could volunteer for. As carnivores ourselves, bisons were more qualified to raise a predatory species than Federation-tempered herbivores. Beyond the political benefits, I believed there was a noble purpose, bringing a slaughtered race back from extinction. If it was my kind that had been annihilated for our diet, I would want someone to care enough to do it the same. It almost was bisons wiped out by ghost exterminators.
Bison diplomatic vessel. This is patrol vessel UNS Audacity. Please acknowledge.
A hail buzzed over the speaker, jolting me from my thoughts. A dot flashed onto the sensor, following an intercept course. Finally, sane, receptive company to talk to. I could definitely afford to exchange a few pleasantries with humans. Let's hope that they're chatty and let a few cultural fun facts slip. I leaned over the microphone, accepting the transmission. UNS Audacity, this is Dr. Tassi. I'm escorting Civkit refugees back to Avrana for their safety. My travel plan should have been relayed ahead. Any deviations aren't intentional. Is there something I can help you with?
We have a sensitive matter that we would like to discuss in person, away from prying ears. Requesting permission to board your vessel, came the reply. It's in Avrana's best interest to hear what we have to say. We prefer to talk to you without your generals around.
I don't have the authority to make decisions for my government or about military policy, but I am happy to talk with allies. I always have time to cultivate friendship between humans and bisons.
That's greatly appreciated. Please just drop into real space for a moment, and these coordinates. You can continue along your FDL flight path after that. We've become skilled at quick boardings, so it won't be much of an inconvenience.
It's not a concern. I'll welcome humanity's visitors at the specified location with gladness. My flippers input the forwarded coordinates to transition to real space, though I was puzzled by what sensitive matters they wished to tackle outside of Naltor and Zalk's view. I wondered whether I should relay a message back to Bison military officers. My chief loyalty was to Ivrana and her people, and I didn't want to circumvent their authority. What gave me pause was that the Terrans might be looking for a less heavy-handed approach than the duo could afford. If Bisons were to attain any goodwill, I needed to demonstrate that I could act with discretion. I wasn't like the primates had shown ill intent towards my home. If they wanted to harm us, they'd have ample opportunity. This hushed conversation must be for a noble purpose. Slipping out of subspace was smooth and barely noticeable, with the autopilot figuring out the subtleties. Cruising around in the galaxy in a spaceship and picking up visitors from a friendly alien race had once been my dream. The fact that it was a reality still had made a part of me bubble with giddiness, even after all the horrific occurrences since first contact. If this form of travel was to become commonplace for Bisons, we had to keep our spot in the sapient coalition. Humanity weren't deities or miraculous saviors, but they were kind-hearted species who hadn't let persecution defeat them. I wanted to work alongside them as equals. I hoped that they could reignite the awe and wonder for the universe I'd felt when their shuttle first landed in the Grey Basin.
The connection of the UNS Audacity was imperceptible, aside from the slightest tremor passing through the floorboards. I waddled over to the upper hatch and heard 3 taps against it. The humans wouldn't blow the door off on friendly visit. I lowered a ladder for easy access and popped the seal open. A set of primate legs clambered down, revealing an older woman that I recognized from a recent SE briefing. A shiver passed down my spine, remembering how the Thafki ambassador had lobbed an accusation of biceps over the Oxal's escapade, one that hadn't been incorrect. I wasn't sure how we'd fulfill our pledge to lobby for Kaisel's people when suspicions were already upon us. What is General Jones even doing here? It's strange for a high-ranking military official to pay me a visit without Nalta or Zulk around. I don't see what she'd even want from me, especially if she's here to share relevant intelligence. Blue-grey legs straddled the ladder after Jones, taking a cautious approach into the shuttle. With the Thafki's accusation fresh in my mind, I was worried to see that species amongst the boarding party. My concerns eased when I recognized the white fur patched on her chin. Heliska looked as shrewd as she had during our games of migration. The semi-aquatic herbivore excelled in long-term strategizing, something my intuition told me she had in common with Cora Jones. Hattie's body language was much less open than it was during our boarding time, and I wondered if she believed the ambassador's accusation. Could I even deny it to her face, knowing how deeply the Oxal ravaged her people? Hadn't I betrayed her by helping her oppressors? The third and final visitor was another familiar face, one that had been kept away from Ivrana ever since the Tessia shared their story. Nulia, the quiet, observant one who loved to people watch, maneuvered onto my ship. I was happy to see the Gojid sociologist, since I'd never had the chance to assure her I didn't hold the Starlight incident against her, even if the Tessia did. She'd done everything in her power to atone for what members of her race did. Nulia's return to the Sapient Coalition and shouting the tale of Ivrana's attack to the galaxy was likely what made Anza reach out at all. We had a lot of catching up to do, given how Dustin had been the one showing us the ropes in the SC trial period.
Helly, Nulia, I can't believe that you came all the way out here to visit me, I chirped, opening my flippers in a hug invitation. I was getting lonely after such a long trip. It's really good to see the 2 friendly faces. I'd welcome company, if you'd care to hitch a ride.
The Gojid waggled a claw. I'd love to hear how you're adjusting and what you think of the various societies. Have the full context on how they changed since joining the SC, and what they were like before the Federation. However, I'm afraid that's a topic for another time.
Of course. General Jones, you said you have sensitive matters to discuss, and I'm all ears. I confess that I'm quite curious how both of you wound up tied with someone I believe deals in intelligence.
We want you to tell us everything about your dealings with the Oxal, Tassie, Jones commented idly. Your friends pieced together several things that were off about your behavior, and I stitched together the rest. It's time to come clean. Whatever information you have on their plans, you need to share it with us.
Eliska's eyes were cold and impassive as she inspected me. As a neuroscientist who knows how your brain works, I thought I'd understand more of how you're thinking. In a scientific sense, I do, and yet I thought you felt some sympathy for how those Feckers terrorized my species. You've heard about the generational trauma, how Thafki were relegated to cattle farms, and you think they should be released, that we should deal with them and act like nothing happened.
Of course not. Look, I was morally opposed to dealing with the Oxer at all, I blurted, cowering under the smouldering glare. The Thafki didn't look fearful, like she had at the feast. She seemed hateful. The Yodel put us up to it. They said that they'd block us from the SE if we didn't go along with it. We, communicated with the Greys, and just like that, we got a trial introduction. It's the truth. Nulia sighed in disappointment. The technocracy shouldn't have put you in that position. Your secrecy about the visit to Lian and the mysterious benefactor feeding you tech. I understand that Biceps did it for advancement, and a seat at the table. But I don't understand why you went along with it, Tassie. It's so unlike you. I'm sorry, Kaisel said that the collective was leaving isolation one way or another, and I figured helping a diplomatic bird was better than war. I never wanted more conflict and death. It broke my heart hearing about your checkered past, on top of seeing global conflict break out amongst my people. Please believe I only wanted to keep Bisons and the wider galaxy safe. Please. Is there a reason you didn't think humanity would know about this? Jones asked. I didn't want anyone to know we met, because of optics. We didn't plan to speak with the Oxal or learn.
Kaiser was just there because the Jotun have trading aspirations. If we withdrew, there was no getting into the SC. I confess, I really wanted a chance with the galactic community, to be a part of it all. I see how Hallie and Nuria are looking at me now, but maybe it's time to at least hear the Arcs are out. The Gojit's eyes were also stern. The Arxel's crimes are still in living memory. They raised my entire planet, which separated me from my mother. My species is endangered as much as Heliska's, and that is hardly their first raid against us. It was only a remarkable captain who fended them off earlier, and let it be borne at all. That's horrific, Nuria, and I am sorry, but blaming the current Arxel is like blaming you for the ghost exterminators attacking us. If they're reformed and changed, are they wrong to feel they shouldn't have those atrocities held against them? Tassie, I don't know what you're talking about. Kaisel himself participated in the raid that ended the cradle and ate Gojits alive during it. He did that. That's the leader of the Arxel collective. So forgive me if I don't trust someone who ate my kind in the past. Kaisel, what? A shiver ran down my spine, along with an extra lump of guilt forming in my throat. I had no idea. I only knew that Dustin lied. No, left out a lot of parts of the story. Like the Federation starving the Arxel, their governments colluding, or Earth being saved by the Greys and helped in the war by their rebellion. How can I make decisions when you're not telling me all the facts? Heliska scowled. Dustin has worked closely with Nudi and I for a decade. He doesn't sympathize with the species that hurt us, because he cares about our feelings, and he cares about what they did to us. I guess humans rescued the Tap cattle, just so they'll have to look at the Arxel wandering the galaxy, thanks to you. Not thanks to me. That's not fair, Hallie. The Greys wanted out on their own. But you told them about the Osas, knowing they'd come speeding in, complicating the situation where we're already in fecking danger. That's enough anger. Tassie is going to help us fix this. General Jones raised a finger for silence and turned pupils that made me feel like I was being dissected. The doctor was misled by her military allies, who just wanted those Arxel ships we definitely didn't notice. Isn't that right? It's not completely wrong, I replied meekly. You have no idea the mess you created. Tassie, you're aware of how angry Zolk is over the Starlight incident, which was 3 locations affecting 1 nation. The Arxel bombed entire planets and shackled races for centuries. There's billions of Zolks out there with extra reasons to hate the collective. It's complicated for humanity to navigate. It's a battle just to keep the Arxel alive and unoccupied. Our allies prefer they met other fates. I know the SC hates them. I thought they were monsters too. I guess I just felt like they hated us because of them, and that's not fair comparison. Humanity knows the feeling. We were likened to them, but we didn't condone their crimes or put them ahead of our allies. You did, whether you meant to or not. If you're sorry at all over how backstabbed your friends feel, then you should tell us this last bit. Forgiveness must be earned, and damage you've done needs fixing. What is Kaisel's plan with the Osas? Kaisel wanted to take back Apep and to be involved in reinstalling the Osas there in person. I think he intends to go after whoever is responsible for their extinction. That's all I know. I'm sorry, I really am. You're right about everything. I wish I could go back and walk away from the Jotun and their schemes. The last thing I want is for us to be pitted against each other. I do care about Aliska and Nuria, like Dustin, but I failed to act like it. Jones offered an artificial smile. I'm glad that you've seen sense, Tassie. We still have a mess to clean up. From now on, you work for me. You're going to keep me apprised of exactly what Kaisel is up to and send him whatever I ask. I don't want to be involved with the Arxel at all, let alone to be sent to manipulate them. That could make them into Bison's enemies. But then again, Jones wants to avoid a wider war. We can't have him barging into Essie's space, and I don't want deaths on my conscience. I'm not sure I can get him to do anything. If I can help, I'll try to undo the harm I've caused, I murmured. Jones's eyes gleamed. Excellent. You also report to me on whatever schemes your generals cook up, and any of the plans involving the SC. You're going to help me ensure Bisons don't go causing more problems at a time like this. I suspect you have Nultol's ear. What? I wouldn't betray Lastman like that. I want to protect Bisons, not... You're asking me to spy on high-ranking military officials of 2 nations and leak sensitive info to the very people they're talking about. It's treason. And it would undermine their plans. I love my planet and my country. I want what's best for them, not to weaken their standing. Naltor and Zolk chasing military gain isn't what's best for you.
As for treason, there'd be no paper trail for them to find. All you have to do is get regular memory scans. That's it. Consider it keeping an eye on you. Parenting. We don't need parents, General. I'll try to push them towards more peaceful, cooperative ideas from thy own free will. I've already been trying to turn our resources towards more altruistic causes. Look at the civ kits. We can be team players. I can't do what you're asking, but I beg for you to give us a second chance. The human looked unimpressed. You can do what I've asked of you, or we can share the Bison's involvement in the Arxor scheme of the SC. Something tells me Irana would wind up almost as isolated as the Arxor, and with his few friends. Humanity can shield you from all of this, of course, but we just need eyes on you to ensure that we won't get circumvented again. I froze in place for what felt like an eternity, mortified at potentially being locked out of the galaxy for good. What was scheming with the Yodel for, if we'd not only lost our spot in the SC, but had the entire organization turn on us? All I'd wanted was to be friends with these aliens, and if the Thafki ambassador had connected the dots, we needed the humans to throw their allies off the scent. Jones covering up our mess might be the last hope of joining the stars. Well, she hadn't dangled it over my head. We also were reliant on the Terrans to fix Ivana's biosphere. The General was only asking this because we betrayed her trust, forcing her to ensure that we didn't ice her people out again. Fine, I relented. Nothing that outright hurts my people or endangers lives. That's where I draw the line. Victory sparkled in the primate's binocular eyes. Excellent. We're on the same side. There's nothing to worry about. Oh, and since you mentioned those civ kits, try to get closer to them too. We appreciate the tip about Tinsass, but it would be useful to know how they found out. Now, I think the three of you need a chance to talk things through. Enjoy the ride home, ladies. The Terran clambered back onto her shuttle, leaving me dumbfounded about what I'd agreed to. If this was the only way to right my inadvertent wrongs, I was resigned to going along with it. My Sims needed humanity in our corner. I had to figure out just how I was going to gather intel on 3 separate entities, without any of them discovering my intent. However, what mattered right now was making amends with Heliska and Nudia. My alien friends had to know that I cared for them deeply, and that betraying their confidence had never been my intent. End of chapter. Chapter 42. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, July 28, 2160. If Gress could track my implant in an uncharted desert using his police contacts, why had Mofani's translator been traceable for so long? Either Underscales knew how to evade security, or the sadistic Resket was somewhere he had a buffer between himself and the eyes in the sky. The cavern, where telesettlers had lived exclusively for years, wasn't hidden, according to my Krev friend's reluctant offerings. I knew that he could get into trouble for providing too many details, but the thought unsettled me. I'd been spending more time trying to analyze the world around me, rather than let my emotions and impulses get the best of me, and I stumbled on a worrying conclusion. The Consortium must have been able to track our movements for years through those devices. It was likely assumption that the Jaslip enclaves had been under surveillance as well. They'd outright said that they had memory checkpoints. I supposed it wasn't that damning if we was used solely for security purposes, but that didn't stop my skin from crawling at the idea. The intended use was fading us now, given how long it had taken to find Mofani, locked on a single world. The pink avian couldn't have gotten off planet without a spaceship launch being detected, so that meant that he had to be far enough underground that it blocked signals. That must be why the Trumbull were combing the globe with ground-penetrating radar, looking for hidden refuge. But how could someone have entrenched a hideout that deep into Tellus without being noticed? Unless it was before we left the cavern for the surface. Were they planning to tunnel up into our underground homes? Is that a crazy idea? Crap, it's easier to let other people come up with its theories. My thoughts continued to spin as we loaded onto a shuttle, with Radai herding us in with a special team. His honor-bound culture made it a necessity to give me the chance to seek vengeance on the bastard who wronged me. I didn't want to get sucked back, just thinking about hurting those who inflicted pain upon me. Gress told me there were other ways of coping with the intrusive thoughts that haunted me, and left me bitter over what had been taken from me.
Changing my entire persona wasn't easy, especially when I felt like I had nothing but hatred. Nothing except the Krev who warmed my heart to keep me from falling back into old habits and fading to be a better person again. My exchange partner was also causing me to reconsider things about myself that I had denied for a long time. Kwana settled next to me on the shuttle, binocular eyes seeming kinder. How do you feel now that we have a leader, Mafani?
I can't say my feelings control me. I think I want to protect Tellus. He's a threat to our safety. He could come after me, you, or any of us if he's out there. He has the skills to kill people, I grunted.
The Jasler playfully swatted me with a tail. So do you, Taylor Trench. You're not helpless, and unlike Mafani, you have people on your side. Whatever differences we have, I came here just to help humans.
I know. I really am grateful to finally have anyone care about me. I've forgotten who myself is to even try to be true to it. I never could be me in the caverns.
It's not easy to find out who you are and make it who you want to be. I know what it's like to feel hatred for your oppressors. Connor's pupils darted between Gress and Radai before returning to me. I saw how you lived in that burrow. The air was musty. It seemed to suck my soul a little with each breath that passed through my nostrils. You were cramped down there for 24 years.
It wasn't just me. I'm the one that lost their head about it and couldn't accept it.
Wasn't there literally a strike? You weren't the lone colonist that couldn't accept their lot. Spirits. Charisse mentioned that she cried beneath a mask when she first took a security role and went up, felt and saw the sun. It was an unreachable goal, made tangible.
Charisse always kept her cool and kept me from going off the deep end. I don't know how she did it.
Connor's whiskers twitched. Neither do I. Smell is a lot more important of a sense to Jaslips, granted, but I couldn't live in a cave, like you and your earliest ancestors did. I'd feel the same way about fresh breeze and scents on the wind, that you do sunlight and running around.
I'm glad for your acute nose, Quada. Only a Jaslip could have found me that fast in the godforsaken desert.
You can pick up my scent from miles away, and, fortunately for me,
how dare you, I scoffed.
You reek, not to mention I can smell your pheromones whenever you're around Gress.
What?
The eavesdropping Krev and I blurted out at the same time. The Jaslip cackled. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. Gress turned away from where he'd been catching up with Charisse. I could feel my cheeks turning red, which I imagined would only add to the adorable primate effect. The helmet had never been thrown on faster, in the futile hopes of disguising my embarrassment. To my relief, the aircraft landed on a specific patch of sandy rock, on the opposite side of Tellus's circumference. I all but sprinted out of the shuttle as it touched down, relieved to be away from the awkward moment the Jaslip put me in. There wasn't much that we knew about what Radai had learned, but I'd rather be hunting my abductor than confronting that comment's implications. Kwana slid into a back-mounted gun's harness, over her bulletproof vest. My eyes studied the objective on the HUD, spotting it listed hundreds of meters underground. My theory wasn't wrong. Perhaps this is some kind of Black Ops Krev infrastructure. That explains how the Underscale would know about its presence. General Radai stalked out into the sandy environment, never letting me out of his sight.
Listen up! The Consortium sent mapping drones deep underground to scour for any potential activity. We've encountered an unknown facility located far below the ground, which appears to be old and decaying. This is the best option Mafani has to hide away. We must anticipate armed resistance. We can't determine if he's alone.
Sir, I ventured, who would have built an underground complex on Tellus? It sounds like it's older than the Ark colonist presence here, so, I don't see a reason.
You have the same information I have, Trench. Any reason you think I have those answers? No, sir. Then why don't you head down that nice hole our lasers carved out and find out? With respect, sir, I can't fly. Neither can I. But I know how to put on a fecking harness and jump.
I don't think I'm ready to jump that far down and fall like that. I've never seen anything from the Psi up outside a ship. It's no wonder I feel weak on the knees. They did teach us to rappel down, but not from the Psi up.
Exactly what I'll be doing, sir. Good. The ropes are setting out there. Get your ass in gear. Or I'll give you a tail in the form of my foot being planted there. That applies to all of you. Move. Check each other's knots before you jump. I don't want to clean your guts off the ground.
Grace, Cherise, and Quana tailed behind me as I began tying the loops that make the difference between life and death. The crab looked a bit uneasy, despite being an arboreal creature. Cherise and Quana, meanwhile, were making light of the long descent. The female human gave the jaslip a light push towards the hole, though far enough back that there was no real danger of her falling. The Arctic carnivore yipped with indignation, circled around the smirking primate, and began tugging at Cherise's pant leg. The white-furred quadruped looked almost like a dog playing tug-of-war. The humor eased my nerves a bit, though I was still apprehensive, just as I'd been on the orbital train that went straight down. This was much worse. Gress turned to check the ropes that I'd tied, though he looked quite distracted. "Taylor?" "Yeah?" I managed, clearing my throat. "Do you remember what it's like to be loved, or given affection, to have someone that holds you close and tells you that you're going to be okay?" "No. The last hug or kind word I got before you was my parents, before they put me on that damn ship." The crab threw his scaly arms around my torso, much tighter than when I confronted him after he told me the story of the jaslip incident. The alien, who I'd once despised and wanted to bash his brains in, felt like a warm blanket of security. Gress was only why I wanted to keep going. I could see it as plain as day. After learning that all of our toiling for decades was for nothing, he kept me from despairing. Right now, I felt a bit less fearful, knowing that he'd save me if anything went wrong, hopping down. I wish I could stay here and soak in the validating embrace, and tell him that he was the only person that made my life worth living. My exchange partner retracted his limbs, and I realized I stood there, dumbly, motionlessly, and lifelessly. "Sorry, I know you don't like being touched." "I should have asked," the crab coughed. "I just didn't want you to be afraid. Let's go get Mafani." I nodded like an idiot. "Mafani, yeah. He can't get away with what he's done." That's such a stupid fecking thing to say. Snap out of it. Can I pretend that it was someone else under the helmet? With sudden eagerness to plunge to my potential death, I began rappelling down in increments. My boots pressed against the dirt wall as I tried not to look down at what was below. My mouth felt dry, so I pressed the chin button for water. My gloved hands clung to the rope like my life depended on it. Since the last thing I wanted was free fall such an abysmal distance, Quana looked clumsy, imitating a biped's actions, as she descended next to me. Cherise was taking the fall the fastest of us all, and sent a message into her helmet shouting, "See ya!" in an exhilarated voice. That answered beyond a shadow of a doubt who the thrill-seeker was amongst us. Gress crept down tentatively, and I found myself waiting for him. We had to do this together. It took some time to reach the bottom of the hole, which was ample opportunity for Mfani to see us coming. Thermal cameras hadn't picked up on the rescue, though the metal walls of the structure seemed to be blocking out the portion of the light spectrum. I breathed a sigh of relief as my boots touched solid ground, and caught Grez to ensure he didn't take a hard landing. The Greve muttered a thanks before trotting ahead to rejoin our squad mates. Special forces were manning the point as they prepared to burst into the mysterious bunker. Rust was visible on the walls, with bits of metal having peeled away. Who would have built a shelter this far down, and this long ago? The consortium itself was only a century old. Maybe it could have rusted in that amount of time. I'm hardly an expert in oxidation. Radai came careening down, grasping the rope with his wings, but just in time to avoid a nasty collision. For a tight bird and capable of flight, he was as fearless of heights as ones that took to the skies. I readied my weapon and waited for our unit to find out what was inside of the structure. They didn't make any sense with the details I had, so I hoped hard evidence we found could shed some light on its origins. The general seemed uncertain over the structure, which confirmed that if it was from the consortium, it wasn't in his knowledge. It was odd to see him joining the field mission, but per Reska culture, disobedience of an order he gave and injury to soldiers under his command mandated a personal response. Their honor system put high-ranking officials in unnecessary danger. Our allies finished cutting the hole in the sheet of metal, tiptoeing inside with guns raised. Many of them were Reskets and Krev, since those species were the most well-suited for military service. I wondered if humans would wind up in the special forces down the line. The avians had to duck through the opening, as they didn't want to compromise the structural integrity. There was no gunfire or indicators of enemy contact on my HUD. Once they entered the strange consortium, I crept forward with my friends, hoping that this was Mufani's hideout. More than revenge, putting the sadistic retard down would help me not look over my shoulder constantly. I wanted to move on from my brush with death. My fingers curled tighter around the gun, remembering how it felt to be paralyzed. Fauna's nostrils twitched, while her tail fronds swayed in confusion. "Whose writing is this? A dead language?" I knelt beside the jester, noticing words written above the crumbling door. My visual translator understood them. When I switched it on, it was a simple exit sign, like we would have seen in any building on Earth. Most peculiarly, the language the writing was identified as was Civkit. My head snapped back like I was slapped, while I tried to digest the factoid. What could it even mean if those fringe grazers had some long-lost dwellings on this world, our world? What was their connection to Tennis, far outside their borders? The Civkit fleet might have come to the system because of whatever this was. The Ark ship and the entire consortium weren't outside the Federation's sphere of influence, after all. "Why the feck are we in a Civkit bunker on our planet?" I screeched. Gress and Quana looked equally at a loss, and they didn't respond to my panicked question. The Kreb's amber eyes were a bit watery, perhaps due to his own sweating thoughts. General Radai's primary emotion was alarm, though he ensured that we were seeing was a live stream back to the consortium brass. Talos wouldn't be safe if this was a place of importance to the Grand Herd. We had to find out what they wanted with our home, now and hundreds of years in the past. I tried to rein in my spiral and consider what my allies might be thinking at the moment. Enemy infrastructure within our own space was a liability in the war. We weren't working with all the facts on how much they knew about our space. Forget going for the Federation's heart. The Civkits are the ones most likely to come after us. Maybe we should capture some of them and find out just what they want. It might be worth the risk of them learning more about us, with this in mind. Gress's claws twitched. Before he turned sad eyes towards me. "All of our efforts to hide from the Federation and not draw their attention. They were here before. I wish we'd known this world was important to them. We could have moved. We could have let the Civkits land and hoped that they'd leave us alone like we did with you."
"Except humans were here," I finished. "I'm sorry. You could have avoided war if you didn't have to stop them from finding out we survived."
Charisse picked up a ribbon off the ground before also finding what seemed like a bipedal Civkit figurine. "We would have been found by their expedition at end time, and the Krev wouldn't have protected us until recently. We inadvertently landed on one of the most dangerous planets for our kind." "It's more than that. More than about humans," Quana growled. "Esquo was destroyed to avoid the Federation stumbling across us. That's more likely to happen here, whether it's further away or not. Don't you see? Hundreds of millions died for nothing."
"Hold on. Why is that Civkit statue walking on 2 legs?" I demanded. "It looks like it's fucking dancing."
"That's your focus, not what I said about the Jaslips."
"What do you want me to say, Quana? I'm trying to make sense of this. There was no way of knowing the Feddies were so far out of their own turf."
General Radai stepped between the two of us.
"There can be multiple concerns at once. Obviously, this clashes with the information we had when making all of our governance decisions for every species. It is a cause of concern. Panicking and infighting will not help us deal with this, or find out why the only remnant is such a decrepit bunker this far underground. There were no signs of past colonizations."
"Then how did Mufani know about it?" Quana hissed distrustfully.
"Well, that's a valid question, and so was the crap about the bipedal bunnies," I offered. The Rescue General's eyes simmered. "Quadrupeds can act bipedal for short times, and sometimes do. Quana can attest to this. There's not much to make of it. As for Mufani, he's been planning this for months. My best guess is that he stumbled across it, looking for places to tunnel, or perhaps found a connection into it where we're not aware of. The only way to find out is to catch him. We must gather as much intel as possible."
"Getting the Civkit memory transcript would be invaluable. They might have told us outright."
Gress mused. "I wonder what they would have said if we accepted their hail. We will never know. This is why I would have preferred to attempt communications, but my crew were not reasonable. Our policy was to avoid war with the humans when we believed them feds. This wasn't a conflict I wanted. With incomplete information and the blood we must now spill to win.
If I knew the Sifkids had been here before, it wouldn't have been a total surprise when they showed up. I ran a hand through my scalp in frustration. But what do they even want here? Why is it a desert world, important to a species that likes grazing in verdant worlds, devouring them? Trench, did it not occur to you they may have devoured this one? Tellus isn't teeming with local flora. Of course, sir, you're right. But why would they come back if it's depleted?
I don't know, because your upstart primates forced my wing, thinking you might have the big picture. You should do less thinking and more falling the Feck in line.
Understood, General Adai. Forgive my inquiries on past overreach. I'll be following your orders all the way to Mufani, sir. The Resket leered at me for a few moments longer before stomping off. I pretended not to notice the confusion he failed to disguise. The general was trying to quiet the unrest amongst his own ranks, but he couldn't make heads or tails of our discovery either. Considering the disquiet it had created amongst us, I could imagine what news would stir up in the wider consortium. The words that really sunk their claws into me belonged to Gress, asking what the Sifkits might have said on the hail. What if the conversation could have saved lives, whether by preparing us for the war or for avoiding conflict altogether? I'd hated the Xenos so much that I never gave a second thought to their deaths, until I stumbled across a child's statue. There might have been Sifkit kids, Lekker's age, on those vessels, something that would break Gress to consider. There's that more blood on my conscience beyond just the drill explosion. All I'd ever wanted was to help humanity, but my passion only seemed to aggravate situations. Keeping the cesspool of hatred and hurt under wraps might not last long either. I was not convinced that I could change, or that there was another Taylor Trench deep inside it all. It was a matter of time before I hurt my friends and proved to everyone that I was a terrible, selfish person. How could I ever be good for Gress, even if he was the only positive part of my life? I never deserved his affection, or a second chance at everything I'd done and failed to learn from. Perhaps General Adai was right, that I should do less thinking and more falling in line. Cherie snickered. Those were actually legitimate questions. When did you grow a lone brain cell, Taylor? Gress, did you donate some? The Krev moved a claw along his temple, counting on his other paw. Taking inventory? No, seems like all. We came here to do a mission, I snapped. Let's just do it. Mufani is still out there. What? Oh, I see. Taylor, it wasn't your fault about the Sifkits. You weren't the only human desperate to hide yourself, and you hardly started that policy. The Krev wrapped an arm around my shoulder, voice and touch gentle. We've all made mistakes. Look at Esquo. Having the wrong facts about where Jaslips would be safe. Look at me, faking up the deal with the kids. We just have to move on. I'm really proud of you for how you've grown and thought this through. You are? Of course I am. Even Charisse was giving you a backhanded compliment. You have more soul and intellect than you give yourself credit for. Use that. Keep asking questions and trying to protect the people you love. You'll get a bit better at it, one day at a time. I wasn't sure I believed what the Krev was saying, but hearing the conviction in his voice, a part of me wanted to. Having Gress around was why I decided to seek other emotional outlets in the first place. I didn't want to hurt him because I was bleeding deep down. A taut smile forced its way on my face, and I nodded to signal agreement. We were in this together, to protect all of Tellus from Mufani. Whoever this hideout belonged to long ago, that reality hadn't changed. Perhaps following orders and asking questions weren't as mutually exclusive as Radai's verbal beatdown suggested. My hands tightened around my rifle, and our unit pressed deeper into the complex in search of a sadistic Resket. End of story. Chapter 43. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, July 28, 2160. The bunker's qualities grew more bizarre as we pressed deeper into it, moving into the connecting central room. A decaying desk sat in an office, along with what looked like a vault. There appeared to be mostly depleted armory alcoves scattered throughout the complex. The question was whether Mufani had snatched their contents, or if they'd vanished long before he arrived here. assuming he was, in fact, hiding here. General Radai allowed for the collection of evidence as we continued the sweep. The Rescue made a point to send physical literature we found up to the surface. Many of the contents were unreadable, but from what we could parse, they were plays. Perhaps we could use the pages to accurately date them, and analysts could extract more from the crumbling paper. In one wing of the bunker network, there was a central display with chairs clustered around. Once again, it seemed they weren't quadruped-friendly. If the prey species weren't so meek and feckless, and much too undisciplined to have any semblance of martial structure, I would have thought it was a military command center. On a raised platform, there were rows of computer monitors that had long since burned out. General Radai inspected them before having their hard drives added to the evidence repository. Whenever the operation the Sifkit Grand Herd conducted on Tellus, knowing more about it could indicate why they'd returned here in the first place. I tailed Quana to the central display, which still had a faint glow by the activation strip. The Jaslip seemed quite keen to get immediate answers, still on a warpath over this discovery.
What secrets is this place hiding?
The carnival's whiskers twitched before she pressed her paw to the scanner.
Talk to me, ghosts. I don't trust the consortium will be forthcoming with Jaslips.
The lights beneath the dust-covered glass flickered to life. A process began loading at the Jaslip's touch, reviving the outdated computer system. Gress inched up beside me, uncertainty in his eyes, and I thought back to the days when he'd ranted that humans were the Sifkits but worse. The Krev didn't hold a high opinion of the Grazers. I imagine he'd been repeating his questions about them taking despite having enough of the Federation when we shot the expedition ships. The two of us were ready to hear some crazy prey-brained rhetoric from any surviving documents. I arced my eyes at the Sifkit who appeared on the screen, standing on two legs. His eyes were wary and defeated, but he looked to have more fortitude than his species reputed timidness. This is General Anskel of the Sifkit Grand Farmhood. I am recording this for posterity. If you're finding this, it is likely years after they've erased us and taken everything from our culture. I can see where this is going, the Sifkit murmured. I only hope whoever is finding this isn't from the Galactic Federation. We recognize the only way to keep records safe from their cleansing was to hide them somewhere without people for their senses to detect. It's a thin hope, but we don't have much else. A chill ran down my spine. Gress, they're talking about the Federation like they're the bad guys. I noticed. They're saying the Federation erased them, Krev replied. Like they thought they were crazy too once, but weren't given a choice, Quana finished. Farmhood is certainly different from their unstable practices today. I grinned at the Jaslip. I told you the bipedal statue meant something. Enough, Radai hissed. I want to hear what this tape says. For all we know, this message will only play once. To our scientists, there was no saving the ecology of our home world. Ansel was overlaying his feed with images, many of flames and dying crop fields. There were entire cities visible. We'd accepted the aliens' help, perhaps knowing that we couldn't defy them. Fighting wouldn't have made a difference. They touted some phantom threat, the hunger. They'd expect our claws to quake at anything predatory. I suspect they will cover up that it was them who forced the mass exodus from our planet. Perhaps whoever hears this in the future, you won't even know the ground you stand on once belonged to the Sifkits, the land of our ancestors. What? Charisse and I blurted at the same time. Is this guy really trying to claim this? Tellus, our second Earth, was a Sifkit's homeworld. But it's a desert. This is the only trace of them, so it can't be. Maybe this was a colony that went wrong and tipped the Federation off to their presence. Still, either way, weren't the Fed's only victims. This changes a lot, everything. Ansel's ears drooped. I hate writing my species' eulogy, yet I want some record of what we were. Sifkit's agricultural manuals let us create a garden until they trampled us. To think it was that green excess beauty that attracted them, detecting our biosphere from far away. We once had nature societies performing wilderness theater with the greatest works of our people, works that they've banished for being predator-diseased.
but we tucked away on our shelves.
Wilderness Theatre has a fan of stage play. I'd be curious to see that, Gress murmured. We have to try and save the books for the sake of cultural preservation.
The ships in the sky were a curse, Ansel continued, not giving me time to reply to Krev. Verdant Denzas was covered in flames within days of their arrival. Giant wildfires were started amidst the brush. These became uncontrollable blazes, some of which swept through cities. They piled animal corpses on the outskirts of our cities, so they could burn them more efficiently. But not all of them were fully corpses. Not all of them were animals either.
The exterminators burned Sifkits along with innocent animals. Sharish tried to close her slack-jawed mouth. We need to share this with the Federation. I had no idea they forced their ideas onto other herbivores. They just all seemed that way. The Sifkits need to know the truth. It can help in the war, bringing people to their side.
I snorted. We shouldn't do anything. Whatever happened to them, they're still filled with hatred for us in the present time. They'll never listen to predator deceit. It would just give them extra incentive to take this world, our home, just when things are getting better.
We'll build you as many homes as you need, Gress whispered. Yeah, and we just get enclaves, on worlds that will never belong to us, where you can keep an eye on us, Quana hissed.
Even if you had a whole world, you'd only inhabit a hyper-particular climate. What's wrong with making use of land that we don't use? And reducing our chances of detection. Would you take leftovers for the Krev? If it meant Leka would be even a little bit safer. Yes, don't you get it? How close we were to being the Sivkits? Not another word, Radai shrieked. Mass famines they caused. We had no choice but to go with them. When the evacuation ships arrived, they could have let us die, granted. But I suspect they want us under control. With these species assembled, their power grows. An unstoppable juggernaut. General Ansel lamented. The more people believe a lie, the more convincing it is. Cult mentality at its simplest. I am sad to see the Sivkits being broken into their ranks of powerless prey, and taught to forget who we are. The other aliens in the group have become caricatures too, likely by similar mechanisms. That entire band of Xenos were laughable caricatures reduced to one trait. Is there more going on with the Federation than just hating predators? Clearly, the founders do, and they forced others to go along with it. We might be saving more than ourselves by going after the first three members. It doesn't matter that we can't call back the drones now. The Sivkit slumped his shoulders. I fear the worst. I've noticed a sudden, almost ubiquitous spike in Sivkits born with a back disorder. They claim that it has nothing to do with the translator implants and what they might have injected alongside it. They claim the bombs they're moving into our orbit are to finish the extermination job, and it's true, they're not the first. They say that the special classes they're putting our species in by themselves are to catch us up. But dumbing, Ansel's likeness flickered out, following by an error message, data corrupted. From what we had all heard, it had become evident the consortium was more right than they realized to hide from the Federation. What we had just learned went beyond lunacy. This was active malevolence dished out beyond sapiens who were unfortunate enough to have eyes like mine. So many things popped out of me from the Sivkit's message, but what hit the closest to home was Gress's realization that the Krev were a mere system away from being in the Sivkit's position. This sweet, primate-loving hostage negotiator could have been molded to hate me. He would have been as spineless and frightful as every alien from Earth's vicinity. The level that the Federation had seemingly gone to, creating back disorders for some reason. It didn't make sense. All the same, the evidence was plain as day. With modern Sivkits being quadrupedal, what could have been gained from making them walk on four paws? Every bit of news shocked me to my core, especially knowing why their ruins existed on our new home. The peculiarity stretched into how this was the first trace of their civilization we found on this world. I gathered from Ansel's message that Tellus had been bombed. There must have been a cover-up that was much more thorough than even the consortium's operation on Esqua, given the odd behavior we'd noticed from the scouts in the Jaslip system.
Maybe the Sivkits came here because they had figured out what was done to them, except that they returned with the Federation in tow. I don't want to be driven off another planet either way. Still, that does compound my guilt over killing them. I can't imagine what it was like for Ansel. I pity the Sivkits more than I thought possible. What would humanity have felt if this was discovered before Earth was a burning wall of rubble? Perhaps this information could have saved my species by revealing the Federation's insidious heart. The only difference was that we ate meat and had binocular eyes. So they killed us rather than conforming us to their ways. It was impressive that this data had survived for what looked like centuries, with engineering strong enough to preserve most of Ansel's message for us. Maybe there was still time to make this right with other victims and seek out further information by venturing into Sivkit space. I knew Radai had no intention of taking suggestions from me, but if he signed off on such an idea, perhaps I could compel him to let me atone for my prior missteps by joining the mission. Honor demanded that I address my own mistakes.
"Why did the Federation leave after the Sivkits?" Grace blurted. "We've never seen them push into our space."
Charisse furrowed her brow. "You weren't advanced enough when this happened for them to lock onto you. The Consortium is a mere 100 years old." General Dai's face hardened before he turned to us.
"This is the enemy, soldiers. This is a war we cannot lose. I would choose death over seeing my species forced to grovel in the dirt." "Easy for you to say, when your species isn't actually dead," I grumbled, near inaudible.
"And rich coming from a Risket. They told the Jastops groveling was better to death. We're so unreasonable," Quana snarled.
The pink avian's head snapped towards us, though he didn't acknowledge our words.
"Ansel said that with each species the Federation assimilates, their power grows. They will be unstoppable if we wait any longer. We must not hide. Tennis is a desert now, and that is what our homes will look like 1,000 years from now, if they win. The Consortium will not bow in fear, as they do. We will fight. We will win."
Just like we won the battle at Tennis, when they came for us. This is about more than Earth. Gress put it best, saying how there was nothing he wouldn't sacrifice to make Lecker a tiny bit safer from them. That's why we fought.
"We may have our scars and points of contention, but we stand together in the face of pure evil. Against all threats, we meet them at our gates. The Consortium is the last bastion of rationality and acceptance," Radai continued. "We will fight for safety, to know that such atrocities will never be done to us, because we would never. This is a sight most dishonorable. We have a duty to rebuild where they have destroyed. Tennis, Earth, and Esquire must rise again. Let us excise the rot of our hearts today, so we can cleanse theirs tomorrow. Mafani doesn't leave this place. Am I clear?"
I sucked in a sharp breath.
"Yes, sir." "Good, then move out. Check every last corner."
"We can reclaim Earth if we disband the Federation."
Grace placed a paw on my shoulder as we hurried to the furthest recesses of the complex, an area Mufani could have set up shop.
"I'd hate having you so far away, but it'd be beautiful for humans to have your home back. It won't stay destroyed in the long run."
"I hope we resettle it someday. Losing Earth, billions dead. It can't ever be the same. They, might try to cover it up, like they did with the Sivkits," I murmured.
"We have the vaults. We'll remember what was lost from our culture. Earth will carry on through us, as was intended all along," Charisse commented. The Krev shouldered his gun, jogging to keep up.
"You can display everything that makes you human with pride. No masks or censorship. Even back then, Emergency Order 56 stifled your self-expression. That's over. None of us have to hide anymore."
"Unless I want to avoid you staring with that dumb look as I brush my teeth. But you make weird expressions. It's adorable. You're insufferable. Some days, might want to rip your scales out one at a time."
"No, you don't. You like the attention."
I scoffed. "What? You're the way off the mark, herbivore Xeno."
"I don't think so. I could give you as much attention as you wanted, Taylor."
The words dried up in my throat, while I ignored the watchful gaze of Charisse and Quana. All I could think about was how purifying his earlier embrace had been, and how the kind words he'd say to me and about me felt like rivers running through my heart. It took a colossal effort to redirect my focus to sweeping the complex. As we left the military command center, I knew now that it was the last stand of soldiers fighting the Federation. against their claims that prey were incapable of such measures. Our unit ventured into the last uncharted area, which looked to be the largest wing. It seemed like a mix of living quarters and entertainment facilities. Where the important figures meant to hide out here would have stayed. Instead of a couch, there were hammocks suspended by television screens. Fake tree trunks formed their supports. I began wondering to myself how the civ kits were supposed to evacuate down to this bunker, since we'd yet to find an entrance other than the one we blasted. Mafani must have gotten in here somehow, assuming that he was even hiding in this complex. That meant that we should look for a way down to determine if there was even accessible from the surface at all. Whatever was supposed to facilitate transit to and from this construction might have collapsed in the eons of time that had passed, or when the Federation dropped those bombs Axel mentioned. As if in response to my mental wonderings, I spotted a tiny, rusted lift. It looked more like a birdcage than an elevator. Ironic. Assuming the machine was still operational, the 9-foot-tall avian would have had to fold up like a pretzel the whole way down to fit. Clearly, it wasn't built to accommodate his size. Special forces were sending surveillance drones ahead of us, which alerted us they detected a slight heat disturbance in the room beside the television area. Turrets mounted on the ceiling eviscerated our unmanned aerial vehicles moments later, taking out our eyes. Alertness surged into my veins. There was no doubt, unless for some reason the civ kits wanted to set up a trap for the posterity they'd left a message for, that Mafani was here. With construction assault, explosives were risky too. It could bring the whole place down on our heads. I watched as Radai directed specialists to chuck in localized MPs, neutralizing any automated defenses the former underscale had on his side. With one gun, the fight was stacked in our favor. The turrets were disabled with an EMP grenade, along with anything else lurking behind it. Radai ordered the special forces forward, and I hurried behind the expert marksman. I could see a hint of pink feathers from behind a wardrobe, which had been pushed out enough for him to squeeze up against. The rescued general had said Mafani would go down fighting, so I was expecting him to try and take us with him. My eyes pointed directly at his hiding spot, remembering how he'd longed for my suffering. He'd left me to a miserable death by sun poisoning. I could still feel burning in my skin sometimes, like my entire outer casing had been turned to lava. My finger tugged on the trigger, blowing off fragments of the wardrobe in a haze of fury.
"Stop! I surrender!"
The sinister rescued poked his wings out tentatively, and with the general ordering us to cease fire, I hesitated. Who cares if taking out a surrendering enemy was dishonorable when he was a piece of crap?
"I'm coming out. I'm unarmed."
Radai cleared his throat. "Lay down, flat, on the ground."
"Hang on. What do you say to a dueling invitation, General?"
"I'm not wagering to let you go. It's not my decision to make."
"Oh no. You see, Radai, I just want you taken out for ruining my career, throwing me off my own line of work, siding with the half-brained minions. I'm stronger than you. I can beat you in a duel, you soft—"
"I accept the duel. I'll have no trouble putting down the likes of you."
What the fuck is wrong with Radai? I thought he was letting me get my revenge, not squaring off with a prick over his own pride. Screw this. I don't care what he wants. The rescuers prowled to opposite sides of the room, talons tensed. I raised my rifle right at Mafali's head, feeling years of bloodlust rise to a crescendo, pure, unbridled hatred for all those who'd wronged me. The poison went straight to my heart, blotting out all the light and compassion. The hurt was enough to drown in, and this was a chance to do something about it. What could I have done to deserve being kicked by everyone and everything? No good deed went unpunished, but all I'd done was try to stop the bigotry being hurled at Quana. The universe tried to kill me for empathizing with another down on their luck, Xeno, for showing growth, for caring. My teeth grated against each other. Jaw locked in anger. Decision made. A finger began to curl.
"Taylor, no!"
Gress wrapped his claws around my forearm, pushing the gun down. He stared at me with forlorn eyes.
"Don't let your hatred control you. It'll only deepen the scars and create more troubles over your perceived inability to follow orders. He is not worth that."
Mafani's head snapped over to us before he snickered maliciously.
"Ah, Gress, we met a few years back, you know." "You're wrong. I've never had anything to do with the underscales."
The wicked Resket chuckled. But we had plenty to do with you. Remember those Jaslips wanted to prove a point about how you choosing the elites over children? It wasn't like that. Don't bother trying to rile me up. I'm just reminiscing. I was there too, Gress. The Jaslips lacked conviction to follow through. We helped. I put the bullet just perfectly in that one kid's throat, so that he'd bleed out right in your arms. Terrorists and Gress taken out in one fell swoop. I recoiled in shock, unable to believe what Mafani had just claimed. The Undertales had killed the Jaslip children, and for the purpose of taking out Gress. Why would the Krev Black Ops faction want a hostage negotiator who cared so dearly for the consortium and for saving lives taken out? I wouldn't have thought the Resket was messing with us, except his voice had a distinct certainty to it, and he knew how the lost kid had died down to a T. A look that I'd never seen in Gress' eyes turned them to ice, bearing flashes of betrayal and broken realization. He raised his gun in an instant, firing a shot before I could stop him. The bullet pierced Mafani's neck, like the kid's, about the same time as an incensed Quana buried around in a close-by location. The Jaslip's teeth were bared. Hearing the underskills were the real kid killers. "Gress, snap out of it," I pleaded, to no response. I jostled Gress's arm, but he shrugged me off. The Krev marched over to Mafani with claws extended. Redai shrieked at my exchange partner in fury, charging at him with wings outstretched. To my horror, the former hostage negotiator raised his weapon at the general, holding him off at gunpoint. "Did you know?" the Krev grunted, barely able to string words together. Redai looked insulted. "Of course I didn't. The Underscales act disgracefully. Why do you think I'd spit on the name of honor like that?" "Gress, stand down, please," I begged. "You said Mafani's not worth it." The green-scaled mammal hissed before spraying a gurgling Mafani in the face via the Krev's tail gland. I gasped as Gress knelt down, slicing his claws through the Resket's existing wound. General Redai seized the opportunity while his back was turned, and, with a headbutt, sent Gress flying back into the wall. I winced as my exchange partner yelped, and the pain seemed to snap him back to reality. He lost his grip on the gun and stared at his claws, which were now covered in pink blood. My legs left to sprint between him and Redai, trying to stop the Resket from losing it on him. "Sir, he's having a flashback episode. Have mercy, please," I begged, raising both arms to ward off the Ravian. Redai scoffed. "A memory scan will tell. He willfully defied orders and held me at Feck gunpoint. I'll demand answers from the Underscales, but you will not be a member of the consortium military again, Gress. And what's your excuse, Jaslip?" "Mafani had it coming, sir," the Jaslip barked coldly. "I'll neutralize anyone who admits to slaughtering my people's children. Do your worst." I moved over to comfort the watery-eyed Gress, easing him away from all the noise. I quietly cleaned the blood off his claws with my shirt, not daring to break the subject of what Mafani had just claimed. When my exchange partner was ready, it was important to discuss why the consortium would have wanted him out of the picture, and what they would have gained from giving the Jaslips a perfect propaganda piece with dead children. Taking out the Resket who left me in the desert to die was supposed to be more satisfying, yet now all I felt was concern for the person who meant everything to me. I wouldn't let my Krev companion break inside all over again. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Memory transcription subject. Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, July 29, 2160. The meeting with the Leshy ambassador had paid off, as the Shield reluctantly agreed for me to take a speaking slot on a single day's agenda. Ambassador Yali relayed the news yesterday and indicated that we'd be leaving tomorrow. Herself and Korajan, along with many of the Terran ambassadors, would be returning to Shield territory to advise. Presumably, it was also to keep me at bay with his Predator expertise if the worst came to pass. I was still elated to have the invitation accepted. This would be humanity's first look behind the curtain of how our sister organization operated. This was a chance to forge closer ties between us, after decades of having no direct contact with their central governing body. Kuiper and I had discussed long-term goals throughout the past week, to prepare me on what to say to further the United Nations agenda. The Arxol situation caused me to look deeper into the species kept isolated, and just how their living conditions had festered. I expressed staunch disapproval over the indefinite quarantines,
especially forbidding entire species from the stars. Humanity should have learned the issue with collective punishment. However, the Secretary-General brought up a worrisome point, that the Shield, namely the dirty insect, wanted Alpha glassed altogether. For us to get them to consider tolerating us, letting them get away scot-free, the first step would be to turn the Shield to full-fledged friends. It required undoing centuries of anti-predator dogma, so they could accept us as well-intentioned sapiens all over again. Much like with the Federation, it's about getting any voters who'll agree to a military alliance, and taking it from there. Baby steps. The galaxy still has a lot of healing to do, and I don't want humanity to turn a blind eye to those that are suffering today from the conspiracy's legacy. I hadn't decided what I would say to the Shield, and wondered just how Noah had come up with his iconic, "Maybe we could be your friends" response. To me, that was a clincher for getting a few parties to give us an honest chance. I closed my eyes, issuing yet another silent thanks for having proper eyelids, a successful surgical augment from Vernt. The toolfish had been working at late hours of the night over the past week, seemingly obsessed with some sort of project. He hadn't left his desk even for a send-off to me, so I made it a purpose to pay him a visit. Unease gripped my throat as I noticed the insect surrounded by human brains in jars. Was this how he'd replicated the inner workings of the hominid mind? "Just here to say goodbye. I'll be leaving any minute, as soon as the Sudian diplomat arrives," I told the Terra Technologies scientist. Vernt turned around, mandibles clacking in an excited way.
"Yes, of course. I hope the adjustments have helped, Elias. You're going to be the first synthetic to act on behalf of humanity. What a long scuttle forward. We are building a concrete case for when you're inevitably addressed the SC about rights for all people like you. We'll even have precedent with the Shield, for them to grant you the privilege of a sapient being."
"We haven't seen how the Shield as a whole will receive me yet. Not all of the diplomats were so elated about my digital resurrection. Perhaps this will serve to get them used to the idea. I suppose I'm arguing for more than just humanity, the biological race."
"You already knew there were several factors at play, the safety of the galaxy being chief amongst them. I remember when the Arxor raided my homeworld. My mother and I narrowly escaped, thanks to human soldiers. It's a tired story, perhaps, but that's the beauty of it. I trust that you won't let us get into another war with the Greys, knowing the consequences. The Shield needs to hear that as well." I nodded and focused on blinking. Even with eyelids, it was something I had to do manually. "Was it hard for you, Vernt, living on Earth, as a giant insect?" "Oh yes, of course. Any time I go into public spaces, it's almost inevitable that someone freaks out at the sight of me. I wish there was a trick as simple as wearing a visor, like you can with your eyes."
"For what it's worth, I think wearing something as basic as a lab coat might work. It'd make you more human to their eyes, to draw some connection in the brain of a person rather than, scary. That's a hard perception to flip though, and I hope that it's not hurtful."
"Not at all. Marcel told us, when I was very young, that humans evolved to see us as harbingers of disease. I've studied the response quite a bit, so I do understand exactly when it originates in the brain. I thought about removing fear responses from the brain, since they're a net negative in my view, but replicating emotions is too complex to risk that."
I cleared my throat. If I can't feel all the same emotions as a human, then I'm not myself. Elias Mayer was the sum of all of his parts, the positive and the negative.
"I don't disagree. You still are an Elias Mayer. The continuous experience of consciousness is the essence of personhood, in my opinion. I cannot imagine your brain knows how to make sense of the great beyond."
"Death? It wasn't complicated. Dark is the absence of light, and death is the absence of life. It is simply nothing. I wish there were, others who could describe the experience, because it changes how you view everything. It's difficult being the only one of my kind and having no one to commiserate with."
"That is all changing soon,"
the toolfish waved a grasp in a circular motion, sweeping across different brain jars.
"Look around you, Elias."
I did a double take on the human mind scattered about his office. Was Vernt trying to figure out how to straight up resurrect people just by taking their brains? Wouldn't they have rotted and lost neural connection, even if they were suspended in formaldehyde or something similar? My eyes squinted, seeing Terran names with holographic codes affixed to them. I scanned one marker, pulling up a full biological profile, which stated that this individual had died in the year 2025, or 135 years ago. I didn't understand why the Tillfish was tampering with bodies that had been laid to rest for over a century. These people couldn't have consented to this. Vern still doesn't understand the fundamental problem with what he did to me. If Elias Mayer had been asked before his death, he wouldn't have wanted this. I shouldn't exist, and I know it. These are the exact people who did consent, and who would want this? Vern responded to my internal thoughts, which earned a sour look from me. There were individuals who were cryogenically frozen in the late 20th and early 21st century, under the hope that scientists could reverse death one day, perhaps even with just their brains. Humans who knew science could solve insurmountable obstacles with enough time. They were frozen after death, and now it's just up to me to piece the data in their minds together. Isn't that wonderful? I paused, eyeing what I realized were cryogenic storage boxes. I faintly recalled hearing about individuals hoping death could be reversed one day. I suppose these people who hoped for this sort of technology and would want to be brought back. If they had just their minds revived, they must believe it's all that's necessary. They must have considered this to be one of the ways they could return. Precisely. Their mother's vitrification process could unfortunately result in damage to neural tissue, but it's most important that the areas preserving memory and personality are intact, like they are in these. I've been studying the most viable specimens and narrowed those down to ones that also have supplemental brain imaging, such as long outdated procedures as MRIs, which use gigantic machines for entire lengths of time. At any rate, artificial intelligence can use this to try and restore any damaged sections. Burnt definitely can unload a lot of information on his topics of interest. It's nice to see someone so engaged with their line of work. I can respect the singular passion. Not everybody can emulate that, and I hope that he has others who appreciate that. I am on the spectrum, I know you already guessed that. But thank you for not singling it out or treating me differently, the Tillfish commented. I raised my eyebrows. One of my most helpful aides was autistic back in my original life. As a diplomat, you grow to welcome such straightforwardness and information without any slant. For what it's worth, I do think these are solid candidates. If you're moving forward with the project. Of course I'm moving forward with it. Elias, you're a sample size of one. We can't make any sweeping judgments just from you. I want you involved with this, going forward. When you get back from your visit to the Shield, I'll have finished up a recovery work on my selected candidate. I'll bring them to life then, and we can help them through the transition together. Someone will have to aid them in adjusting to the 22nd century. It's crazy that we can bring back people, even if it's only a few, that died in the prior century. I would be curious to know what life was like for them. It'll be souls from a different time period than our previous interlopers. At least these types might have an easier time than the Archive's captives, adjusting to the idea that they're now in the future. I'll be glad to be there and help. I'm the only one who knows what they're going through, after all. Don't forget to start them with the revisions you already made for me. I won't forget. Your input will be the key to perfecting this for the next digital transplants. Like with any technology, it'll only improve. It has to. The slightest imperfections, and I guarantee they'll notice. Like I still notice the utter absence of breathing. Suffocating isn't the sort of sensation that just fades into the background over time. The Sulian envoy should be here by now, so we shouldn't keep them waiting. Good luck, Vernt. Remember why you're doing this. The Tillfish waved a grasper in a rather human gesture before returning to his work, looking at the transcripts he'd pulled from the cryonic brains. Those should be quite interesting to peruse for historical value, seeing what the time period was truly like through their eyes. As intrusive as it was to view someone's life story from a single snapshot of their mind, I couldn't deny the applications that technology could have. There clearly were many sapiens who were interested in mind uploading, given what I'd heard Vern say on the call about the uptick in brain scans. If there was one privacy law I needed to lobby for, it was that memory transcripts couldn't be sold or data mined. I wish I'd seen this coming in my first lifetime and gotten ahead of it. But how could I? I ran through what I'd learned about Sulian culture to myself. Most of the current SC members weren't part of the original dozen who voted to attempt diplomacy with us. Juld was an unusual world, creating both the Thulians and the Iftalas. Aliens likely were simple for them to bond with, since they were close to a sapient species other than themselves by default. I tried to imagine how humanity would have differed if we had a non-human intelligence native to Earth, and our paths crossed throughout history. Unfortunately, I believe most Terrans from the past would have tried to conquer them, rather than opening trade and living side by side as the Thulian Iftali citizens did. Tribalism had made us desapienize our own kind, though I prided myself that we'd come so far from historical atrocities. The wheel of progress turns much too slowly, as we can see from the less than desirable outcomes across the galaxy. But the important part was that it turns. I always wanted to move humanity forward, even if it was to gain a mere inches. That would have been if it was worth any sacrifice to me. The Thulian reared back on two legs, waving a hoof at me. "Hello, over there!" I donned a cautious smile, taking care not to show my teeth, even with SC allies. "As well as you, I'm Elias Mayer, and you are Cyber. I became diplomat because of you, you know. You stopped at nothing to protect your people, and never gave up on peace. It must have seemed impossible to you, but you didn't. Actually, you were one of my heroes growing up, sir. It made my year to travel with you." "No need to call me Sir Cyber. We humans have a saying, never meet your heroes." "You won't disappoint me, Mr. Elias. The fact that you're even worried about that shows that you're exactly who I thought you were. It's me who should be concerned about not living up to your legacy." I waved a hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Aren't Thulian diplomats the ones who persuaded lots of former neutral parties back during the war? Including the Dirtian, who ran what was then known as the Dirtian Shield. They were very rude and unpleasant at first. You're lucky that you met Corrigan and not their first diplomats." Cyber tossed her antlerless head, revealing the black and white stripes continuing down her neck. "Thulians are making calls almost non-stop, all because we wanted to stand with our Iftali kin. Finding out that they used to be omnivores, we wouldn't turn on them, so why should we condemn you? We had to get allies and stop the Federation." "You were the unsung heroes of that, Cyber. Getting the shield on our side is what turned the Battle of Alpha. Not to mention that your efforts brought in dozens of our SC allies. Diplomacy won in the war as much as guns, and it's a shame Thulian's contributions have been overlooked. Clearly they haven't been forgotten since we were invited on your expedition. It's time to soften up the shield and neutrals all over again, since we wrote the manual on how to do it the first time. Plus, who I am might lower their guard." "Who are you exactly?" I asked, as I ambled towards the waiting shuttle. Should I be concerned? The kind of thing that might lower the shield's guard could be a 5-time exterminator of the month. "No, silly!" Cyber chuckled, headbutting me playfully. I hoped she hadn't hurt herself, not expecting the immovable metal skeleton beneath the faux flesh. "My dad is Vanilla, the talk show host, one of the most famous in the Federation. Before the war, he was popular with humans too, by the end, because of a few clips. I shouldn't have expected you to know, since you weren't alive when he would have been known on Earth." "So you're hoping that you can unruffle some feathers when shield diplomats have that moment of, 'Oh, you're Vendler's kid.' That's not bad play, having a bit of an inroads with them. But if he became popular with humans, would they hold that against him?" "Well, no, long story. But his old shows remain very popular in no predators allowed territory. Let's just say Dad was very critical of you at first, and they liked the jokes he made at your expense. There's some wild conspiracies out there, like the humans coerced him into siding with them once they got too chilled. You're predators that know the value of propaganda, after all. It couldn't be further from the truth." "What is the truth, Cyber?" "The studio told him not to bring on his first human guest due to liability concerns. The audience usually stamps their hooves and cheers to welcome celebrity visitors, but they were mostly gasps and panic when a real-life predator came out. A lot of the live spectators fled, almost stampeding. Dan told me he felt sick sitting across from Manny. I think the guy's name was, during that first interview. But he covered it up well, asking fluff questions and icebreakers like with anyone else." "I'm old enough to remember Manny Griffin. Is that why Vendler's show caught on with the humans? Because he welcomed our celebrities?"
Sibber chuckled. Not quite. Dad became an internet sensation here because he kept insulting you, even after his opinion on you turned. One of the most famous clips is him screaming at the camera, "What even is an appendix?" before launching into a lengthy tirade. There was another where he said that mascot costumes were more horrifying than your actual faces. Also the time where he held up a picture of a Terran in a ski mask and said that they were doing Feld's visor laws wrong. Nobody wants to see your eyes. Haven't you got the message? Okay, that's actually pretty funny, I chuckled. I'll have to look this up on the ride over. That was relentless. Instead of backtracking after the omnivore reveal, he just doubled down and went after you harder. People thought that he had a death wish, but it seems humans overall found it quite hilarious. We like to laugh at ourselves. Sometimes that's all you can do. Cyber bobbed her head enthusiastically. That's right. Dad retired a few years ago, but I learned a lot from him. The way Host Vendel would disarm people is useful for diplomacy. I wound up talking to strangers for a living, just the same as him. From what I've seen so far, we're all better for it. I'm glad to have you with me on this mission. Your father should be proud. The Surian threw her head back, prancing ahead of me excitedly. I smiled in spite of myself, letting myself enjoy the fact that interacting with friendly aliens was now part of humanity's existence. Cyber looked up at me, which had warmed me to my core to hear, so the last thing I wanted was to let her down. I couldn't afford to be a shell of myself, failing to live up to the legacy the real Elias had created with his final breath. It was time to move the needle of progress forward, and to find a way to get the shield to help out with a galaxy-spanning war once again. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, Bison Alien Liaison. Date, Standardized Human Time, August 11th, 2160. My heart was heavy as I reached Sapien Coalition Command, with the Civ kit safely at Ivrana. The frostiness of Aliska had simmered a bit, though I felt less than enthusiastic with the prospect of betraying General Meltor ahead of me. The smart-ass Salmor had endeared himself to me, and tried to take care of me as the first contact situation spiraled out of control. While I had wounded my Thafki and Gojid friends, was turning on another friend going to improve things at all, even if it was to keep Bisons connected to the galaxy. We couldn't afford the might of the Sapien Coalition bearing down on us, and I believe Naltor would agree if he had the full context. He understood how much was at stake, and how vulnerable we were. Gathering allies was all that mattered. Still, I wanted to talk to someone, and it wouldn't be Heliska or Ludia. They'd shown little sympathy for my predicament, evidently. Dustin might have hated the Oxer and lied to me to begin with, but there was a reason he wasn't brought with Jones's entourage. Maybe I can confide in him. Someone has to help me, and I don't know who else to speak with. I can't involve other Bisons. Somehow, finding out how the Sifkits learned of Tinsess seemed the easiest task. Of the 3 factions I was supposed to cross, Loxel had given me tons of reading homework, with alien texts that gave me a boatload of information to dissect. Combing through page-turners was a welcome distraction. Not all of them were even from the verbose playwright species, and I found myself eager for Bison literary critics to analyze them. Many plots were surprisingly relatable, such as the Takan book about venturing to far-off worlds in the diaspora, or the Dosa tale about the Federation descending from the heavens. I remember experiencing both of those things for the first time, and the awe I once felt. It would take a lot of effort to hold on to that feeling.
So, Tassie Forthwith, you shall offer a rejoinder to my queries. Why did the Civkit author give a green tail ribbon to the peasant character of Nakfrin, who leads the grand herd in the peregrination of the galaxy?
The disenchanted Loxel sighed. I parted my beak in thought, trying to decide what type of answer would be eloquent enough to appease the Civkit. Perhaps there was some ancestral memory of how the sky was emerald green on Tinsas, so the author's choice of color reflects adventuring upwards and beyond one's world. Nakfrin wants to be out of reach, but his own self has become unreachable in like the sky. The ribbon serves as a reminder throughout his time on the stage. It signals that he and the herd are lost in the stars, no matter how strong-willed the character is.
No, that is absurd, you Assyrian Piscobal. Proceed, could you actually try?
I am trying. What did I say was wrong about the ribbon?
Tassie, you are dim-witted Pycoroon. It is a mere bijou, but you picked the most odious interpretations. Sometimes a color is just a color. Words are just words. There is no grander meaning to extract circumjacent to what's in the pages. I guarantee the author had nothing in mind, writing the color of a ribbon.
I checked that I was recording the conversation, bracing myself to look up more of Loxell's vocabulary, a recurring theme of our sessions. Then why did you ask me about the ribbon? I'm trying to see what you see in it.
I was testing you. You failed. Just like those pathetic human actors who are performing my play. They were supposed to be army-potent, sanguinolent. That's strong and bloodthirsty. You dull-minded bird. It's like talking to a rock with everyone.
Hang on. You got the humans on the Polton base to act out one of your plays. That's really nice of them. I didn't know how they took to your writing, but I'm happy to hear it. How did you get them involved with that?
They promised not to eat garden plants anymore. Those contaminous beasts also made me promise to talk to them like people, whatever that babble means, and to use words they could understand. You predators are so limiting.
I raised a flipper. Maybe just any word you use in a play. Don't use it in speech. Then people will understand you.
People do understand me. I understand me. Am I not a person, you contumely coxcomb?
No, Loxell. Of course you're a person. I meant that predators will understand you. I can't believe I'm willingly lumping my kind and the humans together in a separate classification as predators. But reasoning with Loxell is impossible otherwise.
It's good that the humans aren't so, sanguinolent, right? Maybe they aren't as eager to eat you as you thought. They are in sooth boring, and hereupon nary a human can act or smite as poltroons, cowards, the lot of them.
Why do you say that, Loxell? They agreed to act in your play, and trust me, that took courage. Is it because they did that?
No, it is because of how they did it. Look, how terrible their first rehearsal was. You could have prepped me for sepulture after that, lack-a-day.
Somehow, not the first time he used sepulture in relation to himself. Is he basically saying that he was at death's door, ready to be buried from how badly these poor soldiers performed? I couldn't have been that bad, I prodded. They're learning. The Civ Kid's ears entwined, twisting together like cords of rope.
These dander-brats cannot act to save their lives. I don't know how we thought they could swindle or deceive anyone. They won't heed my dictates. They refuse to be interpreted. Look at this travesty.
With dread in my heart for his primate victims, I turned my eyes forwards on the video screen. The human who'd spoken to me, referring to Loxell as the funny bunny, appeared to be playing a speaking role. He was tearing into another actor, though struggling a bit with using some of the words aloud. The opposing hominid waved a dismissive hand before telling Daxrin that he'd be in a facility soon. The man playing Daxrin scrunched his features in rage before arcing his arms towards his counterpart. The punch stopped just short of the other soldier's chin, and he whipped his head back like it hit him, nursing his jaw. Loxell came running into frame. In the present time, the Civ Kid was covering his eyes with his paws as if he couldn't watch.
That wasn't a real punch. I thought predators could handle a basic facile attack.
Loxell hissed at the human, first sticking upright. Daxrin arched his eyebrows with indignation. John sold the punch just fine. You told us in the script to act out a facial attack.
Yes, like this,
I gasped as Loxell slammed his paw into the human's jaw with surprising force, making him stagger onto the ground. The primate poured the blood on his chin. He stared at the Civ Kid in utter disbelief.
See the contradistinction? You cannot fake that with your phony chicanery.
What the feck? You actually hit me.
I'm demonstrating how you can evince your salient bloodlust. Let the animal loose. Go on.
Loxell turned his chin towards Daxrin's actor, an expectant look in his beady eyes.
Your turn. Swing at me. Gormandizing Venator.
I'm not going to hit you. You can't just punch people in the face, Loxwell. It appears I can. You're so inclined to extract a drop of blood. Humans are so grave disappointment. I came hither expecting to meet a species of wrathfulness, yet you are the most docile, dull, careless predators I've ever heard of. I think we're all done here. We might be docile, but we won't take pointless abuse from you. The Terrans are awfully patient, but nobody would expect them to suffer from this Loxwell. I need to convince him to stop being so excessive for his own good. The Civ Kid stopped the video in real time and turned manic eyes towards me. The inchoate scapegraces wouldn't even try to get it right. They ruined my Poltradinia's script.
Hold on. These humans were willing to help you bring your prey to life, and you punched them in the face for it, I asked incredulously.
I did nothing to the fiends that I wasn't willing to subject myself to.
But they willing to be subjected to it. I thought you'd be happier that someone is taking an interest. Maybe you should try being nice to them. If you're already convinced they're docile, you don't have to view this like you're being jailed or sacrificed. You could try make friends.
The reproachment is not wanted. I was not the grand herd. Yield as animus, vengeance delivered through the ambuscade, and potency for conquest.
They won't do that, but they do want to help you, Loxel. After every alien has tried to screw you over, I think you should appreciate an honest predator who just wants friends.
There was a pause from the Civ Kid. I do. That's why I talk to you. Mayhap I can reevaluate the indefatigable beasts too. Goodbye, Tassie.
Loxel disconnected, forcing me to decide whether to approach Dustin, a member of the very species that roped me into this clandestine arrangement. Who else did I have that was an alien friend? I didn't feel especially close to the Thafki or Gojid scientists. I'd be glad when they left the ship at the docking port and ventured off to the SE's governance premises. Drawing a shaky breath, I exited my shuttle with pins and needles in my flippers. My throat was dry, and my stomach felt sick at the thought of turning on Lessman. I hoped General Naltor wouldn't find me before I could locate that xenobiologist, because I wasn't sure how I'd look at Selma with a straight face. A curly head of hair was the first thing I saw, sitting in a chair. I'm not sure whether to feel relief or to feel torn about whether to confide in Dustin Curtis. What if he just makes it worse with Jones, or turns on me as well, when he learns about the involvement with the Oxel?
Tassie,
the Terran enveloped me in a hug, grinning from ear to ear.
Civ Kid son of Rana, you succeeded at getting through to them, where we have failed for years. I'm proud of you.
I swallowed the lump in my throat.
Thanks. Look, can we go someplace private? Where no one else will overhear. I have to tell you something.
Sure. Back on the ship?
No. It could be bugged with people that were on it. I'm intelligent enough to know they're watching me.
Who? Right. Private venue. The cramped janitor's closet over there?
Sure, Dustin. I hope you won't hate me.
Please. I could never. Something's got you spooked. I've never seen you like this.
The xenobiologist squeezed into the closet, and I shut the door after I followed him in.
Whatever trouble you're in, if someone in the SE is threatening you, we can help.
That someone is humanity.
The Terran blinked in a half-lighting.
What? Our mission is to save you, to ensure your success. We have had our shares with wars and mistakes too, and we don't want you left out in the cold. We want predators to truly be accepted. Why would we wish to harm you?
I don't understand. It's complicated. Like I said, I know you're going to be upset and disappointed in me, and that I failed everyone. I have nobody else to turn to. Please don't suggest terrible things about me, like Aliska and Nudia.
Hattie and Nudia were demeaning you. That's completely unbecoming of First Contact Party. We're supposed to facilitate trust.
Really? But you left out later, Tassie.
I reoriented my focus, forcing myself to tell the story of how Biceps betrayed the people who helped us.
When we went to learn, the Yodel put Biceps in contact with the Oxel. They promised to get us into the SC if we would help the Greys lobby for lifting isolation a long time in the future. It seems like the only way, so I went along with it. Then the war spooked us into getting closer. The Oxel also gave us ships in exchange for us talking with them. We did tell them about the Osas, and that's why they're out here.
No hurt, judgment, or betrayal flashed in the xenobiologist's eyes. His irises swirled with concern.
Tassie, that's not something you should be connected with. I had no idea. I understand why you did it.
I failed at making you feel safe, or understand what a powder keg we're sitting on. There's so much baggage tied to anything Ox or sympathizing. I would know, living on Skullgar and being acquainted to them.
You understand? But you left out a lot of details about the Oxel story. How they saved Earth, how the Federation created them, how they're rebels.
I wanted to protect you, Tassie, but that wasn't fair of me. And it seems it got you into a worse clusterfuck. It wasn't my decision to make, especially when we wanted full transparency. I just, for your own good, I believe that you should have as negative opinion on the Oxor as possible. As carnivals, distancing yourself was the only way to win the SC. They have no intent of ever letting the Greys out. And the Yodel, using you, it boils my blood. That's no way to treat a new species with no bargaining power. They're just like the Federation with their uplifts.
You're on my side. Thank us. I don't know what the Feck to do. I don't want to buy some Spanish like the Oxel.
A glimmer of hope flickered in my chest, seeing Dustin worked up on my behalf. Even if I didn't resent how he hadn't given me all the facts, I couldn't deny that it would have been better if we'd never got involved with the Greys.
I never meant for any of this to happen, or for this to go so far. I wish to hers I could take it back.
We'll figure something out. But I need to know what the hell's going on here. You said humanity was threatening you over this.
Yeah. That general with the Terran intelligence. From the briefing aboard of my ship. She knew everything, Dustin. And Aliska and Nudia were with her, saying I betrayed them.
The human Shorlock, I confess. Part of my mission was tiptoeing around Heliska. The Thafki hate the Oxal. But why Nudia would take part in this boggles my mind, and I am so unspeakably disappointed in my counterparts. We spent decades studying you, cultural sensitivity, and now they're trying to manipulate you for making your own decisions. They'd hurt you personally. I fear I know where this is going.
Jones wants me to spy on the Oxal, the Sifkits, and the Bison to advance humanity's agenda. She threatens to out our meddling to the SC, so we will never have friends. If I tell anyone from Lastman, she'll know, because she intends to do memory scans on me.
And there it is, fecking pricks. Tassie, that general was bluffing to your face. She's not going to tell the SC. Are you kidding me? You realize how much fire it dumps on the evil Predator train, and how much more will be penciled in as an exception? Not to mention, humanity are the ones who wanted to give you a chance. How does that make us look? I'll tell you, dumb and inept, or worse, Predators sympathizing. All while we're trying to ally with the Shield, who are looking for any excuse to distrust Predators. I leaned my head back against the wall and reevaluated Jones's threat against me. The one that had all but forced me to agree to spy against the very Bisons I was loyal to. Dustin had won back my trust simply by telling me that, since I was certain Terran intelligence hadn't wanted me to decipher the reality. I was too trusting of what people said at face value. And it might be time to forcibly crush my naivety. The humans didn't want our involvement in loosening the Oxal to be out in the open. General Jones threatened the one thing I wanted above all else, because it would bend me to her will. She was hoping to control the outcome of the Kaiser's escape, and to put a leash on Nalthor and Zalk's schemes. Elevating anti-predator biases didn't serve either of our species. Jones played me for a fool, and Dustin saw through it in half a second. To think that I would have betrayed Nalthor because I was being used. Is it safe just to back out, or at least to tell my people that humanity knows about our schemes, that they went after me, a scientist? Dustin crossed his arms, eyes steady. Okay, now you can read between the lines and the Bison angle. What was the end goal of spying on the Oxor and Sifkits? You don't have any direct input in roads with them. For the Oxor, I think Jones wants to push them to her own targets. She seems to believe that I can influence that. As for the Sifkits, she wants to know how they found out about Tinzas. Someone or something told them. Those aren't necessarily bad goals, if I'm being honest. The Starlight incident didn't make me fond of the idea of unknowns in the galaxy. Do it only if it's your wish, and it aligns with your aspirations. But Tassie, subterfuge isn't your style, and I won't let you become someone else's pawn. I'd fight for Bisons even if the rest of Earth was against me. Thank you, Dustin. I wouldn't mind finding out where Loxel got his information, since it impacts the war. I would have done that if I was just asked. Kaiser, I don't want a galactic war, but I wish I could not be involved with the Oxer at all. It is a little late for Bisons to not be tied to this. However, you don't have to be. I'm surprised Nalto would bring you into this. Your people need to know all of this, in the spirit of transparency.
But what about Jones? She'd expect reports, and what do I even do now? This is all not what I signed up for.
You just wanted alien friends, I know. She knows that too. The human smiled with sympathy, placing my flipper between his hands. Let me worry about Jones. I'm going to find people in the UN who never would have allowed this, and they'll put her in line. For now, I suggest refusing memory transcripts. Naltor can make up a bullshit reason for you. We should tell him everything you told me, right now.
Tell Naltor that I agreed to portray the runner?
You said what you thought you had to. I imagine your Selma friend will be angry at how they took a run at you, and he might be able to control what's sent to Jones through you. If you want to flip the script. A double agent, not betraying your home, but letting her believe she has you.
I'm not sure about crossing humanity or being involved with any of these underhanded maneuvers, but I want to keep a runner safe. I'm loyal to Lastman.
I won't let anyone get their claws at you. I definitely intend to chew out a certain Dafki and Gojit as well. Please, Tassie, trust that humans, we're not all like that. Most of us just want friends too.
I know that. We share the same enthusiasm for the galaxy, and I do believe the ESC's mission. How you've improved the galaxy, for all of the bad. I want to be a part of it.
I'm not sure how many Bisons will agree with you after this, but I'm glad to hear some optimism. I'm happy you don't hate me, because I've let you down as a friend. I put politics over doing what's right for you as a person. I'm sorry. I swear I'll never wanted anything more than for you to be accepted and safe. We really weren't ready for this first contact.
I tapped open the closet door, patting Dustin on the back. That's all behind us now. We've both made mistakes, but you're the only alien friend I have. You did what you thought was right during first contact, just like I did with the Arkansas. It happened to blow up in our faces, but neither of us sought that result. I trust you. We'll figure this out.
That's the spirit. You're not in this alone by a long shot, and I hope you remember that. What do you say we find Naltor and tell him how you're the world's worst spy, friend?
I chuckled. When you put it like that, lead the way.
The Terran xenobiologist led me through the SC halls. Word of Arxor collusion could get out through other means and jeopardize our place in the galaxy. But he'd reassured me Jones had no intent of following through with her threat. I was more than content to leave the scheming to General Naltor and to hope that he'd trust me to be part of the Bison's galactic future. While I hadn't committed treason, I was worried how the Salmo might view me for considering it. However, with Dustin on my side, I felt like there was hope of getting out of this with my dignity intact. He had a plan and was going to sort out this mess. Bisons had to figure out a way to make this right, and to reckon with the Terran intelligence breathing down our neck feathers. The last thing the galaxy needed was further complications amid the war. The drone fleets had been stalled, but they neared the 3 founding worlds, just as the Sivkit's hypothesis for the attack's origin predicted. Keeping Iran safe and politically secure was important now more than ever. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, August 11th, 2160. The silver lining that came from Gress's outburst was that General Radai had been kind enough to grant me a brief leave to take care of him. I feared that the sweet Krev which should be in suicide watch after what Mafani had implied about the Jaslip incident. The carnivores had already been wrathful about the Escort massacre being unnecessary, but this was pouring fuel on the fire. Radai, for his part, had been demanding answers. While the truth of what happened to the Sivkits should have been an overall morale booster, it was muddied by the General's insistence on a public hearing to probe into underscale involvement. My exchange partner didn't seem to doubt what Mafani had said, as if he knew it was the truth when he heard it. I longed for an explanation, so that I could try to help Gress sift through his nightmare. But now I was being patient with a former hostage negotiator. Either way, the Krev had been discharged from his role as a comms technician in the consortium military. While they wanted to be a part of the protecting Tellus and acquiring answers, there was no scenario in which I'd leave him. My own spot in the military was in question, without him there. Guana and Charisse were wonderful friends, trustworthy and spirited. They were only that, friends. Gress was something more to me. He was the good part of me,
the elusive Meta-Taylor Trench. I had to be there as Radai's public hearing took place today, demanding answers from the KC Black Ops. Most Arkship colonists were much more focused on this being the Civkit's homeworld, and how we should handle that factor. To think that their ruins were beneath our feet this whole time, and the Federation was more sinister than even we imagined. Once I would have been refocusing revenge plans and hatred for Xenos too. I'm worried about our planet's safety and humanity's last survivors being found. But ultimately, there's not much I can do to change the broader circumstances. I can be there to steady Gress, as he's done 1,000 times for me. I can choose love. The crib was curled into a ball on the couch as the television set ticked down a timer for when Radai's hearing would begin. It was the first time he'd left his bed all week. I'd been bringing him food he hardly touched. He completely withdrawn after his discharge, which I thought was unfair given the Quano only received a disciplinary action for also pulling the trigger. The unforgivable offense was turning the weapon on the Rescue General, but I knew that Gress hadn't been thinking logically. I was grateful that he'd stopped me from taking Mafani out, since he was right about it deepening the scars and further damaging my life. Then again, had I known what my exchange partner was about to do, I would have pulled the trigger myself to spare him his pain. My own mind ached, wondering why the Underscales would want to shoot the Jaslip children, fulfilling the terrorists' threat.
Gress, please talk to me. You can't drown it in yourself, not after hearing what they did, I whispered. I know you think everyone hates you, but I think you changed the way Quana looks at you. She knows that you care, and that you weren't to blame. You read the Jaslips right that day, if they weren't actually going to kill the kids.
The crab sniffled.
Nah, I did nothing but serve the consortium, Taylor. Nothing. I worked alongside the listeners, the secret police, for years to solve cases, and they'd do this to me. They knew I was soft on kids. I'm sorry you got mixed up in this.
I'm right here where I want to be. Besides, the consortium will take eons to actually plan Civkit recon, especially with Radai's whole underscale witch hunt going on. We'll get justice. People will know the truth.
Don't be so sure that the proof is from Mafania, a known sociopath and traitor. Someone who hurt you. I should have shot him on sight for that, but I was trying not to encourage anger and vengeance.
But you didn't. He specifically provoked you, and we can show it's an isolated PTSD incident. Get you treatment. There has to be some way to get you back in the game. To have this undone.
I don't want anything about my discharge undone, Taylor. I won't serve the consortium ever again.
Gress is talking now. This is a good sign. Then maybe he's ready to open up and process what happened. God, I'm going to be shit at comforting him. I've never done this sort of thing. I nodded, patting his paw gently.
Okay, then I'm done too. We can start that tennis massage parlor you wanted.
No, I won't let you throw your life away. The first time you're able to do things you've dreamed of and stand up for yourself, I'm not that selfish.
My heart broke into tiny pieces, seeing him beat himself up. I didn't want him to push me away.
I am that selfish, Gress. I want you. I wanted you for quite some time. You're everything I've dreamed of and more. You're the only good thing in my universe. I'm nothing without you.
The crab finally poked his head out from his curled-up state, and his puffy, tear-stained eyes shone with surprise. I met his gaze as a surge of nerves made the hairs of my arms stand up. The weight of his judgment had me feeling like I wanted to die, or retract the words I just breathed into existence. What on earth had I been thinking? Admitting how out of control my affection had gotten for him, how totally smitten and enamored I was speaking with him. These kinds of leanings were selfish, given how every Ark colonist needed to contribute to the next generation. There were expectations, yet here I was, professing that dark truth to a Xeno, not to mention how unhelpful it was in comforting him. What was I thinking, confessing that to him now?
The arrogance to even fathom that Gress could want you, Taylor. A desperate, broken, rash mess who leaves a trail of destruction in his wake. Nobody can ever love you. Deep down, you know it.
I tried to stop the despairing frown from taking over my face, since I knew I needed to put Gress first. An apology, followed by an offer to leave, would be a good start. I just ruined our friendship, like I ruined everything else. Maybe the way he'd hugged me before jumping into the Sifkid ruins, or told me that he cared for me while simply trying to be supportive, had let my imagination run wild. Perhaps it was that he was a polar opposite from how aliens were supposed to be, since I'd never dreamed that they'd love and not hate us. Who was I kidding? I would be a terrible partner, and the fact that I said such a tone-deaf thing now proved it. There was no reason to force Gress to reject me when he needed help putting his life back together.
I care very deeply for you, but...
The Krev trailed off. Here it comes. The but.
I don't want to hurt you the way I became a threat to Leka. You could have gotten hurt, standing in Radai's way, because I lost control. I scared off one part already because I can't trust my brain. You deserve someone who can be stable, dependable.
My mouth parted in surprise, hearing Gress mirror my thoughts on being a bad significant other. You can be stable and dependable. You can never scare me off either. I understand what it's like and, crap, I'm certainly not stable. You are a strong, beautiful soul, my rock. I want to try to be like that for you. Gress seemed noticeably more alive and responsive than he had since Mafani's words drove daggers into his very soul. The Krev reached out with a paw and grabbed my hand, sending chills down my spine. His claws intertwined with my fingers, and he held on quietly. I curled my digits around his smooth skin, letting our entangled grip fall onto the couch. My binocular eyes blinked rapidly, in disbelief for a variety of reasons. For what this meant for us both, and where we even went from here. I didn't have a clue how to handle this. With the cultural disparities, and getting eaten alive by panic wasn't the thing to do in front of Gress. Regardless of whether I was in over my head, we could just sit here like this and watch Radai's broadcast. The Rescue General had strolled up onto the elevated platform with a gaze that could melt ice. Radai would screech in my face and hurl pejorative threats at me, but he'd never looked so murderous. As an honorable leader, the Pink Retite must feel absolute disdain for the underscales, and their director had just arrived per the delegatory summons. The prominent consortium leaders voicing the idea that Black Ops was behind the Jaslip's deaths had been enough for the carnivals to believe it. They didn't hold their alien allies in high esteem. Radai and Director Roll, a Tromble that literally had a gun in place of his right forepaw, engaged in a staring contest. I wondered for a moment if the avian would challenge the underscale leader to a duel for the consortium's honor. The general narrowed his massive eyes further. Director Roll, let's get down to business. Did a rescue officer named Mafani, who was a recent fugitive on Tennis, once act as one of your operatives? There are records of Mafani having served with the underscales. Many of his operations are classified in the interest of interplanetary security, Roll answered robotically. Consider anything I ask you unclassified. Mafani stated that he was present during the infamous Jaslip hostage situation, where the presumed story was that these extremists shot their own children after Gress opted to free Krev leadership. What would an underscale have been doing at the scene of the crime? A public spectacle. An underscale wouldn't have been there unless Mafani acted alone for nefarious purposes, which is not impossible given his sociopathic tendencies. We had nothing to do with the incident. Mafani had intimate knowledge of the crime. Details on Gress and those who were there would know, beyond the public record. Again, this is a sociopath who likely wanted to mess with the ex-negotiator. According to my records, Gress was with your team. There's ample reason to believe Mafani had a grudge with the former officer and his entire circle. It's documented by you. You're not listening, Director Roll. Mafani knew details of the incident that could not have been known without being there, such as how a kid died in Gress's arms, down to the exact placement of the wound. He took credit for firing the lethal neck shot to allow the child to live just long enough to die in front of the negotiator. There are any number of ways Mafani could have obtained that information. Accessing police records illicitly, finding a memory scan from a witness, speaking with others there to research Gress. Again, he was obsessed. The only proof you have is the story of a maniacal, sadistic would-be killer, and I wouldn't say this is a reliable source.
I am disappointed you buy into such a dastardly narrative about the consortium, Radai. Such a claim deserves to be investigated. I am disappointed in you when he recruits someone of Bafani's mental disposition. Can you prove that the Underscales were not behind the Jaslip's kid's death? Have we done a bullet analysis and compared that to the guns shown on the Jaslip's video? There wasn't much investigation to be done since there was a video of the Jaslips lining up their children for execution. The idea that we would have had assets in place and not acted while we had a chance to save consortium officials is utterly farcical. Police also stated that they were unable to get close enough to the hostages or otherwise access the crime site. My operatives are well trained, but how would we even have gotten into position? What I want to know is Mafani sure had an awful lot of knowledge and was a step ahead of the rest of us. How did he know about the Civ Kit bunker? Roll. The Trumbull leaned towards the microphone, shell glow intensifying with irritation. I can't ask him, since your soldiers killed him before we could question how he found it. You would have sabotaged our chance yourself, since I hear you were planning to duel him. I don't back down from an open challenge. I also don't take it lightly when I find I am missing the full information. Mafani had not worked with the Underscales for years, well before he was stationed on Tellus, and discovered this ancient bunker. This new intelligence changes the war planning for all of us, General. We are fighting a serious threat. Whatever you think of the Underscales, security from the Federation is our chief concern. Did you consider the sociopath wanted to sow doubts between us as a final form of revenge? I already have serious doubts in the Underscales with your dishonorable methods. Terrorists are the dishonorable ones. And the simplest, least paranoid explanation is that they killed the kids, just like they said they would. Mavani's conspiracy theories have no basis in reality. He sought the suffering of others, and his claims about our organization were most likely born of that, and a deep-rooted jealousy. This was not a sane or credible individual. Gress switched off the screen in disgust, eyes narrowed to slits. I wasn't fond of the Underscales any more than Radai, but I couldn't deny that Roll had a point. We'd bought the story Mafani fed us, hook, line, and sinker. The Kreb's instantaneous belief was what swayed me, but his judgment was clouded when it came to this incident. What, it was just a parting shot by the Reskets, one which was tailored to Gress and Quana alike. The avian had wanted to exact revenge on us, and this would be a perfect success. There really wasn't any credibility to his story at face value. Unless Minecraft had some reason to believe the consortium would have wanted to get rid of him. I hope Krez can talk to me about how he's feeling, rather than let it consume him alone. He's logical, and knew Mafani was trying to rile him up. There has to be a reason he still thought his incendiary claim was true, unless it was just the inside info. If that's the case, Roll had a point.
What did I tell you? Don't be so sure. Mafani is easily discredited, and I'd never admit it. Nobody except a few Jaslips will believe his claim after today. The Krev huffed. I pretended not to notice his sharp claws curling into the back of my hand. Maybe talking about it would help you release the anger. I want to understand why you believe Mafani when you knew all along that he can't be trusted. Because, as soon as he said it, I saw why they'd want to. The listeners should have warned me about the plans to execute the kids, unless it was a setup. Like you're telling me they wouldn't have picked up a social media broadcast of children lined up for execution. In my heart, I knew Mafani was telling the truth. Maybe I always knew, and didn't want to accept it.
But why? Why would the consortium want to make martyrs of terrorists, to kill children? Why would they want to hurt you?
It's so simple. Think about it. It gives the Jaslips someone to direct their blame, their fury at. That's not the consortium. Someone uninvolved. I became the target for their hate and their ire, instead of speaking about Esquire or their enclave security policies. It also discredits the extremist grievances to other species, making them look like lunatic terrorists who would kill their own kids. Bonus that such a public incident gives cause to tighten security measures on the Jaslips.
I didn't think your people would do that. Humans joined the consortium, and now I find out they'd killed their own citizens?
You need the consortium, Taylor. You don't have a choice. Our military will fight your war for you and protect you. Crap. You need us to rebuild your populace. You can't leave. Our government, just takes an entirely keeping us safe is worth any sacrifice approach. With total, fecking disregard for morality or lives. The Jaslips were a threat. I was a threat.
I squeezed his paw tightly for a moment. Why would you be a threat? You were someone that worked for them, keeping people safe. What you said was their goal.
You did a lot of good. There was one rule that I was taught as soon as I joined the force about the secret police's surveillance apparatus. Don't ask questions. I broke it. I looked into the listeners in search of a rogue operative. That showed them that I was willing to step out of line. Every suspect called me right before I was sent to the Jaslip incident and told me they turned on me. It was planned, Taylor. And I just brushed it off.
I arched an eyebrow, catching an off fact amid what Gress had hissed. Hold on. You questioned the suspect, and the problem was that they had info above your pay grade. Am I following this?
I don't interrogate suspects, crap. I wasn't supposed to keep digging once the hostage was free. Not my job, no. This guy called me. He wanted me to continue his work and become a vigilante. I'm not sure how seriously I was thinking it over, but I was considering it to some degree. They knew that part. That was a strike too, as their humans say.
You, a vigilante? I can't see it. You're not the type to just go around knocking people off.
Of course I wouldn't have. That wasn't what he wanted me to do. There were people who got away with evil acts, which the eye of the sky saw. It would have been a different kind of vigilantism. Exposing, arresting the ones who got away, because the listeners didn't think it was worth using their resources. Whereas I think everyone is worth saving, except Mafani.
Let's not worry about him now. I'm glad you confided in me. The good news is that Radai is looking into this all now. There's a chance that we could expose the system and stop any more calculated killings from happening again. We can bring down the whole house. I'd back whatever you choose.
I still have the list that rogue listener gave me. Names of people who got away with their misdeeds. It's not too late to go after them, for all of the harm they caused. I don't trust the consortium, and sure, it's a blatant challenge to the listeners, but I don't care about the risks anymore. Let them cart me off to Onmol Valley, or shoot me dead for doing the right thing. They didn't take me out, after all.
My eyes widened in alarm. Rice, if you think there's a serious chance that this will get you killed or thrown in a deep dark hole, please don't. You should care what happens to you. Lecker needs a father, and even Juvre needs someone to drop insects into his grubby Obermutz. You and I could still have a life, a peaceful and happy life, right here in Tennis. I thought you wanted that too.
I just want to finish what I should have done. The right thing. The consortium has already decided to sacrifice these low-value victims. If I don't do something to help, nobody will. I won't put you or Lecker in danger, and this is why I said I was worried about hurting you or being a threat to you. You should let me scare you off, Taylor, because I don't want you involved in any of this. I told you too much as is. But I just can't do anything anymore. It'll be just like the kids, who I didn't save.
You couldn't have saved the kids. That outcome was already decided. I bit my lower lip, contemplating a way to stop Krev from plunging headlong into danger, while heeding his wishes to right the wrongs the consortium didn't care about. What if there was another way? Someone with power, and who couldn't be easy to get rid of, who is already investigating the government's underbelly. Someone honor-bound to make it right.
General Radai, you can't be serious. I just stuck a gun in his face.
Radai wants to protect people, and to see Rescott justice. If he's holding an investigation of things that are classified from the public, he could expose the cases the consortium overlooked. It's at least proof of where the secret police values lie. And we know if we give him the files, he won't turn it straight over to the underscales. He doesn't approve of them. The Kreb's tongue flicked out of his mouth in thought, while pride glimmered in his eyes. He was pleased with me for coming up with a rational plan.
That just might be the best way to put the listeners, underscales, and the whole system in the hot seat, and to ensure something gets done about the ones who have been forgotten. It might be the only way to, apologize for my unforgivable conduct.
Radai didn't deserve that. You didn't hurt Radai.
You waved a gun threateningly towards his head, but you didn't actually do anything. It wasn't his blood on your claws. You hear me? He knows you lost it, and that's not indicative of your character. You're a good man. We're going to right some old wrongs because that's who you are, a sweetheart. My sweetheart. Gress cuddled closer to me with gratitude, resting his head against my shoulder. I savored the peaceful moment of body warmth passing between us, grateful that I talked him out of a suicide mission. If there was anyone that could help bring down a rot of the consortium's hearts, it was General Radai. The Rescat could facilitate some good out of Gress's disastrous relation to how the consortium betrayed him, and allowed the sweet Krev to see what he was still more than capable of saving people and trusting his heart. The scars of the past didn't have to define either of us. End of story. Chapter 47. Date, Standardized Human Time, August 11th, 2160. Putting General Nelthor aside hadn't presented too much of a challenge. The Selmor had been awaiting my return to the SC corridors, while keeping a close eye on the budding Sifkit settlements on our homeworld. While Lassman had signed off on the plan as a way to ingratiate ourselves to the galaxy, the Grand Herd had a reputation for being destructive. I could see why they'd constitute a security threat to our military, but from my vantage point, the fluffballs mostly wanted to mind their own business. If the humans could gain control over Tinsas, I imagined the Sifkits would be happy to move off of our abandoned continent and back to their homeworld. With how the Arctic bison was stewing after what Dustin had disclosed to him, I wasn't sure whether he'd pull me off to that detail. I was making tangible progress with Loxel. He was starting to warm up to me, and perhaps bison by extinction. We could have friendly relations existing side by side. It's a good thing our public is being kept away from the herd for now, since it's strange for us to all have aliens on our planet. Naltor's eyes narrowed with suspicion and outrage. Tassie, why the feck would you even consider sending out your own people? It's that important to you to be friends with aliens that'll use you and banish you. So much for humans being peaceful or fecking different from our own conquerors. It's exactly as I feared. With not much we can do to lift the flipper against you. Yes, you half-feathered nerd. Tassie is a scientist, and this is her one dream. She was manipulated by a much more experienced player. She isn't prepared to handle herself against foreign agents. It's not like she turned on you. She wanted out, clearly. Dustin objected on my behalf. If the Terrans didn't know for certain about the Arxol, they certainly do now, after Tassie confirmed it, and spouted everything to you before me. You, the one who told us half of the galaxy's story. As secretive as some Tessia recluse. All I wanted was to help. Think what you want of me. But I'm your friend, Naltor. I can try fix this. I'm the only one on the first contact party who will try, it seems. Why don't we keep our heads and figure out how to play this? The Selma paced back and forth. Flippers folded. Leave, nerd. I'm not involving you in sabotaging your own people's intelligence, because I have standards. I don't use civilians. You're committing treason by telling me any of this. When you betray your country for another, you can never go back. You better be damn sure. I would know. With how the Huddle still spits my name, I made my nest and laid in it, but you have no intention of packing your bags for Ivrana. I'm here to ensure that Bison's got a fair shake. I'm no traitor. I'm upholding the Seeping Coalition's values of peace, equality, and friendship. I'll never play any part in twisting another species to do our bidding, like the Federation monsters that came before us. If it's treason to see that these schemes blow up in Jones's face, then I can live with that. You always said I'm a martyr, didn't you? If you recall, I added more to that with Zog. You are hopelessly naive, just as Tassie is, and you give others too much credit on their intentions. Your Sabian Coalition stated ideals are just that, ideals. No idealism survives the real world. I don't believe that, Naltor, and neither do you. You believe in Lassman's ideals of Bison unity. Look how that's worked out. I thought that we were on a better path before the new global war piled bodies in the streets. Ivrana is holding together by a single feather. I'm trying to keep my people safe against the insurmountable threat. We all are, I chimed in. Humanity, in their defense, sees the Sapien Coalition as their people. The Arxor are a complication, just like the war breaking out on our homeworld. The Terrans fear bloodshed, and a conflict within their own ranks. Kaisel buying his planet goodwill might further everyone's objectives.
Dustin flashed his teeth. The decision is yours, but Tassie and I are on the same page about how to play this. The cat is out of the bag. Directing the Greys towards the vulnerable planet could, straight up, save lives. It's not about politics or spies. You heard what was said at the Sapien Coalition meeting. Nobody is going to protect the fossil and the Kolshians. Let me get this straight. You tell me that humans tried to feck us over, that Tassie was feathers away from going along with it, and I should try to push the Oxel, somehow the only fecking allies we've got, into doing exactly what you asked. What's next? I should send Jones our nuclear codes? Neltor. The best weapon you have is making Jones feel like she's in the driver's seat. I know that you know how a double agent works. You control exactly what is sent to her, and can steer her wrong at important spots. My idea is that, to beat back any questions about contacting the Oxel, document this exchange, make it look like Bison's reached out and got the Greys to turn their ships towards Tulsk. Then, Jones has nothing to even bluff that she can use against you. Its eventual value in the SE's eyes, exactly as you intentioned. This would still involve Tassie being used as an intelligence pawn, Dustin. I've tried to keep her safe, you know, to protect her from the brunt of the ugliness out there.
It hasn't succeeded, I answered bluntly. If it had, I wouldn't have been targeted by Terran intelligence. That speaks for itself.
The human nodded, curly mane bouncing against his pale forehead. This is beating Jones at her own game. Personally, I think that you'd have a tough time persuading Kaisel to save Arthur. The Kolshians' collusion with Betterment is why his people were starved for many years. But Tulsk is a different story. This is part of what Jones wants, is stopping an enemy that's in our space and killing indiscriminately. Biceps can't possibly be at odds with that aim, especially when we still haven't had a clue who attacked the Tessia. Naltor's beak parted with frustrated breaths. As he weighed Justin's argument in his head,
I heard you when you told me how many worlds were destroyed, when the Oxel first roamed the galaxy. We don't need any more. Fucking infuriated as I am at your people, I'd rather humans win the war than the Cloakerbeaks, who'd use civilians as fodder. But don't think for a second that I'm over this.
I'm not over this either. When the United Nations learns what was done to a newly contacted species, let's just say I'll do everything possible to ensure this can never happen again for future first contacts.
None of this was on my list of hypothetical first contacts, I mumbled. We've already muddled in matters we shouldn't have, but there's still a chance to push this in a positive direction. The Oxel are breaking quarantine anyway, and with Kaisel's past misdeeds, he might as well help to save lives.
The Salma tilted his puffy feathered head. Past misdeeds?
Kaisel participated in raid against the Cradle, and ate Gojit's live. That's part of why I felt so guilty over helping him in the first place.
You can't make this crap up. Aliens suck all round. No offense, Dustin. None taken. You really haven't had a good luck with most of us, or found any bit of extraterrestrial history that didn't have blemishes in it, the human sighed. You should be wary of both the Oxel and us. Biceps have to take it one day at a time, and try to find what's the right thing to do. Idealism won't actualize itself. What do you say that we try to give Kaisel a push towards Tulsk?
I need to contact Lassian intelligence agencies. I'll recommend authorizing your plan, but that's not a decision I can make alone. I hope Tassie remembers which planet she belongs to as well.
The Salma stormed off down the hall, Holopad making its way into his flippers. I turned a grateful gaze towards Dustin, glad he'd done most of the talking. Without a friend to defend me, I wasn't sure I could bear Naltor's harsher judgment. The positive news was that the Lassian general had given no indication that he'd take me off the Sifkit or SE diplomatic missions, and had agreed with the suggested course correction on the Oxel policy. Right now, the enemy drones were still crawling through the outskirts of their target's territory, since they were slowed by disruptors. Nonetheless, our time to rally a rescue party wasn't infinite, even if we had gained a few extra weeks. I couldn't help but remember the Oxel leader's specific wording and learn that he'd always been willing to come to the defense of non-herbivores. They'd have to see if Kaisel was willing to consider the idea of aiding an old enemy, saving their planet, just as his kind had once done for Earth. It might give us the best odds of success if we convinced him that this was for the good of Bisons, the Osas, and humanity, rather than simply to save the fossil homeworld. What kind of notes would be left in my file after finding out I'd been contacted by a foreign government?
General Naltor wouldn't keep that to himself, I imagined. I was the first bison to be approached by an alien intelligence apparatus. We'd not only need to divert diplomatic resources to the stars, but also covert ones to deal with these affairs. Lastman had much less information on the Terrans than they had on us, from observing us before first contact. When I went to check on the Salma's call, I thought I heard a mentioned intelligence sharing arrangement with the Yodel. It was certainly an idea, one that, if accepted by the technocracy, might put a permanent end to their opposition. It'd steer them away from undermining our SC status. The Yodel technocracy are quite active in the espionage sphere, according to what Nudia first told me about them. She said that they were paranoid with a habit of spying. Naltor was paying attention much more than his flippant attitude would have shown. The question of what they might want from a fledgling species like us was one I already had to answer to. The Yodel would definitely expect us to back losing the Oxel, which would dig us deeper into the debacle. That was, unless they were willing to do it out of sympathy for a fellow uplift. Bisons did have common ground to play into with them. Surely they would respect us trying to gain respect amongst the Sapien coalition, just as they had to fight for every square inch with the Federation. General Naltor was a much more jaded, seasoned individual, so I was more certain that he could consider the playbook much more thoroughly than myself. It'd be nice if the marsupials would support the Tulsk agenda, since they had the leverage on the Oxor Collective. But I doubted they'd have any sympathy for the fossil. "Penny for your thoughts?" Dustin asked, as I waited for any word back from Naltor. I tugged at my feathers from stress, slicking them with natural waterproof oil. We might be involved in the outcome of an alien war with an entire planet at stake, not to mention the spot this puts Lastman in, as a neutral observer in the Bison War. Zulk already mistrusts outsiders, and hearing that aliens tried to manipulate us.
"Wouldn't surprise me one bit," the low voice said from behind me. "They're at war, and that trumps all other concerns. They want to see what they can get from us. Whatever anyone says, they don't give, really. You have to assume any foreigners are out to get you."
The chill ran down my spine, realizing that the seer overheard my words. "Zulk,
Can we not lump all foreigners in one basket? We're both foreigners to you," a flummoxed Dustin replied. "Humans try to invade us just from within. Naltor told me," Zulk commented. "You did well to rebuff their attempts and notify your superiors, Tassie."
Is that the version of events Naltor is telling other bison? I'm glad he protected me, and even more relieved that I didn't sell him out. Telling Zulk when he doesn't trust the Tassir at all is certainly a shocker.
"Yes, she did. The doctor was too smart to fall for any manipulations," Naltor chirped, waddling through the doorway. His eyes met mine, an unspoken message laced into his words. "Zulk and I began our secret meddling in the Oxel jailbreak together. It's a problem for both of us now. We knew it could attract attention if we were discovered."
The Tassir scratched his head feathers.
"Dustin, could you please give us some room? You might have helped us, but you are a foreigner, non-bison intelligence."
The xenobiologist bobbed his shoulders, locking eyes with me to ensure that I'd be all right left alone.
"I understand why you wouldn't want a United Nations employee listening right now. I'll be in my quarters if you need anything."
"Thanks, Dustin," I said with sincerity, as the primate marched from the conference room at a brisk pace. Zork waited for several minutes in silence, checking the hallway in paranoid fashion to ensure Dustin was gone.
"As Naltor was saying, we have a common enemy, one that we can't match up against. The humans can't crack our communications, so we've decided to use them to coordinate with Lastman on alien affairs. We need secret channels for our true plans, and other ones to let information slide, where we don't mind falling into Terran hands."
"Naltor, you're a sly devil. This is how he gets the nomads to hand over their technology, and it's their idea." The Salmor lifted his beak coyly.
"We need to build our own alliance, Tassie, so that means we go after everyone lacking friends. You get enough other parties who, on their own, are weak, and eventually it gives you power. Why stop with Sivkid refugees? If the Oxor save Tulsk, we make sure that the fossil know they are indebted to us. We can even take a few in with the help of the Terran Kessler-worthy ships and make them see us as a fresh start." "Just like Kaisel does," Zulk agreed. "It'll show our generosity, or as I'd put it, our usefulness. We'll take the people they don't want. We come during crisis, so they should devote full energy to resolving their ecological one. Maybe they'll even pretend to care about the Starlight incident. Take in some of the Osas, raise them, and we have our own carnivore alliance. With the Fossil, Yodel, and Sif gets intermixed, and hopefully the SC off our backs, an unlikely team that'll serve as a buffer between us and the anti-carnivores, while the Coalition thinks we're just helping them out.
That's a nice plan, but I'm not sure if we should take people from Tusk. The wider SC doesn't want them let out any more than the Oxal. If everyone hates the Fossil, do we want an official alliance with them? I asked.
It's called covering our tail feathers. We show it as healing the galaxy. The Oxar and the Fossil working together. It shows that they've changed. We can take credit for that. All we have to do is get Kaisel to agree to go to Tusk, and he's basically committed. We do this together, here and now, documenting it so that we can show the SC our true plans. Human intelligence won't know what hit them, Zolk cackled. Shall we begin, Tassie?
I forced my composed look on my face and moved towards where Nalta had situated a camera. I'm ready. Let's get Kaisel to save Tusk. General Nalta had begun routing a video call through our backdoor channels with the Oxor Collective. They had tucked warships away in our space as gifts after our previous tip about the Osas. However, we couldn't dare to retrieve them, at least not until we had political cover for an open alliance with the Greys. General Jones wouldn't expose us even if we did make a move on them, but there were other SC observers in our solar system that could catch a glimpse by chance. I tried to imagine what Ambassador Loxel would think of this half-baked plan to include him in an alliance with the Oxor, and one of the founders who stole Tinsas for his people. The Grand Herd might not be easily sold on joining this compact, especially with how they spurned all aliens for decades. I might have gotten out spying on my people, but I still have to conceal this from Loxel. I feel like I'm making headway with Sifkit. He's not all bad, and I've been enjoying seeing his literary catalogue. A grizzled, lengthy grey snout appeared on screen, with vertical pupils staring directly at us from amid amber irises.
Biceps, do you have something to report from the coalition of leaf lickers?
Yes, I spoke up, as Nalta nudged me. There is an opportunity for Oxor heroism in this war. You're passing by Tusk, which has very little support. We know that. Whoever attacked the Osas is probably behind the drone force going towards them. You could remind the galaxy of how the Collective saved worlds, as well as showing off how you've strengthened your military.
Tusk, the Fossil, one of the Federation founders. We do not like these species. We also have zero intelligence on the enemy's capabilities, and we cannot afford severe losses during our declaration of strength. My citizens and military would doubt me. The humans have not challenged us, and that makes me a leader they respect.
Zulk scowled.
You asked us to help you lobby for your quarantine to be lifted. You need something to point to get their blessing, to push the narrative away from the escape. You get the humans to accept your aid in the war, and you've basically forced them to officially condone your release.
If it hasn't been long enough for you to move past your grievances with the Fossil, why would the SC forgive you? Show the galaxy it's time to move on, I prompted. Establish that the Collective stops raids rather than commits them. There needs to be some solid evidence that you've changed. Most importantly, you'll prove your usefulness to humanity and to your subordinates. Nobody would dare mess with or question you if you were victorious against the force Earth lost to. The Oxal's eyes gleamed as he tapped a claw against a massive fang that protruded from his maw.
We were once very useful to humanity. They seem to have forgotten. A reminder might be in order. I suppose we could set up an ambush, a low-risk, high-reward play, with my multitude of ships. Well, the Fossil, we know lost to the galaxy. I suppose I do not want these drones to have a chance to attack more carnivores, like biceps. We all would rather fight them here, yes.
That's an odd sentence structure. It doesn't sound like the rest of his speech. It's almost like he's parroting someone else.
Better to fight them at Tusk, then have them come after you as soon as you set up by the Osa's world, Naltor agreed. Here, you have backup from humans and the element of surprise. It's the best point for a conflict, where there's the lowest probability of severe losses. You must see the opportunity for us all.
Kaisel's nostrils flared with a hint of frustration.
Yes, I suppose I do. We left isolation to help avenge the Osas. I must show my people that I'll follow through on defending non-herbivore species and bring back Arxal greatness. All of our work to rebuild the military has led to this moment where the SC cannot hold us back any longer.
Your fleet will be their saviors. Of that I have no doubts. You waged war with hundreds of species once. Bisons have full faith that you can handle whatever these enemies throw at you, and we're glad to work with you. You're proving yourself to us. Now, more than ever, worthy of a carnivore alliance.
The Carnivore Alliance, it would be our own savior coalition, free of the judgment and idiocy. I would not mind this, General Neltor. While all I originally asked of you was to hear me out, I appreciate the Bison support of our goals.
You can count on it. I look forward to a day where we have full trade between our peoples, and can have our diplomatic communications openly in the future. Let us know of your victory as soon as it's played out at Tosk, and we'll dismantle the SC's opposition before they've even realized we hit them.
I like the attitude. I'll be in touch to request updated intelligence after consulting with my military chief hunters. Farewell, Bisons.
I breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Kaisel went along with the plan to aid Tosk. The collective might be the difference maker in that fight, as one of the few factions to help in the Farsel's defense. Dustin would be pleased to hear the news, since he'd wanted to save Farsal lives. As an idealistic act, it served our ends as well, and let Bisons craft our plans instead of getting pushed around. Once the Arxal had intervened in an enemy attack at our behest, General Jones would have nothing else to use against us in her bluster. Someone with Naltor's wits, perhaps, could outfox Terran intelligence at their own game. It had been a good idea to bring him into the fold. Bisons just might be able to finish our plan of securing allies and winning over the SC after all. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject: Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, August 11th, 2160. When the shield's given coordinates led us to a vacant patch of space, distant from any inhabited systems and devoid of structures, I'd begun to have my doubts. Waiting in limbo, without anything to prove that this wasn't a wild goose chase, didn't leave a good feeling in my gut. Cyber and I killed the time by watching episodes of Vanille's show, while I also had a chance to catch up on the interplanetary cinema I'd missed over the past 2 decades. As pleasant as it was to have leisure time, my mind was occupied with improving the galaxy's lasting scars and rifts, as well as bolstering humanity's chances in the ongoing war. There was a certain sense of responsibility I felt to save Nishtal, knowing that I'd, in essence, pulled the trigger on its first glassing. Those deaths were never the outcome I wanted. I've been considering who I am in great depth since New Life began. Cyber shouldn't think of me as a hero, or this idealist diplomat icon the United Nations flaunts me as. I remembered the white-hot rage I'd felt in the wake of Earth's bombing, as something dark and unspeakable swelled in my heart, poisonous and filled with hatred. With only the Zeruleans and the Vendel showing up to aid us from the Federation, since the Arxal were the ones who truly saved us. There had been a snapshot in time where even I craved revenge. What did that say about who I was, and what I would do when the chips were down? The policies of peace and diplomacy had been what my entire life was devoted towards, and what I pleaded for in my last moments. In that regard, witnessing us at the helm of a sapient coalition was my greatest joy. We were not just part of the galactic community, but a central piece, living and working harmoniously with a vast multitude of allies. That had been my sincere hope, from the moment I learned of Alien's existence.
"Mr. Elias,"
Sci-fi shouted, headbutting my elbow. I removed my headphones, pretending that I'd been engrossed in a movie.
"A massive ship just warped into the system. What do we do?"
I raised my eyebrows, considering that the shield might be trying to capture us, or at least intimidate us. The vessel that I saw through the shuttle viewport was an elongated octagonal prism, with glass windows on all sides of its rotating body. The extensions from the exterior appeared to be a mix of defensive weaponry, but most of the storage space looked like a hangar. They seemed way more wary of us than hostile. Their shields were up, but not their weapons. What if this was how they hosted their meetings, rather than set an in-stone location? I hurried into the cockpit, finding the button to extend the hail.
Shield spacecraft, this is a Saving Coalition delegation. We've arrived at a specified location per your request, and have no ill intent. There are only 2 unarmed diplomats on board, 1 digitized human, and 1 saloon, I transmitted. There was a brief pause, before a cold, Ulven voice responded,
I can't believe this, but my orders are to let you on board with all of our leaders. We don't intend for you to be here long, marking the hangar that's being cordoned off for you.
We're happy to be your guests for as long as you'll have us. Thank you.
Don't thank me. If I had my way, you'd be shut down, and there's 2 less tainted sapiens mucking up the galaxy. But our neutrality.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. I hope that you'll come to see the value of neutrality. We aren't as bad as you imagine.
No, you're worse.
It was evident, despite the fact both of our factions had agreed to fight the Federation. Species like the Ulven saw humanity as irredeemable monsters that they'd had to put up with, at best. I'd gotten that impression from their representative back on Earth, with the snide comments that all but told me that they liked me better dead. The Dirtian were likely an exception because we saved Kalqua, but that didn't change the fact that, according to what I'd read, they documented the Oxel showing up at the NC's founding summit. Isiv's rebellion was equally part of the reason that the Grey Avians survived, so his presence wasn't as damning to them anymore. Still, the Osers and the Bisons made us look a bit cozy with carnivals. As far as the Shield was concerned, the SE was heartily endorsing animal slaughter in our space. Ambassador Korojan was right that we wouldn't be welcome here, but that means there's work that needs to be done. We convinced part of the Federation. What's the Shield by comparison? The Shield's meeting ship didn't look very mobile, but it had slingshotted a ring of FTL disruptor buoys into its immediate vicinity. They didn't want anyone warping in on our conference, which was sensible, with enemy drones in Orion space. With nostalgia running amok in my head up to the meeting, I thought about my shuttle ride with Tava when I first met Isiv, and damned the Crocattle. The feeling of FTL disruptors throwing my senses into calamity was still something that made me shudder. Would that mind-numbing disorientation from gravity tearing us out of subspace still affect me in this form? I doubted Vernt had replicated it. Though that aspect I could live without the Tilfish scientist fixing. Then again, there was no telling how my haywire senses would handle something like that. A car had been enough to send me into a spiral. What if the Shield saw me lose control or have a mental breakdown over a flawed sensory input? That would be proof the bloodlust tearing through my mainframe. I could set humanity's hopes back decades if the wrong environmental stimuli triggered my mind. Cyber brayed with excitement as we landed, which didn't match my growing anxiety at all. Wanting to better the United Nations standing with the Shield wouldn't make it happen, and I didn't trust my brain not to cripple me when it counted. I couldn't afford to fail, and let Cyber, Kymper, and humanity down again. The Selene led the way out of the shuttle, while I followed her down the vacant, heavily barricaded hallway with timid steps. Her awe-struck gaze widened as we reached the rotational chamber, which had different floors attuned to each of the central prism's 8 sides.
Look at this place.
Taking her declaration to heart, I soaked in every detail for the UN's records. Regardless of how much I remembered, Vernt would be jotting it down now from my transcripts. This information could be diplomatically critical. Cyber turned towards an uneasy circle of diplomats, eyes still shining.
You can't waste a second, Mr. Elias. I don't know when your speech is, but I vote we win as many hearts and minds as you can. Let's go say hello.
I tried to suck in a breath, but that half-soothing technique was never going to work again. You go first, Cyber. They'll be more responsive to you. I'll observe you and scope out the landscape. Positivity won't be what they expect. They can acclimate to my presence, and perhaps they will approach me.
I like the way you think. We can do this, Elias. We made it here. The hard part is done.
I smiled, appreciating her enthusiasm. You're quite right. We are the first ones to be here, so it's up to us to make a good impression on the SC's behalf. As us predatory humans say, go get 'em, Tiger.
I've heard of tigers before, with the striped comparisons.
Yeah, I think I'll follow the literal meaning. Don't let the shield hear you say that one.
Wouldn't dream of it.
The Suline scurried over to the crowd of diplomats, introducing herself in a loud voice. I noticed almost every gaze outside of the now distracted circle was on me. Wiping the smile thoroughly off my face, I found a bipedal-friendly bench to sit down on. It wasn't like my feet would get tired anymore, but it still felt more relaxed to have an inanimate object propping up my weight. The shield attendee's gaze shone with something beyond simple fear. It was more a look of a person who believed I'd done something horrible. All I could think of that would earn their ire was me being brought back, and the memory transcripts that could create a new type of sapient. What would I even say if the shield wanted me to defend my own existence? There were a myriad of ethical concerns that I shared with the doubters, that I wanted to provide at this eventual SC hearing about my technology.
"Welcome to our humble abode, Elias,"
a familiar voice chirped. My head snapped in the Dirtian's direction, grateful to find a friendly face.
It hardly looks humble, Corrigan. In fact, it looks quite resplendent. The hanging lights above seem to have wings and are quite bejeweled. I find that exquisite.
Humans do share our fondness for shiny things. It makes it easy to send gifts to the UN. Regardless, I'm sure this venue was a bit surprising to you, but my government forbade me from telling you anything in advance. The shield values its privacy and separation. To be honest, I wasn't convinced they'd go through with this meeting until right now.
Judging by the Ulvan's greeting, I take it that you've had some resistance within the shield.
Corrigan's corn-colored beak parted quietly.
No, I wouldn't know anything about it.
I wouldn't have ever violated our outward neutrality to inform human representatives that half of these species hate your guts.
So they don't hate me because I'm a machine?
There are some objections to your situation, but I wouldn't say that there's consensus. It's as new to us as it is to you. I would say that it's mostly allowing humans to have a peek inside of this here, the sailor. This is a security breach to many people.
I pointed a finger towards the ceiling.
Well, now I know about the winged chandeliers. I'm not sure how you'll ever recover.
You jest. But this place isn't a permanent stationary structure for a reason, the Dirtian chuckled. The shield sees this as a government bunker as much as the diplomatic reception venue. They don't want any predators to know its location, or much about its existence at all. The ship has thousands of permanent staff and supplies to live off the grid for months, in theory.
That explains what the 8 gravity orientations are for, when only this one seems to be for the shield delegation. Maximizing space, dazzling with engineering. And this is a floating city.
Yes, but I didn't tell you that. If anyone asks, I merely told you the incredible diplomatic value of the sailor. The shield can host its meetings at various member planets, bringing a government directly to problems, unlike the cold SE who watches from afar.
Heard you loud and clear, I yield, Corrigan. Clearly the SE could never care about its worlds half as much as a government that does a galactic tour. I'm glad that you're here to show us the error in our ways.
I wouldn't be here at all, except that species ambassadors to humanity are advising our proper shield representatives. It was quite the trek from Earth, I'll say, made worse by needing to pick up several ambassadors before we brought the party to you.
That explains the delay. Really, thanks for the, help and transparency.
The Dirtian waved a wing dismissively.
I may be skeptical of your odds here, but I do hope that you succeed. Perhaps I could help with some introductions.
That would be wonderful, actually. Please, lead the way.
Corrigan hopped along on his legs that looked like they belonged to a stick figure. He'd been a godsend for any matters involving the shield, supporting our mission on a personal level. I surveyed Cyber out of the corner of my eye, eavesdropping as we passed. The Sudian was sharing a boatload of information about the role her people had stepped into, and what she felt they'd gained from the Sapient Coalition. Given that the shield diplomats were staring at her with a semblance of familiarity, rather than their closed-off body language from before, my imagined name-dropping Vineler had warmed them up to her. My own ears perked a bit with curiosity, wondering if I could learn from her persuasion techniques with the wary herbivores. For all of the ideas I tossed around, I still hadn't decided what to say when my time came. The Sudians are the experts at persuading neutral parties to lend a hand, and it's important that I remember that. What matters is that the diplomats listen, not who they listen to. Project Chronicle has been a team effort, trying to cobble through millions of hours of data on every species. The sad part is, there was so much about our world that wasn't documented by the fossil, either because they didn't care to record it, or because there was never time for us to discover it before they came, Cyber explained to the group. The Sulian of Tali Alliance focused on trying to do archaeology the right way, wherever the facts lead. The She Ambassador Yanni offered a quizzical croak.
What if the facts lead exactly back to what's in the archives, digging among sapient remains for such little reward?
It helps us verify what was in the archives. I don't trust the fossil one bit, no matter how meticulous they say they were at unraveling our cultures. All I want is to be wherever our allies focus on putting our cultures back together, not on sanitizing and altering them to fit their whims. The Federation were a threat to herbivores, so don't get how we can trust anything they say without looking into it ourselves.
Those ancestors were predated upon, and the Oxor happened. The hunger happened, prions or not.
A Ricat diplomat said, bowing his hobovid head.
There are real empirical threats. You act like there is no basis at all, like we don't think for ourselves.
That's not what I meant. My dad put it best when he was pretending to be a fossil archivist. Prey are peaceful, unless it's the Vendel or the Yotl, or apparently anyone who lives near water. Yep, water is a predator. It drowns people. Please don't mind us while we peacefully conquer you and your children. I covered my mouth, trying to hold in laughter.
Cyber is good, Corjan.
Yes, she's quite right. I'm sure she'll be fine on her own, the Dotian replied. I have a particularly hostile crowd in mind for you to speak to.
That doesn't sound reassuring.
It's not meant to be. But I say start with the most unpleasant order of business, then it all gets better from there. Plus, I figured you might want to tailor your wider message to not be so hostile to the Federation.
And why is that?
Because the Federation remnants are permanent observers and diplomats on board the sailor.
You're kidding me. They got an audience before us.
What do you humans say? Don't shoot the messenger. A violent saying, might I add. We never closed relations with most of them, except for the Multi and the Dresden. They helped attack Kalqua, which wasn't appreciated.
But SE members knowing about the sailor and being involved in your meetings is a bridge too far.
Precisely. If you choose to find a silver lining, this is your chance to improve relations with the new Federation. I believe you had it in mind to solicit their aid in the war as well.
I guess it does save me an extra trip. To an audience that would be even more hostile.
Indeed. Take it in stride, Elias, and do what you do best. I'll be here to back you up.
Well, I had done a thorough review of shield species known governments, customs, and foreign policy in preparation for this conference. None of the United Nations strategy meetings accounted for the Federation remnants being present. I was completely on my own, without any briefings to fall back on. My gaze traveled past Korojan, spotting the group that he was leading me towards. A few Fed observers mixed with a variety of shield races that I recognized, notably the Tevin, which looked like a horse head that lacked mane on a sheep's woolly body. The Tevin stood out in my mind as a shield member our intelligence expected to be hostile. They were essentially a species ruled by the military, except their military was the exterminators. The fact that the Tevin diplomat was standing next to the Yulpa, of all species, backed up the conclusion that they'd been staunchly anti-predator. While I might have been literally dead for 24 years, the herbivores that grabbed everything with the prehensile tongues and sacrificed predators to their deity, they were memorable, even amongst all the crazies in the Federation remnants. The Yulpa, like many who sided with the conspiracy, were ravaged by human cyber attacks. I had been a bit horrified to learn the scale of civilian damage, with societies and governments pushed to near total collapse, softened up without supply lines, transit, and general electricity for months. The strike allowed a rejuvenated Terran military to force submissions with general ease. While it might have won the War of Extinction, such methods were banned by the Treaty of Shanghai for a reason. The damage to satellite walls wasn't contained to military targets, and so was the case with the cyber attacks on the Federation, with consequences that were far-reaching. I imagine the Yupa and the rest of their bloc point to this to prove that we're savages. Then again, if we can reach out despite attempted human sacrifices, maybe they can move on. It has been decades.
But if it isn't the bringers of death and destruction, the Yulpa spat, stamping a striped hind leg. Cyber's pelt, of the same coloration, looked a bit more endearing to my eyes. The highest tier of kidding. It's a shame you have no blood to spill to the spirit of life. You could buy a great deal of fortune rather than cursing the shield with your continued existence.
I'm not alive, and I'm not a killer. Good to know they haven't changed at all. The people who are killers are going for 3 worlds, and have already left a trail of destruction. Innocent civ kits lost their lives. We're trying to stop more deaths from occurring.
Korojan fluttered his wings. Humanity did prevent deaths at Kalkwa, so they aren't incapable of standing against greater killers. They aren't the top tier of kidding. Set your sights higher towards a deadlier enemy. Despite this robot's unfortunate predator programming, the request to protect other worlds is a valid one. It aligns with prey values, and the shield's policies of protecting herbivores foremost.
Korojan called me a robot. Ouch. Is that what backup looks like?
If it believes it's a predator, then it's a threat, the Tevan ambassador said.
I raised my hand, a taut expression crossing my face. I don't believe that I am a predator. I believe that I am a diplomat, someone who wants to save lives and create a better galaxy than the one blighted by war and cruel calamities. You define predators as creatures that hunt and eat meat, and I don't eat anything. From the memories that were passed on to me, Elias Mayer never hunted. If I'm a predator, then so is any computer that can simulate an animal's behavior. I'm simple code.
Coded to be a predator, like any other human, just wiring for you, not DNA.
That's not true. I was made by a prey animal, not a predator. You think a toolfish would recreate this fantastical bloodlust, as you call it, even if it existed. You believe it's driven by chemicals and hunger, of which I have neither. You can't have it both ways. Even the fossil thought there were prey elements in us that they could save.
Yet the fossil failed, the Yulpa countered.
The fossil were trying to cure the very thing they were causing themselves. They stripped us of a compound that we need to maintain our brains, which remained perfectly in control until that point. Many herbivores have come to care for us. We passed empathy tests, so you know that we aren't uncaring creatures. I care about all of us surviving to see tomorrow.
Is that why you let civilians die on my world, killing them from afar with a few lines of code? All of us didn't survive, Bot.
Korojan cleared his throat. The humans are dangerous when they're at war, but this is why we should be on their side. If that's what they want, it beats the alternative. I don't want help that agrees with these assumptions that we're monsters, Korojan.
The Tevan seemed to weigh the Dirtian's words. You do make a good point here. We weren't with the Shield until the recent membership expansion. We also remember the cyber tax. The Guild was the only thing that brought order to our home and stopped wild predators from overrunning our fallen cities.
I'm sorry about the people you lost because of the United Nations, I chimed in. We all can try to move on and foster peace between us. I would agree that friendship is much better than past alternatives. I'll let you consider how you might be able to stop the new attackers from getting innocent prey, something I'm sure you empathize with. Korojan, can I have a word privately?
The avian tilted his head. Very well. My ambassadorial duties can't be forsaken at a time like this. Follow me.
I tried to avoid curling my hands into fists as Korojan led me over to a private corner. I'd felt a bit ambushed during that encounter and was genuinely wounded by a friend calling me a robot, even as an act. Wasn't the Dirtian supposed to be supportive of my plan, which was to bolster humanity's credibility and reputation with them? This wasn't how we won more amicable relations with the Shield or Federation remnants. Weighing my words carefully, I turned to confront the ambassador on his harsh approach. Our present company might have been hostile to humans, but what he just said had ensured that it'd stay that way, with minute improvements. This was not the atmosphere that I'd come to the sailor to facilitate. End of chapter. Chapter 49. Memory transcription subject Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, August 11th, 2160. The Dirtian ambassador had walked away with a haughty air until we were out of the Yulpa and Tevan's eyesight. The manner in which he addressed me had caught me off guard, to say the least. I'd felt as though Korojan was actively undermining me, not supporting my efforts.
The real dagger to my heart was the robot remark, which had made me feel about as human as a vacuum cleaner. While I expected the avian to be on my side for this meeting, he'd fanned the flames of the worst offender's hatred, leaving me to flounder and drown amid his bigoted accusations. Meanwhile, the diplomat looked oblivious to why I'd pulled him aside, tilting his head quizzically. I gritted my teeth, since his act of innocence aggravated me further.
"What were you doing, Korojan?" I demanded, a scowl marring my features. "We don't want them thinking that we're dangerous. We came here to try and get friendly relations with the Shield, and anyone in your circle."
Korojan scoffed. "That wasn't going to happen with them. Do you realize who you were talking to? The Youper was openly wishing that he could feed his god your blood, and the Tevin was an exterminator guildmaster. There's a very good reason why humans aren't brought here. Part of it, from those of us who like you not lightly toasted, is to protect you."
"I know they don't see us as people, but you played right into that assumption. Crap, you talked about me like I'm not a person. You called me a robot."
"I apologize if that offended you. I thought my take-it-in-stride comment was sufficient warning. Somehow I don't think they'd have appreciated the finer distinctions of you being a digitized mind imitating an entire neural network. I was following what I believed was your strategy. You emphasized the Ambassador Yali that you weren't human. I thought that was your plan."
"What happened to the Korojan who spoke in friendly terms about me and humanity with Yali, who remembered Kalkwa and—"
"Elias, with all due respect, look who I was talking to in each instance. Yali was wary of you, but she does not hate you. They were never going to listen to a word that you said if I didn't distance myself from you and tell them what they wanted to hear."
"Then I don't want to be listened to. They're not going to listen to someone they'd call a bot either."
"Those people desapienize humans as beasts or animal. It's obvious they're going to do the same thing, but tailored to your unique situation. Them calling you a bot, in my estimation, is an upgrade from savage predator, monstrosity, and killer. I thought our top priority was to get as much support as possible to save lives. Every ship counts. Did I misunderstand what we were doing here?"
I ran a hand through my hair, hesitating. "Ambassador, I meant what I told Yali. My hope was to befriend S.H.I.E.L.D. members and to try and get through to them in that we're not to be feared. This isn't just about today's war. I want to see the galaxy heal from the Federation's hatred, the past of cycle of bloodshed, the deaths we might have caused in the past. Instead, I see both sides circling the drain."
"Both sides? The Sapien Coalition too?"
"The United Nations sealing entire planets away and not mending fences as part of it. We didn't let certain worlds rot. We gave up trying to fix things, and that makes us part of the problem. Korojan, I don't want to be accepting the same old hatred from anyone. Someone has to stand up and decide enough is enough."
The Dirtian went silent for what felt like a full minute, folding his wings. "Those certain worlds you speak of, they're Riss, Arthur, and Tusk."
"Yes, they are."
"They've all done unspeakable things, Elias. They either ate my people or ate their souls by homogenizing us."
"I know. But as long as we carry hatred, there can be no healing. The future is still ours to shape, Korojan, and I don't want to let the past continue to decide it."
"You forget one key aspect. You can't make others stop hating you. The Yopa and the Tevin don't want to let go," the Dirtian sighed. "I strongly advise that you keep to the message of the Sapien Coalition. Deal with your own people first, for the sake of our diplomatic relations. I'll pretend I didn't hear you ask for Upper's release."
"I'm speaking as myself, not as United Nations official."
"I'm aware, Elias. The good news is, the worst group is behind us, and you might realize that visiting the Federation remnants, as I believe your eventual aspiration, is an exercise in assisted suicide. The rest of your visit can get better, and we've hopefully put a dampener on the hackling that I imagine you get during your speech."
"I haven't been informed when my speaking slot will be."
"It should be in a few minutes. Again, they don't intend for you to be here long. I wanted you to make the most of the brief opportunity. At least leave the door open to be invited back. We always had to pick up who we'd approach. Candidly, cyber would likely be more effective in one-on-ones." I shuffled back to the grand corridor we'd entered in, and saw a group of diplomats in hysterics around the Sidian. Once I'd acquired a proper angle, I noticed that Cyber was showing the montage of humans basically being idiots. One guy appeared to be mounting a frantic search for an item, tearing apart his home and looking under a couch cushions. The film ceased as he lifted his sunglasses right off the top of his head, with an exasperated look. I inferred that the comedic element was that the Terran had been unable to locate the accessory right on his skull. Windler's image replaced the video as he scrunched his face up to the camera before slapping his antlers against his desk. I suppose that's how the Sulians facepalm, unless this is just a Windler thing. The guy was an animated host.
"They're apex predators,"
Windler shouted at the camera.
What I've learned here is that if a human ever tries to hunt you, sit right in front of their face. They won't see a damn thing. And it's not just because of their keyhole vision. Good grief, it's like a Sulian losing their antlers. Do we need anything Terrans touched? To buzz periodically so they remember if it's stapled to their skulls.
Cyber tossed her head back, cackling.
Humans really are quite aimless sometimes. It's hard to be afraid of them when they're just awkward and bumbling around. One of my Terran co-workers claimed that she had an elf or a mythical creature that took her things from her where she left them and hid them.
If you want them to not be afraid of you, Cyber's doing good work. I'm sorry I wasn't more help, Elias, Corrigan murmured.
I patted the Dirtian on the back, forcing myself to shake off the sting of that pesky robot insult.
It's fine. You weren't wrong that we want as many ships as possible. I have to save Nishtal. I just have to make the Shield see humans as people, too.
Then patience is a must-have, friend. There's still much of the Federation in this place. Now, I see a displeased Ulven coming our way. I imagine he wants you to get on with the main event, so then it can kick you off from our nest. Good luck with your speech.
I nodded in acknowledgement, taking care to wipe any semblance of strong emotions off my face. Many species thought that humans were unreadable compared to the animated trunk, ear, and tail movements that pervaded the rest of the galaxy, but they eventually learned that our expressions gave away our exact sentiments. The Ulven's deep brown pelt popped out of the corner of my vision, their short trunk looking off amid the swine-like face. They had no interest in aiding us in the war when I paid a visit to their embassy on Earth. If word of the Arxor breaching quarantine got out amid our efforts with the Osers and the Bisons, this speech could be our final chance at reaching the Shield. What if Corrigan had a point? That there wasn't anything I could say to change their hatred of humanity. Perhaps I should settle on gaining aid in the war, knowing that they wouldn't hate the Crocodile. First and foremost, it's my goal to save lives today. Arguing for my own personhood or fluffing up humanity's reputation aren't as urgent. I can tell when I'm not wanted. I extended my hands off to the side, trying to show open palms and relaxed intentions.
How may I help you? There's no questions that are off limits, and might I add how gracious it is of you to host us. I am honored to be the first representative of the United Nations here.
You said you wanted to address us, so give that address, the Ulven huffed. The Federation allowed humanity to speak once, and then shut down the idea of partnering with you. Our internal vote should be equally decisive.
We would go to the lengths of the galaxy for hope of securing a new friend. This opportunity is greatly appreciated.
This is about threats to the Shield with a new enemy in the war. We have no choice but to humor you, to assess the threat.
I think that's smart. Logical decision, and I hope that we're able to ensure everyone's safety together. We can face this as one. I have conviction in that regard.
Say what you came to say or leave. I have no interest in further discussions with any software that emulates a human. What is the Sapien Coalition even thinking, giving machines the sapient personalities of dead hunters?
For the most part, no one wants to die, and I'm afraid it's an inevitable reality of being alive. It's a discussion I'd like to have someday, which I think you should be included in. Dissenting voices are important to reach determination, especially on an issue so important that it decides what being alive means.
We want no part in your amoral internal affairs. The microphone is on the raised platform. Do you even have words to bark, or was this all a ruse? We have exterminators on site, plenty of security for the likes of you.
I took a cautious step toward the podium, wondering whether my skin would even burn. Thankfully, there was no sense of pain in my current body. A welcome reprieve after the constant aches I'd felt as I climbed upward in age. Immolation was one of the most agonizing ways to die, so I wasn't sure why the exterminators refused to forsake it, unless it was cruelty for cruelty's sake. My mind flickered back to when I'd first learned of the predator tortures during our exchange program with the Vendel. Governor Tarver's office had advised me they might be a problem for Terran visitors on her world. It was a very different time in relations for the species who were now our inseparable best friends. The fact that her planet's true name, Skalgar, meant world of death was one of the most surprising things I'd learned about the new era. Cyber scurried over to me, eyes gleaming with encouragement.
I heard they want to get rid of you, Mr. Elias. That was awfully quick to rush you along to your speech.
All I asked of Yanni was to get in for a speaking slot, and she fulfilled my request. It seems it was difficult to persuade the shield to give us an inch, I responded. This brief moment we had to stand face to face, anything we got was a bonus. Like you said, we have to make the most of it.
That's why I brought pamphlets about how this is the most peaceful era in human history. You haven't fought an internal war since first contact. It was a wake-up call to you, I think, and it's a good option to refute all those awful historical references. The Soothians need to get diplomatic channels open to Sailor, one way or another. Imagine the progress if we had a permanent observer here.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Cyber. I'm floored that the Federation remnants, who still have the nerve to call themselves the Galactic Federation, as if picking up where they left off, are here.
Everything is a matter of perspective, and I know that you can find the bright sides in the deepest darkness. You're the one who did it for your whole species. In your darkest days, keep your chin up. Look at it this way. The Federation remnants were here. Well, we weren't, but now we're here too. That is progress and inclusion, plus more people we can start to make things better with.
You do have a certain way of looking at things. Don't lose that.
I couldn't help but smile as the involuntary expression of fondness and admiration still transpired in my synthetic form. Down to the telltale crinkles near the eyes, signifying a true smile. Burnt hadn't done his research on that aspect, getting the galaxy's much maligned snarl down pat.
I will say that I've been threatened by multiple parties here, just out of an abundance of caution. Could you go back to the ship, make whatever excuse you need to, but the SC needs to know about the Fed remnants' presence.
You can count on me, just like I can count on you to show them that undying hopefulness.
Undying, Cyber. Was that a pun intentional?
What do you think?
The Soothian squeezed me in an unexpected hug. Well, it thankfully didn't suck the non-existent breath out of me. It did startle me. She didn't offer any commentary about the lack of body warmth, though there was a slight loosening of her grip, as if for a moment she wanted to pull away. You have to laugh at yourself. That's what my dad always taught me. If you can do that, nothing can hurt you. Cyber scampered off with boundless energy, clearly unconcerned with the hostile environment we found ourselves in. Her enthusiasm was contagious. I was grateful that I hadn't come to the Shield meeting alone, especially without how Korojan had been lacking in execution for his supportive presence. My steps became more sure-footed as my soles touched the raised platform, and I once again felt every pair of eyes turn on me. When I first became a diplomat, I never imagined I'd be addressing an alien audience. The first time I met a Vendel in person, I'd felt the hairs on my neck stand upright. That goosebumps and shiver sensation didn't exist for me anymore, which I was grateful for. It was enough to try focus my brain and find the words. Even someone like myself, seasoned in public speaking, could never be truly comfortable facing such a crowd. I stared out into the audience, immediately picking the Yulpa and the Telvin from before out of the crowd.
It wasn't that long ago that each of you learned that a race of predators, who the Federation had observed a most terrible pattern of violence from, had not wiped themselves out. Instead, humanity had reached the stars and reached out to you. It's been decades of us begging you to see that we're not monsters, and that your enmity and subservience isn't our desire. We've peacefully coexisted with herbivores as friends and neighbors for decades.
You changed those herbivores to be like you, the Devon protested. Your carcass-nibbling ways have corrupted others.
There's much more to what it means to be human than our diet, yet you refuse to see that. If that were the sole purpose my brain worked towards, then how would I say sane at all, when I cannot eat, cannot hunger? I could take the easy route here, instead of pounding my head against the proverbial brick wall. I could beg you to merely stand with us against a murderous enemy. But you already know that saving the innocent worlds under threat is the right thing to do. What you do with that is your decision, and has nothing to do with us. I'm here to ask a question. We don't owe you answers, spat the Ulven, who hurried me to the platform. You should leave. My jaw locked. Not yet. I'm here to ask one single question. What proof would it take for you to believe there's more to humanity than our lowest moments as a species? Would anything be enough? Several voices shouted answers at me, many of which were charged with vitriol for my species. I stood calmly by the microphone, binocular eyes sweeping across the audience with an unspoken challenge. Ambassador Korojan was cradling his head in his wings. I inferred that the Dirtian didn't approve of my confrontational technique. Someone had to challenge the biases and hatred that pervaded this organization, and all of its counterparts in the Orion arm. I wasn't backing down to anyone who continued the cycle of hatred, or considered my species to be mere animals. Perhaps it was hopeless, but at least I would say I tried. That I'd never stopped fighting for what I believed in. There was too much at stake just to throw in the towel. I have nothing to hide from you. I can show you exactly what's going on in my mind. You can run your own transcript tech on the image of my brain to see for yourself, I pressed on. My sole desire is a better future, and to protect my people. No, all people. Continued hostility towards each other, division of this tiny corner of space, what does that achieve for any of us? You might continue to harbor hatred for me and every human that has ever lived in your hearts, but I know what's in mine. Verify as much as you need. The Shane Ambassador Yanni hopped forward, apprehensive to speak.
We do not all hate you, Elias. We simply don't want to get too close to a highly dangerous and volatile species.
I softened my voice, pressing a hand to the spot in my chest where a heart should have been beating. We aren't that different from you. We have hopes, dreams, loved ones, curiosity, fear, and insecurities. In my last moments, we were mourning those that had died in Earth's bombardment. It hurt so terribly to think of how many lives were lost under my supervision that it burned my soul. I wanted my legacy to be peace, and those were my last words. When there was nothing I could possibly have gained, the final whispers of consciousness were the people I loved, memories of them. If my species is volatile, it's because we feel more deeply than you can imagine.
What is the point of this meandering rant?
The Yulpa objected. That it's time to turn the page and leave our past grudges and differences behind. If we both want what's best for all people moving forward, what does any of the rest of it matter? Give us a chance to be more than the monsters you decided we are. It's never too late to start healing. All it takes is for one of you to take the first step, a leap of hope. Contempt shone in the Ulven's eyes.
It's time for you to leave, Predator. You don't belong here.
I waved a hand in farewell, leaning in for a final word on the microphone. Humanity's door is always open. Our differences don't have to be irreconcilable. I hope that we can continue this dialogue and foster a genuine trust and partnership between our peoples. Thank you for listening. As I was ushered out of the sailor in a hurry, the fire died down within my spirit. Korojan's uncertainty still knocked in my mind, and I was certain if my speech had fallen on any receptive ears. Had this visit accomplished anything on humanity's behalf? I didn't want to fail the United Nations, especially when this was our single peak inside the shield the past 2.5 decades. But if I'd botched this mission enough that it threw away potential support for planetary defenses, and I had to wrestle with the guilt of more lives lost because of my choices. My processes slowed in their spiral as I thought of Cyber's blind optimism. While I couldn't guarantee they'd ever stop hating us, I had to try. That entire speech had been a leap of hope, that healing was possible even when the odds seemed bleak. All it would take would be one species taking the leap with me to make my plea worthwhile. Just a single spark was enough to start a blaze. A sole change for the better was enough to improve the galaxy humanity found ourselves in. End of chapter. Chapter 50. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, August 18th, 2160. When I had attempted to reach General Dai, I had learned that the honor-bound Rescue had no intention to return to the camp on Tellus, as if he had given up on the human experiments once and for all. He'd left Avor as well.
after questioning Director Roll on livestream in Tonva's pyramid. The military leader didn't seem keen on remaining in Delegate's Tower, since he was still listed as my official commander on paper. I persuaded him by a communique to meet up with me. That was how Gress and I wound up in Tenat, with Quana and Charisse having brought us a care package before we left Telus' spaceport. There weren't many outbound flights from my planet's fledgling installation, though it was much larger than the landing strip where a certain rent collector used to arrive. The Jaslip had been much friendlier to Gress, ever since Mafani told her the truth about what happened during that hostage situation. She offered a passing comment about the Rescue Enclave, Esco's image, and how the avians would launch surprise inspections against the Arctic quadrupeds living there. The unrest was reaching a boiling point within the fluffy, three-tailed carnival's ranks, all that simmered down with wrath as the now escalated threat posed by the Federation. I couldn't help but feel disconcerted that humanity had joined the Krev Consortium and might be subjugated to the same less-than-friendly surveillance one day. What happened when we asked questions or challenged the government? Right now, most colonists were living it up in Trumbull's time, enjoying post-scarcity environment. I made excuses for the consortium, being in the same boat as us, hiding from the Federation and taking extreme security measures to keep themselves alive, getting Jaslip children and making Gress, a loyal, beneficent man, a scapegoat to get the heat off their backs. I don't see how that's for the greater good.
Are you really going to request a discharge, Taylor? You don't have to do this, sir. I'll still be here, whatever you choose, Gress murmured.
I drew a weary breath. Rank-and-file military life doesn't suit me, Gress, and it's time to admit that. I just wanted to do something to protect humanity. After what I did, clubbing you could have gotten us wiped out. Instead, I goaded Radai on to kill innocent civgates.
Radai's a big bird. He can make his own decisions.
That's not the point. I haven't found the thing where I can actually make a positive impact. But I know it's not this. Helping those victims, on the other hand, there's a win for both of us.
That all depends on if a certain general goes along with this plan.
The Krev herded me through the spaceport terminal as I noticed every Resker gawking at me. His claws hooked around my far hip, setting his arm around my back and keeping us close.
You know, I used to work with the Resker commander quite frequently. She was direct, stubborn. They're compelled to follow orders so much that they suppress their own wishes. I don't know that Radai is capable of making his own choices. The real reason he fired on the Civkits is likely that the consortium ordered him to.
I studied the Krev with a sidelong glance, noticing the patch on the back of his neck where his emerald scales were a touch darker. No offense, Gracie, but you're jumping all over the place a little. What do you mean by Reskits being compelled to suppress their wishes? I feel like there's a story there.
There's always a story. Reskits are expected to have familial approval of who they chose as a partner. There was a case I worked where a Reskit was expected to marry a girl he didn't love. He tried to go along with it, but his heart was elsewhere.
A sharp pang stabbed in my chest. I know what that's like. Let's just say I've always known that all of us were expected to have children. We had to contribute to the next generation, or humanity wouldn't survive.
I'm sorry. I've always thought that you should be yourself. I always liked that version of Taylor much better. And the population won't be something you have to worry about. A few more months and your numbers will be in the millions. Listen, it's not your responsibility to save humanity alone. It doesn't fall on you.
I know that. I'm setting my focus smaller and trying to add a few things that make me happy to my life.
The Kreb's tongue flitted from his mouth, considering my words. You deserve a little happiness. I just wish I knew more about what you like, rather than assuming that you share Jubra's interests. You know how Lekka takes dance classes? I was thinking, if Radai takes your idea, maybe we could go to some Kori classes on Avor. Before you ask, it's a type of fast-paced dancing for, 2 Krev.
Consider me intrigued. Something tells me that you have moves, Gress.
Oh, sure I do, he whispered, warm breath striking my earlobe. But that'll have to be a surprise after this. Right now, we have to find our way out to the spaceport.
I thought you knew the way.
I've never been to Tanit either, Taylor. I was following you.
So the blind leading the blind.
Doesn't sound like anyone is leading. We could ask for help.
I guess we'll learn really quick if Reskits overall like humans. Mafani didn't speak too highly of primates.
Mafani didn't speak highly of anyone. Like I told you at your first day of boot camp.
which got me kicked into next week. But go on.
I'm here for moral support. Aliens don't bite, as you say.
Quana literally bit Sharice's pant leg on our final mission.
That was a joke, Taylor.
Doesn't mean she didn't do it.
Grass angled his tail in a way that seemed to be threatening to spray me.
Go talk to someone that works here and ask for directions, now.
Right away, your scaly highness.
I scanned the spaceport, observing the ample security spread throughout the terminal. There were rescues in bomb suits on standby, and drones cruising through the building to scan those of us walking below. There didn't seem to be an avian employee I could approach that wasn't wearing tactical armor, with the telltale rescued family crest on a dull brown gear. I couldn't help but notice the massive guns leaning against the wall, which were all about as tall as I was. My feet shuffled forward with reluctance, noticing the height disparity now more than ever. The guard leaned down towards me, a curious gleam in her gigantic eyes. Gress hadn't seemed afraid of rescues when he discussed their directness, and my Krev would be more alarmed if I was in danger, right?
Maybe now's a great time to go back to kissing up to people, just for the next 30 seconds. I don't want to fight one of these burns after Mufani destroyed me in both of our encounters. I remember how terrified and powerless I was when he kidnapped me. But Gress did tear Resket's throat out. I can be normal, cool as a cucumber.
The avian guard leaned back, maintaining an uncomfortable level of eye contact.
You're the first human I've seen. I didn't think that you made many adventures out of your hidey hole.
Here I am, I agreed, chuckling nervously. On Tenant, your world looked very brown from above. Very brown and dusty, like Tillus.
The rescue looked even more unimpressed.
Tenant is not a washed-up desert wasteland. Primates have a reputation for mischief and troublemaking, so I hope that you're not here with any such intent. We won't find it as cute as the loopy Krev hanging on you.
Hey, I'm here on military business. It's not fair to compare us to Obers. We haven't exactly had a life of a Ober enterprise out in Tellus, turning away the last of our species.
It was a tragedy, human, and we regret seeing your species in such a dire spot. I'm merely expressing concern. You don't understand our customs. On our world, you must be willing to abide by honor, which I don't think govern life on Earth. You're very, free-spirited, from what I've seen of your media.
I flashed my teeth at the avian, who didn't appear to like that gesture.
Sorry, it's a smile. Look it up. I really don't want to do anything at all aggressive towards you. Look, we have a concept of honor, you know. Judges on Earth were called your honor because of their honorable, respected. Maybe you have that too, actually. What do you call judges on Tenant?
Judge.
Oh, judge. How sensible. Very direct and, good.
Gress had turned away from us both, but I could tell the Krev was having a good laugh at my expense. So much for saving me from myself and moral support. He wasn't bailing me out in the slightest. I'd only dig myself a deeper hole the more I tried to butter up the locals. Somehow, I wanted to go back to that hidey hole cabin and never come out again. Heat rushed to my cheeks as I could feel my cheeks turning red from embarrassment. This avian wasn't quite as judgmental as Mufani, but she still wasn't the least bit enamored with humans and primates, and was making me look like a bumbling idiot. I thought the judge remark was pretty clever, yet now I wanted to retract those words from existence. One of the Rescued's co-workers came over, gawking at me.
Hey, you're that human, Barai. Do you know who you're talking to? He's the one that paraded on livestream outside the delegate's tower. The first one any of us saw.
Yes, that's me, Taylor Trench. First human to land on the consortium soil, I replied. With Sharice too, of course.
The Krev kept commenting on and on about how you had a baby face with the squishy cheeks and tiny fuzzy scalp hairs.
They did what?
It was Gress's turn to look uncomfortable, as he began tugging at my arm, trying to drag me away. I glared at him with full intensity. He left that part out. When he told me how the Krev reacted to humans, when did they say I had a baby face? I was a grown 33-year-old man, not some infant Ober. Like this Risket said, I had cuts all over my face, which should have made me look tough and gnarly. There wasn't a dignified way to treat a representative of the Arkship colony, so it would be a wonder if they'd taken me seriously at all. Looking back at it, even the Krev guard by the orbital ring train had started to call me cute. I hated thinking that my face had been plastered all over the airwaves, making me a laughingstock. Your hair's gotten longer, and those cuts on your noggin are gone, but I knew it was you, the Resket continued. You created quite the stir on the Krev internet. They loved you.
I crossed my arms in front of my chest. Apparently.
Gress groaned. Taylor, if I tell you you're the cutest primate that ever exists, will you maybe let this go?
Absolutely not. Baby-faced?
It's a compliment. Like soft, pinchy, and adorable.
We need to talk on how you view compliments. Those are not compliments.
The Resket tilted his head.
The Krev want to hug and belly rub every human in sight. You can't be that surprised, Taylor. I think of it as this way. You were the one who made them want to fawn over and protect your entire species. You were all of our first impressions, so you're basically famous. I mean, I can't believe it's you, the human. Well, it's weird to think that you recognize me, but a little cool. Do you want an autograph?
A what?
It's where you sign your name onto an object. Famous people on Earth would do it.
Gress looked multi-eyed at that point, and I scowled at him before he could ask for an autograph.
I could sign your armor or your ridiculously large gun.
Beret took a menacing step forward. That's called vandalism, Lieutenant. Why would we want markings mucking up our personal property?
It was just an offer. You like markings, family crests and all. Never mind. That's different. Totally, I rambled. We just went directions out of the spaceport. How do we, leave?
Use the visual translator on the overhead signs to find exit and follow the wind gusts marking next to them.
No, I saw those, but I don't know what they mean. Back at home, we use arrows for directional markings. Those are pointed projectile weapons that we shoot from a stringed draw, and it was big for, hunting and war. I don't know if that's too predatory for you.
It's not. We use curved, wavy lines to denote wind, which have shorter frequencies. The arcs are closer together, in the direction that they were pointing. Horizontal, our orientation, left and right, vertical, forward, backward. Simple enough, right?
Yeah. I don't get why the bird species can't fly would use wind.
Beret's eyes darkened. We run like the wind. The symbol is from early cartoon animations, when the character sprints away and vanishes off screen. Any other judgments to cast about our culture and our worlds?
No, of course not. Thanks for the help, Beret and, friend. We'll be following those wind markers away, right now.
You should do that.
With the hope of actually getting out of here and visiting Radai, I followed the wind arrows hastily. The last thing I needed was for Beret to take objection to some primate behavior that I wasn't conscious of, or to find fault in my commentary of her species. Gris snickered as I jogged off, and I wished I could bludgeon him over the head with a cane again. That Krev was awfully amused at the scenario, for someone who'd obscured how his people reacted to me. Next time we had to speak to a random Resket, he was going to be doing the talking. I huffed with indignation and continued towards the outdoors to catch my first glimpse of Tanith civilization. Grace and I had a perfect view of the street activity from the train, which zipped along the tracks towards the military stop. Again, as the sole human in transit vehicle, I stood out like a sore thumb. Nobody approached us, but a few Reskets whispered to themselves or took photographs. I ignored them, snuggling my head up against the Krev's shoulder as he sat in the window seat. Compared to the megastructures of Avor, Tanith was much more modest. Even their single-story buildings had decent height, though, compared to their Earth counterparts. The occupants were 9 feet tall on average, after all. It only took a few ratite-sized floors to turn a humble complex into a tower, to my eyes. There was also some unique pedestrian traffic to behold. While Avor had utilized moving sidewalks, Tanith's pathways looked more like the pictures I'd seen of running tracks back on Earth. Did it feel special to sprint on a rubbery artificial substance compared to other floors? Part of me was curious to check it out, but the giant avians flying down it at blistering speeds were a sufficient deterrent. Reskets didn't need a conveyor to transport them when they evolved to be the best runners in the known galaxy. I observed sparring studios with intrigue, wondering what Gress would think on human martial arts. He'd probably think karate was cute, and that he wanted to tie a black belt on me himself. They use color belts to look tough. I can practically hear his voice in my head, and the real tragedy is that every cultural element Gress finds adorable just reminds me of another part of humanity that's gone for good. The Krev followed my pupils, landing on the martial arts studio.
Humans like fighting sports, don't you? I saw this one called boxing, where you have these big puffy gloves and then punch bags that hang from the ceiling. It's the most adorable aggression I've ever seen. I was thinking about making a punching bag for Jufra. It could be a great story.
No, I said sternly. We're not teaching your face-attacking ogre how to throw a punch. Now making Juvra my punching bag, on the other hand, sounds brilliant.
You wouldn't do that.
Yeah. But only because it'll make you and Lecker upset. That ogre is a no-good turd. And I'd send him out with the weekly trash, assuming that's a thing on Avor.
Okay, ground rule number 1 on our relationship. You have to try to be nice to my oboe.
You ask for the impossible. I was just admiring the view. You brought up Juvra.
Gresh chuckled. You had 1,000-yard stare, as the humans say. But I knew mentioning Juvra would return you to your cantankerous ways. What do you make of Tenant?
I focused on what was presently outside the window before pointing at a massive park area. That space there looks as big as a nature preserve. I see Reskets playing, having a good time. It looks nice.
Want me to ruin that perception for you?
When you put it that way, sure, why not? Destroy my minuscule faith in society.
Those are battlefields, Taylor.
Like historical battlefields? Places that they reenact old battles? Damn, that's kinda neat.
No. I mean, Resket regions set aside large areas, should they ever wish to wage war against another group. Throughout their history, they would send messages to enemy commanders and pre-select locations and contingent numbers for a battle. Should war break out in a long-since pacified Tenant, this is a site where they'll arrange a battle. The prior planning has the advantage of keeping fighting from spilling over into civilian areas.
At least, unlike the Federation, the Reskets understand not targeting civilians.
The Resket rules of war are some of the oldest in the galaxy. Tenet was more than a little upset that the rest of the consortium wouldn't sign the honor accords, but some of the restrictions just aren't how we operate. Not being able to attack without notice. Not fighting on unequal terms. Crap. They don't even follow those in this fight we're in now.
I pursed my lips. They can't. Because the Federation doesn't have any limits or morals. As violent as they said we are. We had the Geneva Convention. The vets committed war crimes the way that you pet obers.
So, compulsively, I see. The consortium has committed our share of war crimes too, looking at Esquo. The Civkits, but I wouldn't say it's as easy for us as ober-petting. I think deep down we're still about saving lives.
General Radai will agree with you on that, I'm sure of it.
I hope so, at any rate. That's the story on those nature preserves. Reskets do take their children to play on the battlefields, but it's also the primary site where individuals will plan duels. There's a lot of blood on that grass.
Lot of place for us to have a picnic in the park. Got it.
The train trundled on towards the military base, leaving the park behind. I contemplated what I'd learned about the Reskets' prideful culture, and found myself lingering on how distinctly unprey-like their warring and sparring was. Beret hadn't seemed to care at all that one of our most ubiquitous symbols was the arrow, a tool for death and hunting. That would have put a Vendel into a comatose state. How much of their petrified act was natural, and how much of it was their overlord's doing, what had been done to Vendel Prime because they chose to stand with us. That was a brave decision, despite how sniveling and cowardly they'd been with us. Perhaps there'd been others in the Orion Arm who once had a fighting spirit and a bloody past, but saw that wiped away by the Federation's arrival. The more I saw of Tenant, the more I thought of just how many cultures had been lost or stripped around the galaxy. I couldn't save humanity alone, but I could try to preserve some of what was left on Earth, so future generations wouldn't have only a handful of relics to look back on. Maybe the Terran homeworld could return to our control once we won the war, like Gress had suggested, and we could re-establish our predatory culture without being condemned as monsters. End. Chapter 51. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, August 18th, 2160. The Resket military headquarters were in an expansive complex, complete with dozens of avian patrols marching along to look busy. Thick metal walls encased the stone facility, making it look a bit like a castle from the outside. All it needed was a moat, and it'll look like if General Radai was living in a medieval fortress. However, the only things I saw once we got past the gates were a convoy of trucks, much like the ones that ascended the hill on the first day of boot camp. It was a good sign that we'd received swift authorization to enter the premises, but I still wasn't sure he'd go along with the vigilantism. After what Mafani had said, there had to be part of Radai that doubted the underscales and the secret police.
Gress was too disposable to get involved with this, so we needed a general on our side. Now a duo of guards herded us into Radai's office, at the top of a watchtower, staring at the holes in the staircase wall, which seemed perfect for an antique gun barrel to fit through. I found myself wondering if this was a genuine castle. Perhaps it was some kind of a modern one, or a retrofitted relic of an ancient walls mentioned. If both sides had to agree beforehand where to engage in combat, why would the aggressors choose to storm a stronghold? After bumbling through conversations at the spaceport, I wouldn't be asking our rescued chaperones for this place's background. I did file away another topic to broach with Gress on humans' medieval fortresses. You'd probably have a fit at the Knights of the Round Table being an actual name, with its simplistic, childlike flair. Knights in general would be a trip for the Krev, seeing full-plate armor, crested shields, like how rescueds have family crests. Gress would find a way to coo at a hardened warrior holding a lethal sword because, look at the metal costume, what a precious baby.
Gress, what are medieval Krev like? I asked.
The scaly alien leaned his head back and thought, well, there was an entire group of scientists devoted to studying the supposed effects of eating certain kinds of rocks. Nutripetologists, they still exist, although now they're focused on minerals, not magical properties. Even highly agnostic philosophers of the Krevet era, like Plessa the Grounded herself, believed in the rejuvenating powers of stone.
Does anyone still believe in that today? There were people on Earth who believed in healing crystals and such.
There are fringe Krev who seek out this alternative medicine, but where you'll most likely see it is in fantasy stories. We have a role-playing game called Crawlers and Fire Fossils, which is hard to explain, but nutripetologists is a class. Usually either a healer or a stealthy poisoner.
I think I know exactly what you're talking about with those role-playing games. I can't believe you have D&D. I always wanted to play a real campaign, not one of the AI apps that I have on my holopad. We have got to have a session together. Will you show me the ropes of Crawlers?
Bress's eyes lit up. I'd love to teach you. They say that I used to be a great chronicler, the person who guides the narrative. Cory dancing and CNF. I can't think of a better first date.
This isn't a date?
I don't consider visiting General Radai about too sensitive matters in that way, but I guess it's open for interpretation.
A smirk crossed my face. As we reached the top of the spiral staircase, General Radai had his back to us, but I instantly knew it was him from the solemn way he carried himself. A projection of Federation space was open on a holographic display, along with a folder containing options for contacting the Civkits, something that must have weighed on the Hereskit's mind, since hearing Ansel's description of his species' erasure. No parties within the consortium had expected Tennis to have once been a property of the galaxy's locusts, and for its current status as a desert to be because of the Federation, not the Grand Herd. I suppose the exterminators would have burned Earth to the ground, one way or another. At least this way humans didn't become brainwashed like all of them. I offered a Terran-style salute before General Radai acknowledged us and waved us in.
If you came all this way to get Gress's discharge undone, I'm afraid that will not happen, the avian said, a weary tone in his voice. It was a mercy that I did not pursue any more punitive actions.
I squeezed the Krev's paw reassuringly before shaking my head at the rescued.
No, sir. I'm here to request my own discharge for PTSD. This is verifiable from my brain scans. If you do not believe me, I realize I am a liability and unfit to serve. I don't want to jeopardize my unit or my people, sir. Damn it, Taylor. I could have discharged you for PTSD at any time, but I let you stay to help you. I cut you a lot of slack. For high-ranking rescues, choosing a person to mentor is bestowing a great honor upon them. Taking you under my wing was supposed to be a symbolic of strengthening humanity, and fully embracing you into the consortium. I'm disappointed to see you squander the opportunity.
I ducked my head.
I'm sorry, sir. It's a wonderful gesture, and I mean that. I'm grateful that you've guided me, and that you found Mafani. It's no slight to you. I'm simply not the right human to fit here. For anyone's good, after everything that's happened to me lately. I know I should serve the consortium in other ways. You could have requested a discharge electronically and saved yourself a lot of time. There was no need to come here. I'll give you a medical discharge, but in the future don't start on goals you don't intend to see through. What happens if I just quit in this war and want no part of it? My path is locked, yet I'll stay the course."
"Respectfully, we have to fight the Federation," Gress piped in. "You heard what they did. I lack conviction in everything the Consortium is involved with, except fighting them."
"You talk like your Jaslip friend, who, mind you, I tried to give grace to as well. But she harbors too much bitterness towards Reskets." Radai slumped over the holographic display, stamping a thin leg in frustration. "Something isn't right with our offensive. It should have taken weeks for the fleets to travel to their targets, yet it's been 2 months. At least one ship should have checked in for a report by now, but unless they never got to the destinations, or there were no drones left to report back." A lump formed in my throat. "There were 150,000 ships per planet. They didn't know that we were coming. How could they? That's why I want to know what happened. I finally persuaded the Consortium to send a select few scout ships after our attack party, to get some answers. Without contact, we have no idea how the battles played out. There are too many unknown variables. This was supposed to be a decisive decapitation strike."
"Sir, if they can't break into our star systems and we can't get into theirs, we're in a stalemate."
"A stalemate where their manufacturing capacity is always higher. They can outpace us in the long run. I'm not one to catastrophize, but it's a bleak outlook. We may need to start investing in our own arcs. Well, we still can. Perhaps one that can make the journey out to this galaxy where we'd truly be out of reach. The warrior must recognize a losing battle. It's a tenet of our military code. I need a proper information to make that assessment."
My mind had gone numb at that thought of forsaking another home, even if I'd have Gress with me. "That has to be the last resort, sir. We just rebuilt our lives. We're supposed to have new humans on the way. You have all your infrastructure, the rings, the cage. You can't just replace that."
"Things can be replaced. Our identity cannot. If the Federation were to win, that's why I wished to contact the Sifkits along the way, if only to transmit the concerns of Axel's story. We could help give them a little bit of themselves back. However, the other delegates shot down my idea, too caught up in their own agendas. Mayor Hathaway wished to send more ships to go for the kill. Well, the rest wished to trundle up, sinking back into our shells to play the defensive. I was lucky to sway them to investigate it all."
"We don't need to assume the worst. With the travel time in store, it'll take the drones a few weeks, right? We should stay positive until then," Gress managed.
"If these strikes failed in what was supposed to be an overwhelming show of force, there is nothing more the Consortium has to throw at them. These aren't the weak, incompetent prey-tellers told us they fought against."
"What? We don't know that they failed, General Radai." The Resket's eyes were agitated.
"The scouts will report back in a few weeks. The risk of dropping buoys to communicate back home was finally deemed acceptable. We'll know what transpired soon enough. What I hold with certainty is that we'll burn Tenet ourselves before we let them burn it."
I ran a hand through my stringy hair. "We routed them at Tennis thanks to the home field advantage, and it's the least secure planet in the Consortium. Surely Tenet isn't in that much danger."
"I don't know, Taylor. The Federation appears to have assimilated some human techniques they might have learned from you. You see it, don't you?"
I saw it the moment they showed up here with drones," I murmured. "General Dai, are you okay, sir? Your judgment seems impaired between the stakes and the guilt of the Sifkits. Trust me, you don't want to make decisions for all of us from that kind of mindset."
"My honor is being tested on all fronts, but I am fine. Reskets endure."
I was unconvinced by Radai shrugging off my concern, but it was evident the suspicion against the underscales and the truth of the Sifkits had taken a toll on him. Perhaps Gress wasn't the only one who lacked conviction in the Consortium's policies. Director Roll might have foiled his public interrogation, but the fact that the General had been willing to believe Black Ops would do something as heinous as slaughtering Jaslip children was telling. It might explain why he let Quana's bitter remarks slide. Well, I believed Radai hadn't shown the truth about Gress' run-in with Jaslip extremists. He'd been aware of their dirty tactics all the way back to when Mafani had kidnapped me. The Resket knew there was rottenness in the Casey's hidden agencies. Just like it made perfect sense to Gress, I think it put the pieces together for Radai too. He heard Mafani's claim and had that immediate certainty that it was true. He wants to dig around more in what those departments are up to.
enlisting his help to undo their neglect. How they squandered the opportunity to use their reach for good should be easy. You asked why I didn't resign electronically. It's because of what we need your help with. There can't be a paper trail, I said. Grass and I watched you question Roll. He stonewalled you. General Radai stared directly at me. Trench, I hope you haven't convinced this Krev to go on some half-baked revenge plan. I'm not going to help you hunt down underscales who are allegedly involved. That's not what we wanted. That's, not who I am, at least. It's not who I want to be. Grass patted me on the back. Taylor talked to me about vigilantism, Radai. Him leaving military life behind is a sign of growth, even if you don't recognize it as such. He might have joined to seek revenge, but he's left that path to find other ways of helping. Honorable ways. You know nothing of honor, either of you, Radai spat. What it means to bow to another's wishes, to put yourself aside altogether, leading, maintaining order, devoting one's life to dutiful service, regardless of the burdens that come with it. Don't belittle my intelligence by claiming this is about honor. But it is, sir. There are many forms of honor, and protecting those who can't protect themselves when you have nothing to gain. That's honor. I took a step towards the resket, determination creasing my face. Grass knows of wrongs that the consortium has overlooked, and he wants to correct them. A list of victims and perpetrators that your surveillance caught, but deemed not worthy of helping. Come on, Radai. Doesn't that make you angry? My emotions are irrelevant. I will not be baited into some impulsive explosion or rash decision. Humans have a concept of righteous anger, Radai. You shouldn't feel nothing when you see injustice. There is no honor in being heartless and emotionless. It's not rash to want to change things. It is not honorable to blindly obey a system that doesn't care for life or morality. How dare you cast judgment on my motivations, or tell me how to conduct myself? Because you're the only one who can help us, General, and I want to believe that you're a good man. I want to believe that you care. All you have to do is look into these names and try to see honorable justice carried out. I passed Radai a thumb drive of the names and watched as he held it up with suspicion. You have the power to expose the consortium's underbelly and to make a better society for billions of sapiens. You tried to out their callousness with Roll, so don't quit now. You told me you see things through. Gress cleared his throat. Taylor's right. You might not have known the truth with what happened with Mafani and myself, but you don't have the same excuse now. Criminals are walking free, while their resources go to staging child executions. You can't claim ignorance this time, Radai. You can do something about it. Something that'll help at least a few people. You can make a stand. I have billions of lives hanging in the balance of my decisions, and you think I have time for that I should prioritize a few criminal cases that left a sour taste in your mouth? Radai demanded. Someone has to decide those handful of people are worth helping. If you believe they're insignificant, where do you draw the line? That's exactly what the listeners and the underscales are doing, with utter disregard for any small number of lives. I want to believe there's someone in government who's better than that. Whatever you think of us, please help them. The general muttered a few curses to himself before plugging in the drive and pursuing its contents. I'll see about forwarding this data to the proper authorities and making sure it doesn't get buried. I can't promise what happens from there. Thank you, sir, I exclaimed, relieved that we'd been able to persuade the resket. We can't thank you enough for all you've done to help us. It was an honor to serve under you. Trench, I know you hated listening to a word I said. I suggest you find a job in the Tellus militia or something with a lot less order. Now, you're dismissed. Both of you, go home while you still can. Keep your chin up. Gress is right. We don't know the drones are gone. Might I leave you with a parting quote? I think you'd like it, judging by the losing battle code tenant that you had going on. Radai stared at me like I'd grown a third eye. Why on tenant do you think human quotes are at all like my code? Because it's from the art of war. You seem like the type that reads strategic military wisdoms to your kids as bedtime stories. The rest had gawked at me for a few moments before ducking his head in reluctant agreement. I took that as my sign to continue, while backing towards the exit door of his office. The last thing I wanted was to get charged at by Radai, after seeing how he'd sent Gress flying back in the bunker.
If you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you'll suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you'll succumb in every battle, I recited, a nervous grin on my face. Redeye tilted his head. That might be the most intelligent thing you've ever said to me, Trench. I'm surprised you'd even have those kinds of quotes floating around in your head. I definitely didn't memorize a few of the best quotes to impress you, sir. The point is, we need to know more about the Federation, given how we didn't know that they've been active in our own backyard. Maybe those scouts can give us some useful information, and we can figure out exactly what we're up against, how to take them down. It definitely would help our planning not to be running off a 24-year-old information. We are flying blind and clearly unaware of their true capabilities. I'll hold out hope that we can learn something that can turn the tide, and that it is not too late for a meaningful victory. But I've said enough words on military affairs to 2 discharged soldiers. Take care of yourselves, Taylor and Gress.
You do the same, Redeye,
Grev replied. Without business, on tenant left in capable wings, Gress and I departed from the tower office. The hope I'd felt when we joined with the consortium that we might be able to defeat the Federation, that we could reclaim Earth, just like my Kriv partner had spoken about, was now mired in uncertainty. As catastrophic as it would have been for the Crocodile to pay for genociding my species, I knew that avenging humanity wasn't my primary goal anymore. Convincing Redeye to bring about action on the forgotten listener files was making a difference, in a small capacity that I could. It also kept the alien I loved from putting himself in harm's way to deal with his pain. Whatever happened on the war front, I deemed my personal mission a success. End of chapter. Chapter 52. Memory transcript subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time September 26, 2160. Camera drone surveyed the system, admiring the devastation wrought across swaths of space. The FTL disruptors might have bought us precious months to prepare for a defense, but eventually the enemy broke through, snuffing out enough FTL disruptors to make incremental progress, and slogging their way into the planetary sector. The fossil homeworld, as projected on our prior intelligence briefings, had been the first to meet our unknown nemesis. The United Nations had locked the region by Tusk's Kessler cage down, standing against the would-be murderers with thousands of drones. The humans were crafty devils and had laid down a multitude of traps to fend off the automatons, but machines saw through such schemes better than crude vessels. I hadn't known what to think when the two sides traded blows. Sure enough, Kaisel had brought his forces gunning to the fray, finding a microscopic backdoor left for sapient coalition allies. The Terrans had balked when the Arxol forces warped into Tusk's vicinity, with 2 ceremonial ships at the front displaying the banner of the collective. The icon, being of an Arxol skull with a sword through its nearest eye socket, wasn't reassuring anyone that the cannibals had changed that much. I suppose the kinder interpretation would be that it was symbolic of the rebellion, slaying Betterment officials, and that, at least, it wasn't showing dead prey animals. It certainly didn't play well to the SC audience, who had been in uproar at their arrival. And none of it was enough to stop bombs from peppering down on the fossil. Granted, humanity took measures to evacuate a number of civilians to a different location, where they're also imprisoned, but somewhere the enemy wouldn't know to track them down. What if that makes the United Nations a target next? As you all know, the Sapient Coalition needs to hold a full review of what happened at Tusks. Venlor Governor Lesa had taken command of the meeting, while the Venlor Republic were humanity's closest allies. They had no love lost for the fossil or the Arxol. That made them less of a public enemy, even if they were mere vessels to facilitate the UN's message. It wasn't a surprise that the Arxol breached quarantine, might I remind you, nor is that the first time the Greys rode into a fight on humanity or Prey World's behalf. We needed their aid once to fight the Kolshians, and after how our forces fared alone, I'm not sure that we can afford to refuse their help. Mazik President Quapper seemed incensed by the Vendor's suggestion. That's rich of you, coming from Tarver's political party. We have respect for humans, don't get me wrong.
But you welcome them bulldozing your own ways. Skelga doesn't push back against any of their political plays. You eat every word and thought straight from their hands. There's a difference between being their ally and being their vassal.
You're out of line, insulting us and the United Nations. How dare you make insinuations about the special bond that our neighbor worlds share?
We strongly disagree with how you've turned a blind eye to the Oxal. You think that we don't remember how Tava piped up in favor that is of character at our founding summit, that you changed the story right now, from how the Greys only fought on our side for a small portion of the Battle of Alpha. This is all some ploy to get the collective into the Sapient Coalition. And the Mazic Presidium will not work alongside monsters.
You're not getting out of this, Kuiper. What did you mean about us being the United Nations vassals?
You know, Lysa, Skelga has the highest human population of any Sapient Coalition world. You're the only alien power that was given their own secluded spot on Earth.
Really? This is about a tiny gifted research island, which the United Nations gave us as a thank you for literally saving their species, for protecting them and giving them a chance when no others would.
That little island is just one of many reasons that you and the humans are much too intertwined to permit an independent decision. You are not going to allow a voting block of nearly 100 million Terrans to go to waste.
Lysa pinned her ears back, a scowl creasing her face. How dare you? You helped humanity build the station, their largest colony, and now you're acting like cohabitation outside Earth is a bad thing. I thought in the Sapient Coalition we agreed that humans are people like any other aliens.
We do. That's why they should have one vote, like every other species, not two. They aren't our predator master. We don't have to sit by and watch the Oxor disregard the authority of this institution. That to us isn't something I will forget.
That's enough, Onzo barked, storming up to the stage.
You want someone that will challenge humanity? The technocracy is happy to take a critical approach to their present suggestions and does not believe that they're above any of us. We have the military might to do better at the next contest, the one that actually matters, Nishtal.
The Crocodile ambassador rose from her station, an irritated glint in her eyes.
Our home is on the line, and you're bickering about islands and fecking Libby Station. I say let the yodel speak.
The Vendel governor eyed the red-furred marsupial as he sauntered onto the stage. Onzo was wearing human-styled sunglasses on his forehead, like he never intended for them to cover his eyes. The two representatives studied each other, a staring contest that appeared to have some bubbling hostility. I wasn't sure what the technocracy was playing at. They might have a shot to move the needle on the Oxal. Their goal was simply to open the doors for trade purposes. Perhaps this is also a power grab, snatching a leadership role away from the Terrans. The Yodel had a formidable military to back any of their claims, and I still remember how Dustin suggested they had intelligence on SE members, rivaling Jones's maneuvers. Onzo got the Bisons working for the Yodel, and a lot like Jones, come to think of it. Both sides threatening us with revoking our SC membership. Of the two, I suspect the Yodel would be more likely to follow through on threats to bar us from the SC. For her sake, I don't want to be beholden to anyone in that way. We need the Carnivore Alliance, whether I like it or not.
The floor is yours,
Lysa hissed at last, stepping away from the microphone. Onzo offered a sly ear flick and strolled up to survey the crowd.
The Vendel think that we need the Oxar to win this war. If you want to have an educated discussion on that, we need a strategic review of exactly how it all played out, our failings, their capabilities. We must survey all of our options. Why don't we save these discussions for after we review what happened at Tusk?
Very well. I'm listening, Piper sighed.
As an engineer, we learned to look for structural weaknesses. Liquid armor, for instance, is single-use and unable to withstand applied amounts of direct, penetrative damage. Bullets can be deflected by the simple metal, causing a ship's exterior, but we wanted their hull integrity obliterated.
And that's how the human Yodel R&D teams came up with the idea of space harpoons. Let's start from the top. Zork and Naltor looked quite eager to take notes on SC weaponry, especially with the Civ Kits and the Bisims now working together on Avrana to engineer newfangled fleet. Ambassador Loxel had talked about raising an army to retake Tinzas himself, if need be, with Bisims desperate for potent allies and the SC needing as many ships as possible. We'd managed to worm our way into the action. I still wondered what the Grand Herd would think, had they been informed of our theory of that the original Civ Kits might be behind all of this. They were quite serious about reclaiming their homeworld, which meant they might find out the hard way. The other Bisims didn't seem worried about that, rather focusing on pitching the technocracy on joint intelligence. I wasn't particularly eager to listen to the specifics of the battle plans and techno-babble, so I found myself dwelling on what I'd learned about the Yodel, a Rinsian engineer. We dug into Answer and found out that his best friend, to this day, is a human, one that he met through the Yodel-Terran exchange program. He had once reflected quite fondly on Earth's foreign policy and way of life, one of many marsupials that used to be happy to partner with them. His species was exuberant that someone finally treated them as equals, yet now the UN and the technocracy are tugging the SC in two polar opposite directions. I could still hear the Yodel's reply when I asked him what changed from back when he believed humanity had the optimal path forward for the galaxy, one that offered a vast improvement from the methods of the Federation. They lost their way. They stopped being better, Anza had answered. They placed no boundaries on the reach of their progress, and they repeat mistakes of the past. They see this golden era of peace as their crowning accomplishment and won't make any waves for fear of undoing it. Now they're dragging other parties into the stagnant retention pond, pretending that they don't smell shit. The Yodel wanted the Sapien Coalition fully cleansed of the Federation's residue, whereas humanity was terrified of losing their friends. I disagreed that the Terrans had stopped being better than their old regime by virtue of how completely fucking maniacal the Kolshian fossil conspiracy was, but I saw why both sides were jockeying for more power. I hated being used to and caught in the middle. However, there was too much politicking and scheming involved to fit my fantasy of friendship with aliens. Maybe there was still part of the United Nations that wanted to make waves if they'd pushed a little to bring the Bisims into the Sapien Coalition. Of course, humanity couldn't abide their allies not fully accepting predators. There was a sticking point for them. Some estimate numbers in their offensive had always been 150,000 strong. We knew from the engagement at Tinzas that they have a better turning radius than our standard ship models, so we predicted that a smaller, faster-moving defensive fleet would be ideal, Anzo was saying in the present time, tapping a simulated visual of the outer edges of Tulsk's systems. At the time of the enemy's initial entry, they might spit asteroids at us, but we had a different idea. Using projected arrival times, we set cannons by Tulsk's suns, days of travels away, to fire tungsten rods across their paths. They deployed solar sails behind them to accelerate efficiently, and without leaving any propulsion signatures for advance warning. Also, as a bonus, they're not a large rock that can be seen miles away. There's your space harpoons. Recreations of enemy drones showed blisteringly fast rods impaling them by probability. Their algorithms reacted much like they had with the Niner drones, by sweeping dust guns in front of them to torch any invisible, devastating projectiles. Many G-weapons followed up with a few volleys to ensure that any incoming tungsten munitions were destroyed. The Sapien Coalition had known the enemy would have these countermeasures after they were deployed at Tinzespa's battle, but the constant rod barrage kept at least one of their weapons distracted. Even if they still cleared the outer, icy bands of space, depleting their available energy, and microscopic particles gave us a small advantage to build upon. Then again, the casualty count seemed an insignificant portion of their total offensive. Perhaps a few hundred ships hindered by this attempt. At least we had known the enemy drone's exact position, and there was no element of surprise. The Yodel technocracy and United Nations defense line held about 60,000 ships and waited to contest the hostiles in Tulsk's backyard. After how our allies had fared at the numerical disadvantage in the first conflict, their preparations needed to at least whittle down our foes' count to be on an even footing. The rest of the SC, 80 other members, had only coughed up a few thousand ships combined to keep up the appearance of following the Joint Military Defensive Pact. The vast majority of their aid had gone to Nishtal. It was the Terrans' turn to cook up a trap, with the Yodel having played their migration tokens. Therefore, the cloaked stations, painted in super black coloration to align with the void, decided to strike. There were no cameras on the stations to avoid standing out from the near-invisible object and revealing it. However, we had the humans' data of the engagement that was enough for Onzo to recreate their powerful strike. While Earth might have been content to lie dormant, they were still artists of warfare, deviously created in the field. While the enemy knew that invisible projectiles were coming from the sun, a nanodrone swarm zipping out from another angle would present a dual problem. The cloaked infrastructure waited until enemies were on their doorstep to strike. Only as UN nanodrones zipped away did they reveal their true plan. The hidden outpost detonated a massive antimatter bomb lodged inside of it. Shrapnel was hurled in every direction, a massive explosion consuming hundreds of enemies in its radius. I shuddered to imagine that such bombs had struck cities on Earth, and planets that the Arxor had raided. The raw power of the weaponry, tearing apart anything in its wake, a forceful thunderclap unleashed upon the hostiles, was something that terrified Bisoms. If one of those reached our planet again, there would be nothing that we could do. Just as the Tessia had watched their settlements crumble long ago. At Tosk, not even our mysterious foes had an answer to the humans' gigantic explosions. And that meant we'd scored a serious blow against these invaders at last. The hostile drones compensated quickly, firing out probing missiles for any additional stations that would wreak havoc, and finding the other one. The drone algorithms were well programmed, so it is likely that, if they can locate a countermeasure, we can only use a tactic once against them before they adjust, Onzo narrated. We don't know if the three prongs of their attack are coordinating, but our intelligence suggests that the answer is no. We can't pick up any communication signals. That also means that we cannot relay a message to whoever is behind this back at Tenzas and implore them to call this off, though I doubt there would be an option either way. The Gojid Prime Minister snorted. It's time to stop trying to talk. They have no intention of picking up the phone. It's never time to stop trying to talk, and I'd much rather resolve this dispute diplomatically than through armed conflict. Secretary General Erin Keinfer spoke up, from where she was conferring with Governor Lesa. Dustin mentioned that having the Vendel in our corner would be an ace in the hole, with their influence on the UN. Neltor had yet to concoct a plan to bring that about. Whoever these aggressors are, they must believe that we're the Federation, given their targets. They might hold a grudge for the atrocities committed against Tinsas. They're lashing out, the same as when the Jurtian demanded the Shadow Cast's deaths, something many of you were very understanding of. Humanity keeps saving every species that's hurt us. You're doing it again. Maybe we should just let them have Tusk, the Harkon ambassador piped up. Why would you lose so many ships for them? We saved species that hurt us, if you might recall. I believe the Harkon were among them, along with several others in this room. There's power in mercy. Nobody else has to die, and that is humanity's belief. The Thafki ambassador's whiskers twitched angrily. When your species is a delicacy, Madam Secretary General, perhaps you'll begin to come around to the idea that some monsters have done enough that they, in fact, have to die. The same thing was said about humanity. Zerudian Ambassador Charlson, who'd been friendly in our brief interactions, cast a stern glance at the crowd. His people had already welcomed Bison doctors to train at the Galactic Institute of Medicine and offered their pre-first contact research on our worst diseases. They were one of the most eager species to accept us. Saving lives is much more fulfilling than condemning entire species to death. We, for one, are proud to stand behind the United Nations' staunch anti-genocide policy and unwavering application of our sapient rights articles. The humans had never did what the Arxor did to us.
And the United Nations, again, shouldn't have a blanket veto power. The general sentiment in this organization is not in favor of their inflexible enforcement of interstellar law,
Kuiper added. Onzo slammed a paw against the podium. This review of the Battle of Tusk was supposed to be strategic. This is not a game, representatives. Forget what you think of any of this, because it's beside the point. Where would you rather be trying to stop this assault? By the fossil homeworld, or by your own? The silence that greeted the Yotel's question was all of the answer that he needed, and his facial features relaxed. I didn't imagine there was a delegation in this chamber that wanted competent enemies en route to their planets. Then you should have helped. Shall we continue? Anzo asked. With the testy assemblage back in line, the Sapien Coalition returned to our review of the massive contest. So far, we had only managed to tackle the initial traps. I hoped that we'd have less internal strife as we reviewed the main clash by the fossil homeworld, with the Oxel, the release of the bombs, and the implications for the other two contests that entailed. End of chapter. Chapter 53. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, by some alien liaison. Date, Standardized Human Time, September 26, 2160. Instead of getting into the meat of the engagement, Anzo prattled on about boring minutiae, analyzing and comparing engine capabilities, along with his best guess at their design, and AI pathing algorithms. While I was certain that warship design said a lot about a species, it hardly was my favorite subject. The Bison generals would be much more eager to study the finer details. I was almost relieved to see a call request from Ambassador Loxel, despite the fact that we didn't have a literature session planned today. It was an excuse to step away from my hostile atmosphere in this forum, and the eruption I knew was coming when the SC reached the part where the Oxel arrived. As I stepped out into the hallway to check whether Loxel, and perhaps by extension Vrana, had an issue, my mind wandered once more to the theory of the original Tinzas inhabitants being behind these attacks. I also knew the next step in forging an alliance would be getting the Sifkits to agree to partner with the Oxel. No small task. I thought Bisons had been making surprising amounts of progress with the Grand Herd, getting them to collaborate in shipbuilding rather than hiding away in Nelman. This was all while the Tsia were pushing back two nations and waging massive naval contests on our home world. If we could pacify our warring states, that likely would put the alien refugees at more ease about the safety of living on our planet. This is so much going on, and the Sifkits are the heart of it all. We want them on our side. I don't want to use Loxel, though. He might be in dire need of medication, but I think at his core he's quite lonely. It'll play well with the SC to win over the Grand Herd, but I'm not going to do that by convincing the funny bunny that predators definitely can't be trusted. Still, there was a certain way that things needed to be framed to persuade Loxel of anything. I recoiled as the Sifkit appeared on my screen with a pile of hundreds of orange fruits lying around on the floor behind him. The ambassador's muzzle was colored orange, and my mood shifted to consternation as I saw his signature manic look.
This spare carnival for you. You can never sample the potentous car citrus. I bid the forever walking beasts avaunt if they do not furnish these offerings upon me betimes. No, they make me swear in exchange to calm as I dispraise their pitiful stage efforts. Loxel rambled, swinging his forepaws over his head triumphantly. Inspiration has flowed into my bosom, as soon sampling the fruity oats. I want more. I'll sing for more merrymaking at my execution, for but a meagre bite. Bid me to sing now, Tassie, for I have found the tree of salvation. I gawked at the Sifkit. What? Whoa, please don't sing, but just back up. Are you saying you made the humans at the Palton base give you offerings of these fruits? This is why you called me during an SC meeting? Fruits, mandarin oranges. The plant has a name. The loathly beasts and I are getting along. Now, they think me a Lurdan. Then I am no Silist. Muoga, my species. I overlap their imprudence, so the oranges may overbrim. You, my compeer, must aggrandize the herd and bring the oranges far and wide. Gramercy, you must grok Sifkits in our finest communion. You must, we'll give you any guerdon. Loxel, you've gotten worse. I told you to use less play words in conversation, and I swear that you've ratcheted it up instead. You're growing less understandable by the minute. I'm glad you noticed. I narrowed my eyes at the Sifkit. You're doing it on purpose. Obviously. The strenuous to improve upon perfection, but I am poetic. I want to be buried as Loxel the poet, for that is I. Don't be purblind, Tassie.
You are my protege. You've been imbued with a great purpose to bring me oranges today and to bedazzle them with your utterances later. You must embrace my mantle. Your words must have striking power beyond that of the average gnunks.
I sighed. I doubt anyone can emulate your speaking style, Loxall. It's, singular.
Don't be slabberdigalian. You can do it. Start with dramatic interjections. Move your flippers more. Master the art of placing your beak inches from others' faces. Practice some swooning and yell at yourself in the mirror before you retire at night. Very simple exercises. You'll be on your way in no time. I'm not going to. Yes, you are. This is not a discussion. By the way, do you want to hear my poem to oranges?
No, I don't. What is it you want, Loxall? The Sivkit cleared his throat.
Import oranges from Earth to Evrana, so the Grand Her can know their glory. You have my permission to give the simians anything. Honestly, anything. I wrote up a requisition request. Could you forward it on behalf of the Sivkits and bring the shipments to your shores?
I was so flabbergasted that the ambassador had called me about importing human fruit to Evrana that I blankly went along with it. Okay, we can pass the request of yours to Earth. What did you write exactly? Loxall cleared his throat, seeming to read off the cue cards by the camera. Did he have those for other lines he spewed?
No scholars of the Sivkit saviors, hear my orison for a mote of this rapturous fruit. Verily this sapid, commenstable wonder is a meed for our oppression. Languishing in the bison's cattle pens, earth's paradoxical delights know no bourne, as I hold this fardel of oranges in my paws. Shrive me for sampling their cursed fruit, citrus vouchsafed by these primate wastrels, and replenished daily withal. Amain they ferry the orange element, treasures that must be secured for the behoof of the grand herd.
That's your requisition request. Is that just a poem that I didn't want to hear? And are you making up words?
Yes, and no. I only ever made up one word, belly nigh. It means about to be eaten, like you'll soon to be in the beast's stomach. I assure you that it appears at least once in all of my plays, because it is my legacy. Of all my hopes and dreams ride on that word, joining the lexicon.
Loxall, why don't you let me vocalize your request for oranges for you in normal words?
No, Sivkits can speak for ourselves. Use our words, my words. Do not muzzle me so cruelly.
He'll never know if I don't use his unintelligible poem. Just say what he wants to hear so that you can escape this call. You're right, Loxall. It's your request, so I'll use your words, I agreed. The Sivkit's ears parked up straight.
Excellent. Now recite them back to me, so that I can ascertain if you committed them to memory. And culture delivery?
Absolutely not. Goodbye, Loxall. I disconnected from the call and turned off my holopad as the Sivkit immediately tried to redial my contact. Despite how much I'd been dreading the rest of the Sapien Coalition's proceedings, it was now a relief to return to the halls alongside Zok and Naltor. Loxall had a way of striking the fear of hers into everyone he encountered. My timing seemed impeccable, with the delegation having progressed to the moment where the human Yodel line met the rival drones in combat. Scattered hit-and-run tactics and defense stations, complete with missiles and lasers, had whittled down the enemy numbers by a few thousand. It hadn't been for the fortified beatdown that we received at Tinzas. The SC were outgunned, with only stray assets left in Tulsk's system to ward off the worst. The stations being used in the Fossil's defense were originally designed to keep a watchful eye on them, ensuring that the natives didn't pull any stunts or mount an escapade. Onza was discussing how lasers were ineffectual against liquid armor, similar to the particle beams. Heat dissipation rendered several variants of weapons obsolete, at least unless that layer of protection was burned away faster than it could be replenished. The hostiles crested into the system, still boasting a ship count of 6 digits strong. The SC drones anticipated an initial volley of particle beams coming their way, and had magnetic shielding up to neutralize them. Evenly matched foes locked onto a dogfight, except the enemy had numbers and were feathers away from the planet. That visual of Kessler Cage on Tosks is staggering, with just how many tiny pieces of rock were encircling it, billions of fragments forming a cage for the people below, blocking them from the stars. What if the SC turned on us and did that to Avrana?
Simulations up to this point weren't looking to be in our favor, but a tactical retreat would do more harm than good, Hanzo stated. We needed to engage them and learn more about them. You can't make an antidote without studying the disease you're targeting. Military intelligence has learned a great deal, albeit not enough about their motives and endgame.
The Iftani ambassador piped up. It seems plain to me that they wish to destroy the Federation. All we need to do is communicate that we aren't them.
That is our assumption, yes, but we don't know that they'll lay down their arms just because the conspiracy has fallen. One of my conclusions from this fight is that we must acquire intelligence on who we're up against. I'll discuss this more, but after finishing our analysis. For now, we'll look at the final line of defense, another one of humanity's toys that have been reinvented for the stars. Mines.
Our foes had wisened up to the idea that invisible hazards might be waiting in front of them, so the munitions swept across their flight path, brute forcing their way forward. The onboard AI clearly could identify patterns and extrapolate them to predict our future actions. However, the humans' cleverness was hiding the mines among select rocks in the Kessler Cage. As the enemy pressed into orbital range, they found themselves riddled with shrapnel and explosive damage, and those billions of rocks were too many to clear with any expediency. The best fortifications of all was one meant to keep the fossil occupants in. UN ships kept back to avoid debris flying in all directions, and had set up physical barricades to park their vessels behind. The Yotel, meanwhile, were deploying clouds of smoke to obscure sensors and visual targeting. Hanzo excitedly explained how they wanted the hostiles to have to guess where the vessels were. Technocracy ships were equipped with external sensors, from in-system and allied feedback, to guide their targeting with precision. Missiles zipped through the smoke, blowing up the mysterious assailants' noses. Hostile drones took a flurry of losses, with mines ripping open their bellies and explosives barreling through the offensive line. Over 10,000 foe indicators blinked off the sensors readout in an instant. It was a significant punch that we'd been trying to score since Tanzas. However, the enemy wouldn't just sit back and let their ships be cut down unchallenged. Their weaponry revved to life, firing a few antimatter bombs brought for Tulsk in the Kessler Cage. The city-leveling explosion strikes anywhere near SE vessel would pack a devastating blow, and a collision with something was virtually inevitable, with billions of rocks entombing the world. Supersonic fragments hurtled through UN barricades and vessels alike, crumpling whatever metal they touched. Thousands of our own craft were felled like trees harvested from a forest. The antimatter blast disintegrated any ship unlucky enough to be caught in its direct wake, but the planet remained unharmed. Some of the Kessler debris careened into the atmosphere, yet that would burn up long before it struck the ground.
I'd like to linger on the defensive efficacy of the Kessler Cage. Well, I doubt we'd want to lock ourselves in our Hellworld. They got in the way of a great many bombs, and of the enemy drones flying closer. It might have saved Fossil Planet more than the Oxal's arrival, the Yotel remarked. The technocracy believes that we should capitalize on this idea and perhaps invest in a similar, ubiquitous planetary defense of our worlds, making them more resistant to orbital bombardment, like Tusk.
The Crocodile ambassador looked displeased.
Your idea to defend Ishtal and any other SE planets that might come under fire is to deploy Kessler cages.
It's to deploy some kind of cage that can be retracted or moved at will. Take the idea of this useful technology from Tusk and turn it into something less immutable. It's like the barriers we place in front of our ships to get in the way of fire, just on a planetary scale. It could be useful.
Secretary General Keinfer tilted her head and thought, being able to lock down Earth if it came under attack. I do like the idea of an extra layer of defense, quite literally. Engineering megastructures would take a long time, however. We couldn't build it in time to meet immediate attacks from our opponents.
Of course, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't start buffing our defenses at once. Who knows how long this war could rage on, assuming the two sides remained deadlocked. At any rate, as we are all aware, not even the Kessler Cage was a perfect defense.
My heart felt a bit heavy as a series of coordinated enemy missiles struck the debris field in quick succession. These munitions tore a gash in the Kessler Cage, paving the way for antimatter bombs to sail in. The United Nations spaceships pivoted, attempted to shoot the next warheads, and diced up several with particle beams. However, the hostile drones zeroed in on human vessels that were focused on stopping the bombs, bombarding them with enough ordnance to decimate a truckload of spaceships. A few explosives bound for Tulsk slipped through the net, with the respective UN craft being taken out before they could counter them. One mushroom cloud appeared on Onza's recreation, then another, then several more after that. The final tally of bombs that hit in this first breach was 14. Even with evacuations having occurred, there were still billions staying on the planet below. The death toll was being the tens of millions, at a conservative estimate. Numbers were still coming in from Tulsk, so that wasn't something we'd locked down with certainty. The SE fleets focused on being pulled in too many directions. They were outgunned and with not enough tricks up their sleeves. The outlook had been bleak and hopeless, with the simulated odds falling to near zero as the numerical imbalance grew. That was the moment when 45,000 warp signatures appeared in Onza's feed, slipping through the channel only Sapient Coalition knew about.
It appears the Oxford Collective expedition made a detour from their course to Apep. Their newly minted vessels came into the fray with guns blazing and tore into the enemy from behind.
Onza heaved a weary sigh, pinning his earbacks.
This came as a shock to all of us, though we couldn't afford to turn away their help. The technocracy had fought alongside them before, and the ambush, our foes didn't know what hit them. 45,000 guns firing in harmony as the Oxford banner was dragged into battle.
The Thafki ambassador bared his teeth. You almost sound excited, Yodel.
It saved our asses. Assuming you want a strategic review, that's self-evident. If our allies won't risk their own ships, then how can you complain that it is the Greys putting their hides in the line? It benefits everyone. No, the real issue is that someone here leaked FTL backdoor to them, because how else would they know? That group should come forward.
It was us. Before the Thafki could point at my people, General Nalto stood up calmly. The Salmers must have had ice in his veins with how leisurely that declaration was. No wonder his subspecies was suited to Arctic climates. Since bisons were accused of contacting the Oxor anyway, we decided to reach out to them. They were already loose, so we tried to turn their army towards a good purpose.
A good purpose? The Oxor? Are you fecking joking? And you did it behind all of our backs. We should never let you join us.
With all due respect to the Thafki, Tulsk is alive because of us. Bisons have to do the best with what we have, because we're no more welcome here than the humans were in the Federation. My people agree with the Zerillians on saving lives. We only want to help whoever we can. Today we saw Fossil, Oxor, and SC members working together, and that was because of us. The galaxy can heal through moments like these. On Onza's display, Oxor vessels ravaged through hostile forces, while the United Nations decided to confound the situation with their own aggression. As Tulsk was still smoldering from freshly detonated bombs, the humans enacted a strategy I believe was planned for their final stand. They began ramming PARs anywhere with a clear shot at the Kessler cage, straight into hostiles that had bombs primed or were trying to pivot towards the Oxor. Kaiser's fleet was eager to get up close, with kinetics and plasma raking over hostile lines. The simple tag team turned the tide with decisiveness, ambushing our opponents in a way they hadn't predicted. Like old friends who still remembered each other's ways, the Yodel popped off a slew of plasma beams, mini missiles, and nanodrones. Everything was flying at the attackers in one single moment, terminating tens of thousands in the blink of an eye. As casualties piled up, the effect only quickened. Our alliance was unrelenting, honing every bit of weaponry we had. Our defensive line had been reduced to about half of their original numbers, but with the Oxor boosting their count, we already had the numerical advantage. Nalton was correct that Tulsk was only alive because we'd wrangled Oxor aid. I was proud of that fact, realizing how much worse the death toll could have been. The planet likely wouldn't exist at all without our meddling. Chalzen, the Zerillian ambassador, stood with uncertainty.
That was a bold decision, General Nelto.
The results speak for themselves, a complete turnaround, and it also gives all of you a chance to see the Oxor's capabilities. We believe it's better that they're on our side, and that we keep their vengeance on behalf of the Osas very focused, Nalto responded. Bisons will always have an open-door policy for anyone who'll speak to us, and for anyone who needs our aid, as rescue efforts begin.
We would like to take fossil refugees. Many of Tolk's residents displaced by these attacks. We're sending aid ships now. Despite all of Ivana's problems, we won't turn a blind eye to any sapient's suffering."
I couldn't have said it better. The Resilient hospital ships were waiting outside the system and have already arrived to rescue Fossil. We can spread word of the program on Tusk and transport refugees to Ivana immediately. Cordia will chip in to take those in need as well.
"Perhaps we can partner with the Zerillians on altruistic efforts," Naltor commented shrewdly, seeming to have acquired a new target for his alliance of misfits. "Whatever hatred SE members hold, and for valid reasons or not, we won't be a party to that. It is not who Bisims are."
Well, there are millions of fossil lives at stake. It is a positive sign that the Bisims are sympathetic to the victims.
Onzo looked perplexed that we outed our ties with the Arxor, but hastily attempted to cover for us, perhaps believing this was part of the plan to lobby for their lifted quarantine.
Since the stakes are so high, and the Greys' aid harvested victory from the fields of defeat, we can't turn away a free infusion of ships. Put Arxor hulls on the line instead of ours. I, for one, like it.
The Yodel gestured towards the end of the simulation, as the Arxor made easy pickings of the last enemies. Kaisel stomached a few losses, but the collective strategy didn't align with the measured tactics of the SC. The drones hadn't been ready for reckless abandon and an ambush. Tulsk had a few scars to show for the engagement, but standing with the reptilians, we'd won comfortably. I could see the human delegation had already given in on accepting Arxor aid, and were figuring out how to save face politically. The reluctance and dread in their binocular eyes said it all.
The collective have saved worlds before. We can always take another look at this after the war, when we have the luxury of being able to jail them without endangering lives, Heimfer ventured. We need anything with a warp core fighting on our side. This isn't the time to be dealing with them.
Onzo flicked an ear in agreement.
The entire Orion arm is in danger, so our interests are aligned, if only for self-preservation. Tusk had many lessons, but it does bode well for planets where we can send more vessels to their defense. It also showed that this war could easily become a stalemate, and perhaps that'll force our enemy to the bargaining table. The reality is that we need information on who we're fighting to know how to contact them. However, they won't let us get close enough out in the open.
"What are you saying? Speak plainly," the Dosa representative chittered.
I'm saying our first priority is to observe. Intelligence is going through the wreckage to study their ships. Anything that we can glean of their language, coding, and weaponry. We need to send a stealth ship into enemy territory to find manned vessel and attempt to capture them via a boarding party. Since they won't talk to us, we kick in the front door and see exactly who we're dealing with.
I agree. SC military operatives can park a ship outside of frequented systems and wait for an isolated vessel to pass by, Heimfer commented. Assuming they're lost a pep, it might be a way to get more intel on the Osas. They'll be here by Christmas.
Then it is settled. It'll be like exposing the culture and fossil conspiracy together all over again. Our strategy going forward must be to know our enemy, not to run hypotheticals. We must make logical decisions that give us the best odds of survival. And on that somber note, I believe this meeting is adjourned.
A flurry of thoughts raced through my head as General Naltor shot me a sly glance. All in all, news of our involvement with the Arxor had gone over without too much backlash, and the Zerillians had teamed up to bring fossil refugees to our home world. That last plan had gone even better than we'd hoped for, and granted us a potential new ally. One that would look at us fondly for our charitable optics. However, I found myself unsettled by the idea of what the Sapient Coalition stealth foray might uncover about our enemies. As much as I wanted to agree with Kaimper's idea of it never being too late to stop talking, I wasn't sure it was possible to go back with the Sivkit Wanderers and now millions of fossil civilians having succumbed to our mysterious foes. We might learn very soon whether the original Sivkits of Tinzes were behind these Federation-targeted attacks. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Memory transcription subject Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary-General. Date Standardized Human Time, September 26, 2160. Skulker, World of Death. Seeing that sign at the spaceport had felt strange as I traveled to the Vendel homeworld in search of old friends. Cyber was handling most of the calls of the Shield in the aftermath of our visit.
The Suthian was unwavering in her glowing enthusiasm, and had lauded my speech during our journey back, long before we knew the results. She'd fired off a message I asked her to, appraising the sapient coalition of Federation remnants' unexpected presence and the satyr's unique nature. I found myself hoping against hope that we'd have something to show for our efforts, and that I'd made the right decision, speaking my own lines rather than Corrigan's ideations. As of today, there were still 2 planetary defenses to be mounted. I got a sense of déjà vu, hearing that the Arxel rode in to rescue at Tulsk. No way. There will not be emotional support animals on Skalga, a furious voice hissed, charcoal grey fur standing upright. The mouthy Vindel looked furious. Yes, it's just a ferret. That's great, Justin. But if we allow one type of pet, you crazy feckles will start putting crocodiles in your luggage. Just because I'm crippled doesn't mean I can't drop your predator ass at 40 years young. That's enough, Rule. The middle-aged man cleared his throat, wearing a metallic-looking jacket. His black hair was slicked back, as if to hide some of the graying roots. I don't mind him. He's having a midlife crisis. Midlife crisis? Then what do I call you? Entire life crisis, because you have not aged gracefully, William Kane. You look like my couch cushions ate you for breakfast and barfed you up, you pasty porridge-faced man. Justin tried to creep past the spaceport security with the ferret, clearly wanting no part in the unhinged shouting match. Roll's hissing intensified, and he placed himself directly in front of the terrored tourist. The human visitor stepped over a few paces to the side as the Vendel followed her, like a basketball guard trying to stop a shot. William smirked, folding his arms and making a little effort to intercede. I'd never seen Vendel that was this feisty, and he wasn't even part of the new generation of unmodded Skulgans. I was a little concerned about passing through security now, and not just because metal detectors would have a lot of problems with me. Perhaps I should contact the Terran embassy and ask if we'd established diplomatic immunity on Skulgar. The ferret goes home, or the ferret burns, Brown said darkly, wiggling his claws in a threatening manner. I know it's a carnivore. Its side-facing eyes don't fool me. I'll put it with the rest of the kindling. Justin moved the suitcase further away from the angry Vendel. You wouldn't. Fuzzy is a cute little guy. Humans and fuzzy things. I see a flammable beast. I see more than one, if you keep giving me trouble. Well, we haven't carried flamethrowers for 2 decades. You haven't been allowed to carry a weapon for 10 years. That's why we're on spaceport duty, William commented. Don't listen to him, ma'am. Take the ferret and keep going. Justine gulped and walked past the angry Vendel, bumping shoulders with him. Brown set his livid gaze on his partner as the line on the incoming passengers continued to back up. Flamethrowers? Were these people exterminators? Apart from William's metallic jacket, they didn't look like the predator-burning crew. Plus, I thought Skalgar had gotten rid of the institution. This wasn't who I was expecting to welcome us to Vendel World and one of the most tourist-heavy spaceports. Knowing full well that I was next hour up to deal with these individuals, I shuffled up to the security checkpoint with reluctant steps. The duo hadn't even noticed me through their fixation on each other. You undermined my authority, you long pig slouch, Roland roared. That was my moment. I never get to attack humans anymore. They say I can't be trusted. Ha! Me, the most reformed, progressive exterminator. I put up with you. William raised his eyebrows. No, I put up with you, puffed the magic Xeno. And look what you've done. This is why they don't trust you. I count 3 holopads out recording us. I will break the SIM cards in their arms. 2 of the filming Terrans lowered their holopads, and Roll made a blistering eye contact with the last one, until they also relented. That's what I thought. I will find you if you post that. You can't call us exterminators anymore either. Oh yeah, we're the Planet Watch. What Mueller's made up that name? I am an exterminator, and as for the no flamethrower claims, there's more than one way to burn ferrets. Next. More than one way to burn ferrets. Is that a new more than one way to skin a cat? I raised a hesitant hand, hopeful that my metal body would make me somewhat resistant to getting leveled. Right here, Elias Mayer. You might have seen me on the news recently. Am I supposed to be impressed? Do you think you're the first dead human I've seen up and about? Roland hissed. I really hope so. William facepalmed, shaking his head. Roland had a very interesting acid trip on his 30th birthday party, and ever since then he's gone all shake-buster and believes in ghosts. I can send you to the afterlife now if you don't believe me. Then you'll see. The Vendel grumbled. Feck, Mayor must have witnessed it too. Back me up. He came back from the dead. What is it like to be a ghost? I recoiled as the Vendel knocked on the back of my hand to hear the sound. Personal space? It wasn't really like... It's definitely freaky to think that they took your brain's likeness and put it into a machine, William interjected. I got one of those brain scans a few years ago for a museum exhibit in a historical reform by the curator Heisey. She's old as dirt, got a pretty penny for it. But now, I wonder if they could do that to me, or they could upload me to a USB and I'd be like stuck in there. How do you know that you're not 1-1 right now? Rule countered. Maybe the Vendel were never real. Because no simulation could render a face as ugly as yours. Ah, I thought you were going to say no simulation could create the hideous face that you saw in the mirror. I can't look in the mirror, Rel. It broke from having to reflect your noseless face. You look like sludge that fell from a damn cement truck and hardened as fecked up as possible. The Fossil Special. No, you know all about the Fossil Special. Willie the Lovestruck. She drags you around by the... An angry tourist cupped his hands to his face, shouting at the duo, Hey, speed it up. We don't have all day. I'll work at whatever pace I please. You're on my fecking planet. You mangy gluttons are the ones who came to me, Roland screeched. I'm done waiting for you to sit there and bicker about ghosts. I'm leaving. We're leaving right now. They can't stop all of us. The line behind me began to break up as impatient tourists followed the heckler's lead. The crowd bypassed Roland Williams's checkpoint, ignoring the Vendel's protests. I watched as they filtered out into the wider terminal, and the facial recognition cameras overhead struggled to keep up. My first inclination was to join them, but the 2 Planet Watch officers were standing in my direct path. The last thing I needed was to run over a Vendel civil servant and enjoy the negative publicity that would bring upon synthetic life forms. I stood as still as possible, half hoping that they'd chase after the crowd and unblock my path. One of them seemed to be considering it, and it wasn't the Terran. With an exasperated expression, the herbivore guard swung a paw into Williams's bicep. What are you doing? Stop them! The Vendel hissed to his human partner. William shrugged with nonchalance. He had a point. We can't stop all of them. Yes, you can. You have a weapon, and if I pop civilians entering Skullgum, I'll join you in not having a weapon. They're violating our sovereignty, trampling over our order and the law. I cleared my throat, though the sound no longer reduced a scratchy feeling on my tongue. So, can I go now? Yes, you know, there's a club for paranormal enthusiasts here on Dyside. Once a week, we give ghost tours, investigate sightings and activities, compile evidence. It's at Colin's Bar, superhuman-friendly place. You should come to our meeting later today. You'd be a hit. I'll think about it. If my schedule allows for it, I fibbed. Life of a diplomat. I hurried off into the rest of the crowd, swiping my luggage from the table next to the Planet Watch officers. Hopefully, the remainder of the journey to visit Tava and Noah Williams would be less memorable. I couldn't help thinking that the spaceport guards did have one excellent point. Anyone's likeness could be uploaded into any machine with a recorded neural layout and enough processing power to house it, without say or an escape. As torturous as the revival had been at times, it could have been much worse. There was a chance to continue my work and reconnect with old friends. I hoped the former governor would be pleased to see the robotic version of me, especially after the harrowing circumstances we parted under, and what I asked her to do, knowing full well that dealing with the Oxor hurt her. I remember seeing what was then called Vendel Prime, with the fledgling embassy and refugee camps. Humans fled here, desperate to get out of Dodge with Coulson on the way. So much has changed, mostly for the better. While the population was still predominantly Vendel, our influence was evident. I passed a specialty shop within the spaceport called Goods of Earth. Certain souvenirs at the other stalls, like stuffed animals and snow globes, were clearly targeted at Terran demographic. Some advertising to the visitors seemed a bit too soon, offering a hotel package designed to recreate running from Earth's bombing with livable bunkers and exterminator actors. It was lost to me why people would want to recreate that, but given that several of my kind were gathered around the holographic ad and discussing interest in it, it must have been popular. A banner was hanging over the exit doors, reading in English and Vendel, proudly celebrating 25 years of Human-Vendel exchange program. Sign up for the 2161st class today. I mused joining, imagining that shocked it would be for the modern Skulgun to get me as a partner. Even outside of the tourist hub, I couldn't help but notice that Vendel street vendors had special menus and offerings of condiments for humans. One stand was doing exterminator cooking, placing food inside special containers and blasting it with a flamethrower. The Skulgan performer was doing a host of tricks with the incendiary device, and had accrued a massive crowd and line for his nourishment. Further back, I could spot a history museum, perhaps where William had gotten his scan, advertising exhibits based on the archives, and Vendel fighting back against Federation invaders. Part of me was also compelled to get the tourist experience in Dayside City, but I had to stay focused. I allowed myself a brief listen to the narrated teaser outside, regardless, as it moved more to modern affairs. The legacy of Governor Veln's visor law, a short-lived, poorly enforced and unpopular mandate to cater to the rural tastes. Humans were once uncommon in small communities on Skulga, and exposure to so-called predators remained limited in the countryside until the most recent decade. The display outside narrated. Well, it was repealed after Veln lost re-election. The discrimination lawsuits that followed against the Vendel government and businesses or towns that enforced it were the center of much media attention in the SC. The public fervor was enhanced by leaks of the former governor's sordid exploits, notably involving affairs with human escorts. Streaming title The Trial of Veln captures the larger-than-life spectacle of his fall from grace. I furrowed my eyebrows at that explanation, comparing it internally to Tava's dignified mannerisms and open-minded acceptance of humanity. How had she lost an election to a clown like Veln? I suppose she had her own skeletons in her closet, having romantic involvement with the UN ambassador, who she picked out as our representative. Perhaps I would have scolded the two for it when I found out at the time, but that ship had sailed 24 years ago. My present hope was to find them both living well, and to see just how much their children took after them. I wandered towards Governor's District train. While Tava no longer lived in the leader's mansion that I could see on the horizon, she did have an upscale home in the residential area near it. She must have been used to the local sights and amenities. Well, Vern, if you're watching now, I hope that your patch from the motion sickness works, I mumbled to myself. This could be a long train ride if not. It dawned on me as I trundled onto the cart with what was missing, which I hadn't quite been able to put my finger on. The elevated sense of Skulga's gravity exacerbating aches and making me feel the extra pressure and weight on my skeleton. This synthetic form was much more durable with a higher load-bearing capacity. I wondered to myself if I was stronger now. Perhaps I could out-bench press bodybuilders, something that would have been a laughable idea to me once. Maybe having my kind as firefighters and EMTs could save lives, if we had the power to lift cars off of a person. I made a mental note to test myself in a gym once I got back to Earth, before settling down in an empty seat. Several Vendel were openly staring and whispered amongst themselves. "Didn't the exterminator scan him after he died?" one questioned. Their partner flicked an ear in agreement. "I don't know how to feel about how we even handle it. Are we just going to act like this is a normal Terran citizen? How do we know it's really Elias Mayer, not some AI emulating him?" "There is no way to say for sure. I wouldn't want some hollow copy of myself walking around in some tin can body. The real me would be dead anyway. I'd still gone upstairs." I turned my head around towards them, prodding. "I can hear you, you know." "We're sorry. It doesn't leave a positive taste in our mouth that human tech companies are copying and pasting people's brains," one brayed in response. "I know it's unusual, and imagine how I feel. Elias would have agreed with you on a lot of it, but it's still unkind to say that to a sapient being's face. If there's one thing I'd hope that we've learned in the past 2 decades, it's to try and be accepting, even of people we don't understand, because one day, those people could be you." The two Vendel shared a glance before switching over to an uncomfortable silence. I bit my lip, hearing several of their own questions and judgments rolling around in their head. The self-doubts had relented a bit around cyber, but being faced with opposition to my present existence always dug up those demons. I turned my eyes towards the window as the train began moving, noticing only nominal discomfort in my gut. The distraction in the form of what I spied in the passing streets would be quite welcome. I spotted a sign that said Skulga Counseling Center, which returned a smile to my lips. After how the Vendel used to handle predator disease cases, I was elated to see that it had changed for the better. There had been a lot of progress here in Skulker, and it seems they restored some of their roots. Is that a strange wrestling gym I see, whizzing by us? I swear, the Vendel I glimpsed inside were butting heads with each other. I continued to observe my surroundings, noting the landmarks of each district. As we drew closer to the place I'd spent most of my time, the UN Embassy had a great deal of foot traffic, with our flag flying proudly in the air alongside the similar Sapien Coalition one. Any Vendel who had business with Earth seemed to visit here. We had full security checkpoints at the compound now, as beefy as the ones back in Vienna. I remembered when the human generals came to visit this place, with none other than Cam petrified of allowing us onto this world, both sticking out from any unexpected noise. Despite the earlier commentary, it was a positive that the gossiping Vendel on the train at least seemed unafraid of me. That was better than what I encountered on the sailor, regardless. The scenery began to look a bit more familiar as I drew closer to Tarver's home, until my gaze unmistakably latched onto a row house that I remembered in vivid detail. There was some new construction added to it, like a patch-up on the burn damage, but I was sucked back to a moment in time I didn't want to be. After my resolution to reach out to the Federation visitors and pledging to form our own alien union, it had seemed that we were on the right track. I'd known that it was all crumbling down around me, as the dust irritated my lungs and air passageways. The terrible ringing in my ears, tinnitus that felt like a rattling screw was inside my eardrum. I pressed my hands to my earlobes in the present time, keeling over. The row houses were on fire in my mind as chaos ensued, protesters clashing with the UN officers and the sounds of people screaming. The mangled injuries that I'd seen were utterly horrifying, except I hadn't had time to process it after the fact. Tarver had looked at me with reproach, like humans were monsters, so disappointed by the chaos and violence unfolding around her. There had been regret swirling in her horizontal pupils, as if she wished she'd never brought us here at all. That was what she thought of us in my last moments alive. I hadn't known how she could forgive us. My own pain and despondency had been like a stabbing pain in my heart, peeling off the fresh scab of the grief from Earth's death toll. Gunshots, a pop, causing me to stagger with Axley in my arms. Her fur was soft. I'm falling forward into the car, and my dress shirt feels like I've spilled a drink on it. I could feel shivers running down my spine in the present time, as I was left cold and fading. Tarver held me in her arms, whilst it was difficult to come by any thoughts. I remembered latching onto that conversation with Isif, where I'd also been alone and terrified in that dark Titan hotel room. The Vendel was grey, almost the same grey as the Arxel scales. It had been a funny thought. In that last grasp, yet not filling me with mirth at all. I didn't want her to hate us. I didn't want humanity's hope for the future to fall apart. I'd been desperate to try and make things better. It was so difficult to speak, so difficult to move, so distant to watch from inside my own body. Did Tarver think that we were animals? The feeling of suffocation was strong, as it became more difficult to draw breaths. Past and present were one, but I knew that I couldn't breathe now, and I felt its absence become unbearable. I wanted to sob, with all the emotions and images cycling around my brain. We were moving away from the roam houses, just like we had en route to the hospital. There was no fighting the Reaper's touch, with all the uncertainties that it entailed. My legacy was that I'd failed humanity and Earth. The gunshots sound played on loop. My mind drifted to an imaginary wound in my stomach. The scenery had me locked in that moment, recalling the less peaceful side of death. "Elias!" Burns' voice spoke into my ears, despite the fact that Tilfish was nowhere to be seen. "Snap out of it! Look at the ground. I believe seeing the place where you died again triggered some memories, and not good ones. I'm sure it's a difficult event to remember. Skulker holds a lot of baggage for you, and that's okay. You're fine. You're okay." I realized that my mouth was hanging open, as I strickenly tried to suck in breaths and sat folded up against the window. The passengers were definitely staring at me now, so I raised a hand to assure them I was fine, despite the fact that I felt like I'd been running from a grizzly bear. I knew I couldn't answer the Tilfish out loud, or they'd really think that I was crazy, talking to myself. The first aliens to hear a human arguing aloud with themselves must have... Well, that was neither here nor there. Sorry I got caught up in the memory cascade for a moment. Did you just speak inside my mind, Burnt?
Yes, you seemed like you were spiraling and needed a jolt. It's easy enough to transmit audio data straight to your senses, since your ears are basically just a microphone, which I'm speaking into. How did you think the UN was going to communicate if something went wrong out in the Seda? The scientist answered. So I'm hearing voices that aren't there now, thanks to your little technology. That'll go over great. You can be inside my head whenever you... I respect your privacy typically, but I was just trying to help. I didn't want you to have a breakdown on the train, Elias. Look, I'll get out of your ear. Why don't you look at something to ground you? Transport yourself back to the sailor instead. I know you kept the messages you got after the meeting, and you could listen to those to wind back down.
Fine. That's not a bad idea, but get out.
I was glad that I could manually blink several times as a way to try and snap myself out of it. It was unsettling to hear Vern's phantom voice in my skull, but it had been a better option than getting locked into replaying the moment of my death. It hadn't even occurred to me that Skullgirl might cause all of it to come rushing back, with all the fight or flight responses and overwhelming stimuli that were burned into my brain. Pulling up my messages on the holopad, I spotted a text from Cyber. It read, I need a robotic me, even if I'm still alive, to handle all the phone calls I'm getting. Can you ask the UN to speed up the Sudian clone assembly line? In spite of myself, it earned a chuckle. Trying to keep my mind focused on my current life, I thumbed through the recording that I had of the call I received on the way back from the sailor, and hit play. The results of my speech had offered something of a verdict on whether digital me was good enough, and whether I'd failed humanity once more when we needed allies to survive. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Memory transcription subject, Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, September 26, 2160. Once we distanced ourselves from the sailor, a few days after my speech, Secretary General Keifer called to offer a curious picture of the results. As I cleared the final stretch to Tava's home via train, I listened to the conversation that had made me think about what an improved future might look like, beyond an idealistic vision. I wondered what Noah would say today. It was recent, in my memory, that he'd also begged and bartered with those who hated us, and all we stood for. Connecting with the shield of Federation remnants wouldn't be comfortable for any of us, though I believe that we should find a way to seize the opportunity without compromising our values. The Sapien Coalition needed to stand as a pillar of progress, equality, and forward-thinking for all, regardless of whether they deserved our compassion. Elias, what on earth did you say? The United Nations has been diplomatically propositioned by somewhere in the ballpark of 24 species. Some of the conditions were most unpalatable, of course. I heard Keifer's voice through my headphones. The Dirtian, the Shield's very founders, asked if a dual membership in the Shield and Sapien Coalition would be possible. I'm not sure if it would, since the two's directives and stances on basic rights are often at odds. Cyber responded to the news, and I could recall her rearing back with excitement. If they join you, that includes them in the Mutual Defense Pact, and maybe you can get them to make some concessions on Predator and Predator disease to gain entry. The Dirtian are highly influential, and it is a symbolic addition. This is a win. Let's hold our horses, Cyber, I had answered. I do agree with you that they'd be an excellent addition, expanding our sphere of influence. They are one of the most human-friendly races. Ambassador Corrigan has been trying to help us, even if I disagree with these methods. Perhaps we can meet in the middle, make them a partial member, much the same as those unfortunate bisims getting run through the political gauntlet. You should help them out, by the way. The Secretary General laughed bitterly on the tape. It wasn't us blocking their entry, Elias. Our hands were tied. It was save them politically or save their world. We chose the latter. My friend, that's a false dichotomy. Please choose both. I know you remember what it's like to be in their shoes. You were the hopeful scientist wishing for friends. Before all of this, I think you still are. And that's why I'll accept all of those shield bids, right? Let's not get sidetracked. Where was I? Keifer had palmed her forehead, a troubled look in her eyes. The Lachey. They have a lot of conditionals and qualifiers, and they want to sign a 30-year pact between solely us and them to slowly warm to humanity. Some of the terms, like returning their predator disease patients who were given asylum on Earth.
are unacceptable.
I agree. That should not be considered under any circumstances. We're not a power that would sell out a mentally ill for short-term gain. We must communicate that in no uncertain terms.
Then let's negotiate, Cyber interjected. Scythians could help. We take anything involving predator disease patients off the table at the start. We show them we'll stand up for what's right and making the galaxy better for everyone.
I know what this is really about, Kaifa, Cyber. The Lachey are afraid of getting too close to us because they believe they somehow become like us. To them, that means their conjectures about us of being bloodlusting fiends. Us taking in the predator disease patients is proof that we want our allies to be predator diseased.
Kaifa sighed. That's insane. Which means your assessment is probably spot on. And speaking of insane, we were most shocked to be contacted by the Yupa of all species. They had an audacity to ask for reparations and a public apology for the cyber attack, when they're still chomping at the bit to use humans as blood sacrifices.
That doesn't change the fact that we cause civilian devastation and deaths. Their cult is a threat to humanity, but they opened the lines. Even the Yupa reached out.
That's wonderful news. The recording captured the excitement in Cyber's voice. This is much more than a single species reaching out that we had hoped for. About 24. That's at least 20% of who was there, which makes it more successful than Noah's speech in a less receptive audience. Even humanity's enemies want to try and move the needle because of you, Mr. Elias. You did it.
We did this, I corrected her. It takes all of us to bring about lasting change, especially our friend on the other side of the line.
Kaifa pursed her lips. I know. Your moral compass serves you well. You're unflappable, Elias. I wish I could be less bothered by the prospect of losing the friends we already do have.
Let go of that fear. Humanity needs to take a leap of hope just as much as the shield.
The train rolled to a stop in Skulga's governmental district, and I tapped the pause button on the recording. As invigorating as it was to reminisce on the fruits of my shield endeavor, being here was about reuniting with old friends, and perhaps confronting my demons along the way. I'd been worried we'd lose Tava, and that she'd forsake the trusting friendship we shared. The Vendel had intertwined their entire society with ours and risked all, only to have that progress undone by violence spilling onto their streets. Despite all of humanity's efforts to convince the populace that we weren't dangerous, that wasn't the whole truth. I wouldn't have needed to pass the Emergency Order 56, censoring vast swaths of Terran culture, if I'd been as unflappable as Kaifa thought.
For me, it wasn't about losing the friends we had. It was about acquiring any, and seeing that humanity survived. I don't want to stamp on free speech or tell anyone to hide who they are. Just another example of how, when push comes to shove, I compromise everything. I believed in the same as the current UN. I stared at the ground as GPS guided me the final few blocks down the sidewalk. Deep shame chafed at me. Why had I thought that it was a good idea to seek out Tava, when that was how I'd parted from her? Clearly, she didn't turn on humans if she'd paired up with Noah. And I'd seen how close Skulga and Earth were in present time. It wasn't lost to me how many businesses and government buildings were writing in English now, being inclusive of Terrans. Still, I was the heartless person who asked a friend to speak to someone who killed her first daughter, in the name of the greater good. Those were my last words, not a thank you for standing with us and saving mankind from annihilation, or an apology for how we'd failed her that day. It was 20 years too late to say that I was sorry for being so thoughtless. I walked through the security outside of Tava's home in a daze, half wishing she'd turned me away. The Vendel's life would have been much easier if she hadn't taken a chance on us. She'd still have a biological tail if she hadn't come to the memorial to stand beside us. What kind of welcome would I get from her? Had she mourned me or despised me for what I asked of her? My anxieties were running amok as I rapped my fist against the door and shoved my hands back into my pockets. I stood on the porch outside the upscale dwelling, awaiting judgment. Perhaps deep down I believed that she would offer the best verdict on whether I was truly mayor, and whether the sum of my actions made me a good person. Seeing the statues and UN's idolatry of me made me feel like a fraud. The door swung open, revealing an elderly Vendel whose eyes were a bit cloudy.
Elias, Mayor, my eyesight isn't what it used to be, but you really haven't aged a day, my dear old friend. Come here.
Tava flung her frail arms around me, squeezing as tightly as she could. I noticed tears running down her face, suggesting that she'd felt grief over my death for all these years. The former governor of the Vendel hadn't hated me, in spite of everything. Were I still an organic being, I suspected I would have been reduced to a weeping, bubbling mess. I remembered her staring down Isif and Arxel with defiance, and me refusing to call her anything but a friend and an equal. She repaid me by sending the few ships she hadn't already given to us to Earth's defense. The governor had held my hand while I watched that late-arriving feeds from my home, of bombs dropping, not knowing if, by then, the entire world was gone. She consoled me during what I thought was the first time she'd seen any human cry. Tava even offered to join me the first time I met Isif after Earth's bombardment, despite knowing that he'd see her as food, a true fiend, better than I deserve. Tava, I'm sorry for everything, I croaked out, for not putting you first when you did so much for us. I should have never asked so much of you. I shouldn't have assumed that you knew ahead of time how dangerous humans could be, when it's my fault that was hidden in the first place. You gave up everything and everyone you knew, and I asked for more. I failed you. The Vendel huffed with what seemed like indignation. Don't be ridiculous. I admired how you sought peace in the galaxy with your final thoughts. You made me stronger, better, and put me on the path that freed my people. I named my daughter after you because of that. That announcement hit me like a bucket of cold water to the face. Not that I actually feel that anymore. You did what? Her name is Eliam, and she's my entire world. I know how much you were tempted to follow a dark path, yet you chose to be kind and gentle. It's not your fault others made a different choice that day. You never gave up on that dream for a better tomorrow. It's wonderful to have you back. We missed you so dearly. It broke my heart having you die in my arms, and Elias, I'm the one who should be sorry. How so? You saved us. You protected us when no one else would. You had to hide the darker side of humanity and bend over backwards to accommodate us. Our fear. You were killed because you tried to make it easy on us. That was all our fault, for treating you like monsters any time you showed any part of your soul we didn't understand. I hated seeing your species persecuted so very much. You believed that we were monsters at the start, too, and helped us anyway because we might be innocent. Don't ever apologize to me, Tava. Your compassion is unparalleled. You took us in and fought beside us during our time of need. Tava flicked an ear reluctantly. I know you did the same, serving as the Vendel ambassador for almost 2 decades. I'm glad I could fight beside you in the SC. I wish you could have been there to see it. I do, too. I would have done several things differently, I must say. I thought you'd be more put off by, my reincarnation. Part of what I intended with Elia was for your memories to live on. Now they do. A gruff voice spoke behind Tava, raspy from age. Why are you leaving the man standing outside? Please come in. It's impossible to separate a lion and Ari from their game. Online games can't be paused, Dad. Blah, blah. You think they'd say hello to a family friend? With all we do for them, they've got it made. No, Williams. I shook his hand and held onto it for an extra moment longer, making eye contact. You know you violated a lot of diplomatic records, becoming romantically involved with a foreign dignitary. Love is wonderful, but for the sovereignty of the United Nations, you should have stepped down. Noah scoffed, and left Tava with a career diplomat speaking the official party lines. You didn't come and visit to chew me out. I had to give you a bit of hard time. You know, it was inappropriate on every level. Was it, though? Tava chimed in. The foreign dignitary was terrified every time your eyes pointed her way. If Noah was someone she loved and trusted, wouldn't that make him a right man for the job? I don't think you were trying to strong on me. I wouldn't dare. Good. And besides, Noah is the kindest human alive. He was there when we helped with the cattle rescues. Who wouldn't have come home had you not told me to talk to Isif. You were right to do that. You saved lives, and got Vendel victims out of a horrid existence quicker than those who survived would have been. It's a relief that the sapient cattle are a thing of the past. Imagine my horror when that was the first bit we learned about aliens, as if the shock of first contact wasn't enough. It doesn't surprise me that the two of you helped those poor souls. and I wish I could have been there personally as well. It must have been a long road to recovery for them." Noah nodded, perhaps recalling something sad. "Yes, it most certainly is. Instead of regaling you with the self-inflicted end of my friend, Clem, why don't I introduce you to our children? I'm sorry for your loss. Please, I'd love to meet the little ones."
"They're not that little. If Elia hears you call her little, she might headbutt you. You're the first human she can do that to without worrying about hurting you."
"I'd still rather she didn't. Metal and bone meeting doesn't tend to end well. That sounds like the fast track for your daughter to land in a concussion protocol."
"As if that ever stopped her," Tava hissed.
I watched the elderly Vendel shuffle back down the hallway, and I slipped off my shoes as I spotted a rack in the hallway. The reality was that I'd never interacted with younger Vendel. The sole alien child I'd spoken to was a Gojid, back in the refugee camp. A sad story. Elia was all grown up by now, of course, but that had happened in what was a span of a few months to me. Tava and Noah's offspring were still considered children in my view. I wish I could have seen them grow up, if only to imagine what it would have been like if I settled down and had kids. It was impossible for me to have biological progeny of my own now, and would have been far-fetched then, but I could have lived vicariously through my old friends. "Become a diplomat. You could change the world," they said. "It's not like you'll have Earth's fate in your hands as aliens try to bomb the hell out of you, or have your dead brain imaged and put into a robot." But this isn't what I signed up for. The female Vendel didn't look away from the video game on screen, which Noah whispered that Ari had helped develop. Despite the human brother being the one who designed the game, Elia's avatar seemed to have the upper hand. Comboing her brother's health bar down a bit by bit, I couldn't help but smirk at how serious they looked, mashing buttons like their lives depended on it. This scene would have been unimaginable a quarter-century ago. Well, I'd never say it to Tava. Seeing an unmodern member of her species up close, our alien friends looked much more natural with nostrils and straight legs. Elia was wearing a University of Michigan hoodie too, which begged the question of whether she'd attended that college. I noticed gold medals hanging below the TV. On closer inspection, they seemed like authentic gold. Was that from the Olympics? I'd attended a few of the games as a dignitary, and it was nice to know that tradition had resumed. I found it odd that Vendel would participate due to the sharp differences in our species. But perhaps they had their own categories. Athletic pursuits spreading to Kaskalgar was thrilling to see. It was also a delight to imagine alien students pursuing studies on Earth, wanting to go to a predator-run school. Tava certainly didn't fear us if she'd let her daughter study abroad on Terra. This was the sort of progress that we both fought for years ago. I was quite happy to see how far our friendship had come. Looking back, none of the natives had cowered at the sight of me, or other humans. "So I hear you bear my namesake, but decided to cut off the pesky S at the end," I prompted. Elia didn't startle at all, suggesting that she could see me from her periphery.
"You should see how much they cut off Aunt Sarah's last name for his name."
"They kept the cool part," Ari commented. "Hey, Maya. We heard a lot about you growing up. Obviously, we didn't think that we would ever meet you." The Vendel kicked her brother in the shin, hard enough to make him wince. "Ari! Ow, cheater! You can't kick me to win a video game. I kicked you for being insensitive. You're consistently the one who's insensitive." Tava sighed with stifling levels of disappointment. "They still act like children."
"Let them have their fun," Noah countered. "You were their age once, too."
"You never disciplined them. They don't need to have fun at the expense of dignity. What do you think, Elias?"
I recoiled, not wanting to get in the middle of a marital spat. "I think that I could take both of them at this game once I get the hang of it. Superhuman reflexes and all."
"You're way cooler than Tava told us," Elias snickered.
"Grab a controller. Thanks, I guess. Do you think diplomats are completely boring or something?"
"You talk on and on about boring things. I thought your species would have a lot in common with Tava's lectures. Her speeches were definitely a snooze fest, and I had to sit through way too many of them when she worked as an SE ambassador."
"Orators have to speak to their audience. Not everything can be as riveting as a flashy, punchy video game. Trust me, after what's happened in my recent memory, giving boring speeches sounds amazing. I had to talk about humanity being under attack, and a few weeks after that, picking up the pieces of Earth.
And now you're basically a zombie."
"You say I'm insensitive," Ari howled, eyes bulging as Elias' character performed a finisher.
"Well, it's true. He came back from the dead, and he's walking around.
Do you think you're a zombie, Maya?
My corpse stayed dead, so I'll say no. I wasn't aware Vendel had the concept of zombies. Undead hordes of your kind killing people. That concept seems quite predatory. I pressed a hand to my ear, as it dawned on me that something was absent. Wait, there's no translator sensation. Are you speaking English?
Yes. I tried to whistle in appreciation, which only left my mouth as a mute O shape.
Your parents raised you with both customs, a true cultural fusion. You're the real exchange program. I love to see how much our people have shared with each other.
Ever the diplomat, aren't you? Have a seat on the couch. I'm going to make sure that you go through with this gaming session. I want to see Elia taken down a notch.
Noah prodded. Finally, we agree on something about her, Tara exclaimed. I picked up a controller with a chuckle, making eye contact with him.
This has been an excellent reminder of the progress I'm fighting for. Thank you for having me over.
Any time. Your family, the elderly Vendel replied.
Noah slapped me on the shoulder.
What she said. We're glad you stopped by, to see all of us withered up like raisins. Though we might be up there in years, Tava's still the best person to go to if you need to know your way around the SC.
I'd be happy to help Elias in his mission. Knowing him, he's got some pacifist calls all lined up already. It'll be like old times.
Thank you both. I'll take you up on that down the line. I smiled in appreciation, feeling a bit lighter than I ever had in this metal form. There's a lot of work to be done. Once the war settles down, I have to help with this project. The technology could be rife with abuse if I don't.
Tava flicked an ear.
You'll take the humanity down the right path towards your better angels. Noah was the man for the job the first time around, but now it's you. Make us proud.
Feeling more at home on Skalga than I had wandering a changed Earth or a Terra Technologies lab, I found myself ready to do what was necessary to ensure this kind of progress continued. Part of paving the way for a brighter future meant ensuring other digital humans had easier adjustments than I did. I needed to be there when Vern got his next prototype ready, assuming those cryobrains could be salvaged. My mission was to put the Sapien Coalition back on the straight and narrow, until they remembered their purpose as well. It was all too easy to let fear and temptation guide our actions. But I wasn't going to allow that to happen without a fight. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Memory transcription subject, Kwana, Jaslip, soldier. Date standardized human time, October 3rd, 2160. After I'd seen how she lived in the cramped cabin below Tedis's surface, Cherise Benson returned the favor by visiting my enclave. It was highly uncommon to have an alien visitors in Esquo's fighters, and even rarer that they would be allowed to use our underground tunnels to dodge the security checkpoints. The Smigglers hadn't previously policed my enclave, but after Mufani's claims went rampant, the Reskits had insisted on running security here until the war with the Federation had ended. I didn't want the consortium authorities catching wind of what we were planning. We couldn't risk a random memory scan. There hadn't been any hostility from my kinsmen so far, with most Jaslips finding kindred spirits in the victimized, downtrodden humans. The primates were open-minded and sympathetic in a way the rest of the allies were not. I decided it was worthwhile to bring Cherise into the loop, to see if the Terrans might truly be willing to help and side with us. It tickled my whiskers to think that the Federation had thought that these upright primates were the epitome of terror. Cherise looked laughable, bundled up to endure the Arctic temperatures, in layered jackets that made her look double her actual size. As frosty wind whipped around us, I could tell that she was freezing her arse off. Living in a desert since childhood, I doubted that she had any resistance to cold weather. The climate was part of what ensured other species didn't visit our settlements, though the snow considered on my white fur didn't faze me a bit. It was nice to be back in a place that didn't feel like it was trying to bake me alive. General Radai had punished me for shooting the Kibblor who gloated about killing kits, and that disciplinary action involved lots of outdoor chores. My resulting discomfort was by design. The Resket thinks he's separate from what his species did to us, invading, then torching Esquo, and sniffing around in our business to this day. He'd have followed the orders to bomb us too, and justified it to himself. He questioned Director Roll about the underscales to act like he's different and above it, but he's exactly the same. When he first told us about Mufani, he admitted he turned a blind eye to the reprehensible things they did. You don't have to act like you're okay, Kwana. Shit. I know what it's like to hide your emotions so well. No one even knows that something's wrong, Cherise hissed, as the biting cold continued to pelt her. I get that you're angry. I just think there might be more than that. That you might want to talk to someone. I flicked an ear in acknowledgement, turning my eyes towards her. I'm joining a Jaslip extremist group. What's wrong is obvious. I don't feel good about this. I don't like their methods. I just don't see any other way of fighting back. They can't get away with this. I remember what it felt like to be at Kremp's beck and call. Gosh, we fucking hated it. The miners went on strike. We were done. What about you, Cherise? Were you done? With getting squeezed and exploited for what little we had. With Hathaway calling the shots for everyone. Yeah, Trench is a weak-willed prick sometimes, but I get where he was coming from. I shared his hatred. The way your fingers twist under the gloves. With having to cover every inch or hint of being human every time we stepped aside, locking my face away, especially that. Yet here you are, willingly covering yourself from head to toe. Cherise yanked on one of my tail fronts, and I whipped around to nip at her fingers in response. Keyword, willingly. It's not my fault that the Jaslips live in ice hell. I thought ice is the opposite of your hell. This is human paradise by the definition. I don't see any pearly gates or heavenly choirs, Kwana. Let's say we prefer tropical sunshine and palm trees. There's a reason we have a Caribbean postcard up in my uncle's bistro, and we all pretend we're there. I did that with pictures of my enclave back in the boot camp. It's probably not as impressive to you, but it's home to me, and the Tayos beat the makeshift dorms there. I'd never been outside of Esco's fighters much before I got the wild idea to join the military and defend some sad primates. It was weird seeing buildings that were colors other than white. I object to being reduced to sad primates, but go on. What is a Taya? I pointed with my tail towards a snow block domed structure. Those built of compacted snow. Oh, the igloos. Any chance I can peek inside one? Sure, later. Our meeting tonight is in a Taya. First, I thought you'd like to warm up a bit and get some kalai from the local shop. Best place in town, and with 4 stone walls between you and the elements. I'm up to go anywhere with insulation. To the jail pits it is then. The human chuckled. No, you know what I meant. I'm curious about this all. Your lives are so alien to what I've known, even if there were people on Earth who walked your path. Why build tires out of snow instead of permanent structures? I couldn't tell if they were made of snow or just entirely blanketed in it. It doesn't seem very warm. Snow is a good insulator. We use it even in our permanent structures. Tire is part of Jaslip ancestry, and useful if you're traveling and for some reason not using the tunnels. I'm surprised the Rescuts don't figure out that we've had secret tunnels, since we used them in the war back on Esquo. But that's neither here nor there. Jaslips build tires because they're cheap, and you can make them with your paws and saw in half a day. The enclaves aren't flowing with wealth. Yet the Jaslips don't leave the enclaves? I went quiet, stepping on the pressure plate to open the Kalai shop door. No, we don't. Every customer's muzzle snapped towards us as they detected the human's strange, salty scent. Suspicion glimmered in the owner's eyes, though his demeanor warmed a bit when he either recognized me or realized what Cherise was. This wasn't like the Kalai shops that served a niche interest in the alien cities. I was unsure, apart from a small number of smigglers, that this venue had ever served other species. The quadruped seating designed to rest our stomachs on without the legs hanging over the sides, and the low table showed as much. The primate followed me warily and looked like she was still struggling to conserve warmth despite the temperature differential in here. I tried to project confidence and knew full well I was buying. The Arkship colonists didn't have any of our currency. Cherise must be the first human to visit the Jaslip enclave. I need to signal to my peers that she's with us. Crap. If she's getting stares at a Kalai shop, will they let her in at the meeting tonight? Orlan, the owner of and bartender, eyed the primate.
A human, how great. I wonder, how do you feel about the way the crab have been treating you? What with the fawning and the showering you with gifts?
I'm more concerned about how they're treating the Jaslips, but I hear I shouldn't say it too loud. The walls have ears, she replied, through chattering teeth.
That they do. This one's in the house.
Orleans led us 2 saucers of Kalai with his tail, a stimulant drink traditionally made of icy slush.
For us, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I'm sorry for your loss too. Not to nitpick about something free, but is there any chance that you can heat this up? I'm freezing my ass off, so an ice-cold drink might not help that. I can't feel my entire face. Orland's whiskers twitched with amusement, and he quietly lit an indoor brazier next to the table, gesturing to it.
Hold the saucer next to that, it'll melt. You can make it as toasty as you like.
Cherise used the quadrupedal seat as a stool and reached to set the Kalai down. She removed her gloves, holding her hands in front of the flames and rubbing them together. Gress would have found human warming behaviors and wintry gear adorable, but I found it amusing. Then again, if my species shed our thick pelt, I'd probably be in the same sled. I toed my saucer with my teeth, setting it down on the table. From there, it was easy to lap it with my tongue. The primate seemed to be wishing for a glass after her drink melted, but kept that thought to herself. She awkwardly tilted the shallow dish, spilling a bit on her flamboyant red jacket in the process. Her nose wrinkled, oddly folding the skin between her eyes. Something wrong? I prompted. Cherise flashed her teeth as the red color began to dissipate from her face. It tastes like weed, woody, bitter, and oily. Caught me off guard, especially since the two seemed to have an opposite effects. I guess I was expecting alien coffee. You eat weed? That sounds about as appetizing as Smiggly compost. She laughed. No, it's the slang for a drug called marijuana. Let's just say that we managed to sneak hemp plants onto the ARC ships, and security confiscated a gross stash or 2. We have to blow off steam somehow. It definitely helped dealing with Gress on bad days. Not going off like a nuclear bomb the way Taylor did. Gress was that bad. I hate to say it, but I've come around to the guy. The underscales fecked him. Oh, you have no idea. Gress would act like he wanted to be anywhere else. Always snarky, curt, and disinterested. He treated us like we were off killing Jaslip kits because we wore the masks. I almost told him off for being a cold Kevlahan, Kwana, when he demanded double payment. We had nothing for him because of the strike. Why didn't you lay into him? Because Trench butted in, rolled right over, and agreed to the impossible demand. I do wonder what that Krev would have thought otherwise. I don't blame him for it anymore. Gress thought that we were feds, and his job was to get rid of us peacefully. The cherry on the top was that we hid everything about ourselves. I really can't imagine how terrifying it was for humanity. 24 long years, believing anyone who saw your eyes would want you dead. Cherise nodded, sipping her Kalai. We tried being aliens' friends before. The things they said about us, that we were monsters for what we were. That all predators are unfeeling. But we are. My bad. I forgot I can drop the ruse around you, she responded sarcastically. My point is, I get why the Jaslips feel so hopelessly outmatched against the Krev Consortium. I get wishing you could do something about it, and feeling horrified about your people being slaughtered, discouraged, and afraid because you know you can't do crap if they decide that your entire race needs to die. We both know what it's like for our lives not to mean a thing to aliens, Cherise, I said. But are you sure you want to do this? If the Consortium gets winds of this, or makes you walk through a memory scanner, you could be killed, thrown in a secret prison, or demonized in the eyes of those you love. You could just fucking disappear. The human leaned forward on a stool, a resolute glint in her eyes. And I know, and that's exactly why I'm with you. We let them continue like this, and it might be us in your shoes next. Orlan had a point, unless you still have a bone to pick over the Krev demanding rent from you. Humans have no quarrel with them. They're repopulating your species. They'd wipe out an entire species, cute or not, if they thought it was the only way to ensure their own safety. That's what scares me. Besides that, let's just say it doesn't sit well with us to see canines getting kicked around. We gravitate to your kind, to adopt as our best friends. At least, I do. I curled my lips at her, showing off my fangs. I knew you saw us as your obers. That's not what I said. I said best friends and meant obers. I can smell when you're lying. Bullshit. You cannot. This is just like the pheromone thing, which you'd made up so Trench would admit this lovesickness anyone could see. I didn't make it up. I just didn't know with 100% certainty that that was it. Cherise wagged a triumphant finger. So you guessed. You're a fraud, Kwana. Well, after you said that, I don't feel that bad about exposing you to unnecessary risks. And real talk, I'm glad I don't have to do this alone. It frightens me.
the lengths I have to go for any justice or acknowledgement of how my people have been slighted. That I understand. The Krebs might think we're cute little ogres that can do no wrong, but the lengths my people will go to avenge Earth, we are capable of so much hatred, and if your little extremist friends need proof of why a human could help them, that's exactly what I'll tell them. We're spiteful, sadistic Fecks. Despite how laughable of a predator I thought the humans were minutes earlier, there was something dark in her eyes. I thought about how hatred had festered in the Ark colonists, and my friend clenching her fist for years of interacting with Grass, bottling it in, caging the animal, wishing that she could give the Federation, all aliens, a taste of their own medicine. In that moment, I saw that if the Rescuers had barged into the caverns to take out the primates by force like they had contemplated, the Tellus occupants would have brought the roof down on their heads in fiery fashion. I've been in much the same sled as Cherise Benson, holding in a growl as I took their abuse for dismissal of our claims. This was the only way to release it against an adversary who'd kill our children to score a PR victory. Good thing that you're on our side, I told the human, pinning my ears back against my head. Let's stay by the fire a little longer. I don't imagine these, fighters will be expecting a human. We'll practice how to convince them to let non-Jaslip join, and then head to the meeting. This must be done. The derangement that had hardened within her black pupils dissipated, and returned to the nervous uncertainty I typically saw swirling in there. Cherise gave me a dip of her head, focus on ensuring her acceptance, something humans didn't want to beg for ever again. However, after our conversation, I knew both of us would do whatever it took to right such a far-flung wrong. This tire was of a larger variety, capable of squeezing dozens of individuals beneath its tall roof, not one that would have been constructed in a short time. The peculiar thing I noticed was a fire burning next to a heavy blanket, accompanied by a streaming crepe-style mug of water on the ground. Perhaps Cherise wasn't the only non-Jaslip here. That was a positive sign. I noticed the primate looking at the warm and cozy seating arrangement with longing eyes, no doubt weighing whether to request a cozy up to the fire. She forced herself not to stare at it after a long moment, instead studying the ice sculptures carved into the walls. I decided to make the first move and mosey deeper into the ice dwelling to introduce ourselves. Who is the leader of this gathering? All of us in Escro's fighters know the schedule and where they meet, but we kept it to ourselves and act like it's not happening. I'm not sure I should expect an even-keeled individual running this outfit. A familiar bark came from a Jaslip seated on his haunches, and he angled his ears towards the fire.
We set that up for you, Cherise. You're quite welcome here. Please make yourself at home.
Thank you, the human said after a surprised gasp. She cocooned herself inside the blanket without any delay. I gaped at the Jaslip speaker. Alden?
Surprised to see me here, Quana? He chuckled.
I just wasn't expecting you to be running something like this. You always seemed so
nice. A humble business owner, not the kind of person you think would run around bombing places, I imagine.
Honestly, yeah.
We're not how they want you to think we are. None of us want to blow up innocent people, but sometimes explosions are the only way we'll be heard. They have to believe that we're willing to do anything. I won't stop at anything short of our goal.
And that is, Cherise piped up, gaining a bit of confidence,
Jaslip independence. We need our own world built up for us, like what was given to humanity. It's the only way that we can ever truly make decisions without them lording over us and watching our every move. There's a lot they don't want the public to know.
Albeit, what don't they want us to know?
That they're losing the war with the Federation. The one thing we need them for. Don't take my word for it. It's what General Radai told Fernalda. That's our consortium representative. If you're unfamiliar, human, she unknowingly passed along those briefing materials to one of the Independent Brigade's liaisons.
Gasps echoed throughout the tire, though I saw the deepest horror in Cherise's eyes. She remembered the last time humanity had lost a war with the Federation. I shook my head in disbelief, not understanding how the massive strike force Taylor had told us about could have faltered against an unwitting herbivore planet. Alden powered up a screen to reveal a tale full of broken images and corrupted data feeds. I listened blankly to the explanation that General Radai had sent out a scouting mission to discover what had become of the drone fleet, since it was taking a lot longer than expected. It seemed laughable that the consortium destroyed Escro because they didn't want to fight those lunatic cowards, but now They almost had a point.
Of 150,000 drones, only 2 with heavy damage managed to act on their retreat algorithms, and they were ones that didn't even get close to Tusk, Alan held. From what little information we have, we found out that not only were our ships routed, it almost is like the Federation has their own cage. We see shielding surrounding the fossil planet. Most shocking of all, Oxall ships came and fought beside the Federation. What the Feck is going on? This is a disaster.
Disgruntled murmurs spread throughout the gathering, and I shared a glance with Charisse. Her petrified confusion was unmissable. She wanted to rush back to tell us now. I was also mystified by this news, since our results defending the human planet had been so much more promising. None of our intelligence had suggested the enemy had Hellworlds. How could they have routed an attack force that strong, and had the Oxall ride in to the rescue, if they didn't know that we were coming? The dates on the timestamps were too recent. I calmed down enough to pass that they must have seen us coming, and slowed us to make preparations. This could be so much worse than Esco. The Federation would kill all of the Jaslips, except now they're working with the Oxall, which doesn't even fecking make sense. They hate predators, and the Oxall, the Greys eat them. Charisse raised a tentative hand. Olin, did they tell Hathaway?
Yes, but your mayor doesn't want to inform the people of Tellus, because they'd panic and be difficult to control.
What they don't know can't hurt them, I believe Fernalda quoted him as saying. The Jaslip sneered in response.
The consortium quite agreed. Now I think the public has the right to know the grave perils we're in, especially since it'll be us and you who get crushed into oblivion.
They're going to finish what they started on Earth,
and what the consortium started at Asquo. They'll kill any predator race, which is why we need an escape plan if they start heading our way. We also have to get a word out to the public, should the worst come to pass. I don't see why the other 2 attacks should have fared any better.
The human gulped, color draining from her cheeks. Leave. Like on another arc?
Precisely. The consortium keeps us tethered because they think we can't start off on our own, with nothing. They think we need them. 100 years of so-called preparations, and these are the results we have to show for it. They know nothing. Nothing!
I feel like I know nothing too. I don't understand why the Oxall would have been fighting with the Tulsk. What did Hathaway make of that?
The mayor and several of the delegates believe that the Oxall might work with whoever in the Federation is subverting prey species like the Sivkits, perhaps to serve on a platter to the Dominion psychopaths. I'd say that's crazy talk, but the Federation clearly has a lot more teeth than we thought. They defended themselves more than what they should have been able to on paper, based on what the humans told us.
Good grief. What are we even supposed to do about all of this? The consortium lost half of their ships, and we have no real power, I despaired.
Holland straightened his posture, carrying authority. We survive by any means necessary. We ready ourselves. Don't think for a second the Krev and the Reskits will just let us leave. We must hit them where it hurts, so that they'll want us gone. That'll be an unsavory task, but now is no time to waver. Look at what's at stake. We either claw their bellies or hibernate through this with moral high ground. Raise your claws if you're with me.
Charisse's hand shot up before my paw did, and despite how unimpressive her claws were, I remembered what she'd said about humans being spiteful, sadistic Fecks. After hearing this grim assessment of our chances of surviving, she was on board with breaking out by any means necessary. We weren't going to sit by and watch the Federation wipe out the consortium's predator races. I remembered what I'd mentioned about her bringing down Tellus's caverns upon the Reskits if she thought that an end was near. It might not be too late for that to become a reality.
Good, they'll watch Jaslips, but they won't see it coming from a human. From the cute primates, Orland said. You have friends who can get you into powerful places. I want the delegates, the symbols of power, of rot blown to bits. Let's go over the targets I had in mind. We can start small, if you're uncomfortable diving in head first. But remember the scope of the entity we must topple, to continue existing. They won't hear us until they bleed.
Cherie stared at the feeds from the Battle of Tusk, haunted by Earth's looming spectre. She drew a shaky breath as I gave her a supportive ear flick. Okay, what they did to you was wrong enough, but now they're fecking with humanity's survival too. What do I have to do? The spokesman of the Jaslip Independence Brigade switched his feed to a different perspective view, and I resigned myself to support Charisse in the endeavor I'd never seen myself partaking in. The consortium's disregard for Jaslip lives had gone way too far.
The two of us were committed to see this through together. End of chapter. Chapters 57. Memory transcription subject Tassie, Bison, Adian Liaison. Date Standardized Human Time, October 27th, 2160. Finding myself staring at Ambassador Loxel, who was newly arrived at the Sivkit settlement on Avrana, I couldn't help but be floored by the size of the mountain of oranges that he was sitting on. The incoming supply of oranges was what convinced him to pack his bags for our planet, not the fact that Bison and Sivkit engineers were working on building ships together. Despite the specious remarks about being Sivkit-brained, the fluffball seemed quite clever. The machines were resilient and meant to last, something needed for expedition ships that saw use for years. Shedding the Federation's yoke had allowed them to catch up a bit on the learning path and innovate to fill the gaps. The fleet wouldn't hold up against an entire galaxy or a strike force like we'd seen on Tusk. But we were no longer completely defenseless. Gaining two powerful allies in the Oxel and the Yodel would shield us even further. But that was why I was welcoming Loxel in person. The flamboyant Sivkit needed to somehow be convinced to join an alliance that involved the Oxel Collective. General Naltor had been waiting for the battles at Arthur and Nishtal to draw nearer before making a move. Those worlds were further from the border of SC space, which meant the enemy took a substantive amount of the time to reach the planets, facing a scattering of FTL disruptors. As grueling as the trek was, with the interstellar distances they were traveling, it was a miracle that they could get there within months at sublight travel. Then again, that was misleading. When their main option to speed up the process was taking out disruptors and hopping along at microscopic warp distances, I knew our potential recruits for the Carnivore Alliance would be too distracted by this impending assault to give us their full attention. The Varsal, however, were eager to swear fealty to us after we saved them and took in refugees. I wonder how the Varsal and the Sivkits are getting along. We've kept them separated, but included the both parties in an alliance. The Varsal destroyed and hid Tinzas, then broke the native spines and purposely dumbed them down. Let's start with sending him an Oxel. I've seen that the humans will not candidate Tinzas ere long. Their rollover capitulate to the certainty of expiry. Here, Tassie, our days are numbered. Noxel stalked down the pile of citrus before purposely sinking deeper into it, to take on the appearance of drowning. Death amid this glorious herberry of oranges, which you so kindly remanded, is nigh. There are worse fates. Natheless, the humble Sicilian of Bisoms is saying farewell. I accept oblivion, for we are doomed, whining upon us. I stared at where the ears stuck out amid the fruits unamused. Good morning, Loxel. Remind me of our deal. For every loquacious speech I give, a Sivkit refugee is eaten. I volunteer Elder Ronsva. She is old and has very little life ahead of her. Death will be attentivity for her. Her caducity speaks of her itself. Claim her flesh now, oh, never. She won't make it long enough to be a plaything for the Greys. Hey, eating Sivkit refugees was not our deal. Also, Luxful, if you know of an Oxel took you as cattle, they would not make it through a minute of your yammering. Cut! Sivkit emerged from the fruits and placed a knife in my flippers. I immediately questioned why he was carrying a weapon, and briefly considered that he might have given it to me to frame me. Yammering was a good word for you, but you have no stage presence, Tassie. I've given up on getting you to move as you deliver your lines. Just twirl the knife menacingly, maybe place it in your beak after, and then lean forward. I'm not delivering lines. I'm trying to have a conversation. Those are the same thing. Where is your conviction? You must speak with passion. What even is your passion? Have you more in your heart than ingurgitating vish? I pressed the flipper over my eyes, throwing the knife to the ground. Finding aliens was my passion. I've lived to regret that. That was a good non-verbal. I am proud of you. It's lacking expression like woe is me or this shall be the death of me. Those are simplistic ones. With your rudimentary speech patterns, work those in. I can feel the years of my life ticking down with each of our chats. Yes! Good! I believe you there, Darcy. Because I'm speaking the truth. The Sifkit's face turned crestfallen. I thought you liked studying literature with me. I do, Loxel, I said hurriedly, not wanting to hurt his feelings. What I don't like is how you try to perform or talk over my head all the time. Then try to make me act like a lunatic too. Act like? There is no act like. I am one. An actor must become their role, and I can't soul anything short of devotion of one's entire being. Dedication, supplanting your flimsy winds, transformation, rebirth. Struggling to hang on to why I'd come here in the first place, I tried to get back to Nolto's call. So you're frustrated that the humans haven't tried again to take Tinzas, and you think that you're going to become playthings for the Greys. The Oxor have returned, and browse some with her in this region. An army that'll delight in a savory recreant Sivkit. And you, Loxel hung the accusatory word, circling around me. Command them into battle! The Bison General proclaimed it to the SC thralls. I heard it. The Oxal saved tusks. That's supposed to be a good thing. Every crevasse in Tinzas's desert shall glaciate before we forgive one of those floppy-eared varlets, arrant and fossil from their lands. Bison, have you any pity for the lowly grazer? Listen to me, Loxel, I pleaded. Forget about the fossil. The Oxal are powerful, and they have an army. Remember how you said you were upset the humans weren't the bloodthirsty predators that'd exact your revenge? Naps were invented for being around the globulous terrans and getting but to sleep by their hunting doldrums. My play is a much less jejune, though I fear the simians' performances might render it so. They are uninteresting, and they make you look spirited, Darcy. Thanks. Look, my point is, if you truly don't like how the Terrans are handling this, and you want a species that's more predatory, they might be able to go all out for Tinzas. You should talk to the Oxal. They could protect you, since you're with the carnivores like us, and maybe go after what you want. They also succeeded against the enemy at Tosk, while the SC lost their prior engagement. Loxel's eyelids twitched erratically. Are you saying we partner with the Greys, walk ourselves into the cattle pens, so they can rain fire and Tinzas at our behest? Retract the cattle pen part and yes. If you want a truly predatory species as an ally, that's your only option. We can make it happen. I see. Wicked delight gleamed in Sivkit's eyes, and he picked up the knife with determination. Why didn't I think to sick the Greys and the thieves of our world? Take me to their leader. Oh, okay. We can do that, just not right now. I need time to prepare the leaders for this over-the-top ball of psychosis. Get in touch with the Oxor and arrange the meeting. We'll let you know when they're available. In the meantime, you can think over your terms and eat your oranges. There's so very many. Loxel picked up an orange, scraping a knife against the peel in slow motion. Fine! Bring me more of these, or else. I'll, have someone bring you more soon. Goodbye, Loxel. I strolled away from the self-proclaimed lunatic, relieved that I improvised a way to get him to agree to the alliance with the Oxal with such ease. If Kaisel was introduced to Ambassador Loxville, however, I wasn't sure he'd be keen on budding up to the grand herd. Getting the bison public used to the Sivkits was challenging enough, when the entire area next to the village had already been stripped of grasses and vegetation. We needed to find an alternative food source for them quickly, and I didn't think that we could ship enough oranges from Earth to stem the tide. The fossil might be the ones who would have ideas on that, but I'd never consult them for their expertise on shaping species to fit their wishes. The refugees from Tosk were living a more quiet existence on Arana. Their planet must have been quite impoverished after the war, since they reacted to our basic aid like it was an overflowing pool of wealth. Beggars couldn't be choosers, and I doubted they would exact any conditions to ally with us. We just needed to keep a close eye on them, ensuring they didn't try to change us the way they'd done curing the Oxal, or in the cultural manipulation sense they tried with every species. All the same, Having a presentable alien race might be instrumental in getting bison volunteers to take in the Osas. We had less than 2 months before the resurrected carnivores who we knew nothing about were born. That left the Yotl in Nultal's domain. Since he could keep up with the shrewd marsupials, the intelligence sharing plot was a countershot at the Terrans for attempting to twist the fishing for alien intelligence scientists into a spy. I was more hopeful that I could get a headway with the recruits I had proposed, the Zeridians. Bisons had worked with their rescue crews on Tusk and collaborated with them to divvy up the fossil refugees. They've been more than happy to ramp up training for our doctors abroad, focusing a lens on certificates and our newest guests. If they were willing to embrace us as equals on academic peers, that was good enough for me. I appreciated their charitable hearts amid the sea of extraterrestrial bigots. After talking with Loxel, video calling Ambassador Chaucer back at the Sapien Coalition sounds like a walk on the beach. The Zeridians are not the top priority for Delta, but they've quickly become my lifeline. I need someone with the right intentions on our team.
Dr. Tassi,
A brown-furred quadruped tilted his head, with the unusual semicircle ears that had caught my eye from the first meeting, and seemed to catch the Terran's eye as well.
To what do I owe the pleasure? How are the refugees settling in?
I panned the camera to show a scene behind me.
Depends on which ones you mean.
The Grand Hern make Tasia look stationary, with how quick they've moved from one green patch to the next. I'm not sure they even stay in the housing we gave them.
Yes, Civkits do have that reputation. Well, I appreciate your generosity. Perhaps you put off a bit more than you can chew. They can wreak havoc on worlds. I understand yours is already in dire straits. Cordia wouldn't necessarily even be willing to take them, though perhaps we could find a way to offload them for your sake.
What?
No, I appreciate that, Ambassador, but we don't want them gone. Not as of right now, anyway. With any luck, we'll get their homeworld back, and this will all be temporary. I'm not sure Earth wants to take another run at Tinsas. Certainly not of the attacks on 2 worlds, bringing those kinds of ship numbers to our doorsteps. Our offensive was rebuffed decisively, more lopsided than our victory at Tusk. The enemy, at least, got a few shots in there. The entirety of the Sapien Coalition didn't back Tusk. The real test is Nishtal. I understand the humans rallied the greatest force since they took Alpha, and ferried it on a ton of fortifications. It's no Kessler cage. The Crocodile would veto plans to add those sorts of defenses, I imagine. The Zeridian chuckled. That debris field was Tusk's saving grace. If we don't stop the drones before they get there, then Nishtal is going to be obliterated. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I suspect, as a contingency, we both should be prepared to take Crocodile refugees as well. The relocated civilians might find their displacement is more of a permanent nature if this goes wrong. We'll be ready to help if we're needed. At least most of the populace has been moved out of harm's way. There had to be, Tassi. Their numbers were so depleted between Nishtal's bombardment, the mass suicides after the Omnivores' reveal, and the Civil War. They were one of the species hit the hardest. A loyal follower of the Federation ideology, gutted to the bone for it. Sympathy tugged at my chest. It's a sad story. I'm disappointed just how many sad stories there are out in space. The Zeridians seem to be one of the few happy tales. We were lucky, I guess, that our altruistic missions were deemed suitable for fossil appropriation. Am I glad I gave the human visitor a chance all those years ago? Certainly. I listened to the science, persuaded my people, and we were rewarded for that. We landed on the right side of history. I'm sure you know what it is to be on the position of convincing your higher-ups. I chuckled. They don't listen to the experts until they realize that they have no idea what they're doing. Here on Avrana. The sad part is, by the time that dawns on them, it's often too late. Zeridians might have been like that once, for the fossil making our culture wholly about medicine might have backfired on them, making the lab results have a greater sway on us. I can't say. It might look rosy from the exterior, Tassi, but there's still so much that was taken from us. Depth, knowledge of our past, flaws. I don't know if it's a bad thing that you lose your flaws. Ours have us in a global war at the most crucial juncture in our history. If I could wave a flipper and make Bisons lose their worst traits. Charleston wrinkled his nose. No, you don't mean that. It's still part of you, shaping your culture with an invisible paw, influencing your actions and the paths you walk.
It's hard to foresee the consequences of taking away one little thing. There are complex reasons for your conflict that you need to work out yourselves. I wish you'd stop the senseless bloodshed, but I wouldn't change you if I could, not even if it wished the war away.
Thank you for not judging us. I wish the SC could see us for the sum of what we are, not the worst parts.
They're looking for any excuse to believe that we're monsters.
The humans were there once. Give it some time. It's unfortunate, but who really cares what a few small-minded parties think of you? You don't want hateful people by your side anyway, so you have to walk on glass. The Terrans had to hide a vast part of their culture to get along. Those aren't friends. We should have moved past that. You can do better.
My heart felt warmed by Charleston's kind words. He had an air of wisdom about him.
Thank you. I think you're right. We can do better, and I think better is you, the Xeridians. We'd like a more personal alliance with anyone who won't push us away, who'll accept us. I'd like our species to be friends.
Oh, we are friends, dear Tassie, but I'm not sure what you mean by a more personal alliance. Would we open embassies and continue to welcome you to study in our institutions? Gladly. However, we are solely affiliated with the Sapient Coalition and intend to stay that way. Since you're in the SC, we'll afford you the same privileges as any of our other allies.
What if we weren't in the SC, Charleston? We're a little concerned that they're going to force us out eventually. They're looking for any excuse. They don't want carnivore allies.
If you're unjustly cast out, we'll continue to work with you.
Do you have my word?
I hesitated, uncertain how much to tell the Xeridian.
Ambassador, I'll be candid with you.
Since I respect you, I sincerely want us to work together. There's a few other parties that have been left out by the SC. We're disgruntled with it as an organization. We're feeling like outsiders, so we want to establish our own sphere of influence, a union of misfits, one could say. Charleston's eyes gleamed as he was silent for a long moment. This has something to do with you taking refugees. You want allies who also have nowhere else to turn. I'm definitely not supposed to say yes to that, but you're right. Bisoms direly need friends. I know there's nothing that you'd have to gain, and I'm still asking you to stand with us on the right side of history.
I see. Just to be clear, what exactly are you proposing?
If there's any way that we could have prolonged partnership beyond the SC's bounds, it'd mean so much to us. It could be something as simple as working together on humanitarian missions and signing deals to share the burden of refugees who want to be part of the galaxy.
Bisoms feel like that we're left on our own and everyone's out to take advantage of us. You're the only ones who just cares.
Charleston drew a sharp breath. We pushed for the SC to help you when it became apparent that Avrana was hanging on by a precipice of ecological collapse. We'll do so again if you need someone to stand up for you. We'd always cooperate in aid mission with anyone willing. If having terms in writing would ease your mind, the Xeridians would be happy to do so.
Thank you, Ambassador.
I personally appreciate your support. Don't mention it. I trust we'll meet again in the SC halls quite soon. The Battle of Nishtal is likely to be underway in the next few weeks, and I imagine you'll be there to see the results. I'll be hoping for the best. We all will be. Take care, Tassie. The Xeridian disconnected from the call, and for the first time since first contact, I felt pure excitement to have an alien representative pledging to stand with us. Gaining Charleston's support in any way was a reason to maintain optimism. That Bisons could come out of this with an alliance that stood for more than self-interest. So far, I would say that General Nulter's plan to formulate our oddball alliance had been a success, with a vast majority of our greatest parties being amenable to joining flippers with us, and left only finalizing the deal with the Yotl and the Osas. End of chapter.